Audiobook title Leveling Up an Artillery Fantasy Empire, Chapter 01-5 1986, and original title How I Built the Strongest Artillery Empire, Chapter 01-5 1986, and Part 04. If they didn't like it, they should offer a higher price to poach them back. So once the working environment is ready, we will immediately deploy steel, manpower, and giants.
The converter that tilts the furnace, I am very much looking forward to it. The craftsmen are studying the opening of air vents at the bottom of the furnace based on the blueprints, as well as the matter of using a steam engine for air blasting. Converter steelmaking involves pouring molten iron into a tilting, egg-shaped converter, then injecting the reducing gas oxygen from the bottom tier iron port to trigger a boiling reaction, thereby removing impurities. Although the structure has changed, this is an epoch-making steelmaking method developed in modern times and still used today. While on Earth, not only pure oxygen would be blown in, but the gas ratio would also be adjusted for reduction as needed. Here, considering only the steam engine pump, achieving that level is impossible. Therefore, some nitrogen will inevitably be mixed in during the steel-making process, resulting in steel quality slightly lower than modern levels. Even so, this is still modern quality steel production. For an era that still relies on intuition to hammer and control carbon content, this is already considered ultra-high quality. If the previous puddling process focused only on quantity, then this wave of steel, which balances quality, will once again sweep through the territory.
Work hard. This is one of the territory's very important projects. Miller and the other vassals nodded one after another.
They had personally witnessed the steel output brought by the puddling process Isaac had pushed for.
Although the budget allocation was as high as 1,000 gold coins, they felt the investment was worth more than its value. The progress of steel-making and iron-making technology occupies a significant proportion of the territory's 5-year plan.
With the development of the steam engine, railroads, and industrial innovations that consume massive amounts of steel are already close at hand, large-scale production of high-quality steel is imperative.
As for the low-carbon wrought iron plan, it involves adding more fire elements and decarburizing agents to existing puddling furnaces to achieve large-scale production.
As you ordered, I have purchased a large amount of limestone to be used as refractory material.
This stuff really has many uses. The converter method is divided into acid and basic types depending on the nature of the iron ore. Toblin's craftsmanship and boring techniques also played a part, but looking at the high durability of the iron cannons produced in Blackwood, they likely contain a significant amount of phosphorus.
So appropriate refractory materials must be found.
Before finding dolomite or magnesite rich in calcium carbonate, limestone will be used first.
Speaking of which, my lord, how did you persuade the giant race to help?
Yes, they are usually unwilling to leave the forest. Chaffee, the captain of the engineering team attending the meeting, Miller asked curiously. As for that, Epo was actually a big help. She faithfully used the delicacies of Blackwood to tempt the giants, because they have already tasted the sweetness.
Oh, they also knew they couldn't make these things themselves. Blackwood's donuts, refined sugar, cola, distilled spirits, so on.
In this regard, the territory's luxury goods were effective rewards for the giants.
If the massive giants participated in the engineering, the construction environment would be completely transformed.
They could easily lift rocks that were slowly hoisted by cranes, and they could also carry and erect entire steel frames. The uses were infinite. In fact, they were equivalent to modern heavy machinery. One person could do the work of 100 nodes. Several hundred people would be no problem.
The construction period will be greatly shortened, so expensive luxury goods like cola, rum,
and donuts as rewards are not a loss at all. In fact, it's very profitable. With elemental spirits to level the land, giants acting as heavy machinery and reinforced concrete. This was why Isaac could shorten what was originally a 10-year plan to 5 years.
At this moment, Finance Officer Charles, who had been checking the ledgers, raised his hand and said,
"However, my lord, the giants' appetite is enormous and the quantity of supplies required is staggering.
I don't know if the current brewery's output can meet their needs. Then expand the scale of the brewery.
Anyway, we have many alcohol businesses and it's time to expand."
The rum brewed previously was slowly settling its colour and fragrance in oak barrels, gradually showing the characteristics of the rum people are familiar with. The alcohol business has huge barriers of time and initial investment, so it's better to get a head start. By the way, how is the cotton improvement experiment progressing?
There should be news by now, right?
Lodi from the agriculture group, with a small green spirit floating on her shoulder, answered the question.
"We have confirmed that the cotton bolls have bloomed and fruited.
They have completely adapted to the climate here, and the cotton yield has exceeded the passing line. You can finalize it and begin large-scale planting. Finally, the Blackwood variety has been improved."
Oh,
variety improvement was actually so fast. This is all thanks to your hard work. Thank you, everyone. The synergy between cotton and the steam engine is excellent.
In addition, cottonseed oil can be extracted from discarded cotton seeds, significantly lowering oil prices, which will greatly improve the price competitiveness of various industries that use oil. It can also be used for paper making, reducing paper costs.
As a fiber crop, it has good correlations with various industries. It truly deserves to be called one of the crops that triggered a revolution. What should we do? We were praised again for just doing our daily work.
Should we mention that matter?
The spirits of the agriculture group, hearing Isaac's praise, happily bumped their straw hats together and whispered among themselves.
My lord, the watermelons and tomatoes you improved have been stolen and eaten by the centaurs again.
Those were of poorer quality. If you want, we can give you more, but why do they have to do it sneakily?
Do they like playing pranks, or do they enjoy the thrill of plundering? But don't worry, I will warn them. It's probably because there are no battles to fight, and they just repeat dull training every day, so they are bored. They really are hard to discipline.
I should have asked King Frey of Anadis for some advice earlier.
On the battlefield, as long as it's said to be the Khan's order, they would obey obediently, and not plunder. Why do they all start stealing their own watermelons once they get home? In any case, Finance Officer Charles, as you have heard, the cotton variety improvement is complete. We will soon establish textile mills and weaving mills, along with the design blueprints for the cotton gin. Referring to Lee Whitney's cotton gin invented in the Waffon 700s, it can be improved according to Blackwood's cotton variety. If steel is heavy industry, then the blooming cotton will revitalize the light industry of Blackwood territory.
Finance Officer Charles was already overwhelmed by the gold coins needed for the steel-making plan.
Hearing about this new massive investment, he immediately gave a sensitive jolt. My lord, is this going to cost a lot of money? In the long run, it is profitable. Even though Isaac said so, Finance Officer Charles still felt the expansion was too aggressive. His brow furrowed as he calculated the various income and expenditure data within the territory.
Claire also chimed in from the side, supporting the finance officer.
But brother, at least for now, it's going to cost money, right? For now, yes. Sigh, I have to readjust the budget and fund allocation again. Charles scratched his thinning hair on top of his head, speaking with a face full of despair. Beets, rubber, cultured pearls, and so on. The seeds sown before were all starting to turn a profit now, so he no longer blindly opposed investment. But Charles still warned that even if current business was booming, funds must be reserved, just in case an accident caused the cash flow to dry up. Indeed, they had also invested huge sums in weapons development. Once this revival plan was over, they would have to reduce large-scale aggressive investments in the short term. Fergus, how is the breech-loading improvement of the all-rifle progressing?
To better understand the utilization of funds, Isaac decided to conduct an inspection.
While that, are you referring to the trapdoor type? Who can understand the true value of CPR? That do you mean the trapdoor type? Fergus, with his well-developed arm muscles, broad shoulders, and thick pectoral muscles, sat somewhat awkwardly at the conference table. As the representative of the craftsmen, it was Fergus's first time attending such a meeting. He sat restlessly and only slowly stood up upon hearing Isaac's question. The trapdoor rifle was a type of breech-loading rifle from the transition period between muzzleloaders and breech-loaders. As the name suggests, much like a trapdoor in an attic, the chamber door at the breech is flipped upward to insert a metal cartridge, then the trigger is pulled to ignite it with mercury fulminate. Compared to the tedious process of a muzzle-loading smoothbore gun, which requires using a long ramrod to stuff and pack gunpowder and bullets from the muzzle, this loading method is simply movingly simple. Moreover, the trapdoor type is a single-shot rifle with low development difficulty. Like the US military, during the Civil War, existing smoothbore guns can be directly converted into this type of rifle. To save costs, the US military at the time converted a large number of muzzle-loading Springfield 1863 rifles, which might have become dead stock, into breech-loaders. They could also separate the body and barrel of an alt rifle, cut the rear, drill threads with a drill press, and then attach the separately manufactured chamber section, completing the conversion in one go.
We have successfully manufactured the opening doors and hinges. Now only assembly remains.
Once development is successful, we will immediately disassemble existing firearm, replace the barrels and operating parts. Good, very good. The speed of ammunition loading is directly related to firepower and survival. Along with the Gatling machine gun, the rate of fire for personal weapons will now also be improved. If all musketeers were equipped with trapdoor breech loaders, spears might truly exit the stage of history here in Blackwood. Just like that, without realizing it, the gap between cold weapons and firearms widened further. Are there any other special circumstances? Miller, among the vassals, raised his hand. He handed Isaac a letter with a strange seal and reported news from the territory. The Avalon Empire has formally requested that we repatriate the High Elves delegation. They have offered a fairly high ransom to be paid in imperial gold coins. Refuse them.
We need to extract more intelligence from them now.
These people, along with the Merfolk Queen, tried to plot against Blackwood territory. They cannot be let go so easily. The reaction to the goddess's warning, as well as various signs from the individuals themselves, indicated that they came with ill intent. Will they just let it go? They seem to be starting to feel abandoned. The capture of the Merfolk Queen seems to have been a big blow to them. And hasn't Effie been using provocations to fish for information? Isn't that right, Effie? Hearing this, Effie broke into a brilliant smile and gave Isaac a thumbs up in agreement. Oh, Japanese symbol equals B. A thumbs up. This wood elf of the other world was becoming more and more assimilated by Isaac. The letter also says that if we do not comply with their demands, they will not hesitate to use force to make us regret it. I don't know what they are relying on, but they seem very confident. What a coincidence.
We also have many things to be confident about.
The Godzilla being armed, the breech-loading rifle, the Gatling machine gun, and so on. No matter what trump cards they have, Blackwood Territory's preparations are not inferior in the least. Anything else? Other than that, the military academy is finally completed. The large livestock barn for dragon rearing in Con Village is also finished, and the dragon tamers sent by the Draco Kingdom have settled in and started working. Hearing this news, Effie's pointed ears twitched immediately. Dragons. Does that include wyverns? Dealing with wyverns from a hot air balloon was terrifying. To be able to make the power our own now would be wonderful. Indeed, The hot air balloon units had been suppressed by wyverns during the war. Effie had always envied Isaac's flight magic. Now her eyes were shining as if she was salivating over the wyverns. Perhaps the first wyvern rider in the territory would be Effie. She would be equipped with a revolver pistol and a rifle soaring through the sky like fighter planes. Then today's meeting ends here.
Everyone return to your posts and work hard. Just do half of what I ask, and I won't interfere with you. Ha ha ha, you know how it is. Isaac still had many things to do, such as visiting the livestock barn to see the territory's new combat force checking the brewery, and so on. He didn't have time to keep an eye on them constantly.
Sigh, that's the hardest part, Miller complained.
Although they were wealthier than during the previous baron's time, the workload had increased by who knows how much. But what could be done? The harder the upper management worked, the better the territory would develop. Steel and iron smelting, small hydroelectric power stations, cotton and light industry innovation, military reform, and so on. These were all important projects in the territory's ongoing 5-year plan. A powerful centralized management with the flavor of a planned economy, which is difficult to achieve in a feudal society. But with the connection of land routes and the opening of the vast western continent, potential demand had increased 2 to 3 times what else could be done. The world before the Industrial Revolution always lacked industrial products. Supply falling short of demand caused prices to skyrocket. Farmers could only wear old clothes and use old things.
What would happen if only Blackwood territory took the lead in the power revolution and achieved mass production?
They would completely monopolize the market, gain their ability to directly scour the wealth of various countries and become the top dog of this other world.
There are no antitrust laws here.
Carriages full of gold coins would incessantly enter and leave the territory, likely wearing down the thresholds by then.
All of this is for the future of the territory.
In this other world, let the flowers of industrialization and monopoly bloom across the land.
So, although it takes some time, it is all an investment to seize the initiative and control the market. It's all worth it.
Thorax, a dragon tamer from the Draco Kingdom, had suddenly come to a strange human territory.
This territory was both unfamiliar and peculiar.
There were carefree human children everywhere who ran over excitedly to chatter and watch him when they saw him, not afraid of him at all. The livestock barns here were also quickly built using something called concrete, and most surprisingly, the feed problem he was most worried about had been fully resolved, which he found incredible. One should know that in the Draco Kingdom, just preparing feed for wyverns was enough to leave one exhausted. The strangest thing was those Centaur race members who suddenly ran over to provoke the velociraptors.
He didn't understand why the Centaur race would appear in a human territory.
They kept mocking the velociraptors, saying they were inferior mounts and staring them down. Lord Perce, although these guys are big, they're cowards.
We could kill them with a gun just by moving a finger.
And they're slow. As cavalry, they're a bit unqualified. They seem to have seen us on the battlefield. They keep staring at us. Should we give them a kick with our hind legs to wake them up?
Hell,
that's a good idea, Tamer. Thorax really wanted to tell them not to do that.
But he was currently busy talking to the most important person, Lord Isaac, so even if he heard them, he had no time to attend to it.
Roar, sir. When the unfamiliar Lord Isaac approached, the wyvern immediately let out bursts of roars bearing its hideous fangs.
It's not very obedient.
Yes, it dislikes people weaker than itself, and its temperament is very violent.
After hearing his explanation, Isaac immediately stated that although such mounts were fast and powerful, they were still not tame enough. His beloved wood elves would also have to ride these wyverns later, so this wouldn't do.
As they were speaking, the wyvern nearby actually struck a pose as if ready to swing its tail and claws at Isaac.
Ashtish, as you can see, training wyverns is very difficult.
First, it takes a long time to gain a wyvern's recognition to belly you.
What are you doing?
Gak, gak, gak. Thorax snapped out of it and was horrified to find that the human lord in front of him had actually grabbed the wyvern's thick neck in a chokehold.
The wyvern, which had been resisting fiercely, gradually turned pale over time and even began to make wheezing sounds as if it were about to suffocate.
This little thing actually wants to test its strength against me.
Dish, my lord, this please let go.
Thorax watched Isaac, who was pinning down the wyvern with his mouth agape, stammering for a moment, not knowing what to say. In just over 10 minutes, after a bout of scuffling, clear fistprints, footprints, and choke marks were left on the wyvern.
Finally, the wyvern made a he sound and lowered its eyes in submission, and only then did Isaac release his arm. That wyvern lay on the ground for a long time before finally standing up. At this time, the look it gave Isaac was as clear as that of a loyal dog.
Chinese letter degrees, omega degrees, Chinese letter.
Oh, it's not resisting now. And that look is much clearer.
It seems CPR is quite effective after all, Isaac said as he stepped forward and patted the wyvern's belly. The other party immediately lowered its head and let Isaac stroke it.
Sigma, not bad.
This will make it much easier for Effie to ride. By the way, should we break the spirit of every single one of them?
Others. Seeing this scene, Thorax could hardly believe his eyes.
This human had actually put the wyvern in a chokehold and strangled it into submission.
Normally, since brute force doesn't work, one can only slowly coax them with food to gain their recognition. Come to think of it, he seemed to have heard before that someone had shattered a Godzilla's leg bones with a huge spiked club. In short, this territory in the eastern continent was full of incredible things everywhere. He never dreamed that there would be such a place on the other side of the forest. Compared to wyverns, Godzilla dragons are really quite obedient.
Is it that the smaller they are, the harder they are to deal with? Perhaps it was because he had ridden a Godzilla somewhere not long ago. Isaac expressed his opinion on Godzillas.
Then, with the sound of the earth shaking. The Godzilla dragon was also pulled back to the livestock barn by Isaac.
Fox, watching from the side, almost had his jaw drop, and in the end he could only let out an exclamation.
This is just too crazy. I swine. The Duke Blackwood's territory had a very famous distillery, and it was the Duncan Distillery located in Russ Village. This distillery brewed the mellow and excellent-tasting Blackwood beer, and later developed a unique rum with a low hangover effect, instantly becoming a veritable holy land of alcohol. It had long since become a travel destination in the hearts of drunkards, and merchants visiting the territory always bought the alcohol brewed here by the crate. The Duncan family's brewing business was also flourishing day by day. However, the owner of the distillery, Alfred Duncan, was startled by the sudden arrival of an uninvited guest. The visitor was burly, with broad shoulders and a wide chest, with a platinum warhammer strapped to his back. Travelling with a wood elf was almost equivalent to proof of identity. Distinguished guest, please forgive my lack of a proper welcome. Duncan bowed and scraped, speaking incoherently.
His son quickly nudged him from the side, and he suddenly realized his slip of the tongue, hurriedly trying to make amends.
Sorry, my lord. No matter, it's only human nature. Isaac waved his hand, indicating he didn't mind.
It was also his responsibility for visiting without prior notice.
Seeing Isaac so magnanimous, Duncan breathed a sigh of relief.
Insulting a lord was a serious crime, enough to make him lose everything in an instant.
Humble Alfred Duncan greets the ruler of Blackwood.
May I ask what brings my lord to our humble distillery today?
Due to the knowledge Isaac had imparted, the Duncan family had leapt from a common village distillery to the premier distillery in the west, so his attitude toward Isaac was extremely respectful. Isaac did not answer, but instead looked with interest at the wooden barrels bubbling with fermentation, and the malt being dried to obtain a rich aroma.
Sniffing slightly, a scent of grain wafted into his nose.
These were all preparations for brewing the territory's new trade commodity whiskey.
Through such drying, amino acids and sugars would react to produce a unique aroma.
Then, by aging the raw liquid in oak barrels for about 12 years, allowing the flavours of the liquid and the oak to reach a perfect balance, a rich and delicious whiskey could be brewed. Of course, if they could find something like peat, the plant organic matter, and burn it, they could add a richer smoky flavour to the whiskey, but such a thing had not been found yet. Peat is a peat-like substance formed by the accumulation of various weeds and hay.
Isaac had already mobilized Luddy from the agriculture group, and even sent out Earth Elves to find it, but unfortunately, there was still nothing.
Duncan, have you already begun formally brewing whiskey?
Isaac asked, pointing to the oak barrels neatly arranged in the shade, currently aging.
It seemed that once the malt drying was finished and the preliminary aroma emerged, they had begun production.
The rich flavour and aroma of whiskey are ultimately imparted by the oak barrels.
Therefore, they recycled the oak barrels that had transported Sheriff wine for whiskey brewing.
These two brewing businesses could be said to be interconnected.
Yes, you said we should seize the initiative, so if you would like to taste some, I can pour you a glass.
No need. Isn't unaged whiskey, just distilled spirits. Isaac shook his head. So this is whiskey.
Unlike rum, which has a shorter aging period, this takes 12 years, right?
Effie's eyes sparkled as she looked at the Blackwood distillery, which was carrying out fermentation, drying, and aging operations.
It seemed she had been listening carefully to Isaac's explanations along the way. That's right.
If drunk early, the aroma will be quite faint.
Brewing a 6-year aged one is different, and if there's enough time, we can also brew an 18-year aged one.
Once production starts, it's like a snowball, it just keeps getting bigger.
Besides, the high initial investment cost, because success is uncertain and continuous aging is required. Production must be done gradually every year, making the cost recovery period very long.
It's a business that ordinary people find difficult to enter easily.
But Isaac had already foreseen the future of the whiskey business, so he was naturally fearless.
Alcohol is a luxury that never goes out of style. Even on Earth, prohibition only made people crave alcohol more. In America, the price of moonshine skyrocketed. Great blocks that happened to be able to ferment into wine began to be sold, and dried, fermented malt happened to circulate in every household.
It was evident that alcohol is a very important luxury in human life and will continue to develop along with people's needs.
And various whiskies are precisely the product of this development taken to the extreme. Because of its high alcohol content and long shelf life combined with exquisite packaging, once it becomes popular, it will sell very well as a gift or luxury item. The newly built Officers Academy also needs territorial funds to operate, and there will be more and more places to spend money in the future, so the territory's income must also increase accordingly.
Give me a glass of the longest aged rum.
Isaac noticed a corner of the distillery was piled with beet pulp and molasses left over from sugar production, so he beckoned to Duncan. Duncan opened the tap of the wooden barrel and rum gurgled out. As time passed and aging progressed, the colour of the rum gradually changed from the transparent colour of vodka to amber. Rum was one of the main commodities of the triangular trade, with an alcohol content of over 40 degrees, capable of warming the throats and stomachs of sailors. It is said that North American indigenous people call this strong liquor firewater.
Effie, why are you looking at me with that look?
Isaac noticed that Effie was looking at the rum with a complicated expression.
It seems she remembered the embarrassing things she did after getting drunk last time.
What does looking at it make you want a drink?
Oh no, Effie blushed, her blonde hair swaying as she shook her head. Isaac, however, still remembered the metallic taste of blood on her lips and the lavender scent on the tip of her nose.
The business you're in charge of is progressing smoothly, and the distillery is flourishing.
You've done well, Duncan, Isaac praised. The glug-glug of boiling, the neatly arranged oak barrels prepared for the future, the busy workers stirring the liquid and distilling spirits, as well as the ledgers full of transaction records, and the mountains of gold coins to be paid to the tax collector, all proved the business was booming.
This is all thanks to my lord. Not at all you're the one brewing the alcohol.
Isaac patted his shoulder. To be honest, he had always appreciated people who fulfilled their responsibilities. Duncan had successfully brewed Blackwood beer and rum, and deserved his praise.
By the way, my lord, did you visit suddenly today to check on the business progress?
Right. What with the whiskey and alcohol business, Isaac had forgotten to mention the purpose of his visit.
I heard from Luddy at the territory meeting that the grape varieties sent by the various spirit investigation teams have arrived one after another.
May I see them? The wood elves, led by plant spirits, searched everywhere for various crop varieties. Once they found a suitable variety, they would hire a mage to cast preservation magic on it, and then transport it back to the territory. Isaac heard that these goods had arrived not long ago. Of course, I will take you to the warehouse. Unlike ordinary beer and distilled spirits, the quality of wine depends largely on the grape variety. Arriving at the warehouse, they saw bags of grapes piled like mountains. Although the skins of the grapes were somewhat shriveled, and there were even traces of damage and rot, these were all carefully selected and sent back by the spirits.
According to your instructions, we have organized and preserved them,
But as you can see, their condition doesn't seem very good, my lord.
No, these are exactly what I wanted.
One of the most expensive wines in the world is the Chateau d'Yquem wine brewed with noble rot grapes. This wine has very high aging potential.
The closer, the colour is amber, the richer the aroma of tropical fruits and coconut. So Isaac began rummaging through the bags of grapes, hoping to find similar mould and suitable grape varieties.
Effie also helped from the side, touching the shriveled grapes with her slender fingers.
noble rot and noble decay.
In other words, even if it rots, it must rot just right. As the saying goes, what is beneficial to humans is cold fermentation, and what is harmful is cold rot. The sweet juice of the grape must be concentrated several times over.
What does this taste like? Naturally, there were no instruments to measure sugar content here.
Isaac could only rely on his guidance and taste them himself.
It's just a rotten grape.
It's rotten. Isaac and Effie spat out the grapes in their mouths at the same time.
Not noble at all, just rotten grapes.
Not only was there no sweetness, but their mouths were also filled with astringency. After that, they spat out several more grapes. It seemed that even with the help of magic and spirits, finding the desired variety was not an easy task. Effie's delicate face was full of distaste because of the constant bitter and astringent flavours.
The road to developing new trade commodities for the territory was indeed long and arduous.
If we can't find the right mould, let's try brewing champagne. Champagne is a wine that uses fermentation to produce carbon dioxide, said to be a sparkling wine accidentally discovered by a monk in the Champagne region named Dom Perignon.
Speaking of which, whether it's beer or champagne, you medieval monks, what on earth, eh?
Just then, Isaac tasted a grape, and rich sugar and juice exploded in his mouth.
His and Effie's eyes both widened at the same time.
Wow, my lord, this one is so sweet.
Although the skin of the grape was somewhat shriveled, this was different from the rot caused by noble rot fungus.
Isaac quickly turned and asked Duncan. The information sent by the spirits you organized and classified it right.
What kind of grape is this?
Where was it collected?
Duncan flipped through the letters next to the ledger and explained.
The collection team said they collected this grape, but later found that rather than being rotten, it became like this after repeated freezing and thawing.
Isaac slapped his thigh.
This should be a grape variety like Riesling or Vidal. With this kind of grape, they could concentrate the aroma and sugar during the freezing process to brew wine.
In other words, they could develop a new commodity ice wine.
Oh,
Libris' shock.
After Lord Isaac found what he was looking for, he began to mutter to himself incessantly.
Varieties that don't rot despite repeated freezing and thawing are rare. Climate control can be handled with a first circle frost spell, and since I've already absorbed so many mages, if I can just get this grape variety and plant it.
Duncan pointed at Isaac and said to his son,
Son, you must listen carefully to what he says.
That is divine revelation and knowledge.
The revival of the Duncan family began with Blackwood beer. Remember this site's domain name.
Find Taiwan novels on Taiwan novel website. All the excitement is here.
The family business, which had seen no progress for 3 generations, flourished under the Lord's wisdom.
What was once an ordinary brewery frequented only by villagers and soldiers had now transformed into a large enterprise.
Father, I don't understand a single word.
The son looked bewildered upon hearing words like bricks and concentration popping out of Isaac's mouth.
But Duncan still insisted he treat those words
as the absolute truth. To him, the Lord was like the incarnation of Dionysus, the god of festivals and wine.
But father, didn't he once drink our brewery's beer and then burn down the barn?
Shush! How dare he slander the incarnation of a god? Although he might have been a bit lost in the past, he was now a great lord and apostle.
Furthermore, he was the apostle who brought revival to their family and territory.
He now believed the Lord's words implicitly. Even if the Lord said wine could be brewed from urine, he would believe it without hesitation.
Asterisk.
Recently, a saying had been circulating among merchants. Blackwood territory has become a holy land for economic trade. The flat roads were crowded with people, a sign of the Duke Blackwood's territory's prosperity.
Amidst the crowd, a halfling woman was leading a long caravan of wagons forward at a brisk pace. She was library, and to be the first to obtain usage rights for the intercontinental trade route, she had rushed over as quickly as possible the moment news of Blackwood Territory's victory arrived. Diligent as she was, she had always seen staying one step ahead is the secret to success. In any matter, being the first always leaves a deep impression.
Moreover, with the rampant presence of magic beasts causing maritime shipping costs to skyrocket, the first merchant guild to successfully conduct overland trade would reap the greatest profits.
Clatter, clatter.
Library, carrying such grand ambitions, was marching forward when she suddenly saw a wonder of Blackwood Territory and froze in her tracks. A strangely shaped three-wheeled carriage spewing unknown steam was travelling slowly along the road.
With neither horses pulling it nor anyone pushing from behind, this strange carriage was actually moving on its own.
What is that thing?
I don't know. It seems to use magic or an artifact, but since it's so slow, it's probably useless.
Library shook her head, seemingly disagreeing with her subordinate's assessment.
Who knows?
It was certainly made by the Lord.
What we are seeing might be the beginning of something extraordinary. Oh, you're overthinking it, Lady Library.
The subordinate shrugged, not believing such a slow-moving thing had any use. No, he's just that kind of person.
Who would have thought of connecting the continents?
If you study history, you'll find that it's always people like him who leave their mark. So we must keep a close eye on him.
Is it really that serious? All right then.
Library corrected her subordinate's dismissiveness and continued leading the caravan forward.
However, she hadn't gone far before she encountered another wonder of Blackwood Territory, leaving the entire group dumbfounded.
Thump thump. Our Lady Library, is that a magic beast?
No,
I travelled back and forth on the trade routes of the western continent. That is definitely a Godzilla. But she wasn't certain, because the Godzillas she knew were covered in tough scales, whereas this one in Blackwood Territory was encased in steel plates.
I take back what I said.
Lady Library, this lord is truly unfathomable.
Does he have an inexhaustible supply of steel?
Library swallowed hard and nodded in agreement.
A giant dragon armed with the essence of Blackwood's metallurgical technology, the very thought was chilling. If this thing charged at human heavy cavalry, it would be a bloody nightmare. Library once again felt that Blackwood Territory was like another world as she continued busily directing the caravan forward.
Then she saw the giants working busily near the armory, and finally couldn't help but cry out,
"This, oh my god!"
Asterisk. To leave a deep impression and secure her importance as the first customer, Library suppressed her shock and rushed all the way to Lord Blackwood's castle. She hoped that as the first customer she could obtain some discounts in future trades. However, she heard a shocking piece of news from Lord Isaac.
The first customer. Sorry, I already have an appointment. A merchant guild has already reserved the first usage rights.
Someone had actually beaten her to it.
She had rushed here even before the outcome of the battle was decided. President Azazel personally came to the front lines to support us, so I cannot break my word.
I hope you understand.
I see. Library slapped her thigh in frustration. Instead of watching from the sidelines while the outcome was uncertain, it was better to provide direct assistance during the war.
She was immediately filled with immense regret. With the giant's protection available at the time, she could have provided help through cooperation if she had wanted to. Furthermore, she promised to pay a portion of the usage fees with silk from the Kingdom of Jurat. But I want something else. Library tilted her head in confusion. For some reason, Blackwood Territory had recently imported a large amount of silk, so she had assumed they needed it.
What I want isn't the finished product but the worms that spin the silk.
What? Library froze upon hearing Isaac's words, which seemed to see through everything. How did he know? How is this possible?
Her petite hands began to tremble slightly.
This was the silk production method that the Havlin family had guarded in a secret garden for generations, kept strictly confidential through the painstaking efforts of countless people. Just how did this human lord know about it?
Fortunity, the noble high elf empire,
Avalon. The stunning Empress Savona reclined on her platinum throne listening to reports from the Blackwood Territory and the Stonehammer Kingdom. As her subordinate's report deepened, her originally languid gaze gradually grew sharp.
HMPH.
Despite maintaining a composed expression before the crowd, Empress Savona's hand, gripping the throne's armrest tightly, betrayed the turmoil within her.
Her slightly trembling long eyelashes could barely conceal the fury in her heart.
More and more dwarves are feigning compliance while secretly defying us, your majesty. They are intentionally delaying construction, and some are even sabotaging the magic cause. The High Elf Minister added a stealing glance at the Empress's face before quickly continuing. This appears to be an organized effort. There must be a mastermind behind it.
Your Majesty, I believe we must root them out.
The Empress frowned in disgust.
What a foolish race. Their futile resistance will only invite more brutal suppression.
They had already suffered, yet they still hadn't learned their lesson. She lightly rubbed the red carpet with her white high heels and coldly ordered an increase in the severity of punishments.
For these slaves who didn't know their place, only the whip could make them understand their status.
In truth, the dwarves and the high elves had a long-standing grudge. When the high elves lost their gods and began their decline, it was the dwarves who stirred up trouble and took advantage of their misfortune. But just like the darkness before dawn, after their suffering, the high elves found a new faith.
Their knew some incredible knowledge from the ancient past and the future, along with power strong enough to level the entire continent.
Guided by this new faith, the high elf race was destined to surpass all others, demonstrating their strength and superiority to the world.
Also, the Blackwood territory has replied to our letter demanding the release of the High Elf diplomatic mission. Empress Silona immediately perked up her long ears listening to news of this mere territory that was neither an empire nor a kingdom.
She had been hearing the word Blackwood so often lately that she was becoming hypersensitive to it. Resting her chin on her hand, she motioned for her subordinate to continue.
They rejected our offer of ransom.
They said they know the Saxon Empire is pulling the strings behind the scenes, and that they will only consider it if the person who commissioned the magic items personally comes to kowtow and apologize such arrogant humans.
The subordinate omitted the diplomatic jargon of the letter and stated the core content directly.
Empress Silona frowned in disbelief.
They wanted her to personally kowtow and apologize. Mammon, she glared at her subordinate in fury.
Siona shoved aside the maid who was arranging her long golden hair and stood up abruptly from the platinum throne.
Whether it's dwarves or humans, if they don't want the carrot and only want the whip, then give it to them. Since the whip was going to be swung anyway, there was simply one more target to strike.
The Empress stomped her foot hard and asked, "Is that all the news from the central continent?"
The subordinate shook his head and said there was also good news. This news significantly improved the High Elf Empress's mood.
We have successfully established contact with the Kingdom of Kirk,
and found that our positions on the eastern continent issue are very much aligned.
Although the Orc King is very wary of us, he is very interested in our offer of support.
The Orcs were savage and inferior, even the High Elves had to acknowledge their numbers and size.
That dark green tide, like a tsunami, was enough to turn the eastern continent into a wasteland.
It seemed the timing to eliminate the Blackwood territory, which had been a constant obstacle in the Purge plan, had finally arrived.
The gods tell me that for the sake of the great plan, we must continuously incite chaos and conflict.
Empress Silona looked down upon her subordinate with a superior gaze, positioning herself as the spokesperson for the gods. Licking her bright red lips, she tapped her scepter, the symbol of imperial power, against the marble floor, and added,
"So, let us ignite the flames of war for the day we eventually make landfall."
For the god she served had personally shown her the future, the banner of Avalon fluttering in the wind over the plains of the eastern continent.
And Empress Silona believed in this without a shred of doubt.
Asterisk.
Absolutely not.
The halfling woman library, though small in stature, was a very tough merchant.
No matter how Isaac proposed or tried to entice her, she resolutely protected her silkworms.
Even when Isaac offered a vast amount of gold coins, she remained unmoved in her refusal.
After all, the silkworms were the foundation that supported her family and maintained their power. Money could not measure their value. Indeed, no enterprise would easily surrender its core technology.
Thus, Isaac began to apply pressure on Library using the power of his monopoly.
"So Miss Library Tilda, I'm sure you wouldn't want to lose access to the continent's trade routes."
To Isaac's surprise, she bit her lip and still remained unmoved. Even facing the powerful Lord Blackwood and the pressure of a monopoly, Library gritted her teeth and resisted firmly, despite being drenched in sweat.
Isaac couldn't help but admire the immense strength contained within her petite frame.
"Hey, just you wait. You'll end up selling to me eventually, Library."
You'd better stop thinking about it.
This is absolutely impossible.
Isaac really wanted the silkworms and the technicians. He had even considered using some underhanded methods,
But doing so would violate business ethics and damage the Chamber of Commerce's reputation. Furthermore, making an enemy of the Havling family was equivalent to making an enemy of the Kingdom of Jurat, which was not worth the cost.
Besides, such underhanded behavior wasn't how he wanted to operate.
P.S. Some countries have used improper means to steal many of our technologies, such as shoe and paper making techniques, etc. In the end, Isaac reached a normal trade agreement with Library. He purchased a large amount of silk from her, strategic material that could be used to make hot air balloons and parachutes, as well as in exchange for new trade goods like cocoa powder and rum, and then let her leave.
Isaac watched her depart, clicking his tongue in disappointment. What a pity, but there was plenty of time. One day the Kingdom of Jurat and the Havlin family would come begging to him.
When the time came, he would definitely make them pay a hefty price.
Lord Blackwood, what brings you to our Rat City today? The mayor of Rat City, Pablo, had once been appointed as vice mayor despite having no background. It was thanks to Isaac that he had become the mayor.
It had been a long time since Isaac had visited, and the fact that he came in person with attendants made Pablo very confused. Are you here to punish the city councillors because of the last report, or perhaps to annex Rat City?
Mayor Pablo felt that the Lord's personal visit must be for something important, so he asked with some trepidation.
As the saying goes, city air makes you free. Free cities were very sensitive to any infringement on their autonomy.
Isaac had also heard that some people wanted to escape his control.
This information had been provided by his loyal informant, Mayor Pablo.
Rest assured, as long as you pay your taxes on time, I will keep my promise and guarantee your autonomy.
While other lords in this region wanted to annex free cities and turn their residents into their own subjects, disliking a system that relied on freedom, voting, and elections rather than feudal contracts, Isaac was different. Isaac came from a world where the people are the masters was a matter of course, so he had no aversion to such a system. Furthermore, for a free city's power to grow, the lives of the people elsewhere must become difficult, causing more and more subjects to flee their lord's tyranny and settle here. But recently, due to Isaac's efforts, job opportunities in the West had increased significantly, and the population was pouring in, creating a situation completely opposite to that.
Moreover, the Blackwood territory was growing at an astonishing rate, from a barony to a county, and then to a duchy. Their power and influence were rapidly increasing. Thus Rat City could no longer escape Isaac's control.
Of course, those city councillors with ulterior motives had already been quietly eliminated one by Isaac through Miko's network.
So are you here to collect taxes?
Pablo pointed to the mountain of gold coin chests as tax season was approaching.
Starting with glass, he and the craftsmen of Rat City had collaborated on many businesses, so the tax amount was quite substantial.
Do I look like a tax collector to you? I just came to see the painter Peranch. Peranch was the best painter in Rat City. Isaac was commissioning him to design murals for the new temple in the capital. He also wanted to visit the glass workshop to check on the experimental progress of new products like flat glass and crystal glass.
Oh, I see.
Mayor Pablo finally breathed a sigh of relief upon learning the reason for Isaac's visit. Of course, since I'm here, I might as well take these gold coins with me. Oh well, alright. Since Isaac had proactively asked, Pablo could hardly refuse.
Since the topic had come up, Isaac decided to play the role of tax collector for a moment.
After all, he wasn't averse to the act of collecting money. In fact, it gave him a sense of accomplishment. I'll have my attendants collect the gold.
You have done many good things for the goddess's world, Mayor Pablo.
Seeing the taxes in hand, Priestess Ignis' ruby-like eyes sparkled, and she ran over excitedly to speak.
The construction of the capital temple she so dearly desired still required a vast amount of funding.
The mayor, shaking hands with the priestess, had a look of helplessness on his face.
Though the money had to be paid sooner or later, Pablo couldn't help but feel depressed, wondering why he had to open his big mouth and ask.
Goddess portraits and posters. Isaac and Ignis arrived at the studio of Peranch, the finest painter in Rat City.
Since this was the first large temple to be built in the capital after being designated as the state religion, Isaac and Ignis were as meticulous as if they were picking out a new home, carefully selecting materials, designs, and craftsmen.
Scribble.
This was a dark age for art, where barbarism and civilization coexisted. Much like Earth's Middle Ages, the status and treatment of painters in this era were very low. Note: to support the author, please read at the original site. In an age where everyone was scrambling just to survive, pigments used for art were naturally expensive luxuries. Because demand was extremely limited, poor painters could not engage in normal, artistic creation without the patronage of wealthy nobles or temples.
The painters here were not like artists full of individuality and creativity.
They were like craftsmen repeatedly churning out identical works based on demand. Isaac was very dissatisfied with the cookie-cutter art style under this system.
Peranch, do you really have to paint Goddess Iris like this?
Although Isaac usually didn't interfere with artistic creation, he couldn't help but ask.
Setting aside the flat and stylized depiction characteristic of the Middle Ages, what was with the goddess's expressionless, lifeless face?
She looked exactly like a Tibetan fox that had converted to Buddhism.
This broad face in the painting, this expression, it was identical to the Tibetan fox emoji he loved to use in his previous life.
A mural like this was supposed to be hung where believers would see it every day.
Oh my lord, what kind of painting would you like instead?
Peranch had painted hundreds of religious works praising and deified gods, but he was still a bit bewildered by Isaac's opinion.
Can't you paint her more beautiful
and elegant?
That would be much more effective at attracting believers.
Good grief.
The power of visuals cannot be ignored.
Isaac pointed at the white-haired beauty beside him who very much liked that description and described the appearance of the wood elf Effie.
He felt that by combining their images he could create a truly divine feeling. The believers would surely be captivated.
However, Peranch jumped up and protested loudly.
No!
How can we depict the holy goddess in such a worldly manner? This is absolutely unacceptable. It's blasphemy.
This vulgar approach cannot be tolerated.
You have broken convention and proposed a new perspective. Achievement points plus 500.
Tusk. See, even the gods don't like being painted like that. Rather than realism, it was more like they were intentionally painted blurred and indistinct according to religious convention.
Don't worry, I am the apostle of the goddess of harmony.
The goddess herself likes my proposal, so paint the way without concern.
I felt it just now too. Ignis chimed in with a squinty-eyed smile.
Oh, is that so?
He nodded awkwardly.
Since two clergy members who could communicate directly with the god said so, what else could Peranch do?
Then the temple mural will be painted like that. Do you have any other personal works or paintings in a different style? Though the possibility was slim, Isaac asked anyway. Unlike Ignis, his trip wasn't just for the mural. His commission was not only for the temple, but also for the newly built territory's military academy. But art in this era was dominated by the wealthy, and the works in the studio were all much the same. Had the nobles here never thought about changing the trends? This painting is quite special.
Suddenly, Isaac spotted a work with a unique style and asked curiously. It was a work depicting the orc race of the Western continent.
Peranch let out an ah and hurriedly hid the painting. I occasionally get commissions like this. This painting seemed to be filled with a certain unspeakable desire. Peranch's commission fees must be high. It seemed there were some mysterious wealthy clients here too.
Is it the chairman of the Dario Merchant Guild?
The client's name is confidential. Under Miko's relentless pressure and absorption, the Dario Merchant Guild was on the brink of bankruptcy, so it probably wasn't him.
Isaac rubbed his chin, feeling something was a bit strange, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it.
However,
he had at least learned that not everyone followed convention blindly.
Though the direction was a bit odd.
Anyway, Peranch, can you paint something with a strong sense of three-dimensionality and dynamism? For example, on something like this.
Isaac took out a fountain pen and paper and began to draw clumsily.
The model was a middle-aged version of the reliable Night Miller George, with a composition mimicking Uncle Sam, making him point energetically at the viewer outside the frame.
Although Isaac's drawing skills were poor, Perench's eyes widened as he saw him use perspective and chiaroscuro to depict a three-dimensional world and a sense of reality. Though the lines were a bit crooked and the sketch was rough, Perench felt as if the middle-aged man in the drawing was energetically pointing at him, and he couldn't help but let out a gasp of admiration. "This is he pointing at me."
Yes, something like that.
Perspective and chiaroscuro were subjects in middle school art classes on Earth, but in this world, they were concepts that only gradually formed during the Renaissance, alongside the development of science and solid geometry.
It made them realize once again that the knowledge they took for granted was actually the crystallization of tens of thousands of years of scholarship.
Oh,
Well, wait, may I borrow your pen and paper for a moment?
scribble, scribble.
Perench's eyes sparkled as he took Isaac's fountain pen and began to draw on the paper, seemingly inspired by Isaac's sketch.
Even though he had only seen it once, he quickly mastered the technique and produced a similar drawing.
He truly was the best painter in Rat City. His talent was extraordinary.
It seemed that basic human capabilities were not much different, whether in ancient or modern times. The difference lay in the education they received.
This was the importance of education,
And why Isaac was investing heavily to establish primary schools, military academies, and vocational schools.
education is national power.
Is this kind of feeling okay?
Wow, it's great, Perench. Isaac and Igni took a look and clapped their hands in praise together.
Perench immediately scratched his cheek, feeling a bit embarrassed.
Thank you. Oh, right.
That phrase you mentioned earlier, how should I write it?
Just right, Blackwood needs you.
So young men and women, join my military reform.
You come and join us. I will train you into excellent officers. Let us fight for our common cause.
Asterisk.
The time has come.
On the dwarven princess's oval face, although there was no symbol of courage and strength, a thick beard, a firm will, and fighting spirit emanated from the bridge of her freckled nose.
The High Elves seemed to have detected their intention for independence, and their oppression was becoming increasingly cruel.
Over 500 dwarves had already been thrown into prison. They had to take action before surveillance and control would tighten further.
Her father was already under house arrest. She was now the only member of the royal family capable of operating underground. The princess firmly gripped the warhammer in her hand and hoisted it onto her shoulder. Dwarves never forget a grudge. Even if it cost her life, she would fight to the end.
Just then, her subordinate voiced a different opinion.
Your Highness, although we have united the will of the dwarves, I'm afraid it will still be difficult to succeed with our strength alone.
The Stonehammer Kingdom had once fought with all its might, but still failed. That was a bloody lesson.
The princess asked back helplessly, "Then what else can we do?"
The reason she was doing this now was precisely because she had no other choice.
Are you suggesting we seek outside help?
But as you know, we asked various countries for help many times during the war, at least on this western continent.
No country will help us anymore.
The princess bit her lip in resentment.
Despite their humble pleas for help everywhere, the High Elves' offensive was too fierce, and because they believed there was no benefit in helping the dwarves, the nations of the western continent had all ignored them.
However, her subordinate seemed to have heard some news from somewhere, and he suddenly made an unexpected suggestion.
Your Highness, then what about the powers of the eastern continent?
What?
Mass-produced knights.
In this world, there exists an otherworldly power mana.
Those who integrate this power into their bodies and control it through mana cultivation methods are known to the world as knights, beings who transcend ordinary mortals.
Having mastered a power that makes the impossible possible,
Even a low-level knight possesses extraordinary physical strength and monstrous power, becoming a ruler on the battlefields of this world. If one becomes a upper knight, they can even cleave through steel, essentially becoming a human battering ram capable of shattering enemy lines single-handedly. But regarding how to utilize these knights, Isaac had a different idea.
my lord, do you mean to train knights in large numbers based solely on talent, regardless of social status?
Miller wondered if he had misheard, asking with a furrowed brow in disbelief. No, strictly speaking, the word knight carries the connotation of the nobility, whereas I only wish to train military superhumans. Isaac's words shocked the noble knight even more. Even a low-level knight capable of controlling mana can move as freely in heavy full-plate armor as if they were wearing cloth. Wielding long, heavy two-handed swords as if they were spinning fans, they can slaughter infantry at will. Shouldn't such people naturally be noble beings? Miller, Hans was recently promoted to an intermediate knight, wasn't he?
Yes.
Of course, it's related to his own talent, but you also know what kind of help he received, don't you? At that moment, a blue ore on the table before them was emitting a soft glow.
In fact, Miller himself had benefited from it.
He stroked his rough chin and nodded silently.
I know.
It's because of consuming magic crystal stones.
I'm very grateful to you.
Magic crystal stones can directly bestow mana. They are treasures that even mages flock to, despite the risk of lead poisoning. Isaac had fully mastered this power and solved the issue of its side effects through a lead oxide separation method.
Fearing the consequences, they had only used it among a few people, but now it was time to treat it as a strategic resource for the territory.
Who in the eastern continent would dare covet their possessions now? Through tireless efforts, the national strength of Blackwood territory was now more powerful than ever.
East Point Military Academy has already opened.
While training, officers are also planned to form a special unit composed of superhumans.
And do you mean something like the Ranger Corps, which is responsible for scouting, sniping, and relaying messages? Isaac nodded. It was essentially that.
Miller, imagine it. They will wear full-plate armor and carry water-cooled machine guns sweeping across the battlefield like a storm. Personally, I want to name them stormtroopers.
This didn't refer to the German assault troops from Earth, but a frontline assault force unique to Blackwood territory.
Isaac had previously explained the concept of the Maxim machine gun to Miller.
It was an upgraded version of the Gatling machine gun operated by a two-man team. It used belt-fed ammunition and could automatically complete the entire firing process with a single pull of the trigger.
However, its weight was staggering, making it impossible for an ordinary person to carry and fire it.
But for superhumans like knights, it was entirely possible. They would become human tanks with extraordinary stamina, steel-like bodies, and immense firepower.
They would be the lawnmowers of Blackwood territory, their frantic machine gun fire clearing all enemies from the battlefield like cutting grass.
Thus, the remaining issues were how to develop
The complex Maxim machine gun and how to prepare the superhumans capable of wielding it in advance.
sporting, equipping, and training them with the territory's tax revenue, while also providing full-plate armor and magic crystal stones, setting aside whether the finance officer would be terrified. Your plan has a few issues, my lord.
And go on. The social hierarchy is strict now, yet you want to popularize mana cultivation methods among commoners. This will surely cause strong opposition from the kingdom's knights.
Miller worried this would trigger a fierce backlash from the existing knights.
Isaac nodded silently. Miller was right, but this was also within Isaac's expectations.
Changing established social rules inevitably meets with obstruction from those with vested interests.
This is an issue that's bound to arise in any world or social structure. That's why we must first accumulate great power, and then we can ignore their opposition. Since the invention of the smoothbore gun, an ordinary peasant could kill a knight with the pull of a trigger. From that moment on, the decline of the knight class began.
Now they had developed a Gatling machine gun, capable of 300 rounds per minute. Isaac no longer feared even hundreds of knights charging together on the battlefield.
Miller, what about you?
Can you keep up with my plan?
Miller shrugged, as if the question didn't even need to be asked.
I was at the armory yesterday cutting steel for you like a blacksmith.
For the revival of Blackwood territory, this old man threw away his knightly pride long ago.
Isaac nodded silently. Along the way, he had indeed remained loyal, accompanying Isaac and silently following to protect him wherever he went.
In Miller's eyes, Isaac was no longer that reckless playboy, but had become a legendary figure unique to both the eastern and western continents.
Furthermore, he felt honoured himself, who would have thought that in his twilight years he could accompany and assist in the rise of such a legend.
And that fellow Hans now believes my lord's words implicitly. Even if you said butter could be made from beans, he would probably believe it without hesitation.
Miller's son worshipped Isaac far too much.
Thus, for the sake of his own son, he could only continue following Isaac all the way. In any case, there are no knights in our territory who would oppose my plan.
Yeah, isn't that also because we're the only two knights here, father and son?
Indeed,
in such a vast ducal territory, there were only two knights at this moment that had actually become a good thing.
Isaac intended to take this opportunity to reform the factors hindering the territory's development.
The absence of subordinate or opposing nobles would actually be a great help in ushering in a new era.
Just watch Miller.
In the near future, we will create a new era that looks not at one's birth, but only at their effort and ability.
The training of knights usually involves selecting talented children from noble bloodlines and teaching them mana cultivation methods.
It was a world that belonged only to them.
Knights were produced only from a limited pool of noble talent, while most commoners, even if talented, rarely had the chance to fully develop their abilities.
However, my lord, even if the voices of opposition are resolved, teaching the knights mana cultivation methods to commoners is prohibited by the kingdom's laws.
Miller George mentioned the rigid laws of the Hyde Kingdom.
It was clear that this was not just a matter of perspective, but of class and authority.
The kingdom's laws stipulated that it was illegal to bestow great power upon the commoners who made up the majority of the population.
Yet they had already armed the people of the territory with even greater power firearms.
Now, as they sought to move forward, they were still being held back by the laws of the old era.
Miller, actually, I felt for a long time that the kingdom has become a bit too small for me. What do you think? Printed Bible. Miller, the kingdom is starting to feel a bit small for me. How about you?
Isaac intended to use his divine authority as an apostle and centralized power to transform the existing feudal administrative system into a systematic bureaucracy, reforming the religion, social structure, and military in line with their weapon advancements.
However, those archaic customs and laws would repeatedly hinder their progress.
My lord, are you considering?
Yes, it's time for us to leave this nest. They had grown up. No, rather they had grown too large. The current nest was too small for them. Even just stretching their legs would hit something here or there.
Since they had grown to this extent, it was time to spread their wings and fly toward a wider sky.
Indeed, if we expand to this degree and our direction of progress is different, we do need a new space. The kingdom must also find them a nice or new wine belongs in new bottles. Perhaps it was time to build a world of their own for the Blackwood territory.
No rush, let's prepare slowly.
The massive armory of the Blackwood territory. Beside it stood the workshop where the lord and craftsmen conducted various research and development.
An artist named Peranch had come here from the distant Rat City.
Under Isaac's generous sponsorship, he experimented with various paintings and techniques, and now his talent was blooming like spring flowers. It was said that other painters in Rat City were also influenced by his breakthrough from traditional styles and began to experiment with this new style.
You are truly incredible, my lord.
Peranch, am utterly floored by your vision.
Why, ever since being inspired by Isaac in the studio, Peranch's creative passion had been reignited. Every time he saw Isaac, he would excitedly express his admiration. Is the stuff I asked for before ready? Peranch nodded and spread out several recruitment posters he had finished in the studio on the table. There were infectious posters Isaac had asked him to paint, as well as paintings showcasing the bravery and momentum of the Blackwood army. This effect was actually very good. Although the available colours were limited, Isaac was genuinely surprised that he could achieve this level. On the posters, Blackwood soldiers shouldered the trapdoor-style rifle still under development, charging forward aggressively. It was visually striking. The stylish leather armour wrapping the arms and upper body and extending to the thighs was also very handsome and cool. Incidentally, the soldiers' uniforms would also be replaced according to the style on the posters.
Isaac had already instructed the territory's tanners and armour smiths to dye the hardened ogre leather coats black.
He also asked them to design them as coolly as possible while ensuring practicality. This should be called the black coat, mimicking the British red coat. The armies of this well-neglected image too much. Neat uniforms and handsome soldiers could boost morale and recruitment rates, and even influence the enemy's perception.
They usually only focused on practicality and didn't consider aesthetics afterward, mainly because it cost money.
Exactly, my lord. If we work a little harder, this world will become even more beautiful. Hearing Isaac's mutterings, Peranch slapped his thigh in strong agreement. Since his last epiphany, he felt that Isaac was completely different from those pedantic nobles and priests. He was a lord who could communicate through painting. Haha, yeah, anyway, thanks for your hard work. The enthusiastic artist made Isaac feel a bit overwhelmed. After confirming the posters, Isaac paid the reward and returned to the workshop to continue his previous work.
However, even though Isaac said thanks for your hard work, Peranch didn't leave, but instead watched Isaac's work with great interest. What are you doing?
Whenever an outsider came to their workshop, they would ask this question, what are you doing? What is this again? Of course, Isaac did something different every time. This world was still too backward, and he had too many things to do. I'm modifying the great press brought from the Sharif territory to make it into, well, a woodblock printing press. The principle was similar to a great press, but making all the bronze movable type corresponding to the continental common language took quite a bit of effort.
It was almost as taxing as making the dual-axis cutting machine.
But it was all worth it because this was the first step in popularizing books. Miller, come here, give me a cut right here.
Sai coming. Miller George pulled out a dagger, injected mana into the blade, and diagonally sliced off a corner of the wooden block.
The cut was smooth and flat. One had to admit that to some extent, Miller really was a universal tool. Don't look so gloomy. If that Superman training program I mentioned goes smoothly, you'll be liberated from this kind of work.
On putting it that way, your plan suddenly seems very attractive.
Right?
Isaac suddenly saw Peranch looking at them with an even more puzzled expression.
It just so happened that Isaac had something he needed help with.
Peranch, do you also know a thing or two about printmaking and sculpture? As long as there's a wooden board and a carving knife, it doesn't cost much, so.
Yes, I know a thing or two.
Haha, good. You're very good, useful. You're practically my Michelangelo free labor.
Oh, Peranch was completely confused. Isaac waved his hand, signaling him not to mind, and then continued.
I've already organized the text.
Help me carve the goddess's face from the mural onto the wooden board, and then carve this book. Can you do that? Of course I can, but why? I have my uses for it.
I'll leave it to you then.
With the rollout of popular education, literacy rates were starting to rise, and with the surplus cotton being used to manufacture cheap paper, it was time for the printing press to appear. Books were a very profitable, high value-added industry. Moreover, the Bible would soon be popularized in the territory, and all believers would recognize the goddess's beautiful and noble face. Of course, that was a combination of F's and In's faces. Asterisk. There are many inventions that have had a profound impact on human development. One of them was the Gutenberg press, which popularized the Bible to thousands of households, brought reform to the religious world, and triggered an explosion of knowledge. Of course, when the printing press was first invented, it was used to mass print profitable indulgences, but the 42-line Bible printed afterward brought a huge shock to the people of that time. Since the appearance of the printing press, the snowball of foreign knowledge began to roll rapidly. Cheap paper, combined with linseed oil-based ink suitable for the printing press, allowed for the continuous printing of large quantities of books. Printing a Bible with metal movable type took several weeks, while hand copying took half a year. Therefore, books were an expensive commodity that only a few could own.
But with the introduction of this printmaking like press, making a book took only 2 or 3 hours.
As a result, book production increased hundreds of times over. Before Gutenberg, there were only 30,000 books in all of Europe, but 50 years after the invention of the printing press, the number of books in Europe reached 9 million. This was a method of spreading ink on paper and printing it, whose efficiency far exceeded previous hand copying and movable type printing.
Of course, all these things were learned from our ancestors' movable type printing. Thus, all the content was finally completed under Peranch's days and nights of carving.
And today, within the Elysian faith, Isaac achieved this historic progress once again. Smearing ink onto a leather-wrapped stamp and using the machine to press it onto paper, the black characters were clearly printed on the paper. The first page of the Bible was also printed using a woodblock, and it bore the sacred face of goddess Iris. In this way, in less than a month, they completed the printing of over 1,000 copies of the popular edition of the Bible, a full 1,000 copies. In an era without such machines ignite, and the priests always painstakingly hand-copied the Bible to spread the goddess's grace.
Now seeing such a large quantity of Bibles, they cheered and jumped for joy one by one, some even kneeling on the ground and beginning to pray in low voices.
"Oh, this is truly." Ignis stroked the goddess's face, moved to tears. In other hand-copied Bibles, one could never see the goddess's features. "Oh, Igni, calm down. You have created an epoch-making tool capable of spreading faith and knowledge."
Achievement points plus 10,000. Was it an illusion? Isaac seemed to feel a hint of excitement from this message as well, and so they began to prepare for the very first transformation.
Damn it, I feel like I can't get rid of it anymore.
Port Albram, a large exchange filled with stores and shops, due to the Lord's active policy of encouraging commerce, trade here was more vibrant than ever before. The Blackwood territory continued to expand, and monopolistic trade goods emerged one after another, much to the delight of the local residents who enjoyed the resulting benefits.
At this time, a foreign merchant arrived at the exchange's bookstore carrying large bundles of goods. He was a Magic Tower merchant, primarily wholesaling and selling Magic Beast byproducts from the Blackwood territory. For Taiwan novels, look for Taiwan novel website, twkan.com.
It's super awesome. When the big shots fight, the small fries pick up the scraps, and in the Blackwood territory, there were always massive windfalls to be found.
But today what he wanted to trade was not those. Cops and I'm in luck today.
I've managed to get some books from the Magic Tower to sell. What are you looking at?
The exchange was crowded with all sorts of tourists and merchants.
A merchant named Jamie, carrying a large bundle on his shoulder, became interested in a piece of paper the bookstore owner was reading.
"Oh, this
is a newspaper being trialed in the exchange and various villages. From now on, news and announcements from the Blackwood territory will be released through this medium." Copson waved the paper covered in text in front of Jamie. Jamie, a Magic Tower merchant, scoffed at this inefficient administrative method of using expensive paper and text to convey territory news. "Ha, with so many illiterates, what's the point of issuing this? It seems the Lord occasionally gets muddled too. To use a disposable consumable like paper for such a thing, and even pay the wages of scribes, it was simply madness. There were only a few people who could handle a pen. Even if they were all gathered, it would be difficult to meet the needs of every village." Although Jamie admitted that Lord Isaac often came up with novel things, he felt that the Lord was still too young and lacked experience this time. That's not necessarily true. There will be more and more literate people in the future. The Lord is currently building schools. It's written right here in the newspaper. He said that regardless of status, any resident can learn to read and write for free. Learn to read for free. He was actually going to popularize knowledge that only the children of the wealthy and nobles could learn.
Seriously? Does he have so much money he doesn't know where to spend it? What else does it say?
He says that with the popularization of text and books, the problems of presbyopia and farsightedness will become increasingly prominent.
So, he also intends to grind glass into lenses to make glasses.
He says they can magnify objects, allowing the elderly to regain the vision of their youth. What was farsightedness?
and what were lenses ground from glass and glasses?
TCH, how many of those nonsensical things can he even sell? He had heard the Lord obtained a large amount of soda ash from somewhere and built a workshop, and now he was going to use expensive glass to make such strange things. Jamie completely failed to understand. One could make plenty of money just by making glass beads. Why bother with such useless efforts? In any case, this new Lord always comes up with novel policies and gadgets, and in my view every single one of them is quite extraordinary as expected of an apostle of God. It's no wonder his followers grow crazily every year. My relative has already become a fanatic follower of his, proselytizing to me every time we meet. It's really annoying. Just as the bookstore owner said, the expansion speed of the Elysian faith recently was unbelievable.
Not only did they practice selfless devotion and conduct missionary activities without charging any fees, but the successive victories of the apostle also attracted more and more people to join.
Now it had reached a point where other religions could no longer find a foothold. Homecopson, anyway, just take all these books. These are bound in sturdy and durable high-grade parchment, and they have illustrations hand-drawn by famous painters. They are top-quality copies of Introduction to Magic. For your sake, I'll only charge you 10 gold coins per book.
As a merchant holding a strong hand, his tone was filled with confidence.
He had brought a total of 8 books, which together were enough to buy a small log cabin.
But he had heard that the Blackwood territory had recently absorbed an entire school of mages and was training new mages there. Since there was a demand, reselling books was the best way to make money. Jamie triumphantly placed the parchment books on the counter. However, Copson, the bookstore owner, who should have been in urgent need of these books, looked at him with a strange expression. In the end, he even looked at Jamie with a gaze of pity. You don't seem to know the market price for books here, do you?
Dave,
what do you mean? Copson didn't answer, but instead placed something on the counter. It was an identical copy of Introduction to Magic as the one the Magic Tower merchant had brought out, only it was made of paper.
He already had 30 such books in his shop, just waiting for merchants to transport them away. This one is 20 silver coins per copy.
Although the quality is slightly lower, the illustrations and content are the same, and with your previous quote, one could buy about 50 of these. According to the newspaper issued by the Lord, from now on, there would be no need to slaughter dozens of sheep, use up hundreds of quill pens, or hire scribes for months, just to copy a single book. Anyone familiar with the legendary Lord Isaac knew how deep his methods ran. The Lord must have achieved something remarkable again at that rumoured Blackwood workshop. Impossible. How can books be so cheap? What about the production time and labour costs?
I don't know, that's why I said this lord is not simple. Precisely because of this, only the shrewdest merchants would closely monitor news from the Blackwood territory at all times.
It was said that even the dignitaries of the Kingdom of Jura had personally visited this place. Cookopson, my books are top shelf goods.
They still have their value.
As I said, the concept of books here has changed. The primary purpose of books is to spread knowledge, not for collection.
The price of parchment in Con Village has already plummeted.
Oh, you haven't hoarded a lot of it, have you? Oh, damn it. Jamie immediately let out a pained wail.
Looking at the books, whose value had crashed before him, and thinking of the books he had stockpiled at home, he suddenly clutched his heart.
Pain. Too much pain. At this moment, he was like an old investor trapped in a stock market crash. The market prices in the Blackwood territory changed in the blink of an eye. Ultimately, Jamie lost control.
Like a degenerate gambler who went all in at the peak price, he kicked over the counter and began to curse uncontrollably.
Si, it's alright, you're not the first, I understand you.
However, it's truly a pity. The books in your hands can no longer be sold for a good price here.
The Lord has already announced that printing will continue, and the price of books will surely drop further. I advise you to quickly head to the Kingdom of Jura or the Saxon Empire. They probably haven't received the news there yet. You might still be able to recover some of your costs. Copson, the bookstore owner, shook his head helplessly and gave a kind reminder.
Jamie only then snapped out of it, immediately realizing that if he didn't handle this properly now, he might lose a fortune. Without time for another word, he hurriedly packed his bundles and left the bookstore without stopping.
By the way, President Miko set off with a large number of books a few days ago. We better move fast.
Jamie felt as if he were holding a bomb that could explode at any moment. He had only taken a few steps when he heard the bookstore owner shouting behind him, "Run! Remember to run as fast as you can, tilde tilde." A Magic Tower merchant, who originally wanted to make a fortune in the Blackwood territory, was now fleeing Port Albrum as if his pants were on fire.
Damn it, why do I feel like I can't offload them anymore? A dark green wave will sweep across the entire continent.
The army of the Hyde Kingdom had joined the war against the Draco Kingdom with great ambition, but in the end, it was a wasted trip, and they only received some war reparations from Lord Isaac as compensation.
Queen Priscilla was very disappointed, but just as the saying goes, use sweets to dilute sadness. The gift sent from the Blackwood territory made her a little happier. In a moment, Hilda, a gift carefully wrapped in oil paper appeared during afternoon tea time. Find Taiwan novels on Taiwan novel websites where the excitement awaits. It was exactly the chocolate she had tasted once before. The unique sweetness filled her mouth, and the silky texture brought a long absent happy smile to her face. Chocolate made from a mixture of cocoa powder, butter, and sugar was like an oasis in a desert, injecting vitality into a weary body and mind. Every time she sent an envoy to the Blackwood territory, Queen Priscilla would subtly ask at the end of her letters if there was any more chocolate. Now that the Blackwood territory had established a firm foothold in the western continent, it seemed they could finally resume chocolate production.
"Is it really that delicious, your majesty?"
The female knight's curious gaze was fixed intently on the hard piece of chocolate. Lucy Bravana watched with interest as the brown chocolate slowly disappeared into the Queen's mouth. It's a taste that makes one feel glad to be connected to the western continent.
"Lucy, do you want to try some?"
The Queen pinched off a small piece with her fingertips, which was stained with melted chocolate, and generously offered it to Lucy.
Looking at the increasingly plump Queen, Lucy politely declined her kindness. After carefully taking a sip from the white porcelain teacup in her hand, she said with a smile that she would try it later.
Queen Priscilla noticed some unknown powder floating in her teacup and asked curiously,
"By the way, Lucy, what have you been drinking?"
"It doesn't look like tea leaves."
"This is a gift from Isaac.
He said it was to thank me for fighting alongside him in the western continent last time," Lucy said, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth.
The powder swirling in the teacup was magic crystal stone powder. Her Majesty felt a bit envious that Lucy was held in such high regard by Isaac, but she became worried when she heard the words magic crystal stone.
"That stuff can't be consumed directly, can it?"
"I remember the mages saying it's very dangerous."
"Yes, but Isaac said he has completely removed the side effects of the magic crystal stone."
"Oh, is it the extremely rare type of magic crystal stone without side effects produced in the western continent?"
"You really received a very precious gift, Lucy."
"Yes, indeed." To think he gave the precious western continent produced magic crystal stone with no side effects to a quasi-sword saint who was about to break through to the next realm. Queen Priscilla suddenly felt that although Isaac seemed nonchalant, he was actually quite good at winning people's hearts. She picked up another piece of chocolate and put it in her mouth. Crunch! The two women were temporarily freed from their busy work, enjoying a moment of rest. However, after the brief relaxation, new work came knocking.
"I apologize for interrupting your afternoon tea, your majesty."
Achilles, the chief attendant, seemed to have heard some news and rushed over, his breathing still a bit hurried.
He was not a frivolous or reckless person, so although the Queen sighed, she still asked him what had happened. "It is said the orcs from the Kirk Kingdom have already infiltrated our borders. They're scouting for information everywhere as if they are conducting reconnaissance." Queen Priscilla fell silent upon hearing this news. The Kirk Kingdom were not entirely without contact with the Hyde Kingdom. Though rare, there had been merchants or envoys travelling between them in the past. But during the kingdom's civil war, the Kirk Kingdom had set foot on the kingdom's soil as mercenaries and participated in the war. Moreover, some of their recent actions appeared very suspicious.
Although their intentions are suspicious, we can't punish them just because they are active within our borders, can we?
Are there any other reports? Yes, but I believe we should send people to secretly monitor them until they leave our borders.
Queen Priscilla nodded, agreeing with the chief attendant's suggestion. The report stated that there were about 40 orcs active within the kingdom. Alright, since they are monitoring us, we must also keep a close eye on them. Could this be a struggle for power between the rising High Kingdom and the Kirk Kingdom?
This headache-inducing news caused Her Majesty to stuff another piece of chocolate into her mouth, silently praying in her heart, "I hope nothing goes wrong."
The top of Green Hill, where the wind howled and swept past, a figure stood tall and imposing. It was the Orc King Ironker, who was surveying the fertile and rich human territory before him with a bone-chilling gaze. The corners of his mouth twisted slightly, revealing a pair of tusks, as sharp as a wild boar's, striking fear into anyone who saw them.
Beside him stood the Orc shaman priest Tacit, who thrust the massive scepter in his hand into the ground like a banner, and stood there quietly, like a silent statue.
Tacit, do you know him?
My god once told me that this vast eastern continent originally belonged to us orcs. Ironker's voice was low and powerful, as if containing endless strength and majesty. His eyes revealed a nostalgia for past gloried days and a great ambition for the future. When he mentioned the time before humans and halflings had flourished, a light flickered in his eyes.
Hearing this, Shaman Priest Tacit's face showed a look of surprise, his eyes widening as if he couldn't believe it.
I didn't know that such an era even existed.
Ironker smiled slightly and said with a hint of mockery,
"It's not surprising. In the distant past, we orcs didn't bother to leave any records of that glorious history. Because back then, we acted on instinct rather than reason, and this pure power made us incredibly strong."
His words flowed with longing and yearning for that era.
It was said that in that era, orcs were not bound by reason, but relied entirely on instinct to act. Their power was unparalleled, enough to make the whole world tremble. This formidable strength made Ironker's heart yearn for it, and he also desired to recreate the glory of those years.
Now standing here and staring at this land that once belonged to his race, a strong desire ignited in his heart to take back everything that was lost and restore the glory of the past.
That's the West. That arrogant High Elf Empress asked us to capture Duke Blackwood as a condition for supporting us.
Duke Blackwood is in that direction.
HMPH, to think the Empress of the Empire would care so much about a single lord. Orc King Ironker was quite impressed by the flat road leading to the Blackwood territory.
"Such a smooth and long road would make an excellent marching route." She said Duke Blackwood insulted her in a letter, and she wants to capture him and have him lick her feet.
Ha ha, how absurd. Ironker couldn't quite understand the ways of city folk for a moment, so he was quite disdainful of the High Elf Empress's perverse taste. And she said the Blackwood territory possesses powerful weapons and warned us to be careful, even with support. I also remember what those guys who fought as mercenaries said. It's supposedly a weapon that can penetrate steel, but the reload speed seems very slow, just like a crossbow. Then before our absolute numbers, they will be completely defenseless.
They had dealt with slow and powerful weapons like crossbows countless times.
Just have the people charge while they are reloading.
If 10 people aren't enough, then 100.
If that's not enough, then 1,000, 10,000. The enemy would eventually be overwhelmed by them. Orcs were never afraid, they just needed to overwhelm firepower with numbers. I'm really looking forward to the day we dye this battle axe red with human blood
and screams.
Yes, I am also looking forward to it very much. The gods had already revealed it to him. The orcs would rediscover their forgotten nature and the strength of their prime, and reclaim their lost lands.
Valhalla is right before our eyes.
Kill every creature taller than a wheel. Establish a world that belongs only to orcs. Just as their racial god Uruk once said, the dark green wave will sweep across the entire continent. Orcs. Cooperation between elves and orcs. The Blackwood firing range was where Isaac tested various new weapons. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Isaac donned a black ogre hide coat that had been oil-soaked and hardened.
This unique leather armor was tough in texture, lightweight, yet provided defense no less than that of metal armor.
They had actually used ogre hide instead of cowhide to replicate the light armor popular in the 16th century.
Clicks-clacks.
Isaac strapped on Blackwood-made plate armor over his chest, put on a lightweight helmet that could be converted into a fully enclosed helmet, and wore greaves on his legs beneath the leather coat. This was the individual equipment of the Blackwood Territory Musketeers. It could be said that this set was countless times ahead of the equipment of soldiers in this world. Isaac felt that even if he were only equipped with a bayonet, he could become a pikeman no inferior to any regular army. "Sir Handsome, Lord Isaac." Effie immediately clapped and praised him after he finished dressing. Igni clicked her tongue in frustration from the side she had been beaten to it.
"Toddlin, let me see it."
As the representative of the armory, the dwarf Toddlin cautiously handed the new weapon to Isaac. To be precise, rather than a new weapon, it was a modification of the existing Alt rifle into a breech-loading rifle.
Click!
The hinge made a metallic clashing sound. Isaac opened the chamber door of the new trapdoor rifle and quickly shoved a brass-colored metal bullet inside.
Then he closed the chamber door and pulled the hammer.
Aiming at the target, he pulled the trigger.
Bang! The heavy recoil slammed into Isaac's shoulder, the muzzle trembled violently, and the wooden target was blown to pieces. Truly incredibly fast shooting. Click! Isaac opened the chamber door again, removed the smoking shell casing, and then repeated his previous actions.
Load fire, eject casing, reload fire.
Ban, click, clap, ban. Both the loading speed and the rate of fire far exceeded those of muzzle-loading rifles. Moreover, because there was no need for a ramrod, one could reload even while lying down or prone. In less than a minute, 10 wooden targets were shattered, forming a sharp contrast to the smoothbore gun, which could only fire once every few dozen seconds. The knights and vassals couldn't help but burst into applause, letting out waves of admiration.
My goodness, that sluggish old rifle can actually fire so quickly.
Through unremitting research, you are ushered in the era of breech-loading weapons, achievement points, plus 10,000 points.
From the moment the smoothbore gun was invented, Isaac had been working toward breech-loading weapons.
The goddess who had been watching him from the start seemed to recognize his efforts. Although they hadn't yet reached the level of using magazines and bolt-action mechanisms, they had undoubtedly stepped into the era of breech-loading weapons. The gap between them and non-industrialized nations had widened further. Toddlin, speed up the conversion. Modify every rifle in the armory into this type for me. Say more hard work. I understand. With this weapon, the Blackwood army could gradually phase out pikemen. An army composed entirely of breech-loading rifles and musketeers was about to be born. Also, Miller,
How is that barbed wire I mentioned earlier coming along?
the furnaces of Blackwood territory, by extending decarburization time and utilizing fire elemental spirits, could now mass-produce low-carbon wrought iron instead of steel. All of this was for the purpose of manufacturing sharpness barbed wire to stop enemies. It's finished.
The blacksmiths are drawing the molten iron into fine wires and mass-producing barbed wire.
There will be a large quantity soon.
Oh, good, very good.
Distance was their weapon. With a tool to stop enemy melee charges, it was as if they possessed a massive army.
Furthermore, they now possess Gatling machine guns with 300 to 400 rounds per minute and breech-loading rifles.
If the enemy still acted as before, knowing only how to overwhelm. With numbers then, what awaited them would be a World War I-style purgatory woven from Gatling, machine guns, barbed wire, and breech-loading rifles.
Asterisk.
Nothing in the world is absolute.
Even forces that seem like fire and water can sometimes come together for common interests. Such was the case now for the High Elves and Orcs, who shared a common enemy in humans. Not long ago, the High Elf emissaries of the Avalon Empire promised to provide a large amount of supplies and materials on the condition of supporting the invasion of the eastern continent. Now they had arrived as promised, bringing with them fully loaded cargo.
Whoosh, thud.
Before all the uncivilized Orcs, the High Elf emissaries triumphantly demonstrated repeating crossbows that contain the essence of magical engineering. The Empire's new weapons possessed the power to easily pierce through inferior armor, and with bowstrings composed of mana, they could fire bolts continuously. The firebolts were like skewered snacks piercing through the coarse ogre-hide armor used as targets. Following that, the emissaries demonstrated flame ballistae that fired using mana.
These were mass-produced magical items designed and manufactured by Her Majesty Empress Siona based on knowledge from divine revelation.
Although the merfolk hadn't been able to fully utilize these good things and had sunk along with their ships, this was land, and the situation was completely different. Do you see? This is the magical engineering of the High Elf race. The High Elves proudly finished their demonstration and looked provocatively toward the throne built of stone and bone. However, contrary to their expectations, the Orcs looked on with indifference, and some even let out disdainful sneers.
High Elves, are you insulting us?
Seeing the Orcs suddenly change their faces, the High Elf emissaries were momentarily baffled. They had showcased magical items that any race on the western continent would dream of, but there was no way they should be getting this kind of reaction. Point is, we don't use ranged weapons.
Crossbows.
To think you'd have us use such cowardly weapons, do you want none of us to enter Valhalla? The Orcs one after another cursed the crossbows as despicable weapons that would prevent entry. The High Elf emissaries were speechless. This group of Orcs was treating the magical items they had brought across the sea like trash, dumping them all on the ground and abandoning them. Meanwhile, those Orcs were each brandishing battle axes and maces, shouting excitedly that only warriors who personally crushed the heads of their enemies could enter Valhalla.
The exchange between two races that were ill-suited to begin with instantly turned into a farce.
This is preposterous.
Seeing the precious weapons they had brought discarded because they violated religious tenets, the High Elf emissaries were furious. Looking at these shouting Orcs, they got angry for a moment. After all, to pick a fight in the territory of these lunatics, they would have to be pretty crazy themselves. It was just a pity, for the equipment they had spent so much effort to send their new Orcs weren't very reasonable, but they hadn't expected them to be so stubborn and set in their ways.
Only then did they deeply realize that Orcs and Elves were complete opposites. As expected, they shouldn't have gotten involved with fellows like the Orcs.
Treacherous Elves.
You want to stop us from entering Valhalla?
Do you want to become today's dinner?
Tall High Elves, your meat must be more plentiful than a goblin's. These guys were truly lawless, actually showing such hostility toward the race providing them with support. In fact, some Orcs were salivating at the High Elves, treating them as rare prey.
Seeing this, the High Elves gasped.
Is this really a civilized race?
This was completely different from the description provided by the Imperial Intelligence Department.
This was simply like beasts barely controlling their animal instincts.
With just a slight lapse, they would open the cage
And release their bloodthirsty nature, just like the Orcs of the past.
Great King Agoka.
No one dared treat High Elf emissaries this way, not even Blackwood territory. Isaac, sorry. I have a brain. Once all the useful information from those elves is squeezed dry, I'd dare to as well. Under the threat of the orcs, the High Elf emissaries immediately sought help from the Orc King Ironker, who had accepted the Empire's support. However, Ironker simply gave a cold, wide grin, revealing his hideous fangs. The orcs went mad.
Ironker never intended to fulfill his promise from the beginning. He only wanted to obtain the High Elves' resources.
I will make good use of the supplies and weapons you sent, he said, pointing to the massive amount of armoured swords and supplies plundered from the vassal dwarven kingdom. These were things that the technologically deficient orc race could not manufacture. With these, the green tide could sweep across the eastern continent once again. As for you, the god Uruk hates you.
If you don't get out now, don't blame me for turning your bones into armors for my throne.
High Elves' bones are thin and long. They should be quite suitable. The thrones of the Orc race were all made from the bones of enemies personally slain by the Orc King, which meant that Ironker, as the Orc King, had already developed a murderous intent toward them. The Orc King, who they thought could be reasoned with, now seemed to be the craziest fellow of all.
It made sense. How could the King of Madmen not be mad himself?
The High Elves' envoys glared at him one by one, but upon hearing they might become materials for a throne, they immediately fled in terror. The orcs burst into laughter as they watched the High Elves' envoys flee in panic. These beasts, they even eat intelligent beings, and turn their bones into exhibits.
The High Elves cursed in low voices with looks of disgust as they escaped.
However, it seemed their objective had also been achieved. The overflowing brutal nature of these orcs was enough to turn the eastern continent into a hellscape. According to Her Majesty, the Empress's plan, they had successfully sown chaos and poison across the eastern continent, and that was enough. The High Elves comforted themselves with this thought and quickly fled from the orcs' territory. In autumn, maple leaves dyed the earth red, and farmers began sowing winter wheat. Effie stood by the window, looking with satisfaction at the busy scene in the fields of the Lord's castle. Under the command of the straw hack wearing Lord Isaac, of velociraptors wearing yokes were ploughing the fields. Their strength was so great that their ploughing efficiency was not inferior to that of oxen, drawing bursts of admiration from the subjects. The soil was ploughed flat and soft, removing weeds and making it easy for crops to take root. People scattered fertilizer known as the blessing of the goddess, and the apostle bent over it and began sowing seeds in preparation for next summer. Under the warm sun, farmers wiped sweat from their foreheads, occasionally tugging at their sweat-soaked clothes as they worked diligently. In the distance, in the planned fields, the western continent crop cotton bloomed white like snowflakes. Elf botanists and farm women gathered in small groups chatting, while picking cotton into baskets. By summer, the ripe ears of wheat would bow their heads as in previous years, and golden waves would ripple across the territory.
The faces of the sowing farmers and the children who came to watch were filled with happy smiles.
Where else could be more prosperous or peaceful than here? Rat-tat-tat.
The window on the other side offered a different scene.
On the training grounds of the Lord's castle, soldiers were undergoing intense training focused on new weapons. Lord Isaac always said, like a mantra, peace without power is just a hollow cry.
If you want to protect this prosperity, you must always be ready with clenched fists. Rat-tat-tat-tat.
Deafening continuous roars echoed in all directions. This was the new weapon of the Blackwood army that had been a hot topic among the soldiers and elf rangers lately. A heavy weapon that could fire continuously just by turning a crank without the need for long reloading times. In front was the sharpness barbed wire that Lord Isaac repeatedly emphasized, and the Gatling machine gun was equipped with a new drum magazine filled with 400 rounds. Effie looked at Lord Isaac working in the fields, wondering how he had designed such complex weapons. A lord who loved farming so much yet enjoyed designing and developing such terrifying weapons. He really was a contradictory person. Little did she know that within this young lord's body dwelt a Huaxia soul who could drop a hoe and shoulder a gun to go to the battlefield.
Oh,
I didn't expect it to be useful in everyday life too. It's more efficient than ploughing with oxen or horses. The human, lord, and the dragon might train a high five to celebrate the success of the newly introduced dragon ploughing method. Aside from developing new technologies and popularizing printing and religion, Isaac also poured a lot of heart into agriculture, which even Luddy acknowledged. His knowledge of crops surprised all the elf botanists. However, whenever it came to spring ploughing or autumn harvest, he would always complain, "Why do I have to do this again?" He was a strange man. For some reason, Effie found this side of him very special and attractive. Those around her were always urging her to go for it if she liked him, but as a member of a long-lived race, she always took a let nature take its course attitude toward relationships. Even just watching him from afar made Effie feel incredibly happy.
A gentle breeze blew, stirring her shining blonde hair. Under the warm sun, Effie rested her chin on her hands, silently admiring the black-haired youth working in the fields.
Suddenly, a white-haired beauty appeared in her field of vision and jogged over to stand with Lord Isaac. That was Priestess Igni. Lately, she had been following Lord Isaac everywhere using the excuse of building a temple. She generously bestowed divine grace and was well loved by the people, but she also made Effie feel very concerned. At the moment, the farmers were praising her and Lord Isaac is a match made in heaven, as they usually did. Igni seemed to enjoy this praise as well, tucking her hair behind her ear and smiling shyly like a young girl in spring. This scene planted a small seed of anxiety in the heart of a certain leisurely elf.
Recently, the new products library brought back from the Blackwood territory had become a hot topic in the Haviland family. Sweet chocolate made from cocoa powder, a crop from the western continent, and amber-coloured rum with a faint hint of molasses had both piqued the halfling's great interest.
"Library, what is this?"
"This is rum.
It's said to be easier to sober up from than ordinary alcohol. The halfling's love for alcohol was no less than that of the dwarves. After Blackwood beer,
they began to try Blackwood rum.
Oh, this liquor is so sweet, asterisk cough cough exclamation asterisk.
The first halfling to drink it widened his eyes and let out an exclamation, and the curious halflings immediately gathered around.
What's wrong?
Is it strong?
They didn't hesitate to pick up the rum, drinking cup after cup. It doesn't look that strong, asterisk cough cough exclamation asterisk.
What is it?
How strong is Ugg?
Truly living up to its name as firewater, the high-proof spirit made the halflings feel as if their throats were on fire, and they groaned in pain one after another.
Why this liquor gets you drunk easily.
The taste is very unique, it should sell very well.
Thus rum gradually became popular among the halflings.
The grandmother of the family watched all this silently, frowning as she rebuked Library. So you didn't form a marriage alliance with the powerful Blackwood territory, but only brought back this strange liquor and black powder. Library
always brought substantial profits to the family, but this time she had returned empty-handed except for some strange products which made her very unhappy. Moreover, some bad rumors had been circulating in the eastern continent recently.
Library,
although you are very capable, you are the 12th in line for succession.
Your inheritance rank is very low. Do you understand your situation?
The important task I gave you is to establish a close relationship with Duke Blackwood, but you brought back such a disappointing result.
Although Duke Blackwood was only a lord, he was ranked alongside the Saxon Empire and the Hyde Kingdom as one of the three major powers.
It was said that despite having such great power and high status, he did not yet have a suitable marriage partner.
This was a golden opportunity for the Durak Kingdom. Furthermore, merchants from various places had recently reported that the movements of the orcs were somewhat unusual. Not long ago, orcs were active near the Durak Kingdom like scouts.
Every time an orc king was born, the orcs would bring turmoil to the world, so to be safe, she had to facilitate a marriage between Library and Lord Isaac.
However, you actually came back without even mentioning it.
If you had succeeded, your status in the family would be unmatched. You actually missed such a great opportunity. Is this what I taught you?
Don't you know that we have always adopted a policy of conciliation toward the powerful?
That's how we control the Durak Kingdom.
Library, you grandmother, he knows about the silkworms.
Always so scientific. WH what?
The grandmother was stunned upon hearing these unbelievable words. Library emphasized the shocking fact once again.
Lord Isaac knows the production method for silk.
What he wants are the silkworms.
Only then did the grandmother understand the reason for Library's hurried return.
Who on earth leaked the secret?
This was a secret recipe that the Havlin family had never leaked. The usually calm and composed aunt also couldn't help but gape in surprise.
How on earth did he find out?
Asterisk.
After the harsh winter, spring arrived, and all things began to recover.
The wheat sown in autumn began to head. They had done a lot of preparation during the winter for their independence.
Through division of labour in the armory, they converted bows, smoothbore guns, and rifles to breech loading.
To handle potential emergencies, they continuously conducted 3 divine tools training centered on the Gatling machine gun, musketeers, and barbed wire.
If spearmen were to be phased out, and the army composed entirely of musketeers, they would have to abandon the old system and adopt a new one. They planned to establish a modernized army, setting up ranks equivalent to sergeants and officers for tighter command. To this end, they established a non-commissioned officer school, and everything was proceeding according to plan. The centaur female warriors who conducted reconnaissance during the winter occasionally brought back strange reports.
There were always 3 or 4 orcs wandering near the Blackwood territory, seemingly monitoring them.
Most of the orcs they had encountered before were wild orcs of the forest who treated humans as food, so Purse and Tama wanted to open fire several times, but held back.
Isaac had also recently heard of some strange movements concerning the Kirk Kingdom, but he thought they should be different from the wild orcs in the forest, and only hoped nothing would happen.
In this busy spring, strangely, envoys from the Saxon Empire, the Durak Kingdom, and the Hyde Kingdom all arrived at the Blackwood territory in a hurry at almost the same time.
Miller George realized the gravity of the situation, and after gathering intelligence, he rushed to the Lord's room.
My lord, the orcs seem to have gone mad.
Isaac didn't quite understand at first, but after hearing everything he couldn't help but nod.
These orcs really have gone mad. The best time to become independent.
There is a story that circulates in the eastern continent.
When the Orc King who unites all tribes is born, waves will rise across the world and a green tide will sweep in all directions.
But this is a very, very ancient legend, and basically no one believes it anymore.
However, today, in the Agoda Hills of the Kingdom of Kirk, orcs are surging like a tide, and this mythical story is about to play out once again.
Wag.
P.S. Wag. This word encapsulates war combat, approaching rites, and expeditions of destruction all in one.
Since the appearance of the Orc God's Apostle, the Orcs' fertility has exploded.
It is said that the Agoda Hills, where the previous Orc King declared war for the sake of war, have now been completely submerged by the green tide. Tessit, the shaman priest serving the Orc King, watched the Orc's mountain shaking, ocean roaring shouts, and enthusiasm, a satisfied smile appearing on his face.
He felt he was witnessing a legendary moment that would be recorded in the annals of history.
Ionka, the Orc King who had unified the various tribes, held his platinum battle axe high in front of everyone. This battle axe, crafted by dwarven hands, was something he had ruthlessly refused to return, and instead seized, even after the former High Owl's envoy pleaded for its return. With no public speech for the sake of formality, he simply shouted "Wag" over and over in a booming voice. Wag.
This shout was to restore the glory of the Orc race that once ruled the eastern continent. Such a long and loud wag shout would awaken all orcs.
It is no exaggeration to say, almost every single orc.
Warlock.
This was not a declaration of war, but a feast dedicated to the god.
Under the blessing of the orc god Urag, the green tide sweeping, the world began to pulse once more.
Asterisk.
What? How many did you say are coming?
In the meeting room of the Lord's castle, the future of the Blackwood territory and all affairs of the land were decided.
The vassals were in an uproar after hearing the emergency letters from various countries and Miller's shocking report.
The orcs have launched a full-scale offensive against human nations, and the number is as high as 500,000.
500,000.
This was an unbelievable figure in this backward fantasy world.
What? They must be crazy.
The vassals of the duchy were terrified by this enemy count that far exceeded expectations.
This was equivalent to a total mobilization for all-out war by a nation, something unimaginable in a feudal society.
Is this an exaggerated number to request reinforcements?
Exactly. Which country could possibly bring an army of 500,000 to the battlefield?
What about their supplies? A country would collapse like that. We cannot blindly believe this news.
People talked all at once, creating a scene of chaos.
It was truly too incredible. How would 500,000 people eat?
This was way too exaggerated. However, Isaac, who had lived in a country with a standing army of millions in his past life, calmly shook his head and said to the vassals,
"Don't be so quick to doubt.
We cannot look at such madness through a rational lens.
We must assume it is true and take action." The orcs launched a surprise attack on all nations of the eastern continent without a declaration of war.
This showed they had lost their minds.
By the way, how are these orcs solving their supply problem?
Although Isaac believed the number of orcs was indeed 500,000, he still couldn't understand their food supply issue.
It was said that an adult orc's appetite was staggering, capable of eating a whole pig on the spot.
500,000 orcs.
If they ate their fill, they would consume 500,000 pigs in a single day.
What a staggering number.
It was impossible for orcs to have a systematic supply method, nor could they have stockpiled enough food.
They couldn't possibly be like the Blackwood territory, which possessed the agricultural output and industrial capacity to easily support 10,000 people. Could they be marching on empty stomachs, Miller? Do you have any news?
Since the green tide began in the east, some time had already passed by the time the news reached the Blackwood territory on the western frontier.
Aden, a small kingdom bordering Kirk, had already fallen, and other nearby small kingdoms were urgently preparing for war.
By this time, the initial supplies the orcs carried should have been exhausted.
At first, they seemed to be feeding the orcs with supplies obtained from somewhere, but once those ran out, they began local procurement. The knight, who had fought orcs in the forest in his youth, answered with a complex expression and a furrowed brow. Local procurement. In that small kingdom,
they can't be eating grass like herbivores, can they? Is there enough livestock there for 500,000 people? If there really were that many orcs, even if they only ate grass, they would strip everything along the way bare.
All that would be left behind would be a barren wasteland.
They eat people.
Aren't humans the most numerous animals on the eastern continent?
Asterisk, hiss, asterisk.
The meeting room of the Blackwood territory fell silent instantly, leaving only the sound of everyone drawing in a cold breath.
Isaac, frowning, just like Miller, asked,
"I heard that unlike wild orcs, civilized orcs do not eat people."
"My lord, they choose not to eat. It's not that the asterisk can't asterisk eat."
The mystery of the 500,000 strong orc army's supplies was solved.
This was the first time Isaac had heard of such a way of marching.
They were frantically declaring war in all directions, and their suppressed nature had completely exploded. This medieval fantasy world was indeed full of incredible things everywhere.
Quest trigger. Unite the forces of the eastern continent and stop Urag's ambition.
Establish an orc interception line incomplete. The goddess demanded Isaac stop those orcs who were staining the eastern continent red with blood. Urag must refer to the racial god behind the orc king. He was the culprit behind all this calamity. Anyway, my lord, some kingdoms are already in a desperate situation. They are requesting the Blackwood territory to send troops for support.
What do you intend to do?
The situation was urgent, and the help of the Blackwood territory was vital to them.
Miller asked for Isaac's opinion, and the eyes of the vassals were all focused on him.
What was originally thought to be just an ordinary conflict between nations now seemed to be a crisis concerning the fate of the eastern continent. But crisis and opportunity always coexist. Isaac silently took a sip of warm black tea, the tea leaves floating in the water.
That country
on Earth also began its war of independence after tea was dumped into the sea.
No monarch would be happy to see their own power split and become independent.
Setting aside that it was a betrayal of the feudal contract from the kingdom's perspective, it was equivalent to having a piece of flesh carved out alive, losing territory, population, and tax revenue.
It was a serious challenge to royal authority and a test of the king's ability to rule.
Therefore, historically, independence through secession was always accompanied by bloodshed and sacrifice. Isaac had also been thinking about where he could become independent, and this crisis seemed to show him a glimmer of hope for independence.
Perhaps they could achieve a bloodless independence with the monarch's recognition. Blackwood's blood is very precious, therefore I will take independence as the condition for participating in the war, if this request is accepted.
When Isaac clenched his fist and spoke the word independence, the vassals all swallowed nervously, seemingly sensing something.
Since fighting the orcs was unavoidable, Isaac decided to use orc blood to trade for the legal independence of the Blackwood territory.
We will no longer join
The war is their army of a small territory, but in the name of Blackwood, raising our national flag high and participating with dignity.
Oh, finally, the vassals were so excited they were almost speechless.
Indeed, thinking about it, there seemed to be no better stage than this. Everyone would witness the strength of the Blackwood army, equipped with new-style weapons. The flag of sword and axe would declare independence before the eyes of all fluttering in the wind.
Now we should call him His Majesty Isaac.
The Blackwood Territory's reply arrived.
Within the sincerely worded diplomatic rhetoric there was a cautious request for independence. When the Hyde royal family saw this letter, everyone felt that what was inevitable had finally arrived.
Ever since the Blackwood Territory ventured to the Western continent with only the kingdom's equipment, they had anticipated this.
In reality, for the Blackwood Territory, the kingdom had become dispensable. They had always been preparing for independence.
Sigh. Queen Priscilla, who had requested the Blackwood Territory to send troops against the Orcs, now picked up the letter again and sighed helplessly.
Lord Isaac possessed military might exceeding that of the kingdom's army, as well as loyal and zealous private troops. He could no longer be treated as an ordinary subject.
Duke Passus, what should we do?
Ever since she was a princess, whenever she showed displeasure, Isaac would make bold demands.
He always acted as if he could break free at any moment, and now that day had finally come.
Your Majesty, you have two choices. Send him off with a smile or fight a battle and then send him off.
Duke Passus, who had once served as regent, ruled the kingdom, and met with Lord Isaac many times, offered his advice beside her.
Queen Priscilla complained, is there no option to keep him? The Blackwood Territory is developing at an astonishing pace.
They have already opened the path to the Western continent independently, and it won't be long before their national strength surpasses that of the Hyde Kingdom.
So this might be our chance to part ways amicably. Say whose side are you on anyway, but I understand what you mean.
If she chose the former, the Blackwood Territory would become a powerful friendly nation and would send troops to participate in the war.
If she chose the latter, it would be a disaster.
Ever since she was a penniless princess, she had personally witnessed how the Blackwood Territory dealt with its enemies. I should have controlled him at all costs back then.
Isaac was originally one of the Western nobles she wanted to win over, but because of his reputation as a profligate son, she only focused on testing his character in the carriage at the time.
She never expected that this baron's profligate son would become the monarch of a nation in such a short time. She sighed in annoyance, picked up her fountain pen, and began to write a reply.
*******.
The Holy Saxon Empire, while still recovering from the wounds of war, was once again facing a terrifying large-scale invasion by the Orc King.
Emperor Emil had been busy devising countermeasures for days. He looked at the report submitted by Count Aboniev, the Sword Saint, with a puzzled expression.
Your Majesty, due to the enemy's numbers reaching hundreds of thousands, the Blackwood Territory proposes that we should not fight individually, but unite against the Orcs.
The female knight bowed her head, her black hair cascading down like the night sky.
But there were many questionable points in this report.
The proposal for an alliance was put forward by a territory, not a kingdom.
Of course, they had personally witnessed the strength of the Blackwood army on the battlefield and could no longer treat them as an ordinary territory, but procedures still had to be followed. Was this suggestion made by a duchy?
Well, they are no longer called a duchy, but Isaac is Majesty.
Well,
Emperor Emil let out a bitter laugh. It seemed that while the Orcs were rising in the eastern border, something had also happened in the western border.
On the other hand, compared to the Saxon Empire and the Hyde Kingdom, the Durat Kingdom's military strength was relatively weak. The rugged terrain, known as a natural fortress, was only effective when the enemy's numbers were limited. Facing an invasion of hundreds of thousands of Orcs, the situation was completely different. The Durat royal family was completely in a panic. The nearby small kingdoms resisting were in peril, and refugees consumed by fear streamed in endlessly.
The young king instinctively sought help from his trusted great aunt.
WH, what should we do?
Grandma Olvia, you have ascended the throne. You can no longer address me that way, Your Majesty.
Although he had worn the crown not long ago, his reliance on his family's matriarch had not diminished in the slightest.
Olvia felt she still needed to properly reprimand the vassals responsible for educating the king.
Although this king was easy to control as a monarch of a nation, he could not be so indecisive and dependent on others in front of people. At the very least, he should appear more resolute.
THN.
It seemed that mere scolding was not enough.
Olvia silently bit her lip, pondering how to punish him.
Anyway, what should we do? A territory? No. It shouldn't be considered a territory anymore. In short, they proposed forming a united army against the Orcs.
Agree to it. Lord Isaac far in the west proposed uniting against the Orcs. He was about the same age as the king before her, but what he did was completely different. Moreover, she also felt that there was no other way to repel such a large number of Orcs except to unite. The Orcs were sweeping across the eastern continent with destructive force.
Even if there had been conflicts in the past, they must now unite to confront the enormous threat.
Although the banner under which they gathered was Blackwood's, which she found a bit strange.
MHM.
I understand.
Grandmother. ******.
News of the large-scale Orc invasion also reached the magical beast forest and the western continent.
Hippo, the giant, heard from merchants travelling across the continent that humans and Lord Isaac were in crisis. She immediately grabbed her steel armor and warhammer and rushed out of her home.
Longfu saw his daughter recklessly wanting to go on an adventure again. He rubbed his forehead, trying to stop her.
I must go.
Why must you go?
His daughter was very close to the human lord,
but as the clan leader, he believed they had already repaid the favour of the forest path.
I am friends with Lord Isaac.
Friends in need must help.
Friends. Hippo heard her father's question and made a fist bump gesture.
This was the giant racer's ritual for making friends. Even so, no. Longfu stopped mid-sentence, because he saw the strong will burning in Hippo's eyes visible through the visor of her steel armor. This made him feel immense pressure. To be honest, Hippo was the largest among the giant race, and equipped with steel armor, almost no one could defeat her now. Although she was his daughter, she possessed astonishing destructive power. At this point, he even wondered if an orc who would be crushed to death by a single stomp could even injure her. Sigh, just don't get hurt, don't get hurt. I will try my best. After getting permission, Hippo happily jumped in place.
Longfu heard the dull thudding sound of her heavy steel armor combined with her enormous weight, and sighed with a complex expression.
Entered Duchy on the western continent. News of the Orc King's invasion, and the unification of all humans on the eastern continent against the Orcs also reached Azazel, the succubus.
So she ran to King Freya Vanadis and made a suggestion.
Of course, participating in the war will be dangerous, Lady Freya. But just as I personally secured many promises on the battlefield last time, I am certain that this time we can also gain greater rewards.
King Frey looked at the succubus's sparkling pink eyes and tilted her head in confusion. Azazel's silver hair cascaded down like a waterfall shining in the sunlight like the moon of the Dark Elves. Moreover, the connection between the two continents will become even closer in the future. If we help out this time, we can gain goodwill from all the eastern continent nations and expand our business.
And Lady Freya, do you think we would lose with Lord Isaac on our side?
The last sentence was very convincing. She still clearly remembered the might of the Blackwood army she had seen at sea. Furthermore, she had once been helped by Lord Isaac, saving her life, so she also owed Lord Isaac a favour, just as she was seriously considering whether to deploy the Dutch's army. Assemble. History teaches us that in the face of racial genocide, even surrender offers no escape from death. Faced with unprecedented brutality and a crisis for humanity, the three nations of the eastern continent, long embroiled in conflict, finally joined hands. Leading this coalition was none other than the rising power, Blackwood. At Isaac's suggestion, they gathered all their armies along the banks of the Tay River, known as the lifeline of the eastern continent. The total number of assembled troops reached as high as 140,000. Despite these nations having been embroiled in various conflicts like wars of succession and struggles for the throne, the monarchs conscripted every available man in the face of a crisis concerning the fate of their races. In fact, anyone capable of holding a weapon was dragged onto the battlefield. It was no exaggeration to say the entire population was at war. Yet even so, compared to the Orc race, where a single individual could easily handle 4 human males, the strength of this allied army still paled in comparison. After all, their opponents were the Orcs, known as a warrior race, and they numbered a full 500,000. Therefore, everyone was anxiously waiting for the arrival of a force that, while small in scale, was exceptionally powerful. Except for the kingdom of Jurat, the other nations had personally experienced the strength of this army.
Weapons that spat fire and lead, unconventional tactics, ample supplies, and an extraordinary lord hailed as the apostle of God.
Blackwood is here.
When the black banners featuring the cross sword and woodcutter's axe pattern fluttered, everyone's eyes turned toward them in unison. The Blackwood army numbered only about 4,000. Considering the other nations had conscripted tens of thousands, this number seemed insignificant. But their equipment, aura, and spirit were worlds apart from the other armies. As expected, their bearing is different. Their equipment is so strange.
In this war, maybe we'll actually make it back alive.
Everyone knew that for the Blackwood army, troop numbers were just a figure. In war after war, they had used quality to crush quantity, uniform and disciplined. Even the conscripts had received regular training.
They marched in perfect unison and acted as one, appearing well-trained and pleasing to the eye.
Furthermore, they were all equipped with steel helmets and breastplates without exception. Their military appearance and equipment levels were not inferior to the regular armies of other kingdoms. The conscripts from various nations looked at the Blackwood army with envy.
What is that?
However, their surprise did not end there.
To showcase their achievements in pioneering the western continent, the Blackwood cavalry made a majestic entrance riding velociraptors. Particularly, the soldiers of the kingdom of Jurat, who were seeing even centaurs for the first time, made a great fuss like country bumpkins every time something new appeared. Soldiers from surrounding nations also looked over, and despite the centurions shouting at them to shut up, the soldiers continued to whisper among themselves.
The young king's eyes lit up with excitement as he saw the wyverns, which were legendary and said to exist only on the western continent.
Grandmother Olivia,
It's wyverns, the wyverns. Olivia narrowed her wrinkled eyes and reminded him to mind his manners.
Your Majesty, the kings and nobles of various nations are watching.
Please conduct yourself with dignity. Although it was a coalition, it was still a gathering of multiple national armies.
Did this child not sense the subtle atmosphere of undercurrents?
As a monarch, one must maintain dignity no matter what happens. Olivia silently rubbed her forehead. However, even someone as steady as Olivia couldn't help but change expression when the giant wyvern clad in steel armor, the Iron Godzilla, made its entrance, shaking the earth with a thud. Iron Godzilla. Roar. The giant dragon let out a deafening roar that matched its massive size. This time, the coalition soldiers all gaped in unison without exception. Even though they were soldiers themselves in front of the Blackwood Army, they were like civilians watching a military parade. Is this the legendary Blackwood Army? The eyes of 140,000 soldiers were firmly fixed on this small army.
War is an arena for new weapons.
For the survival of the Eastern Continent and humanity, Isaac brought every available force.
926 musketeers, equipped with 582 modified breech-loading rifles, and 344 muzzle-loading rifles, 150 Blackwood cavalry brandishing military revolver pistols, 15 field guns, 8 siege cannons, 7 80mm rifled guns capable of precision strikes, and the Gatling machine guns that he had announced for practical use to Toddlin upon his return in the summer. Unlike cannons, which were made by casting molten iron and then drilling holes with hydraulic drills, the Gatling machine gun required many precision parts. Thus, they had only produced 3 during the autumn, winter, and spring seasons.
Considering they had gathered a large number of craftsmen and established a massive armory, this production speed was indeed slow.
But who were they? They were the people of the goddess.
Isaac used the achievement points earned from previous developments and inventions to exchange for 4 additional expensive Gatling machine guns.
In particular, the new artistic techniques used to carve the goddess's appearance beautifully and kindly, which were then printed and posted everywhere, contributed greatly to earning achievement points. Whenever the number of believers increased like a snowball, the goddess would be very happy.
Taking advantage of the momentum, Isaac also equipped each Gatling machine gun with a new drum magazine holding 400 rounds and conducted rapid-fire training, boosting the rate of fire to 400 rounds per minute.
This was the full power of Blackwood. Even considering only the firearms, it was enough to rival the firepower of a division during the American Civil War.
Even placed in Earth's early modern era, it could easily destroy an ordinary army.
Finally, they had the Western Continent Velociraptors in Barden, and the Iron Godzilla waiting for its first actual combat.
This was a heterogeneous and powerful army that should not have appeared in a medieval fantasy world.
Truly surprising in your hands, Godzilla has actually been clad in steel armor.
King Freya Vanadis spoke in her usual stiff tone, her obsidian eyes shining as she looked at the Blackwood Territory's new weapons with great interest. In fact, the Western Continent's participation was completely beyond Isaac's expectations. You helped me last time, now it's our turn.
I, Freya, am not a dark elf who doesn't know how to be grateful.
She had brought 5,000 elite soldiers and explained to the puzzled Isaac that they had come specifically for the Blackwood Territory, not for any particular kingdom.
TCH, that's truly touching.
In this cruel world of deception, the friend who valued sentiment and righteousness so much was indeed rare.
Here he moved.
Ha ha ha, I almost fell in love with you, Isaac said with a laugh as he looked at Freya. They helped each other on the battlefield, were both independent powers, and were both apostles serving a god, which made Isaac feel a sense of mutual respect and kinship.
That you can't fall in love with me.
Apostles serving different gods cannot.
However, the Dark Elf King before him seemed to have slightly misunderstood Isaac's meaning. She waved her hands in a momentary panic.
Oh, I was just joking.
Is that so? To be honest, King Freya often gave Isaac the impression of a stiff soldier who didn't understand humour. Perhaps that was why the god of order chose her. Isaac suddenly felt 2 sharp gazes.
He subconsciously turned his head and found Effie and Igni both frozen there. Their expressions seemed somewhat unpleasant, however.
Thump, thump. Just as Isaac felt a bit awkward under the stares of Effie and Igni, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed from afar. At that moment, another reinforcement force emerged from the forest. They were neither from the Western Continent nor the Eastern Continent.
It's ogres. Oh, ogres have appeared in the forest.
It's his giants. The steel giant Hippo, hearing the soldiers pointing and whispering, shouted in anger.
Females of this age are sensitive. It seems she really dislikes being called an ogre.
Hippo, you're here. Her participation was unexpected.
It seems Isaac's popularity isn't bad.
Moreover, Chief Longfu actually agreed to let her come.
Oh, of course.
Isaac and Hippo bumped fists. The massive fist approached like a battering ram, then quickly retracted.
Humans so small and weak, I must protect you.
We're not that weak. The B Blackwood army is strong.
But others aren't, and I admit that.
Everyone else.
Following the giant flying dragons, giants also appeared, making others even more hesitant to approach the Blackwood army.
Are all these people here for the Lord?
True character is revealed in times of crisis. The Lord truly has won the hearts of the people.
As she walked towards the giant, royal family members and nobles also gathered around. Her Majesty Queen Priscilla, long time no see.
Lord Isaac, no, what should I call you?
Just call me Lord for now, Your Majesty.
After the war, there would naturally be a new title.
Only a few, like the Emperor and the King, knew about this, so the nobles of the Empire and Kingdom tilted their heads in confusion. Standing beside the Queen was her personal guard knight, Lucy Bridana.
Her appearance was the same as before, but her aura had changed.
Magic flowed within her in an orderly fashion, like a sharpness sword.
Lucy, have you broken through to a higher realm?
Lucy nodded.
Because she had helped Blackwood Territory on the Western Front, Isaac had been sending her magic crystal stones to remove side effects as gifts since autumn.
By the time spring arrived, she had actually become the legendary tactical weapon Sword Saint. Thanks to you to send me so many precious magic crystal stones. I will never forget this kindness. She seemed to have mistaken the magic crystal stones without side effects for the legendary, extremely rare, side effect-free magic crystal stones discovered on the western continent. In this war, no matter what happens, unless I die, I will not let you suffer a single injury, Lucy said to Isaac with a firm tone. On the battlefield of this world, having a sword saint as a bodyguard basically meant immortality. In short, this investment was very successful.
Lucy had become a blue-chip stock.
Long time no see, Lord Isaac. Surrounded by beauties, you are truly fortunate.
Emperor Emil of the Saxon Empire and Count Ebony Evlock walked over and greeted Isaac.
Standing behind them was Duke Edgar, a sword master who was commanding tens of thousands of Imperial army soldiers.
Your Majesty, Emperor Emil, long time no see.
Count Ebony, long time no see.
In times of crisis, seeing familiar faces is always comforting.
By the way, Lord, my master was also curious just now. What have you been busy with since you arrived?
Count Ebony Evlock pointed to the Blackwood soldiers setting up fortifications and asked, posing a question on behalf of her master, the Imperial Army's commander-in-chief. The Blackwood soldiers were forcefully driving stake-like iron posts into the ground and crisscrossing barbed wire over them. They also arranged musketeers' cannons and Gatling machine guns in training formations, creating a terrifying killing zone with overlapping firepower. This is a tool to prevent enemies from approaching. Even orcs will find it difficult to get close easily. Resolutely prevent the enemy from approaching. If they force their way in, they will be torn to shreds. It is a very simple but effective tool. It was the hallmark weapon of World War I. The more you struggle, the deeper you sink.
So, they act as shovel de fries. What about those carriages loaded with strange things?
Those are rebar and concrete for building fortifications.
So not weapons and food.
Count Ebony Evlock scratched her head. With an army of over 100,000 gathered here, Isaac saying that what they transported from so far away was not food and weapons made her very confused. But everything has its use. Building positions, field fortifications, civil engineering, dams, and so on. In defensive battles, rebar and concrete will play the most dazzling role. Therefore, Isaac specifically brought personnel to act as engineers.
Your Majesty, why are you just watching? Go say hello.
People from the Durak Kingdom also came over.
Nice to meet you, I am Tirith, King of the Durak Kingdom.
The king's tone seemed a bit deliberately majestic. He looked younger than Isaac.
Perhaps due to his mixed Hoffing blood, he was not tall
and had a round face. Is this a hereditary society, to rule a country so young? From the atmosphere, the middle-aged woman standing behind him seemed to be the real power holder. She looked very strict and rigid. In short, all the power holders of the Eastern continent were gathered here, all because of a letter from Isaac inviting them to fight side by side here for the future of humanity. Lord Isaac of the Durak Kingdom has joined the war at your invitation, but is there a special reason why you chose to fight here? The middle-aged woman behind King Tirith asked Isaac. Lucy told Isaac that she was from the Havlin family and was actually the de facto ruler of the Durak Kingdom. The Durak Kingdom did propose fighting the orcs in their strategically dangerous territory.
They said it was a natural fortress.
But that would weaken the power of firearms. Only on an unobstructed plain could their weapons exert their maximum power. I noticed when marching towards the Empire that the Tay River has abundant water and a rapid current. It can serve as a second line of defense after the barbed wire, and the visibility here is open, with no obstructions. The orcs will be exposed to our firepower and suffer one-sided attacks. In any era, the most vulnerable moment for an army is when their feet are submerged in water. During the Crimean War, the British army in red uniforms suffered heavy losses when crossing the Alma River against the Russian Imperial Army. The million-strong Syria army suffered disastrous losses when crossing the Salsa River, attacked from behind, with almost the entire 300,000-strong army annihilated. Therefore, Isaac had long set his sights on this rapidly flowing river, intending to make it the battlefield if the Imperial army came to intercept.
The Emperor and Count Ebony Evlock both seemed startled after hearing Isaac's explanation.
And there's another reason why I chose this place as the main battlefield, Isaac said, observing the traces of alluvial plains deposited along the river. The warrior race of orcs numbered as many as 500,000. It was said that even if arrows rained down, they would fall into a frenzy and continue to charge, so Isaac could not guarantee 100% victory. Considering that one Orc warrior was equivalent to the strength of 4 human soldiers, they were clearly at a numerical disadvantage, which had to be acknowledged, and every possible means utilized. What do you intend to do? The majestic woman behind Tirith asked. Barbed wire and wading alone would not be enough. Even if they won, they would certainly pay a huge price. Water attack. The orcs have come a long way, so they must be thirsty. If the enemy rushes in like a tide, heedless of their lives, then let them witness a real tsunami. Let them taste the water of the eastern continent.
Asterisk.
Upstream of the Tay River.
As its name Lifeline suggests, the water volume here is very abundant.
Isaac ordered people to start an interesting project here. Good, continue construction. Alright. Shafei and Hippo, upon hearing Isaac's plan, enthusiastically began their work.
Normally, a water attack targets fixed objectives, not armies, and it is very difficult to repel an army with water.
This requires strong civil engineering capabilities, precise calculations to guide the torrent in the intended direction, and sweeping them away the moment the enemy crosses the river. This is a tactic that is difficult to achieve here,
but they had merfolk water elemental spirits to guide the water flow. An elven engineering team of civil engineering experts reinforced river banks with rebar and concrete, and Hippo acting as heavy machinery. The water level is getting higher now, Shafe said with satisfaction. Isaac looked at the massive amount of river water blocked, ready to overflow the dam at any moment, and nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, the surging river forcibly held back seemed filled with anger. As long as he uses a small amount of explosives to blast it at the right time, by Kai's long canal to flooding Chen, Wang Ben's water attack on Daliang, Han Zim's drowning of Long Ju Cao Cao's water siege of Yi City, Lord Guan's drowning of the Seven Armies and capturing Yujin. There's no way around it. What our ancestors mastered was too comprehensive.
From this battle onwards, future historians in this other world will record legendary Lord Isaac flooded the orcs, utterly defeating the 500,000 orc army.
Orcs and more orcs. The hot air balloon, filled with hot air, slowly rose into the sky to perform an aerial reconnaissance mission. The wind spirit stirred, allowing the hot air balloon to fly steadily through the air. A dark elf woman with a greatsword strapped to her back curiously observed everything. King Freya Van Adys marvelled as she looked down at the battlefield and terrain from the hot air balloon. Effie, do you see such a magnificent sight every day? Freya insisted that she could control flying swords as skillfully as she handled firearms, so she felt that boarding the hot air balloon was a very wise decision.
She used to envy the Harpies who soared freely in the sky. She hadn't expected to see such a view while flying high herself.
Why are you looking at me like that?
The king's eyes, shining like obsidian, met the wood elf's eyes, which were as green as vegetation.
A playful curve touched the corners of King Freya Van Adys' mouth.
This is already the second time. Do you still find me so noble?
Because dark elves are very rare, my apologies. Indeed, dark elves were the fewest in number among the various branches, and since they were usually solitary wanderers, they were rarely seen nowadays.
Having lived for nearly 500 years, Freya was chosen to be an apostle and became a duke. She was truly a rarity among rarities.
It's all right, I find you all quite novel as well. I'm very interested in this hot air balloon and your lord. Even the god of order she served was now paying attention to Isaac. Freya's patron god whispered in her ear that those things didn't seem like the power of harmony and appeared somewhat abnormal. Effie, these firearms and hot air balloons, were they really bestowed by the goddess of harmony? My patron god says they don't seem like things of this world, but more like mysterious knowledge from another world. Effie occasionally thought so too. In this world, harmony referred to all things living together in concord and maintaining balance.
Yet Isaac's astonishing inventions and actions were far too advanced and inconceivable.
Perhaps that knowledge packaged as a gift from the goddess was actually the Lord's own achievement. Of course, she still couldn't explain how he did it. I'm not too sure about that either, but he's indeed a very mysterious and unique person. Effie nodded in agreement. She had been secretly observing Isaac for a long time. Is that so? In any case, I'm both impressed and a bit frustrated that he receives so much attention from the gods. I'll have to work harder too.
For some reason, gods have been descending and apostles have been born in many places recently.
In this age of gods, Isaac had somehow become the center of everyone's attention. Really, indeed, he always produces results full of creativity, even some that are quite whimsical. I'm always startled by him. One moment he's making a world tree bloom, and the next he's making tools like this that can fly in the sky. Effie grew excited at the mention of Isaac and began to talk incessantly. Freya looked at her and suddenly asked with a slight smile, is he worthy of the loyalty of the wood elves and centaurs? Did they follow him simply because they received his help, or because he possessed great power? Freya, the dark elf, asked Effie, who was struggling to lead the wood elves with a hint of concern. Yes. He cares deeply for his subordinates, and always leads by example. He is worthy of us laying down our lives for him. Just as the eyes are the windows to the soul, it was clear from Effie's gaze that Isaac Blackwood had not only bestowed favours upon them, but had truly moved them. He treated everyone equally without the slightest discrimination. Because of this, many different races gathered under his banner, and in Effie's eyes Freya saw a strange longing that transcended loyalty. He is a truly pure loyalty. It seems your loyalty is mixed with some personal feelings.
Oh,
W.H. what?
Of course it's pure loyalty to the Lord.
Effie's ears turned so red they looked like they might bleed. An elf in love is always easy to see through. Unfortunately, before King Freya Van Adys' 500 years of experience, the thoughts of this young elf, only 200 years old, were completely transparent. Freya smiled slightly. Youth. However, for humans with short lifespans, slowly approaching them in the elven way probably wouldn't work. She had been fighting to protect her endangered race and didn't seem to have realized this yet. He knew Freya was about to give her some advice as an elder. Just then, the silver-haired veteran ranger Reliant pointed in a certain direction and shouted, Orcs! It's seen orcs! A large group of orcs is approaching. The estimated number is probably. The veteran elf's fingers were actually trembling with fear, making it impossible to accurately estimate the enemy's numbers. King Freya Van Adys and Effie looked down and understood immediately. The rumors are true. My god, an endless wave of green. Orcs and more orcs. Dust billowed, and green orcs were everywhere. God of order. Enjoy the taste of the Tea River.
The orcs captured one small human kingdom after another, burning human villages along the way, and after a hearty meal, they continued their advance.
Just then, they encountered a human army of 140,000 on their path who were relying on a river to block the orcs' way. Even though they had been plagued by constant strife, the human nations had united to resist together in the face of the massive orc threat. However, their courage and fighting spirit were limited. When they saw the orc army of 500,000 that had devoured countless humans, they inevitably felt fear. Even from such a distance, Isaac could sense their fear and commotion. Iunka, the orc king riding a giant saber-toothed tiger, gave a contemptuous smile, revealing his hideous fangs.
Hell, look at that, Tessit.
Those cornered humans are actually putting up a futile struggle. Iunka took a vicious bite out of the arm of the small kingdom's king he had captured.
Tessit, the shaman priest riding a giant wolf, slowly stepped forward, mocking the enemy's stupidity. If they had scattered and fled, they might have been able to linger on for a while longer. Indeed, the orc warriors, their momentum like a rising rainbow, all chimed in. Under the protection of the orc god, they were reclaiming their former glory. A dark green wave was sweeping across the eastern continent, and no one could stop it.
Wherever they went, only burning ruins and mangled corpses remained.
They are deploying along the Tay River. It looks like they want to use those long-range weapons the High Elves warned us about, Great King. It was said that although those weapons could penetrate steel from a distance, their loading speed was very slow. Therefore, for the fearless orcs, who only knew how to use human wave tactics, the threat of such weapons was not significant.
So today, the people of Blackwood territory were going to be out of luck.
The water level is very low. The Tay River was a major river that traversed the eastern continent, so the orcs were familiar with it. Normally, at this time of year, the water should have been up to their waists, but for some reason, the river had dried up and barely reached their thighs.
Contrary to the humans' plan to slow down their charge, crossing the river did not seem difficult. Iunka laughed triumphantly.
Oh,
Lowly humans, even the gods have abandoned you.
To think even the weather isn't on your side.
And we have the protection of the god Urug.
Tessit's words were met with unanimous agreement from Iunka and the orc warriors.
This was an opportunity to show orcish bravery, gain the god's favour, and enter Valhalla. To provoke the enemy, Iunka shouted loudly,
Warriors,
Warg!
roar, boom.
500,000 people stepped forward simultaneously, and the earth let out a loud bang as if it were about to split open. The human soldiers were startled by this sudden vibration.
Roar,
Warak.
the orcs' roars shook heaven and earth.
The thunderous roars resounded in all directions. With 500,000 people roaring and stomping at the same time, the human soldiers were visibly shaken.
As the atmosphere reached its peak, Iunka raised the platinum battle axe that had once smashed city gates and shouted,
The time for the feast has come. The horns of attack sounded one after another. The earth trembled as the green wave surged toward the enemy. Warak.
asterisk, rumble.
The earth trembled incessantly as if it were enraged.
The orcs' charge began from the other side of the river.
Their figures blotted out the sun, and the human soldiers began to waver. Even just watching the green wave from afar was enough to make one's skin crawl. If it was this terrifying from a distance, what would it be like to face their hideous faces and swinging battle axes up close? Even though they were prepared to sacrifice themselves, they were still terrified when they saw the orc army of 500,000 with their own eyes. Their reason gradually blurred,
and their survival instinct told them run. Knights, centurions, and chiliarchs ran about, urging the soldiers on, but the commotion still could not be quelled.
Grandeur.
Shouldn't we flee back to the kingdom and close the city gates now?
The young king actually suggested fleeing in front of the coalition forces.
This was something that absolutely could not be said before a battle, as it would severely damage morale.
But no one blamed him. Even the usually serious Olivia now had a look of terror on her face. Is this what the end of the world feels like?
Was the flame of humanity about to be extinguished just like this?
The enemy's overwhelming momentum made them unable to help but think this way.
Warak.
The orcs decorated their bodies with the bones and skulls of dead humans. Each and every one of them was like a madman, their eyes crimson and filled with frenzy.
Warak.
The orc king raised his platinum battle axe in the distance, and the fanatical orcs jumped into the river one after another. The coalition soldiers stood ready, prepared to engage an enemy several times their number.
The Blackwood army also began to move, seemingly preparing something. Then the coalition soldiers witnessed an unbelievable scene.
Rat-tat-tat-tat.
Asterisk.
The orcs, disregarding casualties, rushed into the river like madmen. The Blackwood army's shells exploded over the orcs' heads, and an iron storm mowed them down in swaths.
The time was ripe. Isaac shouted loudly,
Fire.
All forces fire. The first volley of the Gatling machine guns began. The gunners quickly turned the cranks, and the crossfire from 8 Gatling machine guns poured onto the orcs. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The 8 barrels rotated frantically, spewing fire and smoke. Brass casings piled up like mountains, and the shining tracer paths ruthlessly tore through the orcs who were crossing the river.
The orcs let out shrill screams as blood sprayed wildly. They fell in swaths like autumn leaves.
Rat-tat-tat-tat.
Earth. Oh, this was a world full of monsters.
Every bullet was large caliber and immensely powerful. Bone fragments and flesh flew in all directions. The water of the Tay River was quickly dyed red with blood. Although the scene was cruel, when Isaac thought about what the orcs had done to the humans, he felt incredibly satisfied.
Wav.
The soldiers of various nations, who had originally been scared out of their wits by the enemy's momentum, finally remembered the presence of the Blackwood army when they saw them open fire with full force, and they began to cheer one after another. With a continuous firing of cannons and machine guns, corpses piled up like mountains on the surface of the Tay River, reminiscent of Omaha Beach. The orcs' legs were dragged down by the river water, and before they could cross, they were struck by machine gun bullets falling one after another with a scream. The synergy of machine guns, barbed wire, and artillery was a perfect massacre. Annihilating hundreds of thousands of enemies by relying on a great river was reminiscent of the Battle of Salsu.
Today, the orcs would experience two of the most tragic types of battles in history simultaneously.
All of this was thanks to the Blackwood army, which had unleashed its full firepower. Warag. The Orc King let out a deafening roar, though it was unclear if it was out of anger or to boost morale. However, as the Tay River turned into a sea of blood and corpses piled up like mountains, the battlefield environment changed. A massive number of corpses piled up in the river, to the point where they could be used as stepping stones to cross. The orcs abandoned their previously slow pace and let out roars, quickly rushing across the wide river. Before anyone knew it, a bridge had been built across the White River, a bridge made of corpses.
Boom rumble,
Rat-ta-ta-ta. Since the Gatling machine guns needed to be reloaded, there were brief gaps in the firepower.
The orcs took the opportunity to break through the defensive line, successfully crossed the river, and began to use their own flesh and blood to carve a path through the never-before-seen barbed wire zone. The barbed wire was covered with the blood, screams, and mangled flesh of the orcs, but if the corpses continued to pile up, they would soon be able to break through again.
Wag, wag, wag. The orcs surged forward with overwhelming momentum.
These guys were truly stubborn. If they had even a shred of reason, they should have known that as a commander, one should avoid such a charge that caused massive casualties. The Orc King on the other side of the river had initially been startled by the Blackwood army's rapid-fire attacks, but after seeing the orcs successfully break through the defensive line, he let out a mad laugh. On the other side, Isaac felt as if he were dealing with green zombies.
Effie, send the spirits upstream below the dam for me.
Fortunately, Isaac had made ample preparations.
There had been several heavy rains recently, and the water level behind the dam had already risen very high.
They had even been forced to build the dam higher than originally planned.
Yes, my lord. Effie nodded and sent Syl flying out like an arrow.
Having received the order, Shafe excitedly directed the demolition as if she were knocking down a sandcastle.
Raja Gibbs attacked the enemy with the water elemental spirits.
Raja Gibbs, the girl who had been suddenly pulled onto the battlefield, was now staring dumbfoundedly at the scene of hundreds of thousands of orcs being slaughtered.
Hearing Isaac's command, she nodded blankly.
HMPH, you only remember me at times like this.
Even in her state of shock, she didn't forget to complain.
A few seconds later, a massive explosion sounded from upstream.
Boom!
They had reinforced the dam with reinforced concrete to intercept as much of the surging river water upstream as possible.
The massive amount of water, like a small reservoir, was accumulating enormous water pressure. Now, the seal was finally broken, and a loud noise like a monster's roar came from upstream.
Boom!
The earth trembled as if some monster had awakened. The orcs, who had been surging forward like a green tsunami, were startled by the sudden roar and stopped in their tracks.
Hello!
I'll let you all get a good taste of the Tay River water. The flood, like the wrath of the sea god, swept over the orcs like a tsunami.
Crashed. The orcs who were slaughtered and collapsed.
Earlier, the 140,000-strong allied army gathered by the riverbank had been filled with doubts as they watched the Tay River, which traversed the eastern continent, gradually dry up. What on earth had happened upstream? For such a wide river, the water level had actually dropped this much. For this project, Isaac had mobilized wood elves, goblins, giants, and even combat engineers to conduct large-scale civil engineering work for several weeks. After sending out aerial reconnaissance, Isaac sensed that the orcs might charge recklessly, and immediately decided to use the torrent to wash the enemy away. Some monarchs had tried to stop him because water attacks had been attempted in the past, but the results were always less than ideal.
But today, they witnessed the result of combining Blackwood's advanced civil engineering technology with transcendent power.
Boom! A torrent like the wrath of a river god surged forth, resembling tens of thousands of warhorses made of river water galloping together. The Tay River water was like a living monster, scouring everything in the riverbed and sweeping the orcs away.
That the Tay River has gone mad.
Oh, just as Isaac predicted, the orcs frantically shouting "Wag!"
had packed the riverbed densely.
Then, like a toilet being flushed, they were swept away by the flood in one fell swoop. The soldiers, witnessing this, finally stopped feeling panic and fear. Instead, they each let out heartfelt exclamations of praise.
It actually worked.
Hello!
To think they could be washed away so easily.
Isaac had never been a man who only engaged in armchair strategy. If he said he would wash the orcs away, he would wash them away. The nobles and lords all froze in place as they watched the scene before them, dumbfounded and speechless.
So a war could be fought like this.
Even the knights, who regarded head-on confrontation and honourable combat as virtues, had to admit the power of Isaac's tactics. To think such an incredible sight existed, and it was successful.
Hello! From the Blackwood camp came a crisp sound of laughter.
The merfolk Raja Gibbs, wearing a captain's hat with her hands on her hips, looked as if she was standing upon the great sea. Did you see that? I'm the captain of the Blackwood fleet, Raja. Although she couldn't make a calm river whip up giant waves, she could easily manipulate a rushing torrent. Raja was smug, tilting her chin up as if she had achieved a great feat. Isaac and the other merfolk scratched their heads nearby, thinking, what's wrong with her?
But she didn't care at all.
On the other side of the Tay River,
the severed arm that Orc King Ionka had been half gnawing on dropped to the ground.
That's just what. The flood swept the orcs away like
Divine punishment. Armor and high morale seemed utterly fragile before it. He witnessed with his own eyes the surging river water acting like a living creature, changing direction and scope to pull and devour the orcs. What on earth is this? How could the river water be so fierce? It could even change direction to attack them, the orcs. Even though the apostles sought answers through prayer, the orc god Urag could provide no response. The key problem didn't stop there.
The corpses that had been painstakingly piled up were all swept away by the flood, and because the current was so swift, new corpses couldn't accumulate, they were simply washed downstream.
Most importantly, the water level had risen back to waist height.
Their speed in crossing the river was as slow as a snail's. At this point, crossing was no different from being a stiff, stationary target.
Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat-tat. The enemy's detestable weapons began to spew fire unscrupulously, frantically massacring the orcs.
After that wave of flooding, the river surface was once again dyed red with blood.
Musketeers fire. Bang, 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 bang. Fire erupted from the ends of the sticks, accompanied by sharp whistling sounds as the orcs clutched their chests and fell.
Ironka clenched his teeth as he watched this scene, which was completely different from the plan.
The Orc King exhaled roughly in anger through his tusks. High Elves, how dare you give me false intelligence, saying it took dozens of seconds to fire once.
What absolute nonsense. He had originally thought it was just a powerful, but slow-firing weapon, like a crossbow, so he had even mocked them.
But from the moment those stick-like weapons opened fire, the rate of fire of the Blackwood army was incredibly fast.
Especially that one massive weapon that kept spinning something. In just an instant, it turned the river-crossing orcs into mush like tomatoes in a blender.
Boom, rumble.
There were also known explosions that traced a parabolic path, landing where the orcs were densely packed on the other side of the river, blowing them up in swaths.
Liar, Darth, my leg.
One by one, before the orcs even had a chance to swing their battle axes, they were blown to pieces, screaming incessantly. For a time, the battlefield was like a living hell, too gruesome to behold. Various foul stenches rose to the sky covered in blood. The orcs struggled and crawled slowly through the storm of fire and steel. King Ironka,
At this rate, we really...
An elderly orc spoke with a trembling voice. Even though he didn't finish, Ironka knew what he wanted to say. Ironka stood on the hillside, his heart filled with regret as he looked at the battlefield. He desperately wanted to disperse his forces and flank from other directions now.
But now, hundreds of thousands of orcs were seeing red, knowing only to charge forward incessantly.
Even if he blew the horn, he could no longer command such a massive army.
In the past, orcs only knew how to charge, trample, kill, and burn when they saw the enemy. Ironka believed that dying heroically on the battlefield was an honor, so why bother teaching them anything else? Rat-tat-tat-tat. Oh, I can't see Valhalla anymore.
Roar.
What? Watching those orc warriors whose limbs had been shredded still struggling to crawl toward the enemy, Ironka felt immense regret for a moment. It was too tragic. It was simply too tragic. This wasn't a war. It was practically a one-sided massacre.
From beginning to end, not a single one of their warriors had touched the enemy across from them. They didn't even get a chance to swing their axes before their limbs were torn apart and their bodies pierced by bullets.
How could they enter Valhalla like this?
This was a meaningless death, a futile sacrifice, even dying for nothing. The orc soldiers seemed to realize this too as their charging speed slowed down. What made them feel dread was not the rushing river nor the barbed wire, but the fear of dying for nothing. It was like a water ghost grabbing hold of their legs. The orcs, who were usually unafraid of death, were actually afraid. Ironka finally understood why the orcs who had been sent to the kingdom of Hyde as mercenaries had fled back in terror. Lochran and Lagod, along with a large number of giant wolves, had been lost. He felt it was disgraceful at the time, and had fed them all directly to the wolves, so it turned out they had fled back because they were afraid.
Boom arg. An iron ball as big as an ogre's head blew the densely packed orcs into fragments and then exploded among the soldiers.
The explosion site was a mess, as if it had been struck by large-scale magic. Blackwood.
Ironka roared in fury, and divine power erupted from him.
His eyes were blood-red as he stared angrily at the other side of the river.
He felt the gaze of Isaac, the human lord, wearing a suit of shimmering platinum armor,
sitting comfortably behind the rushing river, barbed wire, and an army of 140,000. He had completely broken the morale of the orc army with a one-sided massacre. Whenever something flashed pop across the river, orcs would fall in pools of blood.
All along, even if tens of thousands of orcs died in battle, Ironka had never blinked, but this time he felt an unprecedented crisis. He could no longer stand by and watch.
To restore morale, as the apostle of God, he had to take action personally.
He had to shout the name of the god Eureka and reignite the fire in the orcs' hearts. Otherwise, they might end up like the orcs who fled back from Rat City completely ratted.
And so Tessit
assembled the wolf riders.
I'm going in personally. Ironka sent out the wolf rider unit that he had originally intended to use to conquer the magical beast forest and then attack the western continent. He wore sturdy armor captured from the elves, possessed the courage bestowed by the gods, and carried a battle axe capable of splitting city gates. The Orc King kicked his saber-toothed tiger mount hard and announced his entry into the battle.
The green tide shall sweep away everything. Wag. Clash. The message sent by the goddess acknowledged Isaac's achievement.
This was truly a large-scale water attack comparable to those in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Perhaps because this water attack left a deep impression on both sides, the morale of the allied forces soared, while the orcs began to feel fear.
They had just witnessed a massive number of their comrades die pointlessly, which naturally caused their morale to plummet.
Although they continued to move forward under the pushing of the comrades behind them, their momentum was no longer as crazed as before. Previously, as long as the Orc King shouted Wag, they would respond with Wag,
and charge forward without fear of death.
Was this the way to please the orc god Ureg?
If so, then today they had met their nemesis.
Rat-tat-tat.
An orc who had finally managed to cross the river was shot in the head the moment he reached the shore.
With his mangled head, he collapsed to the ground with a thud.
The orc standing next to him turned pale.
The crazed shouting gradually died down, and fear began to spread among the orcs.
Their limbs began to stiffen, and their movement slowed. Even orcs are living creatures after all.
And an army composed of living creatures is bound to be affected by morale.
Isaac didn't need to kill every single orc. Even if the armory provided a steady stream of ammunition, it would still be a bottomless pit.
The key was to make the enemy collapse. A scattered enemy is very easy to eliminate.
When that time comes, it's just a matter of chasing them down and stabbing them to death. The orcs, like the humans who had fought the Blackwood army before, began to grow restless.
The instinct for survival screamed in their hearts. They were like a crumbling sandcastle that would completely collapse with just one more push reloading.
The loader reminded them, indicating there would be a brief pause in the firepower. At the machine gun and cannon positions on the high ground, mages were cooling down the overheated barrels. The Gatling machine gunners were completely crazed now, their hands spinning the crank so fast they were almost smoking. By now they were numb. The waves of orcs looked like weeds to them, and they simply sprayed bullets wherever they popped up.
Machine guns positioned on high ground always achieved startling results.
From Omaha Beach to countless wars, this has been proven true.
Although the current Gatling machine guns only had a rate of fire of 400 rounds per minute, failing to reach the firepower levels of the World War II era. But against those orcs who were like sitting ducks, they were simply bloody lawnmowers.
On-site resupply. Deploy into battle immediately.
A flash of light flickered.
The Gatling machine guns and ammunition Isaac exchanged for with achievement points appeared out of thin air on the battlefield. Metal fixed cartridges, which could resist rain erosion and brought the era of breech-loading firearms one step forward, were a milestone invention in the history of firearms.
Like the Lawrence rifle, they were listed in the armory's exchange menu. Now the Gatling machine gun drums were loaded with Blackwood Type 18-22 bullets.
The bullet caliber was 18 mm, and the 22 was to commemorate the year 22 of the Sun God calendar year 9. Well, did you see that? The weapons appeared out of thin air.
As expected of the god's apostle, the lords and nobles standing on the hillside were astonished to see the new weapons and supplies suddenly appear.
Especially the people from the Durak kingdom, their mouths hung open in shock, and they couldn't help but huddle together in discussion.
The vassals had the same reaction when Isaac first took out the crossbows.
There was no magic to create weapons out of thin air. Isaac felt once again that the armory and war were a perfect match, creating unbelievable achievements with the knowledge of thermal weapons, then using the points earned for on-site resupply to create new achievements. It was a perfect virtuous cycle. The Blackwood army would grow stronger in every single war.
Barked.
After a period of one-sided shooting, combat finally broke out below.
The orcs were soaking wet, and those who managed to cross the barbed wire zones filled with corpses were all mangled and bloody. However, even though there were still massive numbers of orcs on the other side of the river, very few could overcome the numerous obstacles.
On this side, the army of 140,000 who had long been itching for a fight suddenly let out excited shouts and charged at the orcs.
The exhausted orcs, having finally crossed the river, fell under the swords and spears of the human soldiers. Like the downward stream, the soldiers used their high morale to block the surging green tide.
Thousands of arrows fired by archers from various countries blotted out the sun-halberds, and spears swung, and traditional melee combat broke out everywhere.
However, perhaps because of the orc warriors joining in, they occasionally broke through the human lines using their size advantage. But they were quickly beaten to a pulp by the dedicated physical therapists.
Crack, Godzilla and Hippo, clad in steel armor, charged fearlessly into the orcs.
With an impact force dozens of times that of heavy cavalry, they sent the orcs flying like bowling pins.
The terrified orcs swung their battle axes, but only left scratches on the steel, which instead enraged the Western Continent dragon and the steel giant from the forest.
Thump, thump. It's an ogre.
An ogre.
Though, in front of Godzilla and the giant, the orcs were crushed into pieces one by one, screaming.
The people of the kingdoms were terrified by this horrific sight.
Queen Priscilla, did you know they had weapons like this?
I've heard of giants and dragons, but the kind of rapid-fire weapon it seems he has created new types of weapons again. The monarchs of the Saxon Empire and the High Kingdom watched the battlefield, discussing in astonishment.
Grandmother, it looks like we might make it back alive.
Yes, we might actually win. The King of Jura and Grandmother Olivia also saw the hope of victory.
Seeing that the nobles had already begun to celebrate the victory, the Dark Elf King Frey walked over and said to Isaac,
"Lord Isaac, are we really about to win?"
"No, not yet."
Isaac looked at the distant battlefield and silently shook his head.
"Lead the charge."
Even with the active performance of the Sword Saints and the mages and the heroic fighting of the kingdom's soldiers, Isaac and the others could not guarantee victory if they engaged in a war of attrition with the orcs.
A war of attrition meant both sides giving their all,
using the most primitive methods to determine victory or defeat. After a long period of fighting, the human side would likely collapse due to fear. Even if the orcs began to feel fear, it wouldn't be enough there to seize the moment to deal a fatal blow like the water attack just now to send them into a complete rout.
If the opponent were human, they would have collapsed long ago.
but since it was the orcs, a decisive strike was still needed.
Lord Isaac,
The Orc King's Wolf Cavalry unit of 1,200 has begun its charge.
Effie reported the latest situation on the battlefield to Isaac through the spirits on the hot air balloon.
The Orc King, surprisingly like Isaac, was personally leading his army into battle instead of hiding in the back and watching.
It seemed the Orcs had suffered heavy losses,
So they wanted to use the mobility of the Wolf Cavalry to do something about it.
What was their goal?
and their goal.
It didn't matter anymore. From the looks of it,
The decisive strike capable of completely crushing the
enemy had delivered itself right to their doorstep.
Isaac understood that feeling of not being able to hold back and needing to take the field personally.
For them,
This was a golden opportunity.
Since the opponent was doing this, they couldn't show weakness either. Counter cavalry with cavalry use the Blackwood Cavalry.
If at this critical moment, the Orc King, the spiritual pillar of the Orcs, and the Apostle of God also died, then the Orcs would completely collapse like a bursting dam.
Pers, Tanner, and warriors of the cavalry units from all nations, your moment has come. Raise your banners.
Isaac shouted loudly as he looked at the surging river water.
The female warriors and cavalrymen raised their military revolver pistols and cheered, appearing as if they had been unable to wait any longer. Ye have a safe trip.
Raja Gibbs sat among the merfolk, munching on fruit and waving her hand with an air of indifference.
Raja, you go too.
Oh,
Me?
the Lord himself was heading to the battlefield. How could she still slack off? It was wartime. Everyone, including his spirits, all elemental spirits and foreign races, had to work hard. Especially the water elemental spirits. Isaac had arranged other tasks for them when he planned the water attack.
Asterisk.
Savage land combat, this is too terrifying. Truly, Raja Gibbs clung tightly to a centaur's waist, letting out a shrill scream.
While her condition seemed fine, it shouldn't affect the battle.
Allied cavalry,
Raise your weapons. Let the humans see what we're made of.
Wags, including the Blackwood Cavalry, known as the strongest cavalry in the eastern continent, a total of several hundred cavalrymen had assembled.
The knights and cavalrymen cheered at being able to fight alongside the famous Blackwood Cavalry.
Now Lucy Brianna, who had become an honorary member of the Blackwood Cavalry, followed closely on Isaac's left. King Freya Vanadis, who had requested to join on her own initiative, stood gallantly on Isaac's right, holding a greatsword.
Set out, rumble, the sound of hooves shook the earth and sky.
Back when there were only 100 cavalrymen, Isaac hadn't felt this way, but with hundreds gathered together, their momentum felt as if it would tear the sky apart.
They advanced upstream along the riverbank.
This was a brave and fearless detachment formed to end the war. If they won this war, it would surely be recorded in the annals of the eastern continent. Even if historians didn't record it, Isaac would publish it on the front page of the newspaper and then carve it into the Bible, so it would be passed down forever.
History is always written by the victors.
Rumble.
Isaac deliberately chose a route with relatively fewer orcs, but the deafening sound of hooves and the dust filling the air still attracted some orcs, who rushed over, like moss to a flame. They seemed to have just crossed the river, soaked to the bone, yet they still tried to stop them with fearless disregard for death.
Wag!
Due to their actions upstream, there was water everywhere now.
Isaac closed his eyes and called out to someone in his heart.
A girl with shining hair revealed her Tsundia face.
Ilya, I'm going to use moon lightning.
HMPH, don't tell me it's for that generator thing again.
This was Isaac's lightning spirit, the Tsundia little spirit nicknamed HMPH. Not only was she key to the development of the power industry, but she could also assist and enhance lightning magic, making her extremely useful in battle.
No, today it's time to show your true skills.
Isaac said, rapidly spinning his mana rings. The mana within his body was like a surging sea.
Hearing Isaac ask her to use the ability she was best at instead of those boring tasks, Ilya finally showed a rare smile.
Right.
They had to save bullets before clashing with the enemy's cavalry unit. Furthermore, the detachment's combat power could not be weakened. Thus, Isaac raised his warhammer, which shone with a white gold light, and like Thor wielding Mjolnir, he ruthlessly released lightning strike.
Suddenly, dazzling arcs of electricity, like the wrath of a thunder god, struck the ground accompanied by thunder.
Boom.
The orcs fell to the ground trembling like reindeer struck by lightning.
The power was like a bomb exploding.
Boom.
Lightning continuously tore through the sky, and the world seemed to flicker incessantly. With the help of the spirit's power, Isaac accurately hit the orcs with magic that was originally inefficient and prone to missing its target. Powerful currents pierced through the orcs' bodies, and they collapsed in convulsions before they could even let out the scream. Some orcs were even charged, emitting black smoke. One must know that since ancient times, lightning has been regarded as the wrath of the gods. How could mere mortals withstand its power?
Oh, the Khan has summoned the thunder.
Seeing Isaac hit his targets continuously as if he were using a cheat, even with lightning magic, which was notoriously difficult to aim, the female warriors and cavalrymen cheered excitedly.
After the flood came the lightning punishment.
This was a true miracle. Naturally,
Isaac would also record this mythic achievement in his own family's Bible, with a bit of embellishment.
Rumble. Miracle. Cutting through them like melons and vegetables. The orc minions were mowed down like leeks.
The cavalry's momentum was like a rainbow, unstoppable as they finally fought their way to the riverbank. Hundreds of horses with powerful muscles and hooves like steel left deep and prints on the path forward. Behind them, they left over 1,000 orc corpses charred black by high-voltage electricity, looking like a field of charcoal struck by lightning.
Isaac felt the strong wind blowing against his face and shouted loudly,
Raja, speed, bush.
Calling once is enough. Raja seemed quite displeased. Not only had she been dragged onto land,
but it was also such a bloody surer field. See that? I beautifully completed the mission using the lightning spirit. Now it's your turn. Can you actually do it or not? Provocation. Negative provocation. As soon as Raja heard Isaac's words, her temper flared up instantly. I'm the Raja who can stop the king's ship in the middle of the sea. Especially after my power skyrocketed from eating that fruit. Nothing is impossible. Raja tightly hugged the waist of the centaur female warrior and shouted back with full vigor.
King Freyavanadis glanced at her from the side and said faintly, "This girl,
Undine, show him what true elemental power looks like."
Unlike Raja's, Undine's innocent water elemental spirits obediently splashed into the waist-deep river.
Upon entering the water, they seemed to merge with it, swimming rapidly to activate their power. In the next moment, a vortex appeared on the river's surface, and then, like a middle-parted hairstyle, the river water actually parted neatly to both sides. What? Water plants, freshwater shellfish, and freshwater fish swimming within the walls of water on both sides were all exposed to the air. The sensation was indescribably magical. It was a scene straight out of myths and legends, making it hard for one to believe their own eyes.
my goodness,
What?
he parted the river."
He parted the Tay River. Lord Iceclawed, Apostle of God, is with us. The allied cavalry raised their weapons and cheered as if they had already won the war. They felt the protection of the gods. Their morale went off the charts, piercing the heavens.
"By Isaac,
You can actually do something like this.
Lord Isaac, just what?
Lucy, who had always prided herself on knowing Isaac well, stared with her blue eyes wide open. Even the well-travelled king, Freyavanadis, who wouldn't blink even if Mount Tai collapsed before her, showed a look of surprise this time. In his joy, Isaac held high the platinum warhammer imbued with light magic can opener.
Shine,
kill, long live Isaac." Hundreds of cavalrymen using the shining light as a beacon followed closely behind with high morale and shouts.
Wait, that was all me.
I did that.
A small mermaid shouted with a face full of grievance among the cavalry. Unfortunately, her cries were drowned out by the fanatical shouts of the knights.
Her credit was stolen. How should one put it?
Isaac had just habitually raised his warhammer in excitement, not expecting it to cause such a misunderstanding.
But elemental spirits were invisible to human eyes, while his massive warhammer was exceptionally eye-catching.
Ha ha ha, long live understanding.
Just as you said, I have a share of the credit too.
Isaac did contribute, after all.
Besides, they were currently charging toward the nest of hundreds of thousands of orcs. Such a performance was necessary to boost morale. He would reward Raja properly later.
Wow, this is too mean.
Raja tightly hugged the centaur's waist, fearing she might fall off.
Isaac smiled and ordered the cavalry to cross the river in an unprecedented manner and continue their advance.
All units charge.
Fire, rumble.
Isaac's targets were the orc cavalry and the orc king spotted by the hot air balloon. He summoned lightning punishment and parted the river, galloping across the battlefield. For a moment, he was like a god descending to earth.
Asterisk. Oh,
The female knight's blue sword Kai sliced in half 6 orcs, who had finally managed to crawl through the barbed wire, covered in wounds. After Count Abonia Evlock slew the orcs with sharp mana, she stood beside her master, Duke Edgar, with a look of disgust.
even though they had suffered heavy losses and their morale was crumbling, the orcs still surged forward like a tide.
The number was simply too great. Even for sword masters and sword saints, their mana was nearly depleted. Their full plate armor was covered in blood, and the precious swords in their hands had become slippery from being soaked in gore.
Huff.
This was a war of attrition won by numbers. Even with all of humanity's strength, it was hard to withstand the disaster-like existence of the orcs. Count Abonia Evlock felt a wave of revulsion. Suddenly, she saw bolts of lightning striking the riverbank one after another, and she looked up in surprise.
Rumble.
Master Lord Isaac seems to be using lightning to attack the orcs. Whenever massive lightning, accompanied by thunder, split the sky, the world seemed to briefly lose its light. After the lightning passed, swarms of orcs lay on the ground. Duke Edgar took a breath and said, "Oh, is it a type of magic? I seem to have heard of similar spells." "But Master, didn't you say that the power and accuracy of such magic are poor, and it has been phased out?" "But that looks like the god of thunder's wrath." "Indeed, is this the apostle of God?"
Before the army of 150,000, including the soldiers of the Duchy of Henton
And the Blackwood territory, Isaac fully demonstrated his presence. From the Blackwood army to the Lord himself, they were changing the course of the battlefield in their own way.
Kill.
After eliminating the orcs by the river, the water parted to both sides, clearing a path for the cavalry. Duke Edgar and Count Abonia Evlock were stunned as they watched the allied cavalry gallop across the riverbed as if it were flat ground.
That doesn't seem to be magic.
Yes, that is more like a miracle. Is this the apostle chosen by the gods? That he could so easily do things unimaginable to ordinary people felt somewhat absurd to them. Now, there should be no one in the eastern continent who doesn't know the name Blackwood. Yes, and the Elysian faith will flourish because of this. It seems we are witnessing a new era. After Duke Edgar spoke, he silently looked in a certain direction. A purple-haired woman was watching the battlefield with eyes that were both joyful and complex. Duke Edgar's evaluation of Isaac was, "Queen Priscilla's situation must be difficult. It is said that a subject who is too capable can also give a monarch a headache. Isaac's abilities have already exceeded the scope of capable, even reaching the point
where they can influence national affairs. He is truly too extraordinary, practically a monster.
Those in the Blackwood Army camp also witnessed all of this.
This was originally a place with a very high proportion of believers, and the Lord's repeated miracles made them even more excited.
Hans George stepped forward, drew his precious sword shining with blue mana, and shouted loudly,
"Did you see that? Did you all see that? That is our Lord.
Lord Apostle,
My master, a brilliant winning streak coupled with unbelievable miracles." The soldiers were inspired by faith and conviction, even facing the brutal orcs. They charged into battle without fear. The conscripts wore steel armor, and their morale was higher than that of the standing armies of other nations.
The musketeers glared with eyes wide, aiming and firing frantically at the orcs, while the Gatling machine guns wildly spat out Type 18-22 bullets like a torrential downpour.
Rat-tat-tat-tat.
The Gatling machine gunners fired frantically at a rate of 400 rounds per minute, sweeping down orcs in swaths like mowing wheat.
They could hardly believe their eyes. These ordinary soldiers were actually able to eliminate thousands upon thousands of orcs.
All of this was a miracle brought by the Lord.
Crack. The Godzillas, together with the soldiers, used their weight and strength to crush the orcs, advancing the front line once again. Crunch. An orc was crushed into a pulp by the foot of a steel giant. This kind of death, where they had no power to fight back, filled the orcs with panic.
The giant swung the steel great hammer in his hands, sending 5 or 6 orcs screaming into the sky with a single blow.
The torrent of steel continued to advance according to their training.
When one side's morale rises,
The other's falls. On the other side,
The orcs' morale completely collapsed, and the tide of offense and defense on the battlefield began to reverse.
what exactly are you? After crossing the Tay River, or rather, directly passing through the Tay River,
Isaac and the others rampaged through the enemy positions as if they were in an uninhabited land,
aided by the vision provided by the hot air balloons.
The orcs had tried to ambush and surround them, but it was all in vain.
The cavalry's mobility advantage combined with real-time aerial reconnaissance made it feel as if they were using a map hack.
My lord, the hot air balloon reports a Wolf Riders unit spotted to the southeast, numbering about 800.
They are closing in on the Orc King.
Unlike the orcs who were charging wildly out of control, the Wolf Riders seemed to have a certain level of organization and discipline.
It seemed the Orc King realized the situation was dire and specifically gathered the Wolf Riders to turn the tide of battle. But now that their plan was known, they would be shown the price of the Blackwood cavalry.
The Blackwood cavalry was best at this kind of mission, fleeing toward the Orc King as timidly as rabbits. How pathetic.
The humans, whom they had previously regarded as prey, had actually crossed the river en masse and dared to provoke them.
This completely enraged the Wolf Riders, who roared in anger one after another.
"Come and catch me if you have the guts."
Isaac, the Apostle of God, is right here.
Bam, 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 bam.
The Blackwood cavalry at the very front fired at the enemy with military revolver pistols.
Amidst the flashing flames and billowing gunpowder smoke, the Orc Riders fell from their mounts, their walls one by one.
Although many bullets missed during the high-speed gallop, they still managed to take down about 100 Orc Wolf cavalrymen thanks to the specific rate of fire of the revolver pistols.
But the bullets would soon run out.
After some provocation, the Blackwood cavalry began to retreat, which infuriated the Wolf Riders, who chased after them frantically, ignoring orders.
The humans' attacks have stopped.
Catch them.
Tear them to pieces. The combined cavalry feigned a retreat, luring the orcs into pursuit. This tactic of feigning weakness could lead to the collapse of a unit if handled improperly, but today they were united by the power of miracles, so they could boldly employ such a strategy.
Rumble, rumble.
I will chew your heart to pieces, Isaac. Despicable humans, only capable of using long-range weapons.
After a period of mutual provocation and pursuit, the wide Tay River appeared ahead.
Seeing them blocked by the river as if they had entered a dead end, the orcs mocked Isaac's command. They thought they could use the rising river to wipe them out. But what they didn't know was that since the flooding upstream, the river had already taken their side. Isaac, Raja, clear the path. Raja and Nine, please.
Undyne, the spirits of the merfolk, who had performed exceptionally today, jumped into the river once again. They gathered their power and controlled the current.
Isaac suddenly felt that using them for chemical work like nitric acid or sulfuric acid solutions seemed like a waste of talent. With the help of the merfolk, the path opened up, and Isaac could hear the cries of surprise from the orcs behind them.
But as they charged into the riverbed without hesitation, the orcs also pursued relentlessly.
My lord, they are catching up. They actually dare to chase them in.
Mama, if I can open the path, I can close it.
Knowing the bait was taken, Isaac signaled Raja. Raja nodded, and the water elemental spirits leaped out of the water again like dolphins. Splash! Soon the sound of rushing water came from behind them. The orc cavalrymen were instantly thrown into a panic. The path is closed.
Oh, run quick.
The surging torrent quickly filled the wide riverbed, the power of the crashing water being incredibly immense.
The orcs pursuing them were instantly swept away by the flood and disappeared. Most orcs lost their balance and fell from their wolves' backs. Even those who held on had their legs submerged in water, losing their mobility. This was basically no different from stationary targets. After crossing the river, the veterans reloaded their revolver pistols, aimed at those sitting ducks, and pulled the triggers again, mercilessly reaping the orcs' lives. Bang, bang, bang.
Bang! For a moment, the battlefield seemed to have turned into a shooting range.
Luz's cold sword energy and King Freyavanadis' great sword, which flew like a boomerang, also continued to harvest orc heads. Each swing could eliminate over a dozen orcs. To be honest, Isaac was very envious of their abilities.
Haha, master, did you see that?
Well done. Whether it was because she was naturally like this or because she became this way after being enslaved, Raja was always pestering Isaac, asking if he had seen her contribution.
You did a great job,
Undyne. Hearing Isaac's praise, the little spirit also showed a happy smile.
Asterisk.
Isaac's combined cavalry was like a beast preying on orcs. They were equipped with various firearms, were numerous, and had powerful figures like Lucy and King Freya rampaging through the enemy's rear.
This battle, summoning floods of lightning strikes and parting the river, was like something out of a myth and would surely be passed down by people.
Thus, as a result of them drawing aggro everywhere, they finally drew the pursuit of the Orc King and the Shaman Priests. Because they were so active, they had unintentionally completed the primary objective of the commando unit.
It would have been troublesome if the Orc King had hidden or stayed among his soldiers, but unexpectedly he delivered himself right to them.
Effie, what have I always told you?
I still don't quite understand, but did you mean strike first to gain the upper hand?
Isaac nodded. Effie was truly a top student who understood things instantly. She actually remembered that phrase so clearly. Quick! Effie opened the chamber of her Claire rifle, loaded a specially made lead alloy bullet, and then closed it with a snap.
A light breeze brushed against her, fluttering her hair as her green eyes aimed at the charging Orc King through the slender sights. This specially made sniper bullet had a unique warhead and barrel.
Bang! Flame erupted from the muzzle, her golden hair fluttering in the wind.
The bullet, trailing a silver arc, accurately struck the Orc King's head. However, what Isaac saw and heard was different from what he expected.
Clang!
The sniper bullet hit the Orc King's armor and ricocheted, leaving only a small spark.
Only then did Isaac notice the Orc King's extraordinary armor.
Damned high elves. That armor looked somewhat familiar to Isaac. As expected, it was the work of the high elves. Isaac clenched his fists, his heart filled with anger. He hadn't expected the high elves to be behind this again.
These guys were truly everywhere.
He would eventually make those arrogant fellows pay the price.
Human apostle.
The Orc King patted the spot on his armor where the bullet had hit and slowly stepped forward.
A red glow burned upon him, and his ferocious aura along with his blood-red eyes all displayed his fury. Igni had sensed this power before and said it was a destructive type of holy power.
Hell!
What's the matter, Orc Apostle? Isaac countered in the same tone. First it was King Freya Vanadis, and now the Orc King. Isaac was encountering legendary apostles of God one after another. People called this era the Age of Gods, and it was indeed worthy of the name.
I asked you, what exactly are you?
Looking at the chaotic battlefield, the Orc King asked a baffling question.
With bloodshot eyes, he glared intensely at Isaac and asked again.
God Yurag said that this is definitely not the power of the goddess of harmony.
What exactly are you?
The enraged Orc King.
Just what are you?
Isaac.
You're the thing here, damn it. Asking such a question on a battlefield was truly absurd.
Ionka's tone made it sound as if you were asking on behalf of the Orc God. However, as Isaac surveyed the hellscape around them, it wasn't surprising that such a question would arise.
The crossfire of machine guns and cannons poured down like a torrential rain, and the blood of the orcs had long since dyed the Tay River a deep crimson, turning it into a river of blood.
The Orcs' greatest advantage was their overwhelming numbers, charging like a tide, but the death zone created by the flooded river and barbed wire had rendered that advantage non-existent. The Blackwood army suppressed the Orcs with powerful firepower, while tens of thousands of human soldiers picked off the exhausted Orcs who had barely managed to cross the river one by one. Then there were those steel behemoths that struck the enemy like heavy hammers, the hallmark of the Blackwood army. Such an unbelievable war was unprecedented for the Orcs, whether for the Orc King or the Orc God. This was the Blackwood territory's unique way of war. It had started with the cultivation of saltpeter, the manufacturing of firearms, and the innovation of iron smelting technology to meet production demands, leading to further improvements in weaponry. Every step was the result of Isaac's own painstaking efforts. The goddess of harmony lost most of her divinity long ago in the holy war against the demon god. It's impossible for her to possess such great power, human apostle.
Orc King Ionka's eyes were bloodshot, and he huffed with every word he spoke.
Isaac had heard of this as well. It was said that the goddess of harmony was nearly destroyed during the Holy War and had been extremely weak ever since. But great power. Although Isaac was an apostle, he had always understood the goddess's will indirectly through the achievement system. Igni, the priestess, also said she could only sense fragmented emotions or brief flashes of will. By the way, Lord Isaac, my god of order, is also very interested in your inventions and knowledge.
King Freya Vanadis blinked and added quietly from the side.
Isaac turned a confused gaze toward this fair-skinned dark elf woman who radiated a noble aura. What on earth?
Was he the only one who couldn't communicate with his patron deity?
Isaac silently looked up at the blue sky.
What was this supposed to mean? Come to think of it, the armory ability the goddess granted him didn't allow for infinite production. It could only be used when increasing the goddess's fame and divinity. It was a very purposeful ability.
I'm giving you my heart and you playing mind games with me.
If someone else had obtained a similar ability, they would probably have just produced more existing weapons.
It was precisely because of this strange human that mass production of firearms had begun, developing to its current scale.
Just what kind of battles are taking place to weaken the goddess of harmony's divinity so much?
Orc King Ivanka, you talk too much.
Since when are wars fought with mouths?
Your god will be very disappointed in you.
Although Isaac felt he might have stumbled upon some small secrets of his goddess, they were still on the battlefield, so he didn't delve deeper for now. Hearing Isaac's mockery, Ivanka bared his fangs in disdain.
With his muscular green arms, he pulled a steel battle axe and a platinum battle axe from his back.
Do you not intend to answer?
Fine, once I kill you and devour you whole, I will absorb your power.
The Orc King bared his sharp teeth, roaring with spraying saliva. Greed flickered in Ironca's eyes as he raised his axes.
What a coincidence.
I also plan to squeeze you dry, use your fat to make soap, and your bones as fertilizer for the fields.
Countless wild orcs had already gone down that path at Isaac's hands.
Especially on Earth, there was a time in certain places where, due to a lack of animal bone meal, people even used human bone meal to produce phosphorus fertilizer.
Oh right, I'll grind your eyeballs and fangs into ingredients for potions.
Oh dear,
there are too many uses, I simply can't list them all.
Effie chuckled as she shook a potion bottle in her hand, proving she had indeed used orcs for such things before.
It had to be said, her provocation was even better than Isaac's.
After all, there was indeed a blood feud between elves and orcs.
After taking everything else, leave ahead to me.
It should look quite grand in the reception room. King Freya Vanadis joined in their provocation, the corners of her mouth curling slightly as if she found it amusing. Standing to Isaac's left, she drew her greatsword.
Lucy Bravana also drew her longsword,
which shimmered with magical light, on the right. That anyone would dare to mock the fearsome Orc King so openly. Orc King Ivanka had never experienced such absurd provocation. His jaw clenched, the corners of his mouth twitched, and his crimson eyes silently gathered fury. A blood-red light radiated from him like steam. One look at that red light was enough to tell it emitted an ominous aura.
Lord Isaac, be careful.
That red light is the holy power of the Orc God.
It is extremely destructive.
Power bestowed by the Orc God. Though he didn't know its exact function, Isaac instinctively felt the threat. Should we call Hippo over? If Hippo were here, she could easily clear the orcs blocking the way and cross the river. Although they had wiped out a large number of Orc wolf riders, and their own cavalry now outnumbered the enemy by about 300, Isaac still felt it was better to play it safe. We've already sent the elves, and in this situation, the preemptive strike you mentioned earlier should be very effective, my lord. The decisive battle was imminent. Since the fight was unavoidable, it was better to strike first.
Delia. Isaac summoned his elusive spirit that was like static electricity. He intended to use the same method he'd used against Crown Prince Joseph in his high elf armor to turn the Orc King into roasted orc meat in one fell swoop. Asterisk crackle dot asterisk.
Is that the Orc Apostle? He's got quite a temper, just like a certain bad person. As soon as Ilya appeared, she struck an overbearing pose, crossing her arms over her chest and looking at Ivanka with disdain. HMPH, go on. I'll help.
Isaac nodded and drew his platinum warhammer canopener now.
4. The heavy head of canopener now.
4 shimmered with a terrifying light.
A terrifying bolt of lightning instantly struck toward the shouting Orc King's head.
Damn thing, I will drink your blood. Offer your heart to the Godog.
Asterisk rumble asterisk.
A thunderous roar like the blast of a siege cannon.
The lightning, which could kill even a giant in one hit if it struck a vital spot, accurately hit the Orc King's crown with HMPH's help.
A powerful current instantly surged through his body, and he fell from the back of his saber-toothed tiger with a thud.
The saber-toothed tiger, falling a step behind him, rolled its eyes and lay stiffly on the ground, its limbs twitching incessantly.
However, the Orc King didn't seem to be dead.
Only a few seconds after hitting the ground, he roared, stood up, the red holy power radiating from his body becoming even denser once again. He actually survived an attack like that.
Isaac looked at the charred, still roaring figure in some shock.
It's holy power. He blocked the attack with the power of the Orc God. King Freya Vanadis narrowed her eyes, seeing the cause at a glance. That's possible. Isaac had never used such a method before.
King Freya Vanadis nodded and said, actually, I can do it too.
As long as you strengthen your faith and continue to train, you'll be able to do it one day too.
Hearing this, Isaac silently looked up at the sky. For some reason, he felt like his own goddess was unreliable. Goddess of harmony, he looks like I've been found out, tilde.
The despicable. These despicable bastards.
Orc King Ivanka had lost his beloved tiger.
Holding his medium well-done tiger, he let out another angry roar toward the sky. At this moment, he was like the incarnation of fury, the red light erupting even more violently. Isaac clicked his tongue, feeling the time was about right. It was time to retreat. The guy was literally smoking with rage, so it was time to beat it, tilde. War was all about the push and pull, there was no shame in it.
Besides, Isaac always kept in mind the 16-character strategy of a great man. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy camps, we harass. When the enemy tires, we attack. When the enemy retreats, we pursue.
Fire! Isaac pulled out the revolver pistol in his other hand and shouted.
150 Blackwood cavalrymen aimed from their sides and pulled the triggers.
Asterisk bang 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 asterisk. Pungent gunpowder smoke filled the air as over 50 Orc wolf riders fell from their mounts. Since the distance was short and aiming was easy, almost every bullet hit its target this time. Isaac quickly swapped the cylinder and was about to order the combined cavalry to retreat and slip away. Suddenly, he felt a hair-raising energy. He snapped his head around to see the battle axe imbued with red holy power flying toward him like a meteor, moving so fast it was impossible to dodge. Holy crap! Overwhelming physical force. A steel battle axe wrapped in blood-red energy flew toward Isaac with an ominous aura. Isaac had no time to dodge. His mind went blank, as if he could see that beautiful blue star beckoning to him.
At that moment, King Frey of Anadiz's greatsword suddenly shot out, miraculously striking the battle axe and forcibly altering its trajectory.
Boom! Even with its trajectory changed, the battle axe, imbued with immense power, still plunged deep into the ground beside Isaac, causing an explosion. Nay, nay, nay! Isaac was thrown off Seba's back by the shockwave and vibrations.
He instinctively curled up and rolled several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Looking up, he saw that his Seba had also fallen, its large head swaying unsteadily as if still dazed.
At the moment, the Orc Wolf Riders were charging over at an astonishing speed, and the Orc King, holding his platinum battle axe high, eyes blazing with fury, leaped into the air and rushed toward him as if riding on wheels of wind and fire.
Damn it, you despicable bastard, actually resorting to a sneak attack.
Me? You have the nerve to say that?
The Orc King, enraged to the point of his hair standing on end, charged at Isaac with bloodshot eyes.
It seemed he truly loved his tiger, now completely consumed by rage. He charged ahead recklessly.
Didn't you say long-range attacks are despicable?
Me throwing a weapon with my own strength doesn't count as a long-range attack. Does to you apostles all seem a bit shameless?
Shut up, Ilya!
Isaac let out a bitter laugh. Thinking back on the countless crises he had experienced, this wasn't the first time.
Moreover, to end this war of attrition, he had to defeat the Orc King here.
Since bullets and lightning were ineffective against him, the only option was to use overwhelming physical force to crush him into pulp. Isaac tightened his grip on the massive platinum warhammer can opener and slowly stood up. Protect the Khan.
For humanity.
Bang, 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 bang.
The allied cavalry fired their weapons, knocking down the Orc cavalry like scarecrows, then charged toward Isaac.
Besides bullets,
a rock as large as a troll's head also tore through the air and smashed toward the Orc King.
Further.
Like a boulder launched from a catapult, it struck the Orc King hard, pinning him beneath the massive rock. Then King Frey of Anadis used telekinesis again to rescue Isaac from the Orc King's attack. Crack, crack. The allied cavalry used their numerical advantage to surround and attack the Orc Wolf Riders.
The sounds of horses neighing and bones breaking echoed continuously as the cavalry battle began.
King Frey of Anadis rode her horse over to Isaac's side.
She lifted her visor, her obsidian-like eyes gleaming within her helmet. How about it, Lord Isaac?
Consider this repayment for last time's favour, right? She had already repaid him when she blocked the battle axe earlier, and more than enough at that.
Of course, but if you save me a few more times, I'll definitely fall for you.
The joke is going too far.
Roar, you bunch.
Despicable bastards.
The Orc King Ionka actually stood up after such an attack and roared once more.
Isaac. He roared Isaac's name and charged again.
The red glow on his body was more intense than ever, and his speed was actually on par with the Orc Wolf Riders.
According to aerial reconnaissance reports, this guy had once smashed a city gate with the platinum battle axe.
The apostles of God are indeed each terrifying.
Probably only Isaac had gained his current strength and abilities through his own efforts.
Isaac and King Frey of Anadis raised their weapons together to meet the charging Orc King.
Thump, thump.
The red glow on the Orc King surged violently, rushing over like a crimson rainbow, contrasting sharply with his massive frame. The force of his landing was immense, leaving a clear footprint on the ground.
Swish! At that moment, a blue sword light sliced through the air.
Lucy appeared suddenly like a flying bird, attacking the Orc King with magical sword energy.
Climb, climb.
Although the Orc King blocked the attacks with his armor, under her relentless assault, he lost his balance and fell to the ground.
Lucy took a slight breath and looked at Isaac, saying, I said I would protect you, Isaac.
Her longsword shimmered with continuous magical light.
How you're quite popular, Lord Isaac. King Frey of Anadis, controlling the greatsword floating in the air nearby, said with a laugh. Isaac ignored her teasing and instead turned to give Lucy a grateful smile. Let's go together.
Lucy. Then
Lucy nodded and swung her sword, sending sharp sword energy toward the Orc King.
Clang!
The sword energy, capable of cutting through iron like mud, continuously struck the Orc King's armor. King Frey of Anadis also seized the opportunity, controlling her greatsword to launch a fierce attack on the Orc King. Sparks flew as the Orc King swung his platinum battle axe with all his might, but he was still staggered by the relentless attacks. Isaac also raised the can opener, secretly using lightning.
Rumble.
Both. The Orc King, unable to break free, was struck again by Isaac's thunder punishment.
Ye damn bastards. The cavalry's most powerful fighters joined forces to launch a fierce assault on the Orc King.
The Orc King, who had initially charged like a berserker, ended up dodging and blocking attacks, forced to evade everywhere.
If it were close combat, his movements would be very dangerous. His platinum battle axe shimmered with a blood-red glow, seemingly angry at being unable to unleash its power.
Roar! The Orc King, with his back to the river, let out another deafening roar, as if still unwilling to give up. The destructive holy power on his body, already intense, expanded further, enveloping the surroundings.
Amid the blazing red light, his figure became almost invisible.
Like a final burst of fireworks, he let out an earth-shaking roar.
God Yoak, descend!
He raised his foot high and stomped down heavily, instantly cracking the ground with spider-web-like fissures.
His eyes blazed with ferocity, and the earth trembled violently as if an earthquake had struck.
Rumble.
King Frey of Anadis, watching this suffocating scene, gasped.
Descent.
It's a divine descent.
Swish.
We must stop him.
Isaac frowned as he watched the Orc King seemingly using the power of his armor to perform something.
Could that not be his full power?
What other trump cards did this guy have?
Isaac,
it's all your fault.
The Orc King stared fixedly at Isaac, opening his mouth wide to let out a roar filled with vengeance and destructive desire.
At that moment, an even larger figure approached from across the river, causing greater tremors. Guided by Effie, the massive steel giant stomped the ground violently as it charged over, then stepped on the Orc King, who was performing some dangerous ability.
Swished. A brief door-bursting sound.
The Orc King didn't even have time to let out a proper scream or did I accidentally step on something?
Everyone was stunned and frozen in place. The entire battlefield fell silent for a moment.
Hippo scratched her head and asked in confusion, what's wrong?
Well, this was the overwhelming physical force. Isaac wanted a few tons of pressure.
Definitely more than that. The giant's weight plus their armor's weight was like a super roller, at least tens of tons of pressure.
Hippo carefully lifted her foot, revealing the flattened, frog-like Orc King.
What's going on?
Seeing people's strange reactions, Hippo cautiously asked Isaac. Especially the orcs, who were now so terrified they stood dumbfounded, even forgetting to wield their weapons.
Oh, what's wrong? The war is over.
Isaac quickly raised his platinum warhammer and shouted loudly, "The Orc King is dead."
No fierce battle, no heroic sacrifice.
The Orc King, simply blinded by divine power, prepared to unleash a major attack right on the spot, exposing a flaw and getting stepped on to death.
On the other side, the orcs fell into massive chaos. King Ioka is dead. He was stepped on. He can't enter Valhalla.
Wasted. It's all wasted.
Everyone run for your lives. The news of the Orc King's humiliating death quickly spread throughout the entire Orc army. His death became the spark that completely shattered the Orcs' morale.
The Orcs began discarding their armor and weapons, crying for their parents as they fled for their lives. The humans they had thought they could slaughter at will had now become their nightmare.
The human soldiers, seeing the familiar dazzling light emanating from Isaac's warhammer, immediately knew he had defeated the Orc King and cheered, "Long live Lord Isaac."
Kill all the orcs. Kill them.
No matter how strong the enemy, once they lose their will to fight, they are just scarecrows. The human army began a full-scale pursuit.
The High Elves stood on the hillside, dumbfounded as they watched this scene.
My God,
can someone tell me what's going on?
How were they supposed to report this to Her Majesty the Empress?
For a moment, their faces turned extremely grim. Gift given. Although there were still many orcs on the battlefield, the war that seemed destined to decide the fate of the eastern continent was nearing its end.
The Allied soldiers fiercely pursued the scattered enemies as if determined to uproot the orcs from this continent entirely. Some of the participating soldiers were from small kingdoms that had been burned down, so they were sharpening their blades excitedly and wildly expanding the results of the battle. Don't let a single one escape.
Revenge. Terrified orcs were struck down by spears and arrows one by one as they fled. For a time, the entire battlefield was filled with the sounds of blades piercing flesh and screams. To vent their long-suppressed anger, the Allied soldiers had bloodlust in their eyes. Looking out, the battlefield was piled high with orc corpses resembling a sure field.
This spring has arrived, a season for all things to revive, but unfortunately the fields are full of orc corpses.
The Allied cavalry was the main force for expanding the results of the battle.
Isaac jumped down from Seda's back, preparing to reorganize and resupply.
What should have been a green grassland had now turned blood red. The perpetrator of this mask actually has the leisure to be sighing here. The Night Miller mercilessly interrupted Isaac's feeling, clicking open his faceplate.
He was always like this, suddenly appearing and ruining the atmosphere.
Miller, even if I become emperor, I still like your tendency to always contradict me.
Isaac also lifted his helmet, saying with a smirk,
"How I know?
The higher your position, the more sycophants you'll have, so I will definitely continue to speak frankly and keep you sober."
Even though Isaac teased him, Miller showed no weakness. This old man always claimed that no matter what others said, he would conscientiously fulfill his duty as the territory's knight captain.
"Oh, you fellow."
Isaac shook his head helplessly, wondering if his cheap old father felt the same way.
Looking at Miller, Isaac was sometimes reminded of his father on Earth. That feeling of both loving and hating him.
King Freya Vanadis smiled from the side, seemingly finding the conversation amusing.
"Your vassals are quite outspoken. That's a good thing. It shows mutual trust between you."
This dark elf woman had her giant greatsword stuck in her back, her silver long hair fluttering in the breeze, looking quite heroic, yet her tone held a hint of envy. "Aren't you like that?" King Freya Vanadis nodded silently.
The teachings of the God of Order are very strict except for Azazel, who occasionally does some strange things. The atmosphere is usually very serious.
As the saying goes, family scandals should not be aired in public. It seemed that the eccentric president of the Succubus Merchant Guild was also a headache in the duchy.
That woman had tried to seduce Isaac in his dreams multiple times and initiate physical contact with him. How could she possibly behave herself in front of him, who served an apostle?
In short, King Freya Vanadis, I will definitely repay your kindness. True friendship is revealed in times of adversity. Someone who didn't hesitate to offer aid when 50,000 orcs were launching a frenzied attack was indeed worth befriending deeply.
Don't take it to heart. We are all apostles serving the gods. We should help each other. Test that perspective.
Whether goblins or orcs, almost every apostle Isaac encountered wanted him dead. Moreover, with this much fertilizer, next spring more life will surge forth on this continent.
King Freya Vanadis seemed to have overheard Isaac's murmur, saying something meaningful. Isaac followed her gaze and saw corpses covering the mountains and plains.
Is she referring to organic fertilizer? What an interesting perspective. Yes, no matter what humans do, great nature will calmly devour it all.
A massive sound like a clap of thunder.
Hippo was holding a wooden barrel gulping down cola.
The sweetness and coolness moistened her parched throat, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face.
You work hard too, Hippo, hicked Hilda.
Isaac shook his head helplessly. You drink slowly, no one is snatching it from you.
And no problem, drinking fast is good. Who would have thought that she ended this war by stomping the Orc King into a meat patty with one foot?
Although she claimed it was because she saw a dangerous red light on the Orc King, causing her to instinctively stomp him, she had nevertheless achieved a great feat.
Fortunately, considering Hippo's appetite, several supply wagons sent from the territory were specially filled with cola, and perhaps because they worried about the sheer number of orcs, the supply wagons were also loaded with a large amount of weapons and gunpowder.
Now that victory was secured, only the remaining orcs needed to be cleaned up. These supplies would no longer be needed.
The administrator and the finance officer probably thought this war would last a long time. In fact, Isaac had thought so too.
However, this war consumed a massive amount of gunpowder, so they would need some time to replenish their stock.
Are they starting to resupply this too? Besides, Hippo, another wood elf, was also happy about the supplies. There was a black ogre leather coat among the supplies, and she immediately took it out and put it on.
The elves seemed to dislike heavy and clumsy armor,
so they were very happy when they received the light and tough ogre leather coats. The style of the ogre leather coat was quite nice.
Because it had been hardened, it smelled a bit fishy, but after all the processing, it became extremely tough, unable to be easily cut even by blades.
The larger the creature, the tougher the hide. Moreover, the colour was dyed a very eye-pleasing black, as Isaac had requested. My lord, I tried on the ogre leather coat that arrived with the supplies. How is it?
Does it look good? She turned around, showing off her new attire. Her golden long hair flew out due to centrifugal force before slowly falling back down.
Trained, her figure was healthy and vibrant, with a slender waist that couldn't be hidden even, while wearing thick leather armour. Very good, very good.
The coat looks even more radiant on you.
Come, track a few more poses for me.
Isaac finally understood why fashion designers were so fond of models.
Effie seemed very pleased with Isaac's compliment, smiling shyly with flushed cheeks. She imitated Isaac's habit, slinging the Claire rifle over her back and making an aiming gesture.
Excellent.
Is it convenient for movement?
Yes, although it's a bit stiff, it's much better than plate armour. Isaac nodded silently. It seemed he could equip the musketeers with these light ogre leather coats. Due to their distinctive colour and neat style, his army would be called the Black Coats, much like a certain army on Earth.
My lord, armor made from such precious ogre hide, can I really accept it?
Although there were many ogres in the magical beast forest, ogres were actually quite rare outside the forest. Therefore, their hides were very rare and expensive.
But Isaac had obtained a large quantity of ogre hide, and he intended to use it to make armor for his subordinates instead of selling it for money.
Those who followed him onto the battlefield were someone's children, or fathers, or clan leaders bearing the fate of their race. Don't worry about it. Besides, it looks beautiful on you as if it were tailor-made. Hee really.
Effie gave a simple laugh, tucking a strand of shy hair behind her ear.
Then very obediently, she struck several more poses, as Isaac requested. Isaac clapped his hands and said, very good, stick your rear out a bit more, yes.
Excellent.
Effie kept changing poses as he requested, her face flushed. Isaac's former fiancée, Lucy, watched the familiar yet comical scene with a complex expression.
Cough, cough.
Isaac noticed her gaze, tightened the corner of his mouth, and coughed lightly. Although he hadn't done anything wrong, he felt inexplicably embarrassed. Speaking of which, he also wanted to give Lucy Brianna a gift to thank her for coming to help this time. For a female knight wearing mithril alloy armor, the ogre leather coat held little significance.
At that moment, Isaac noticed the cherished flintlock pistol at her waist.
That was a gift he had given her, thanking her for fighting alongside the Blackwood cavalry last time. Besides the Blackwood army, Lucy was almost the only one equipped with the thermal weapons. So, Isaac took out a spare military revolver pistol and handed it to Lucy.
Lucy, thank you for your help.
This is a gift. Lucy Brianna's eyes widened in surprise. Can I really have this gun?
This is only issued to the Blackwood cavalry and prohibited from being circulated. We fought side by side on the battlefield so many times. You are already an honorary member of the Blackwood cavalry. Take it, my arm is getting sore.
Even in the age of firearms, the Sword Saint and the Great Magician remained terrifying asymmetric forces. If they didn't become enemies of the Blackwood territory, but stood on their side, it would create tremendous synergy.
Thus this was also an investment for the future.
But I still have to lead the Brianna cavalry team in place of my father.
Hold both positions. It's just an honorary post anyway.
I'm all right then. Lucy smiled slightly and took the heavy revolver pistol.
Isaac also smiled slightly.
No matter what, he didn't want this potential asset to become an enemy.
Lucy happily played with the weapon she had long desired, manipulating the hammer and spinning the cylinder, her blue eyes full of curiosity and excitement. This is the revolver pistol that can fire 6 rounds. Although they had an unpleasant past, their childhood friendship remained. In a moment of crisis, if he asked other sword saints for help, they would certainly present various conditions, whereas Lucy would likely lend a hand without asking for anything in return. Exchanging a revolver pistol to gain the favour of a sword saint was a very profitable deal. Cough cough, Lord Isaac. King Freya, Bernadis coughed from the side, drawing Isaac's attention. Do you have any extras? Of course, if you don't, that's fine, I can understand. Are the apostles more dangerous than the gods? Hearing Freya's words, Isaac finally remembered that he had promised to give the Orc King's head to King Freya Bernadis as a gift to decorate her drawing room. But Hippo had crushed the Orc King's head, helmet and all,
with a single stump, and it seemed she wanted a revolver pistol as well. You can already throw stones as easily as a catapult.
That's not something I can do at any time. And to be honest, I've always been interested in your weapons.
After this parting, they might not see each other for a long time. Furthermore, without the gunpowder provided by Blackwood territory, these weapons would be unusable. Moreover, Freya was someone who knew how to repay a kindness. Isaac had already given his spare revolver pistol to Lucy, so after a moment's thought, he could only pull his own revolver pistol from its holster and hand it to Freya.
"Oh, is this a weapon you've used?"
It's truly an honor.
King Freya Vanada's eyes sparkled as she carefully accepted the revolver pistol. This was a 6-shot military revolver pistol utilizing mercury fulminate primers and a detachable cylinder. Seeing that the sword, Saint, and the king they once served was so interested in their weapons, the members of the Blackwood cavalry puffed out their chests with pride.
At this moment, they all felt incredibly proud.
"Master, you saw that, didn't you?"
"I'm also very amazing, very amazing."
Raja reached out her hand toward Isaac silently while winking suggestively.
Did she want a gift too?
But Isaac had nothing left to give her.
Isaac looked at the small hand before him and thought for a moment.
Then he pulled something from his breast pocket and placed it in Raja's hand.
Raja looked in confusion at the sharp, tooth-like object in her hand.
"This is the Orc King's tusk."
Raja threw the tusk away in disgust and then rubbed her small hand vigorously against her clothes.
Tisk, what a waste.
This was a relic of the guy who had nearly destroyed the eastern continent. It should have been worth quite a bit.
Rumble.
A messenger on horseback came galloping from the direction where the tusk had been thrown, kicking up a cloud of dust.
Judging by the signal flag he was waving, it seemed they were being called to assemble.
Isaac had a general idea of why they were being summoned.
The orcs had been completely routed, leaving only a few remnants the armies of the various nations could handle the rest themselves.
It was time for the familiar MVP settlement sequence. The war was over, the political maneuvering had begun, and the cake was about to be divided, but one thing was for certain, this time, no one could question their achievements.
Asterisk. Was this the hero's triumph? The Blackwood cavalry returned to the military camp as if they were holding a triumphal ceremony in their own territory.
While, normally, due to a sense of competition, the armies of other nations would not so enthusiastically support another country's forces, but Isaac and the Blackwood army possessed extraordinary charisma and influence. I came, I saw, I conquered. When Isaac held high the platinum warhammer and shouted this classic famous quote upon his return, the allied forces let out a deafening cheer.
Isaac.
For the monarchs of the various nations, this was a sight that made them feel uneasy.
Before the war, Olivia of the Duroc Kingdom had only thought about how to survive. She hadn't expected things to turn out like this afterward. Some soldiers of the Duroc Kingdom had already directly become followers of the Elysian faith, each of them shouting Apostle of Gold.
Olivia's gaze turned toward a female priest in the rear who was providing support for Lord Blackwood.
A priest named Igni used holy power as sacred as a saintess is to selflessly treat the wounded soldiers. The priests following her also had humble attitudes and treated soldiers without charging any fees, earning the respect of everyone. The key was that this wasn't just the reaction of the soldiers. Those nobles who worshipped Talaphis, the god of merchants and thieves, were actually starting to waver, looking as if they might convert to the Elysian faith at any moment. Furthermore, as the price for participating in the war, Isaac had demanded that the various nations and the Empire open up their state religions. In particular, he had reached an agreement with the Duroc Kingdom to obtain silkworms. This might be a major event for the Haviland family, and there were recent rumors that he had used some unknown method to mass print Bibles with exquisite illustrations and distribute them at almost no cost. The momentum of the Elysian faith's development was truly terrifying. Olivia felt a chill down her back. She keenly felt that this young black-haired lord was not as simple as he appeared. He must be playing a grand game of chess.
Grandmother, can we get a steel dragon?
I want to put it in the palace.
Unfortunately, the king of the Duroc Kingdom was still a young man who knew nothing of the world.
Olivia struggled to suppress the thought of trying to compete with Isaac.
That young lord was simply too special.
And he had now become an existence that could not be opposed, so they had to win him over.
For a period of time, no, for a very long time, Blackwood territory will be the most influential place in the eastern continent. The scales of power were tilting rapidly. With an animal-like intuition, Olivia could feel this outcome even without a scale. At the same time, there was another queen who felt this even more profoundly than she did.
Ha, truly incredible sight. Then what should I do? A complex expression appeared on Queen Priscilla's face.
At this moment, she could neither feel happy nor sad.
The Platinum Palace of the Avalon Empire. Empress Siona had originally thought the High Elf diplomatic mission would return later, and she had been looking forward to things proceeding smoothly, but the subsequent report made her face turn pale.
The orcs were defeated. Hearing the news that the Orc King and hundreds of thousands of orcs had been defeated, the Empress almost thought something was wrong with her ears. Yes, the diplomatic mission lowered their heads in shame. Why?
Oh, I'm asking you, why were they defeated?
That. Faced with Her Majesty, the Empress's questioning, the diplomatic mission didn't know how to explain.
Lightning like divine punishment striking continuously, the river water miraculously parting, and unheard of new weapons showing great power for a moment. They didn't know where to begin.
Didn't you say the orcs numbered 500,000?
Yes, but counting from 1 to 500,000 would take forever. Even if it were 500,000 pigs for them to slaughter, how many days would it take? How could they possibly lose? But the enemy also had a force of around 150,000.
Even so, this is too ridiculous.
Empress Siona angrily stomped on the white marble floor with her high heels. Ever since the incident with the Saxony Empire, nothing had gone smoothly.
Those useless fools.
Even after being given weapons and armor, to think, her plan to simultaneously attack the Western continent and the Eastern continent had completely fallen through.
The Eastern continent had completely slipped from their control.
Even the great plan formulated by her main god had vanished into thin air.
Exploit them. Continue to exploit those dwarves, both their bodies and their souls.
We have no more time. We must clear the Western continent as quickly as possible. Siona's golden eyes burned with a rage like an active volcano.
Just then, a voice whispered in her ear, offering her a suggestion.
Empress Siona hurriedly leaned in to listen. The main god's voice brushed against her ear like a breeze. The goddess of harmony, she asked in confusion. But my god, you said the goddess of harmony was already very weak, and nothing to worry about. What? It's not the goddess, but her apostle. What on earth is a reversal of the natural order?
Siona was completely stunned. She could not understand at all why an apostle would be more dangerous than a god.
A mere human actually made a god feel fear. How could that be possible?
Nikaka, who was restless.
The castle of the kingdom of Kancha featured rounded roofs and striking spires.
Nikaka, a cat beastman wearing a white turban, sat upon his throne, his nose twitching incessantly as he listened to the unbelievable news arriving from the Eastern continent.
Angry breaths huffed from between his long feline whiskers.
Ikaka had originally expected that with the invasion of 500,000 orcs into the eastern continent, the Blackwood territory would be razed to the ground, and he had been full of anticipation. However, when the news arrived from his spies planted in the Duchy of Henton, he was dumbfounded.
You're saying the orcs were defeated? The Orc King had actually been trampled to death, and his nemesis King Frey of Anades had returned safely to the western continent.
Damn it. Seeing the messenger nod tremulously, Nikaka couldn't help but curse. The vassals were startled and began to cough one after another. Your Majesty. Please mind your language.
It was all because of that fellow Wolfang failing like a fool in the struggle for the sugar hegemony.
Of course, he couldn't be blamed entirely. Nikaka irritably tugged at his whiskers.
His cat tail flicked restlessly, repeatedly thumping against the armrest of the throne.
Except for the Draco Kingdom, which has clashed with their mother nations, probably don't know yet.
The Blackwood territory is dangerous. They shouldn't remain in the western continent.
To be precise, the Blackwood territory was the greatest threat to the kingdom of Kancha.
Thus he had sent out many merchants to gather intelligence and closely monitor the movements of the Blackwood territory, but the news that returned was all about their victories and expansion, which made Nikaka exceptionally annoyed. The feeling of watching his arch-rival grow stronger step by step was like being roasted over a fire repeatedly for Nikaka. But they have already established a firm foothold. What should we do?
Nikaka asked his subordinates for their opinions with a somber face. Although other kingdoms were paying attention to the outlier that was the Blackwood territory and the new trade routes, they were still in a wait-and-see mode.
So far, only they had realized the danger posed by the Blackwood territory.
Although the Draco Kingdom had clashed with the Blackwood territory, they had abandoned the territory because the situation with the Kingdom of Aru was more urgent. It was truly the height of stupidity.
Your Majesty,
since the other kingdoms haven't realized their danger yet, couldn't we take advantage of that?
Matsuki Taho, a tiger beastman, was the first among the silent courtiers to raise his head and offer his opinion.
Nikaka narrowed his eyes and nodded, signaling him to continue.
According to reports from our spies, it said that the bloodthirsty vampire lord is considering holding a carnival to supplement their blood shortage. Furthermore, although the Draco Kingdom has seen the prowess of the Blackwood territory, they surely won't let matters rest right.
After all, it was the Blackwood territory that invaded their lands, and they haven't even used it yet.
Ever since Wolfgang fell from power, Marquis Taho had been eyeing his position greedily, so he took this opportunity to propose a bold plan.
He suggested that Nikaka use the funds of the Kingdom of Kancha to guide the impending turmoil, turning its direction in a way that would benefit them.
But even though those races are isolated, they must have their own sources of information.
Your Majesty, rumors and news can be manipulated. We have merchants and spies planted everywhere. We can skillfully mix lies with facts to easily manipulate public opinion. Since news from the eastern continent could only spread by sea, information was naturally controlled by the Kingdom of Kancha, which held maritime hegemony.
Marquis Taho believed they could downplay or even block news of the Orcs' defeat, framing the Dragon Race's peace agreement as a necessity forced by an invasion of the giant race or a betrayal by the Kingdom of Aru.
Then they would use vast amounts of money to incite those kingdoms coveting the trade routes to start a war together.
Letting others bleed while they reaped the benefits from behind this was exactly the consistent practice of the Kingdom of Kancha. Nikaka's cat ears twitched slightly. He seemed somewhat intrigued.
Regardless, the Blackwood territory was also involved in the sugar hegemony, so they had to be eliminated no matter what.
Perhaps they could utilize the bellicose vampire race or the ratman race to achieve their goals.
I'll give you full authority to handle it. Go and give it a try.
Upon receiving the king's permission, Marquis Taho bared his tiger beastman fangs in a triumphant smile. Leave it to me. Watching Marquis Taho leave triumphantly, Nikaka suddenly had a sense of deja vu. He felt as if this scene had played out before.
This time should be different. Nikaka comforted himself this way, trying hard to suppress the unease in his heart.
If war really breaks out, you'll all be unhappy. As the saying goes, the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish.
The harvest from this war was extremely bountiful.
At the monarchs' meeting to decide on rewards and handle the aftermath of the two destroyed small kingdoms and the Kingdom of Kirk, Isaac gave up territorial claims in exchange for gold coins, spoils of war, and subjects. In any case, their administrative power could not reach those distant eastern lands.
Moreover, That place had already been turned into ruins, and they planned to expand westward, so Isaac made this decision.
Behind him was a long line of spoils and immigrants.
Gold, silver, treasures, and various supplies. The wealth accumulated over a lifetime by the two small kingdoms and the kingdom of Ko were all loaded onto carriages and brought back by him. There were also the weapons provided to the orcs by those wicked high elves, which filled the carriages to the brim. Due to the vast number of orcs, the quantity of everything from armor to weapons was staggering. These items were likely manufactured by exploiting the dwarves from the occupied Stonehammer Kingdom. Even if the people and orcs died, those steel weapons would not disappear. Isaac planned to use these captured weapons to equip his own soldiers.
He also obtained Orc King's platinum battle axe, which seemed to be made of precious pure mithril.
No wonder it remained intact after being stepped on by Hippo.
Isaac planned to melt it down and make it part of his own armor.
Among the refugees who lost their homes in the cruel massacre by the orcs, a portion selected by Igni would begin a new life in the Blackwood territory.
Population is national strength.
Furthermore, as the price for participating in the war, he obtained silkworms from the Durat Kingdom.
So they now possessed wool, linen, and silk. Cotton had also begun to be planted, and factories were under construction.
Isaac was in need of a large amount of labour. Coupled with the labour needed for future railway construction, Isaac was already starting to get a headache.
In short, they now returned to the Blackwood territory with a vast amount of spoils, manpower, and a triumphant mood.
When the head of the household returns home with a bountiful catch, the family members naturally rejoice.
Since this was the largest scale war yet, the territory prepared an unprecedented welcome ceremony for them.
The Lord has returned in triumph.
Under the command of the knights, the Blackwood army marched down the streets with steady steps and heads held high.
Along the way, people praised their lord, and colourful confetti and flower petals fell onto the soldiers' shoulders like epaulets.
Long live the Blackwood army! Long live Lord Isaac! The musicians of Rat City played marches, and some people responded to the rhythm of the music with ceremonial cannons like striking percussion instruments.
Bang, bang, bang!
The soldiers held their chests high, while the refugees who had come to the Blackwood territory for the first time looked around in amazement.
Their steps became more powerful, their hearts filled with pride.
It's said that the Lord raised his warhammer and summoned countless bolts of divine punishment, lightning, to wipe out the orcs.
Also, it's said that with one command from the Lord, the Tay River automatically made way for him.
We are living in an age of myths, and the Lord is the one writing the myth.
The events on the battlefield reached the Blackwood territory with added embellishments.
Followers of the Elysian faith, gathered like clouds, were enthusiastically telling the non-believers the heroic stories they had heard.
Truly devout believers never forget to proselytize for a single moment. To help the development of the order, Isaac held up his shining mace, reenacting the scene from the time. Seeing his glowing mace, the subjects erupted like an active volcano, letting out deafening cheers.
Wow! Long live the Lord Apostle.
For a moment,
Isaac felt less like a person and more like a god worshipped by the people.
HMPH, without me your lightning magic would just be a waste of mana.
Truly ignorant masses failing to recognize the real hero.
Lilia, the lightning spirit, seemed very dissatisfied with missing the chance to be praised by the people. She sat on Isaac's shoulder and grumbled indignantly.
And the one who parted the river wasn't Master either, it was me and Undyne.
Without us, Master would have fallen into the river long ago.
Raja, who had returned with Isaac while holding Tamar's waist, was also complaining dissatisfiedly from the side. Don't worry, I will record your achievements in detail in the Bible.
Hearing Isaac say he would record their deeds in the Bible, but all believers would read, their complaints finally subsided.
HMPH, then I'll reluctantly forgive you.
Then please be sure to add the title Captain.
Raja constantly stroked the necklace made from the Orc King's tusks, while also demanding that Isaac include a description in the Bible of how she was invincible on both sea and river.
Although she said she hated it, she kept the tusks in the end.
Isaac looked at them, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly.
Asterisk.
While the fate of humanity hung in the balance.
Priscilla saved the kingdom from destruction in the face of an army of hundreds of thousands of orcs. But this victory was built upon the leadership of the Blackwood army, and now it was time to pay the reward.
Your Majesty, this is a message from Lord Isaac saying that this is the last tax payment the Blackwood territory will make to the kingdom, and it is also a parting gift, Your Majesty.
A vast amount of gold and silver coins were piled up in front of the palace treasury.
Even though the Blackwood territory had received significant tax breaks for defending the magical beast forest, they still paid such an enormous amount of tax.
It was enough for anyone who saw it with their own eyes to instantly imagine how staggering the wealth of the Blackwood territory was, perhaps because they were tempted by this wealth, or perhaps because the crisis had been averted. Some vassals expressed opposition to the agreement that had already been reached.
Your Majesty, are you really going to stand by and watch the Blackwood territory become independent with the land bestowed by the kingdom?
Lord Isaac, this is a desecration of the feudal contract.
The central nobles and lords disparaged Isaac one after another, advocating for preventing the Blackwood territory's independence at any cost.
But Queen Priscilla, who had been watching Isaac from the beginning, was now hesitant.
After all, those territories were not bestowed by the kingdom, but were obtained by Isaac through his own strength during the Civil War.
And he had even helped her ascend to the throne.
We must stop his independence. This is a serious challenge to royal authority.
Is that so?
An ill-named Hooper, seeing that the Queen seemed to be listening to his opinion, immediately stood up excitedly and said loudly,
Of course, we absolutely cannot lose these taxes and territories.
Then Earl Hooper, you go and tell him later.
Tell him we will stop your independence at all costs.
Priscilla stared at the greedy man before her, revealing a half-smiling expression.
Hearing the Queen's words, Earl Hooper's expression froze instantly, and he then silently sat back down.
Since ancient times, secession and the prevention of independence have always been accompanied by bloodshed and sacrifice.
Although they all coveted the benefits in the end, no one was willing to challenge the Blackwood territory. They had personally witnessed Isaac's terror, unless they were tired of living, who would want to actively provoke this living ancestor. If we want to stop him, we must go to war with the Blackwood territory.
So who among you is willing to be the vanguard?
The scene was dead silent.
As if some sort of tacit understanding had been reached, everyone chose to shut their mouths and avert their eyes. Priscilla shook her head with a bitter smile. See, when war truly breaks out, you're not happy either. After a long while, some lords finally spoke up awkwardly.
Speaking of which, a promise is a promise after all.
We can only let him go. This is also a good thing after all, he came from us. It wouldn't be bad if everyone develops well together in the future.
Queen Priscilla, hearing these words, and looking at the unsightly behaviour of the nobles before her, finally couldn't help but laugh out loud.
She suddenly felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Call the secretary officer over, let's write the letter.
****.
The smoke of war dissipated, and post-war administrative work began.
Organising the gold coins, spoils, and vast quantities of weapons, as well as handling the casualties, took up half a day. In the process of replenishing the heavily consumed black powder and handling the territory's internal affairs, the halfling Princess Library of the Durak Kingdom suddenly arrived at the Lord's castle.
She smilingly told Isaac that she had brought the promised silkworms this time.
She said she would also send a technician to guide them on how to raise silkworms and real silk.
Isaac looked left and right, but didn't see a technician, so he looked at Library with a puzzled expression.
The other party just smiled and pointed at herself. It's me. I will stay here to teach you personally.
Isaac looked at her blankly. Library was the actual person in power of the Merchant Guild and a princess, so she should be very busy.
Oh, so these are silkworms. They look quite cute like this. Effie was drawn to the silkworms at this moment, looking at the little white insects munching on green leaves with curiosity. They are eating non-stop. What kind of leaves are so delicious? Mulberry leaves. This is a type of deciduous tree that grows in temperate climates and is the primary food for silkworms. If they wanted to produce silk on a large scale, they would also have to plant mulberry trees here. However, hearing Isaac's sudden answer, Library was instantly broken into a cold sweat, looking at Isaac with shock and uncertainty, not daring to speak.
Effie checked the silk on the cocoons, and after confirming it was the real deal, she asked in confusion.
But this silk, it's not quite like the silk I've seen. It has no luster. The silk threads look somewhat dry. Isaac nodded and explained. You have to use dilute acetic acid to dissolve the animal protein. That's how you produce smooth silk. Hearing Isaac's explanation, Library's eyes widened once again. She seemed to have come with a certain purpose, but now seeing her family's top-secret information being spoken so easily by Isaac, she finally couldn't help but ask,
Wait, how do you know that?
Honorary northeastern girl.
As the mulberry saplings brought by Library were planted in the open spaces of Russ Village, Blackwood Territory's vigorous sericulture industry began.
Recently, due to the collapse of two small kingdoms, a large number of people had flooded into Blackwood Territory.
Isaac mobilized the idle labor force to dig irrigation canals and level the land. Village Chief Baker had been dressing much more elegantly lately, and he was always running over to ask Isaac if some new project was about to start.
To be precise, the mulberry trees themselves weren't profitable. They were only for raising silkworms, but Isaac didn't have the heart to crush his cheerful expression, so he just said it was a good project.
In any case, Russ Village had already become a very wealthy village thanks to the large-scale brewery and the cultivation of hops and beets.
Lord, what are you eating now?
Effie had been following Isaac like a shadow lately.
Mulberries.
Want a taste?
This was a childhood memory for Isaac. He often ate this fruit in the countryside when he was young, always ending up with a stained face. The mulberries had been sent along with the saplings, and the taste was basically the same as on Earth. They are sweet and sour and very juicy. Really? Effie curiously took a bite and was immediately captivated by the sweet and sour flavour. Her eyes lightened up as she looked at the purple fruits.
After eating a few, she happily shared the mulberries with the elf rangers, who had come over after hearing the news. Before long, the wood elf's lips and fingers were stained with patches of purple.
This sight instantly reminded Isaac of his former self back then. Every time he ate them, his clothes would look like they'd been tie-dyed, and he'd get a sound thrashing upon returning home. By the way, mulberries can also be used in medicine. Both the leaves and the fruits of the mulberry tree have many uses. He just didn't know if the climate here was suitable for growing mulberry trees. Mulberry trees are very cold resistant, so they shouldn't freeze to death, but the fruit might grow smaller. However, as long as they could provide mulberry leaves, it would be fine, so Isaac planned to start large-scale cultivation immediately. If problems arose later, he could improve the variety through plant spirits or look for suitable planting sites in the magical beast forest.
A single female silkworm can lay about 2,000 eggs at a time, and it takes about 30 days from hatching for a silkworm larva to grow to its largest fifth instar stage.
During this period, a silkworm's weight increases nearly 10,000 times, and it consumes over 30 grams of mulberry leaves. A soft and smooth silk garment requires a large number of cocoons, so to properly develop the silk industry, They had to plant mulberry trees on a large scale. Isaac estimated they needed to plant at least 1,000 trees to start.
But the silk industry is a high value-added industry enough to cover all these costs.
It is an industry that requires technology, labor, and resources. Because of this, silk was worth its weight in gold during the Roman era. This meant all the effort was worth it. Therefore, they listened earnestly and enthusiastically to the Halfling Library's explanation, learning the techniques of sericulture and silk reeling. Even if one is proficient in theory, practice is another matter, and opportunities for technology transfer were very rare. After the silkworms spin their silk and form cocoons, boil the cocoons, then use tools to reel the silk.
Library continued to explain, pointing at the tools she had brought.
Then use a spinning wheel to spin the thread and a loom to weave the cloth right. How do you know everything? Library's expression grew increasingly troubled because Isaac actually knew all of their top secret information. It seemed she couldn't accept the explanation of divine revelation. She had dressed up carefully and brought the sericulture tools here, constantly pestering Isaac as if she wanted to use teaching the technology as an excuse to do something.
But Isaac's extraordinary learning speed and store of knowledge caused her to hit a wall repeatedly, leaving her with nothing to do but sigh helplessly.
Effie seemed to finally understand the reason why Library had come to Blackwood territory in person, so she began to follow Library everywhere, full of wariness towards her.
For a time, a subtle competition developed between the two women.
A few days later, through repeated efforts and mastery of the techniques, they finally produced the first sample of silk. By soaking the silk in acetic acid extracted from fermented wine, and then drying it, the sericin in the threads was dissolved, and smooth, lustrous silk was born. This truly was a time-consuming and labor-intensive industry. There were so many steps required. But this was only the first step. Next, they had to apply silk to steam-powered looms and spinning machines to achieve mass production. They also needed to improve weaving techniques, weaving the threads more tightly to produce velvet-grade silk that was as soft as feathers. This would become a unique specialty of Blackwood territory, distinguishing it from the silk products of the Durak Kingdom. It's amazing that fiber can be obtained from insects rather than plants. No wonder people have never been able to crack the secret of silk production. Effie marveled at the Havlin family's long-held secret techniques. It was said that there were once merchants who thought mulberry trees were the raw material for silk, and foolishly chopped them down and took them away. The texture of silk is very tight, making it perfectly suitable for making parachutes or the gas bags of an airship.
Multiple layers of silk can even be bulletproof, therefore the military applications of silk are also very extensive.
Though expensive, its uses are very broad. Isaac struck while the iron was hot, or rather sprinkle the seasoning while it was hot, and tasted the crispy fried byproduct of the cocoon's silkworm pupae.
Library watched in disbelief, her mouth hanging open, as Isaac unhesitatingly ate the shriveled insects.
Tilda tastes like chicken, crunchy too.
Isaac ate 2 or 3 silkworm pupae at a time in front of Library, looking exceptionally satisfied.
Whether on Earth or in this world, the taste of these silkworm pupae was the same delicious.
Isaac couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. He had actually tasted a flavour from his hometown here.
In this world, where famine and hunger were very common, silkworm pupae were also a precious source of protein. Although the food supply in Blackwood territory had improved due to the popularization of fertilizers and systematic agricultural production, waste was still shameful, so Isaac had to find a way to make the public accept silkworm pupae. P.S. There are always some little weirdos who can't stop smiling when they see others looking disgusted and uncomfortable while eating bugs. If Isaac, as the apostle of God, ate them with such relish, then the believers should probably give them a try as well. Isaac firmly believed that once they tasted them, they would be captivated by the crispy texture.
So, seeing Raja just coming out of the Lord's castle laboratory, Isaac grabbed her and handed her a crispy silkworm pupa.
I beg of you, please don't do this. Raja's face changed instantly upon seeing the fried silkworm pupae, and she pleaded with Isaac with a mournful expression. How ungrateful. On Earth, you'd have to pay money for this. But fortunately, there were people who liked to eat them.
I think it's not bad. Though it looks a bit disgusting, it tastes very fragrant.
Isaac's only sister, the loyal foodie Claire, critiqued truthfully while crunching on a silkworm pupa. Claire's praise greatly encouraged Isaac. It seemed there was nothing wrong with his taste.
In this world, there were indeed people who liked eating silkworm pupae.
Isaac nodded with satisfaction and immediately conferred upon Claire the title of honorary Northeast Sister, and ordered the large-scale production of silk and silkworm pupae goddess in the capital. Mare, a magnificent cathedral of the Elysian faith, rose from the ground, symbolizing the faith's flourishing development. Sunlight filtered through the stained glass windows, casting vibrant colors. Fresco-like murals were painted on the walls and ceilings, depicting a series of landmark events that had occurred in Blackwood territory. From the moment the first concrete temple was completed, believers had flocked in like a tide. The first songs of the choir and the expansion of Isaac's manor ring spread immense holy power throughout the entire territory. There were also scenes of various races joining Blackwood territory under the goddess's guidance, along with those miraculous victories. Scenes of summoning lightning for divine punishment, rivers parting on their own to make way, and of course the figures of Raja and Ilya.
The Orc King, who had attempted to summon the chief god only to be stepped on and killed by a giant, was also depicted in a corner of the mural. It was an impressive moment when a deity descended upon a mortal with such fervor.
The baby boom triggered by Igni was also recorded on the mural as an achievement. The new painting techniques and various coloured pigments Isaac promoted in Rat City were also applied here. Peranch, what were the expressions on these newborns? As Isaac looked at the murals lost in memory, he suddenly noticed that the expressions of those babies were stiff and dull, and he immediately asked Peranch in confusion. It was a miraculous time when vitality flourished and newborns were everywhere. Why were they painted so lifelessly? They are just newborns, my lord. Most of them will eventually die young, so we cannot invest too much emotion in them before they reach year-old. P.S. To explain further, the medical level in this world is basically zero, and most commoner children die young, which is why the population is so small. How cold and ruthless. Isaac shook his head silently. It seemed this was how people in this world viewed newborns. After all, this was an era with an extremely high infant mortality rate. However, in Blackwood territory, thanks to the popularization of soap, the prevention of puerperal fever, and the involvement of the clergy, basically all the infants survived. Thus, the population of Blackwood territory, including the newly joined workers, had reached a staggering number. Isaac held high hopes for the baby boom generation born of miracles. They would receive a good education and master a wealth of knowledge. Wyeth, Lord Apostle. Ever since Igni arrived at this newly completed cathedral, her tears of joy had not stopped flowing. She remembered the days when she had barely enough to eat, and in her sunset-red eyes, tears fell like broken strings of pearls.
Igni, you're so grown up now. Why are you still acting like a child here? Wipe your face.
Then she took Isaac's handkerchief and wiped her tears. She used to be a woman who would weep with gratitude and see it as a divine blessing even if she just received a piece of bread by the roadside. Now her dream was finally nearing completion.
But what are you doing?
Give it back to me. Priestess Igni actually stuffed the tear-soaked handkerchief into her bosom.
I want one too.
Effie is always showing off her handkerchief.
Igni blushed and tightly clutched the handkerchief in her bosom. Clearly something had happened between Effie and Igni that Isaac was unaware of. Isaac scratched his head and sighed somewhat helplessly. This is our new home, Lord Apostle.
Igni's tone was like that of a young couple who had just bought a new house.
However, as the landmark cathedral built in the capital after being recognized as the state religion, Isaac could understand her excitement.
In fact, the followers of the Elysian faith in the capital were just as excited as Igni. They had all gathered spontaneously outside the cathedral, hoping to catch a glimpse of the apostle and attend the inauguration ceremony.
The sight reminded Isaac of when the first temple in his own territory was completed.
Whenever people and faith come together, something always happens. Priest Pavel ring the bells and announce the completion of the cathedral to everyone. A bell as large as the one in the Hagia Sophia was installed in the cathedral.
Isaac remembered searching everywhere for bell founders to manufacture cannons. Every event felt as if it were only yesterday.
Donna, Donna, Donna.
The deep and melodious tolling of the bell echoed over the capital mare, as if making an announcement.
It resounded through the skies, letting everyone hear the birth of this cathedral. As if hearing a divine oracle, Igni suddenly knelt on the ground and began to pray on her own. The priests also praised the goddess with clear voices, and the believers outside the cathedral cheered to celebrate the moment. Goddess of harmony, the Elysian faith, which had once been on the brink of extinction and endured a long period of darkness, was revived once again. These bells and cheers, echoing throughout the city, symbolized them taking root and sprouting in the world once more. This also meant that Isaac's influence as the apostle of God would expand further. A nation needs the three-horse carriage of commerce, military, and religion to exert its full power,
especially in a world where deities truly exist.
Don.
From the initial Goblin invasion to the sudden territorial wars and civil wars.
Though he had gone through numerous hardships, Isaac had reached this point through his unrelenting efforts. In addition to the goddess's help, knowledge that was considered useless on Earth also played a role. On Earth, some people called him a psycho and a madman because he was always making and exploding strange things. But he wasn't mad. It was a passion. Yes, you are not mad. Isaac was talking to himself when he suddenly stopped. First, the voice he just heard came from Igni's mouth. Second, the voice sounded very much like the goddess's voice he had heard before coming to this world. Goddess's reward. Soft, long white hair cascaded over her shoulders. Beneath thick eyelashes were her lovely nose and apricot-coloured lips.
Fair skin and red eyes that burn like the setting sun.
Though her appearance was identical to Priestess Igni's, her aura was entirely different. A heartwarming vitality and vigour along with a mysterious power that seemed capable of embracing the harmony of all things radiated from her. Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name.
For reading Taiwan novels, identifying the super convenient one is key.
The white-haired woman before Isaac Blackwood emitted a warm and holy glow as if holy light itself had descended.
Sigma. Isaac was momentarily stunned into silence, staring blankly at the woman before him.
She was like a deity descended to the mortal realm, sacred and noble.
Is this a god of another world?
The prayers and sounds of praise in the cathedral ceased at that moment. The people were all shaken by this indescribable holy power, not daring to make a sound.
Pastor Pavel, who had served the goddess for generations, seemed to realize what was happening. He stood dumbfounded like a stone statue.
Is this truly the goddess? Isaac had previously felt a vague sense of a divine presence through brief system messages.
What should he do now?
Go up and say hello. It felt a bit awkward on Earth. Isaac was an atheist, so it was hard for him to grasp the proper distance to keep from a deity.
Just then, a warm hand caressed his cheek. The goddess seemed to have read the doubt in his heart, appearing before him in flesh and blood to prove she had descended. Yes, my loyal, capable, and occasionally naughty apostle. Naughty Isaac's mind was full of retorts, but he didn't dare let his thoughts wander further. Igni's eyes, usually full of passion and curiosity, became deep and mysterious, and her voice was filled with an ethereal quality.
I have always been watching you.
Even when the bridge of communication was broken, she had been watching him.
To Isaac, religion had always been just a tool for expanding his influence, and the goddess was merely an abstract concept. He was always thinking about how to utilize her.
You have undergone many trials and tribulations, but you have overcome them all.
The goddess took a step forward, gently stroking his hair.
As a grown man, Isaac suddenly felt praised like a child, making him feel inexplicably embarrassed.
Especially after becoming a lord, he felt like the head of a household, so this sensation was very foreign to him.
The threads of fate bind us together. You must be the harmony of all things guiding my destiny.
In the battle against the evil god who absorbed the souls of the living to resurrect the dead, goddess Iris had lost most of her power, leading the Elysian faith to the brink of extinction. But because of the eccentric existence that was Isaac, the Elysian faith not only avoided its doomed fate, but gradually restored its former glory.
To repay his achievements, the incarnation of the goddess slowly walked toward him, her beautiful eyelashes drooping slightly.
Goddess Iris, this is my meager reward, and also a blessing to dispel the darkness for you. Something soft lightly touched his forehead and then quickly pulled away.
At the same time,
An unprecedented power surged through his entire body.
Goddess Iris, through his body, personally bestowed a blessing upon him.
****.
Under the influence of the surging vitality, Isaac's mana rings condensed into one, and then split into 5.
Just like before, when miracles occurred while bathing in holy power,
The realm of a fifth circle mage unfolded before him like a chick breaking out of its shell.
the 5 mana rings that every mage dreamed of were rotating rapidly around his heart.
Mana like a waterfall coursed through his body.
That incredible power that made the world tree bloom also greatly enhanced his ability to control spirits.
The spirit power connecting the spirit realm and the material realm strengthened significantly, and the lightning spirit Ilya appeared before him in surprise.
What?
I suddenly felt a powerful force seek.
She first widened her eyes, then saw the descended goddess and shrieked in fright.
Merely touching a sliver of a god's power had brought about such a massive change.
But do not let your guard down. The evil demon who wishes to destroy the cycle of life and death, the self-proclaimed god of knowledge, is descending into the mortal world. Igni's body turned pale due to the release of a large amount of power.
She warned Isaac that as that demon's power recovered, the dead would walk the earth, and the order of all things would collapse. Then, the goddess's voice, just like what he had heard back on earth, grew smaller and more distant.
Wait, goddess. Isaac still had many questions to ask.
The goddess's descent was too brief and not nearly enough to resolve his doubts.
He grabbed Igni's shoulders and shook her.
That you are my apostle is truly wonderful.
After giving him a powerful blessing and a short warning, the goddess's power vanished from his body.
Holy shit, don't go. Finish what you were saying.
Since ancient times, the most maddening thing was when someone stopped talking halfway through. The goddess's warning was intermittent and full of mysteries.
Isaac even suspected she did it on purpose.
Unwilling to give up, Isaac stepped forward and caught the collapsing Igni in his arms.
What exactly were the threads of fate?
And what kind of conspiracy was that god who wanted to destroy order plotting?
Oh, like a brief dream, the goddess had departed.
Priestess Igni, like a sleeping beauty, slowly opened her eyes.
She came to her senses only to find herself being held by the apostle, and she immediately panicked. Hello, Lord Apostle.
Igni,
For you to suddenly do this, I'm not mentally prepared yet.
wait.
Do it again. Isaac grabbed Igni's shoulders and shouted urgently.
Sigme.
Hearing Isaac's nonsensical request, Igni widened her red eyes.
My lord, are we right here?
Omina, the situation has changed dramatically.
The sudden descent of a deity stunned everyone. How did it happen?
Normally, only figures like the Pope or the Saintess could achieve this, and only after extensive preparation and mobilizing the help of numerous clergy. Writing up to this point, I hope readers remember our domain. Taiwan novel website is super smooth, read at your leisure.
Isaac eventually gave up. It seemed he would have to wait for Iris to descend herself next time.
I just felt something approaching, accepted it and succeeded.
Igni explained thoughtfully, seemingly finding it not difficult at all.
But transforming into a deity is not something just anyone can do.
Isaac had to marvel again that Igni truly was a priest with terrifying talent. You are indeed a remarkable member of the clergy.
Oh really? He thanked you.
Igni was embarrassed by Isaac's praise and fidgeted.
Through your unremitting efforts, you have achieved the complete revival of the Elysian Faith. Achievement points plus 50,000. After a series of events, the Elysian Faith spread its wings once more. Like a reward and recognition from the deity, a message appeared before Isaac.
Sure enough, whenever the popularity
and faith of the Elysian Faith reached their peak, something always happened. Did everyone see that?
Goddess Iris just descended upon the Saintess. Previously, a powerful holy power suddenly descended upon the church, leaving people stunned.
At this moment, Pastor Pavel explained what had happened, and the clergy and believers immediately erupted into renewed excitement and cheers. The goddess actually descended here herself. The deity is blessing us.
Dun dun dun.
Holy power surged like clouds, and the church bells rang out even louder.
Isaac watched all this and said to the painter Peranch,
Peranch, it looks like you'll have to paint another fresco.
Ha ha ha, what kind of religion is this? Miracles just keep happening. Exactly.
Although Isaac didn't know how historians would record what happened today, this era could certainly be called the Age of Kings and Gods.
Asterisk.
In the palace carpeted with Durat Kingdom rugs, King Freya Vanadis sat on a granite carved throne sharing her adventures with the president of the Azazel Merchant Guild. She described the scene on the battlefield in detail, from rapid-fire weapons to cavalry charges that summoned lightning and parted the river.
Hearing about Isaac's divine maneuvers, the president of the Azazel Merchant Guild stomped her feet anxiously, repeatedly regretting not having participated in the battle.
I should have just pushed him down then and made it a fait accompli. King Freya Vanadis watched her subordinate bite her lip in regret, and she helplessly pressed her hand to her forehead.
Even though she was a succubus, this was too much. You can't mentally control him. He is an apostle of God protected by the goddess. Then control him physically, Lady Freya. Azazel twisted her slender waist and voluptuous body, saying with a giggle. King Freya Vanadis narrowed her eyes and watched her silently. As a succubus, having relations with someone would drain their essence snap out of it.
Do you want to cause a diplomatic incident and ruin our relationship with one of our few friendly nations?
Perhaps the human apostle who possessed superhuman strength and magic could resist the temptation.
But the problem didn't stop there.
He has a devoted wood elf by his side. If you don't want to cause a riot and get shot by her, you better restrain yourself. Effie is a markswoman who can accurately hit an enemy's head from hundreds of meters away.
The naturally gifted sentry wood elves combined with weapons like firearms formed the terrifying elf rangers, and no one would know where the bullets would fly from.
Click! As King Freya Vanadis spoke, she cocked the hammer of the revolver pistol she had received and pulled the trigger.
The hammer, pulled by the spring tension, struck where the mercury fulminate primer should have been.
Click!
The revolver pistol gleamed in the sunlight. It was a Blackwood army weapon that resembled a work of art. It had mowed down notorious wolf riders across the battlefield, leaving a deep impression on King Freya Vanadis. A single soldier could eliminate 6 fully armed soldiers just by moving a finger.
Click, click!
Lady Freya, can we manufacture this kind of weapon? Azazel had also witnessed the power of Blackwood territory weapons, so she was tempted when she saw the real thing. It's difficult.
The Duchess artisans say they cannot replicate these high-elasticity steel components. King Freya Vanadis had naturally considered this issue too.
Upon her return, she immediately gathered the Duchess' best artisans to study whether they could manufacture this weapon.
Isaac probably guessed she would do this.
But he still gave her the weapon, partly out of gratitude towards her, and partly out of confidence.
He knew that even if she took the weapon, she couldn't replicate it. In fact, his confidence was not unfounded.
Those precisely machined, perfectly fitting components, the highly elastic steel parts, and the burning black granules were all things they couldn't replicate.
How exactly did he do it? King Freya Vanadis found the revolver pistol in her hand, increasingly incredible the more she looked at it. Her deity told her this was not the ability of the goddess of harmony, so it must be Isaac's own ability.
What exactly did he go through to conceive of or manufacture such a thing?
King Freya Vanadis was fiddling with the empty cylinder of the revolver pistol when a voice suddenly sounded in her mind, interrupting her actions. The god of order whispered in her ear. The goddess of harmony, once one of the gods, seemed to have recovered some of her power.
Her unique power was spreading in all directions.
If the chief god felt it, then the other deities must have as well. Whether they were apostles of God whose identities were public or those hiding in the shadows, Isaac must now be the focus of attention for all apostles and deities.
To King Freya Vanadis, he was a reliable ally, but other apostles might feel threatened by his continuously growing power. Especially the evil god who had always regarded the goddess of harmony as a thorn in his side might react most violently.
Perhaps he would immediately fly into a rage, although ordinary people no longer remembered, hundreds of years ago, when King Freya Vanadis was still young, people with evil aura repeatedly attacked the Elysian faith.
Now the Elysian faith has not only survived tenaciously, but has also been publicly revived. A mortal who can garner the attention of all the deities is truly enviable.
At the same time, she felt that Isaac might encounter some trouble, but the next moment she thought that Isaac he will surely overcome all these difficulties.
The
Platinum Palace of the Avalon Empire.
Lord Inathos, please calm your anger.
Empress Sivona turned pale facing the chief god's sudden rage, and being at a loss she could only frantically try to appease him. Not long ago her chief god said that the goddess of harmony was very weak and not a cause for concern, telling her only to watch out for her apostle.
But now her chief god said that even the goddess of harmony had become tricky to deal with.
Siona did not understand why her chief god was so wary of the goddess of harmony and her apostle among all the deities.
But she believed that the chief god must have his own profound reasons. To appease the chief god, Siona displayed the essence of the magical engineering she had completed in the laboratory.
My god, this is a new magical item created with the knowledge you bestowed.
Empress Siona tossed the purple ore in her hand into the air.
Surprisingly, however, the ore emitting a soft glow did not fall, it simply floated in the air.
This was a peculiar magical item that violated the laws of this other world.
This is the legendary floating stone, just like a golem.
This was a magical engineering technology that had been achieved in the distant ancient past.
Empress Sivona was now planning to use this ore with floating properties to manufacture airships. Then load the airships with a large number of siege magical items to rain death upon the enemy from a safe distance, rendering even tens of thousands of enemy troops or towering city walls meaningless. Although the plan had deviated slightly, fortunately, everything was still going smoothly.
The secret weapon of the Avalon Empire was being secretly developed.
So please rest assured and look forward to my results, my god.
This powerful weapon had only appeared in the distant past during the War of the Gods when dragons vanished and civilization was destroyed. Seeing that the chief god's mood had calmed down slightly, Empress Selena finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Asterisk.
Isaac liked collecting stones.
What he liked were not ornamental stones that showcase natural beauty and wonder, but ones that served as the cornerstone of industry.
Clink. His favourite was the cryolite he had painstakingly collected from various places.
This was a rare, snow-white mineral that had already become extinct by the time Isaac started collecting it.
Accompanying the cryolite was another mineral. That was bauxite, with circular granules embedded on its surface.
This was an important industrial mineral rich in aluminum.
Brother, do you really like stones that much?
Claire was organising the ledgers nearby, looking at Isaac with an expression that said, "That's why you can't find a wife."
This left him speechless. He didn't like the stones themselves, but the components they contained.
But even though he had collected these precious minerals, he couldn't extract aluminum yet.
Even with cryolite lowering the melting point of alumina, he couldn't use the whole Herald process due to the inability to perform stable electrolysis. If he could extract aluminum, he could alloy aluminum and copper to create duralumin, known as aerospace material. But for him, this was just a distant, unattainable dream. Crack.
Just then, the lightning spirit Ilya appeared before him, accompanied by a burst of sparks. Due to the enhancement of his elf power, Isaac could now summon Ilya for extended periods, and distance was no longer an issue.
Therefore, he had been frequently working with the lightning spirit lately.
That thing is finished,
Ilya said, with electricity flickering across her body. She seemed to have just returned from somewhere. Whoosh! Isaac ignored Claire's surprise and abruptly stood up. Finished. Finally. Electricity.
Isaac had been looking forward to this day for a long time.
From the moment he first lit a light bulb, he had begun preparing for the construction of a hydroelectric power station, mobilizing countless workers, architects, and water-wheel craftsmen.
The workers and craftsmen of the Blackwood territory had grown accustomed to the Lord's endless stream of whimsical ideas.
Fortunately, the Lord had also created hydraulic drilling machines and hydraulic forging hammers, driven by water flow, which significantly shortened the construction period. In the workshop, craftsmen used fire elemental spirits to heat copper, then used perforated iron molds to pull the copper into long, uniform wires like pulling noodles. Finally, they used rubber collected from the forest for insulation, and just like that, Isaac manufactured wires capable of stable conduction.
Normally, they would need resin coatings like shellac, rosin, or beeswax to prevent electrical leakage.
But because they possessed copper mines and rubber trees, they could go all out in developing electricity. Driven by the swift currents of the Blackwood River, the Francis turbine of the hydroelectric power station began to rotate rapidly.
At first glance, it was no different from the rotation of the water wheels driving the drilling machines and forging hammers in the territory's armory.
However, a large number of powerful permanent magnets were installed on the outside of the turbine blades.
These magnets were ones Isaac had previously struck one by one with lightning on the mountain. As the conductor rotated within the magnetic field, a massive electromotive force was generated.
Finally, in this distant otherworldly realm, alternating current power generation was realized.
The river flows, the turbine spins, and this transparent bulb actually lights up.
That's not magic, is it? With the startup of the hydroelectric power station, several light bulbs flickered a few times before emitting a bright glow. You have surpassed the discovery of fire and pioneered a new era achievement points, plus 30,000. The vassals gathered around one by one, watching the glowing bulbs and letting out gasps of amazement.
In this world, Isaac had finally obtained the power to unlock Earth's modern civilization and received the goddess's recognition.
Electricity began to be supplied stably through hydropower.
An electrical revolution erupted in the Blackwood territory.
They hadn't just discovered the principle, they had begun to truly utilize this power.
I am a noble lightning. Ilya was currently controlling the current with a weary face.
Even for a spirit, her eyes were looking a bit vacant at this moment.
It had to be said, even spirits get that workplace burnout look after working long hours.
This lightning spirit, who had become an official employee of the Blackwood territory, lightly snapped her fingers. With a pop, the violent alternating current was converted into stable direct current and sent to each light bulb.
Test this is a very difficult technique.
This was essentially technology that spanned hundreds of years.
Isaac was constantly shocked by the abilities Ilya displayed so casually.
Without her, this electricity project wouldn't have been able to start at all.
Teenage, that's it. Can't you praise me a bit more?
Ilya seemed to have heard Isaac's murmuring, and her eyebrows shot up in dissatisfaction.
Although she was a respected existence in the spirit realm, in this world, she was just an industrial worker, and she craved praise and recognition.
To be honest, I didn't expect you to do so well.
You really are my God-given rectifier.
Hearing these inexplicable words, the corner of Ilya's mouth twitched slightly. Well, thank you, although it sounds like you're treating me like a tool.
Then I'll call you a bridge circuit.
Isaac was amused by her reaction, then looked at her and seriously praised her achievement.
Only then did the little spirit lift her head proudly.
HMPH tilde, it's not too late to realize it now.
Isaac ignored Ilya's complaints and silently watched the hydroelectric power station generating electricity.
What was the output power of this hydroelectric station of theirs? Unfortunately, there was no way to measure it. However, putting aside the massive power generation, the captured merfolk had also begun to give up their resistance and cooperate with them. If the merfolk and water elemental spirits worked in shifts to control the water flow and volume, a stable and rapid power supply should be achievable.
And this was only the first hydroelectric station with only one metal turbine running, so there was plenty of room for expansion.
In that case, starting from scratch and reaching this level isn't bad at all,
if conditions don't exist to create them.
However, the magnetism of the magnets would weaken with use, so Isaac would need to go to the mountain frequently to charge them with lightning. His workload had increased again, so what do you plan to do with it?
Ilya asked. She had been thinking.
You didn't go through all this trouble just to light up bulbs that are no different from light magic, did you?
She stared intently at Isaac, waiting for his answer.
The power of lightning is uncontrollable, though you can skillfully manipulate and store it, but I still don't understand. What do you plan to do with it?
The power of a little lightning.
Everything, even if it was just a trivial amount of electricity compared to real lightning, its uses were almost infinite.
Electrometallurgy could be used to produce aluminum, magnesium, sodium, potassium, and high-purity copper. Sodium hydroxide could be electrolyzed from seawater, or hydrogen could be extracted cheaply and in large quantities from water.
Just you watch.
Better to speak with results than empty words.
Having obtained new metallurgical tools, Isaac spoke triumphantly. Shortly thereafter, using rocks and cryolite, Isaac produced aluminum in the workshop, a metal that was once twice as expensive as gold.
He used molten cryolite to dissolve alumina, then passed an electric current through graphite electrodes to directly precipitate pure aluminum.
The first batch of aluminum produced was less than 100 grams, a pitifully small amount.
But this insignificant result was a giant step forward.
The dwarves were once again amazed by the Lord's whimsical ideas.
They took a keen interest in this new metal that shone like silver, something that had never appeared in this world before.
This definitely isn't silver, nor is it lead.
Lord, why is this thing so light?
Is it really metal?
And it bends so easily.
Pure aluminum was indeed only suitable for industrial products.
They were all experienced craftsmen and saw the shortcomings of aluminum at a glance.
Since things had progressed to this point, Isaac couldn't stop, so, in one go,
he refined magnesium and high-purity copper using electrolysis and used heating and cooling magic for age hardening to create an aluminum alloy. In a medieval world, an aviation material has actually appeared, duralumin.
Its density was only 2.8,
much lighter than iron.
Due to its lightweight and high strength, it was widely used in the Zeppelin airships that bombed London, known as the Flying Metal.
Isaac had finally obtained the material to fly to the far side of the clouds.
This was the strategic advantage immediately gained after mastering electricity.
The enemies of the Blackwood territory would taste the blazing flames from the sky while on the ground, and they might not even see where the enemy was until they died Queen Lamia in defeat. It was said that a weak army of only 1,000 humans had easily defeated the army of the Draco Kingdom.
This incident caused a massive stir among the nations of the Western continent.
Note, please remember our domain WKN.com super reliable.
Furthermore, with Kukulkan's losing power due to his defeat,
and his territory being shamefully seized,
rumors that the Draco Kingdom had become a toothless tiger spread like wildfire. Just as the status of the dragon race was wavering, the Naga Queen Lamia did not want to pay the massive war reparations, and she felt, if the Draco Kingdom is this fragile, then what about us? So she decided to launch a surprise attack.
But now she finally realized
that she was wrong, and terribly so.
There, that treacherous Snake Queen is over there.
It's all because of her that we lost our territory. Capture her. I'll personally tie her to a camp post and use her as a public meat toilet.
Murderous roars echoed from behind her.
Queen Lamia, who had arrived on the battlefield in high spirits, had now completely lost her composure.
This isn't right.
Her code? She had to admit that it wasn't a toothless tiger, but an enraged lion.
The army of the Draco Kingdom was never a ragtag bunch, nor were they lambs to be slaughtered. They were still the descendants of fierce dragons. The Blackwood army, which could easily defeat the Draco Kingdom, was the true anomaly. Considering they could cross the dangerous forest to get here already proved their extraordinary nature.
Queen Lamia's previous thoughts were too foolish, truly too foolish.
Driven by the anxiety that if I don't act now, I'll never have the chance, she had made a fatal mistake.
For the Draco dragons, having lost their territory and been betrayed, were utterly enraged.
They even deployed half-dragons, which required the sacrifice of a shaman priest's life to summon.
Although a half-dragon could not be compared to the legendary dragons, it still possessed a terrifying dragon breath, sufficient to turn the battlefield into a sea of fire. Every time it opened its mouth, hundreds of Nagas were incinerated into ash.
Soldiers of the Uru Kingdom were trampled to death by the massive half-dragon or sent flying by its body.
Kill them!
Kill all these despicable wretches.
Perhaps to deal with the Nagas, the Draco Kingdom had released the war hero Kukulkan from prison.
Under his command, the Naga race was slaughtered like prey.
Watch,
the Draco Kingdom will never yield. We will completely annihilate the Naga race and the Uru Kingdom and reclaim our lost territory.
Roar, kill them all!
The dragon soldiers, once mocked and looked down upon by the nations of the Western continent, had lost their territory and honor, hitting rock bottom.
They resonated strongly with Kukulkan's declaration of revenge. They believed they had only been caught off guard by the Blackwood army's new weapons and powerful tactics. As long as the kingdom gave its all, they could still defeat the humans. They were the descendants of dragons, and they were fearless. Shouting slogans of revenge, they frantically stained the battlefield blood red and continued to advance.
Charge!
Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk.
Asterisk, Cheshire asterisk. Isaac was practicing carving complex runes onto a featureless iron plate. Although he had surprised his magic teacher, Edwin, By successfully advancing to a 5th circle mage, carving runes became increasingly difficult as the enchantment density increased.
He had tried many times but failed to successfully perform a 5-fold enchantment.
Although mages of the enchanting school said that even a 4-fold enchantment was already very impressive, and that stacking weight reduction enchantments could reduce the weight of a breech-loading rifle by 10%, which was quite practical, but Isaac was not satisfied with that. Especially if he wanted to apply miniaturized external combustion engines to aerial forces in the future, he had to find a way to reduce weight. Furthermore, if he could carve runes on his body as he did on bones, he could unleash even greater power.
Is this why you called us here, my lord?
Administrator Peter and the Territory Merchant Guild President Miko watched Isaac working intently without even looking up. They exchanged a glance before asking.
Just in passing. There was too much to do and he only had one body, so he had to multitask.
Although he might not do either task well, let me report first.
Our Blackwood Merchant Guild has finally completely annexed the Dario Merchant Guild, and we have now basically acquired all the clients and connections that the Belfoot Merchant Guild has.
President Miko bowed gracefully as usual before starting her report. However, when she mentioned the Dario Merchant Guild, a complex emotion seemed to be hidden in her expression.
Oh, so soon.
Then now are you satisfied? Yes, it feels a bit strange.
Although everyone says revenge is a hollow thing.
Yes, that's what everyone says. But why am I so happy?
Miko
narrowed her slit-like cat eyes and revealed a strange smile.
Tusk, it seems she really had a lot of pent-up resentment. After all, in this eastern continent where other races were rare, she had long suffered discrimination as a half-blood.
So my lord, do you really not mind me at all?
Tusk, your smile just now was indeed a bit scary.
Oh, I didn't mean it like that, hee.
In any case, she was in a good mood now.
Isaac nodded slightly. As long as she was happy, it was fine.
Administrator Peter, what news do you have?
Well, there's still no progress regarding the Merfolk Queen's ransom. They sent an envoy not long ago, but judging by the amount they offered, they seem intent on simply abandoning the Queen.
Hearing the speechless news, Isaac stopped his carving and rubbed his forehead tiredly.
Even if that kingdom was composed of a bunch of disloyal pirates, it shouldn't be like this.
Abandoning their own queen. Is it because they're a new nation or because of their racial characteristics?
They seem to have no loyalty to speak of.
We have to find a way to make use of her. It would be such a waste to execute her if the ransom negotiations failed anything else. The peasants in the Press Territory are being a bit disobedient. To be precise, the influential landlords in the territory aren't cooperating with our work. The Press Territory now also belonged to Isaac. He was planning to promote the farming methods and fertilizers of the Blackwood Territory, but he didn't expect to encounter obstacles in something so beneficial for the common peasants.
It seems those stubborn fellows are starting to think about resisting.
After all, putting oneself in their shoes if their territory was occupied by another race, who then started bossing them around and teaching them how to farm, they would likely resist too. We originally planned to provide them with iron farming tools should we postpone it.
No, keep providing them. But remember, we must use both the carrot and the stick.
Isaac felt that he needed to make a trip to the Press Territory. The management of occupied areas was very important. He couldn't afford to be careless. By the way, my lord, the Iru army led by Queen Lamia suffered a crushing defeat on the battlefield and is now fleeing everywhere.
Tig, honestly.
Those Nagas probably saw the Blackwood army's successive victories and thought they had a chance too, which is why they joined the war.
I hope they don't.
Although they had gained some benefits from the Iru army's invasion, Isaac did not want to get into more trouble at this time. He really just wanted to quietly manufacture guns and farm.
Okay.
The warm summer sunlight hailed as a blessing from the sun god bathed the earth. Isaac passed through a field of ripening wheat and arrived at the Wyvern Ranch located in Con Village. Since livestock are easily startled by the aura of wyverns, the ranch was intentionally located far from the village.
Oh my lord.
Under the guidance of the tamer Effie, who was practicing pulling the reins while riding a wing runner, spotted Isaac and a surprised smile broke across her face. Clearly, Isaac hadn't informed her of his visit in advance, which caught her quite off guard.
Ever since Isaac began using the flight technique to depart alone every time Effie had been clamoring to fly with him, now it seemed she was finally close to becoming a wing runner knight.
Would you like to give it a try, my lord?
It's a bit scary at first, but this little one is actually very gentle.
Effie patted the seat behind her, extending an invitation to Isaac.
To be honest, Isaac felt a bit tempted by a beautiful elf inviting him to ride a flying dragon.
However, that wasn't the purpose of his visit. Effie, let's go for a walk together.
Isaac gestured with his chin toward a nearby stretch of open wilderness.
Hearing this, Effie's face immediately lit up with a smile, and she nimbly jumped down from the wing runner's back.
Sure.
Lately, Effie seemed exceptionally energetic.
Before long, the two arrived at a secluded open field. Isaac unwrapped the bundle on his back, revealing the Blackwood Workshop's latest product, a tubular telescopic sight.
The scope, extending from the rear of the breech to the front of the muzzle, made it look as though the gun barrel had been extended.
Due to the current immaturity of large objective lens grinding technology, the length of the scope had to remain this way for now. Isaac intended to have the finest sniper in the eastern part of the continent test this equipment.
If it could pass the test of actual combat, then the shooting ability of ordinary soldiers could be significantly improved, reaching the level of sharpshooters.
This meant that not only elf rangers, but even ordinary soldiers could precisely snipe knights and mages.
This is what you call an outing.
Effie finally understood what this so-called outing really was and couldn't help but stare at Isaac in bewilderment. With fields of the breeze and the company of the opposite sex, isn't this a perfect outing? No, this is quite different. Effie shook her head repeatedly, emphasizing the vast difference between the two. In any case, let me introduce this.
It's a new type of sight crafted with the painstaking efforts of the workshop's artisans called Eagle Eye. It was incomparable to a simple tangent sight. It could magnify distant enemies as if they were right before one's eyes, and there was no need to use a front sight and rear notch. One simply had to align the crosshairs with the target and pull the trigger.
It was a revolutionary way of aiming. Tie, all right.
Since it's with you, my lord, then.
Isaac picked up the telescopic sight and gestured for Effie to try it.
Effie sighed helplessly and picked up the heavy Claire rifle. Clap!
The breech opened, a bullet was chambered, and then the trigger was pulled as the hammer struck. Effie skillfully pressed her cheek against the stock.
The entire process took about 5 seconds. A typical matchlock gun shooter took about 20 seconds to reload once, which meant the trapdoor rifle's rate of fire was 4 times greater. As Effie looked through the scope, her field of vision was instantly magnified, and she couldn't help but let out a soft gasp.
Wow, the new technology of the Blackwood territory surprised her once again. She held her breath and aimed at a preset iron plate target.
Bang! The recoil jolted her shoulder, and her long golden hair fluttered slightly.
Due to the distance, the sound of the target being hit only reached them a few seconds later.
Clang! A direct hit.
Sparks flew, and the iron plate fell to the ground.
Even without the assistance of spirits, Effie had precisely hit the sniper target.
My lord, how far away was that target?
About 600 tar. What an incredible sight, to do that without relying on the power of spirits.
Isaac nodded in agreement. This kind of telescopic sight only began to see widespread use on Earth during the American Civil War.
At that time, Hiram Burden, the inventor of the Burden rifle, once hit a 10-inch target 5 consecutive times at a distance of 600 yards, which was considered a miracle. I feel like something's not quite right.
What's wrong, Effie? It feels like the role of the spirits is becoming more and more marginalized.
Seeing a domain that only Rangers could handle being gradually encroached upon, a hint of loss appeared on Effie's face.
It was understandable for her to think that way,
but such worries were entirely unnecessary.
Even in modern times on Earth, guiding a fire bullet is a very difficult feat, let alone hitting a target directly with a heavy shell, which requires extreme skill.
Marginalized?
Not at all.
You will always be by my side. Alright, how does it feel?
Try the iron plate 700 tar away.
Isaac's reassurance put Effie much more at ease.
She pulled the hammer back again and aimed at a more distant target.
Holding her breath, she pulled the trigger firmly.
Bang! This time there was no sound of flying sparks. A miss.
Sylph, the wind spirit responsible for observing the target, immediately shouted that the bullet had strayed to the left.
Her breath control was good, but her shooting technique still needed improvement.
It seemed that Effie's shortcomings in shooting, which had always been masked by high-level spirits, were gradually being revealed.
It made sense. A few years ago, she was just a wood elf who only knew how to pull a bow and shoot arrows, so this situation was only natural.
My lord,
what is this? Isa placed something resembling a go piece on a gun barrel, and Effie asked curiously.
This is a tool used for correcting one's shot.
As the precision of firearms increases, shooting techniques also need to become more exact.
This was no longer the era of ancient armies firing matchlock guns haphazardly.
Isaac planned to introduce the concepts of bolt action and magazines to create more advanced weapons, so the theory of shooting needed to change accordingly.
Try to shoot without knocking this piece off. Straying left or right was usually a trigger issue.
Her breath control was decent, but she had a bad habit.
If the trigger is pulled too forcefully, the muzzle will shift slightly, causing the bullet to miss the target.
Especially in long-range shooting, a tiny deviation at the point of firing will result in a massive error hundreds of meters away.
The muzzle must remain stable until the bullet has completely left the barrel.
Considering the force of the hammer falling and the current state of the firearm, Isaac had specifically ground the piece to be slightly wider before placing it on the barrel.
Give it a try.
Click, clack.
Without the assistance of spirits, Effie was like a raw recruit, encountering difficulties in mastering the essentials of shooting.
The piece fell off several times, and Effie's delicate brows furrowed slightly.
Oh, honestly, she knit her slender brows and stamped her foot impatiently.
Isaac found it a bit amusing, but couldn't just watch, so he walked over to her side to personally correct her posture.
It was as meticulous as teaching someone how to grip a golf club. Strangely, Effie hadn't reacted much when the Dragon Knight tamer was teaching her earlier, but now whenever Isaac's arm touched her, she would tremble slightly as if from an electric shock.
The tips of her long ears also quickly turned red.
I still don't quite understand.
Could you teach me one more time?
Just as Isaac finished correcting her and was about to step back, Effie grabbed the corner of his sleeve.
She, who usually learned things very quickly, somehow just couldn't seem to get it today. Isaac nodded helplessly, and soon, the sound of dense gunfire echoed once again across the open wilderness.
In this way, this outing filled with the scent of gunpowder and metal lasted for half a day.
In the end, the workshop's telescopic sight received combat certification.
Fiscal crisis.
In preparation for leaving the narrow nest, all affairs in the Blackwood territory were busier than usual. Isaac was in the study of the Lord's Manor, once again attempting the previously failed technique of multitasking. He stamped the approval documents submitted by the village administrators while listening to the reports of his vessels.
Unfortunately, if it weren't for Finance Officer Charles's loud voice, perhaps he really would have succeeded this time.
My lord, the giants working on the steel smelting furnace construction have indeed sped up the progress, but do you know how much black water those giants drank? That's expensive sugar water.
After Administrator Peter finished reporting on the territory's imports and exports, Finance Officer Charles also began his work report.
He seemed to have just finished fiddling with his abacus, and his tone was full of shock regarding the giant's consumption.
Taiwan novel website is super considerate and super convenient. Well, they are giants, their appetite is naturally large.
My lord, are you serious? Finance Officer Charles adjusted the glasses Isaac had given him and countered. He was usually obedient, but whenever he saw massive expenditures, he would turn into this stingy mess.
Looking back, it was also this finance officer who had raised objections to the Lord's very first command.
Having lived a tight life for a long time, he was extremely sensitive about expenses, just like the coarse processed salt from the salt field, salty and astringent. Calm down, but thanks to them, the project progress has greatly accelerated, hasn't it? The Bessemer converter is worth the investment. Installing a crane takes several weeks, and it has to be reassembled for every construction job. But the giants can be put to work directly, and their efficiency is comparable to a crane, greatly speeding up the project schedule.
Is there not enough sugar? No, that's not it.
The harvest of beets was good.
Although spending the money hurts, the sugar supply is sufficient.
What is it then? The carbonic acid used to ferment the yeast is running out. Cola without fizz is like a deflated ball, lifeless. That stimulating sensation is the soul of cola. I will resolve this at the workshop.
On Earth, in the 17th century, a scientist named Joseph Priestley achieved the mass production of carbonic acid by pouring sulfuric acid into a lead container and dissolving lime calcium carbonate. In the future, sparkling wine will also be produced by adding carbonic acid to wine.
Therefore, instead of using carbonic acid as a byproduct of brewing, it is better to establish a proper production line directly.
Finance Officer, is there anything else to report?
Of course there is.
Sigh. Seeing Isaac's troubled expression, Claire chuckled beside him.
It was impossible to concentrate on official business like this. Isaac reluctantly put down his stamp and signaled the finance officer to continue.
You're also planning to expand the power plant, aren't you?
I heard that even the materials needed to produce that what was it called duralumin are stretched thin. That may be true. The finance officer seemed to have a lot to say to the Lord, who kept opening new projects. Last time, you insisted on collecting extra taxes, which already cost a lot of money. Coupled with the compensation for the casualties of the last Orc War, the territory's finances are about to collapse. Adding the tax revenue and then spending thousands of gold coins, this is practically the scale of war reparations.
It was certainly not a small sum. 500,000 orcs had attacked fiercely,
and the 1,000 soldiers of the Blackwood territory fought bravely, resulting in significant casualties. But this money must be spent. They were injured or sacrificed themselves to defend the territory.
If I don't take care of them, who will? Soldiers who sacrifice for the country should not be neglected.
The entire society should respect the military, and the state should protect their families. This is the most fundamental principle in Isaac's eyes. Only then will the country and the military rush to the battlefield without hesitation. If this system of mutual trust is lacking, they will become like the merfolk, who dared to abandon even their queen, ultimately turning into scattered sand.
Of course, no country fails to understand this principle.
The same is true on Earth.
It's just that even if they understand, they are powerless.
In the end, it is a matter of money and power.
How many people who truly understand this principle and care about the feelings of the military actually hold power?
The slap from Mount Lau truly struck the face of the military.
Without money, individuals and even the state will fall into difficulty, unable to provide basic living guarantees, and naturally, they will waver.
Therefore, the finance officer's sharp criticism is worth listening to whenever expenditures soar.
At the same time, the development of commerce must be given greater importance.
I know, my lord.
I know we should take care of them, but
the finance officer sighed and irritably scratched his head. It was indeed difficult for him too. Just consider it sowing the seeds for the nation's infrastructure. In fact, since the news of the victory and the compensation for all casualties were published in the newspaper, the public reaction has been excellent. After the Blackwood Lords Manor released the news, mounted newsboys immediately distributed the newspapers to various villages. It is said that the literate intellectuals are very satisfied with this method, which allows them to promptly understand the future development direction and the Lord's intentions for the territory.
Yes, the reaction is indeed good.
Although we have the printing press, the cost of linen and labour is not low.
Fortunately, the public's reaction
is favourable. Since the newspaper operation relies entirely on the territory's tax revenue and makes no profit, the finance officer has some complaints about it. However, once advertisements are published in the newspaper later,
there should be some income.
Exactly. Claire chimed in from the side like a meddling old busybody. You shut up. Isaac suddenly understood the difficulties of the previous baron. Don't worry too much. Our territory is diversifying its revenue sources and profits are constantly increasing. For example, the current glass and pearl businesses are booming, aren't they? Besides the silkworms they snatched, the Blackwood territory indeed has many specialty products. That's true, it is indeed profitable. We consistently maintain the lowest price to suppress other competitors monopolizing the market while maximizing profit. The pearl farm, which officially started operating last year, has made a fortune with its low prices and huge output, unmatched by natural pearls while simultaneously crushing many other pearl industries.
President Miko says our pearl have good luster and are cheap, so they sell very well. However, other lords and nobles who own pearl industries are complaining bitterly.
If it weren't for this being the Blackwood territory, they would have long since united to exert pressure.
But they dare not write. This is a manifestation of strength. It can not only protect the territory, but also exert a subtle influence in the commercial sector. If they don't want their territory leveled, they shouldn't play any tricks.
So Miko is now conducting business with more confidence than ever before.
Haha, that's true.
The finance officer adjusted his glasses again and showed a smug smile.
These glasses could also be sold as the next commercial project. Claire laughed along with the finance officer.
Have they been working together for so long that they are starting to resemble each other?
Speaking of agricultural popularization, I remembered something else.
How are things in oppressed territory? Isaac had already heard reports from the administrator about those stubborn individuals, or rather, those obstinate fellows.
Administrative personnel had been sent to coordinate. He wondered if there had been any progress.
The finance officer's answer was unexpected by Isaac.
Regarding the press territory, although there has been no progress, we have received some strange intelligence. The finance officer said he had inquired through merchants and found out about the masterminds behind those stubborn individuals.
Those great landlords, who possessed a large number of tenant farmers and land, held significant local influence.
It seems they were collecting intelligence through traveling merchants.
President Miko contributed a lot of effort, and President Azazel also helped a bit. But that guild president feels a bit strange, my lord.
It's more than just a bit strange, it's very strange.
In any case, continue the investigation.
Although eccentric, she still has capability. As a merchant, having capability is enough.
The harvest reports we received from the press territory show too great a disparity compared to their actual output. The difference is too large, even considering post-war reconstruction.
Something is fishy.
Are they tampering with the taxes?
It is highly likely.
Tampering with taxes is a capital offence in any kingdom.
If this is true, they have tremendous nerve.
In reality, their guts are indeed larger than humans.
After all, they are a race whose heads are 1 or 2 sizes larger than humans. I was planning to go there and see for myself.
Although reports are important, a place 1 rule still needs to be seen firsthand.
It seems this strip will have to be moved up.
Finance officer, prepare yourself.
Let's depart.
Asterisk.
They learned in advance through an envoy that the human lord was about to visit.
As soon as this news spread, many Dragonkin gathered,
and some self-proclaimed influential landlords
also assembled at the forest exit to meet the lord.
Those wealthy individuals racked their brains trying to figure out how to handle the lord's arrival. Then they saw the wyverns and flying dragons returning from the human territory, and were instantly stunned.
What is that thing?
Make sure to latch onto a powerful figure.
The army of the Eru kingdom, which had fearlessly advanced deep into the heart of the Draco kingdom only to be soundly beaten, was now locked in a desperate struggle. The Naga race army, which had once surged forward like a hot knife through butter, pressing all the way to the royal capital, was now being routed like a rabble after the dragonmen rallied their forces.
Hyukuzanka looked at the scene before him, silently calculating in his heart.
If things continued like this, perhaps he too could reclaim the lost territories.
In the battle against the Eru kingdom army, his life had hit rock bottom and then rebounded, making him a war hero once again.
Swish! The magic-infused sword cleaved the Naga warrior in half, armor and all, as he charged into battle like an ordinary dragon warrior.
Drenched in blood, he reaped the screams of his enemies, splitting their skulls one by one with his sword. This was the true Hyukuzanka.
But back then, the human army had suddenly cut across the magical beast forest, completely shattering his lofty ambitions.
Of course, it was Hyukuzanka himself who had first provoked the conflict, but he had his own grievances too.
That human army didn't look large, and their numbers weren't great. Moreover, they actually dared to covet control of the lucrative continental trade routes and even had the audacity to demand negotiations with the descendants of dragons.
What dragonmen would bow to a race weaker than themselves?
So he tried to seize it by force, but in the end he lost everything, fell into decline, and nearly lost his life. Now he had nothing left.
He refused to stop here. Even the press territory, which he had once viewed as a stepping stone, now seemed incredibly precious.
Even though he had no interest in governing the territory and left all affairs to middle managers, the taxes kept flowing in steadily. Although press territory bordered the magical beast forest, with the opening of the continental trade route, that was no longer a disadvantage. Do you hear that sound? The sacred land of the Draco kingdom is weeping to me, craving the blood of the Naga race. So eradicate the Naga race. We will march on the capital of the Eru kingdom once more.
Hyukuzanka raised his sword high, and the dragonmen erupted in deafening cheers.
Defeated by humans and invaded by the Eru kingdom, the nationalistic dragonmen were now bloodthirsty.
Hyukuzanka's heroic performance reignited their confidence.
Roar!
Avenge the invasion.
Reclaim the lost lands.
Hyukuzanko!
Their savage nature awakened. The dragonmen trampled over Naga corpses, shouting slogans of reclaiming lost lands as they launched another attack. Whenever a half-dragon stepped forward and breathed fire, piles of corpses would be charred.
Screams rose one after another, growing more and more piercing.
The Draco Kingdom army pressed their advantage, driving the Naga race army into retreat.
In contrast, the Eru Kingdom army found itself in dire straits.
The original army of 150,000 had lost its fighting spirit
and scattered in all directions.
Even after regrouping under Queen Lamia's banner, only a mere 4,000 remained. With such meager forces, even a small-scale territorial battle would be a stretch. The scattered Naga race army was picked off one by one, with pursuers hunting the fleeing queen everywhere.
King Farox announced that whoever captured Queen Lamia would receive a huge bounty,
but more people wanted to seize this queen of a weak nation, who dared to provoke them and tear her to pieces. Treacherous snake woman, she must not escape the kingdom. Find her. His Majesty Farox wants to personally peel off her scales, strip her naked, and hang her in the square for everyone to play with. I'm going to fuck that snake queen to death. Uru. Fires flickered everywhere, and the forest echoed with chilling execution threats. Hearing that her carefully maintained snake scales would be peeled off and she would be bound in the square for public humiliation, Queen Lamia turned pale with fear, her teeth chattering. Duke Bura, what should we do now? The queen grabbed the arm of the Uru Kingdom's commander-in-chief beside her and asked anxiously. But the situation had deteriorated to such an extent that he couldn't think of any good solutions either.
The key intersections seem to be blocked. They're hunting us like prey. The commander-in-chief bit his lip and said painfully.
The journey back to the Uru Kingdom was long, and with such few troops breaking through the encirclement would be as difficult as scaling the heavens. Even if they miraculously escaped, the army would be decimated, and it would still be futile. Hearing Duke Nabura's useless remarks, Queen Lamia couldn't help but curse, her snake tail slapping the ground fiercely. Damn it, damn it. Was she really going to have her shiny scales peeled off and be humiliated to death before the furious dragonmen? Peace agreements or ransom negotiations only worked with rational opponents.
They were useless against the frenzied enemy now. Your Majesty, it's not entirely hopeless.
The eastern defense line is relatively weak. If we concentrate our forces for a breakout, there might still be a chance. The commander-in-chief suddenly suggested breaking out
toward the densely forested east rather than retreating west toward the Uru Kingdom.
Hearing this, the queen raised her slender eyebrows and retorted, East, go deeper in. Why drive the army into a dead end? Wasn't that walking right into a trap? They might escape temporarily, but they'd eventually be surrounded. That's no longer a dead end.
Recently the force cleared a path through the forest.
Blackwood territory is there, Your Majesty.
The commander-in-chief's words reminded Queen Lamia. Continuing eastward led to Blackwood territory, which had defeated the Draco Kingdom and taken root on its border. She still didn't understand how those humans had defeated the powerful Draco Kingdom, but they must possess extraordinary strength.
Your Majesty, Queen Lamia, if this continues, the Naga race is finished. You know that even if we retreat miraculously,
The capital will be captured again, like last time. Rather than that, we should. Indeed, even if they retreated, the Naga race saw no hope. The races of the western continent hated each other and were particularly cruel to outsiders. I will lead the army to break through and head to Blackwood territory.
Please approve.
But will they accept us?
Now is not the time to consider that, Your Majesty.
Don't you hear what they are saying?
They want to exterminate the Naga race. Even if the humans don't accept us, we must cling to the human lord's thigh and beg.
Otherwise we'll be wiped out.
And they are clamouring
to reclaim lost lands, so the next target will surely be the humans. With the fate of their race at stake, Nabura spoke passionately.
After weighing the options between having her scales peeled off and being humiliated to death by countless dragonmen, or clinging to her thigh and begging for mercy with lost dignity, Queen Lamia quickly nodded fiercely, the hesitation in her eyes vanishing instantly.
Good, do as you say.
Blackwood territory had once fought the dragonmen, and she had taken the opportunity to launch an attack back then, but now she needed to formally ally with them. Otherwise, those savage dragonmen would truly tear the Naga race to pieces, and she herself would be used as a toilet by countless filthy, barbaric dragonmen, so she must cling tightly to the human lord's thigh.
Having made up her mind, Queen Lamia's gaze became as resolute as if she were joining a party. Go personally to deal with the dragon landlord. The climate of the western continent remained hot and humid. To deal with those unstable factors, Isaac hurriedly arrived with only 700 guards. The upcoming National Day celebration, which was Blackwood Territory's founding day, was not far off. Passing through the forest, a large crowd welcomed Isaac's arrival. Since there was still a rift between different races, this was definitely not a welcome, but rather to see what the human lord looked like. However, when they saw Isaac, their gazes were instantly captivated by the steel-armored Gorsaurus Godzilla.
This was a type of giant armor. Surely someone in this world had thought of such a design.
But in this era, where human lives were less valuable than steel, putting it into practice was another matter. The Dracoya Wyvern, which had achieved great military feats in the Orc War, also displayed its might here.
Roar, roar.
Besides Gorsaurus, what also attracted everyone's attention was Effie's Wingrunner. It stopped following the movement of Effie's reins. Although Effie's training was not yet sufficient to fly around in the sky as if in her own backyard, the dragon-human race did not know this. They were just surprised to see that humans could also easily control the main combat force of the dragon-human race.
1, 2, tilde, tilde, 1. 1, 2, tilde, tilde, 1.
The well-trained Blackwood Territory soldiers marched in perfect unison. Immediately after, the steel beast that had destroyed city walls in Dix and Jalia territory, the siege cannon made a grand entrance, and by now some dragon-human race members were already trembling in fear.
Isaac did not deliberately hide Blackwood Territory's strength, but displayed it in front of everyone like a military parade.
The dragon-human race was a race that revered strength. Isaac's method of rule was to display power to intimidate troublemakers and avoid unnecessary conflicts. Having them willingly submit would avoid breaking face, which was better for everyone. Of course, if they were given a chance for peace but remained stubborn, then he would not be polite. Administrator Ed, long time no see.
Hello, Lord.
The account books you requested have been prepared.
Isaac arrived at the Press Territory Lord's mansion and first met with the administrator dispatched from Blackwood Territory.
Seeing Isaac come all this way personally, The middle-aged administrator thought something had gone wrong and nervously wiped the sweat from his forehead. With the implementation of the French-style administrative reform being prepared by Blackwood Territory and the transition from feudalism to centralization, this administrator would likely be called a mayor or county magistrate in the future.
I've done my best to organize them, but on this land filled with unfriendly non-humans, he managed the territory while keeping the account books. After a full day of careful comparison, Isaac found that, just as Azazel had said, the accounts did not match. Since the administrator position was only filled with devout followers of the Elysian faith, the likelihood of him embezzling was low. It was probably someone deceiving him.
Thus Isaac gathered all the suspicious individuals.
As you ordered, everyone is here, Lord.
Hearing that the new highest authority had come to the territory and summoned them first, the landlords gathered wearing neat clothes with smiles on their faces. It seemed they lived comfortably, with even the scales on their bodies glossy and shiny. Is everyone here? Although I become the Lord here, I haven't had the chance to meet all of you. It was these guys who forced Isaac to put aside his work and come to the Western continent. You flatter us by saying that. We heard you're extremely busy. Taking the time to meet us is already an honor for our families. It seemed they were accustomed to such situations and knew how to flatter the Lord.
But Isaac had already learned a lot from the administrator. He knew how these vested interests accumulated wealth behind the scenes.
They relied on vast lands to gradually encroach on surrounding competitive farmland, turning other farmers into tenants, eventually annexing their land and accumulating wealth. Generation after generation, they not only manipulated grain prices but also cruelly exploited tenants and even brazenly bribed middle management.
Since the former Lord, Tuku's anchor, was indifferent to territory management, these landlords became even more unrestrained during his rule.
This practice of not personally managing the land but only profiting from tenants had severely hindered the territory's development and agricultural progress. Through land, farming rights, and inheritance, they had accumulated immense wealth and power, becoming increasingly stubborn. Self-cultivating farmers naturally worked to increase yields for their own income, but these landlords only wanted to annex land to expand their wealth. Moreover, their greed had reached an outrageous level. They dared to embezzle the Lord's taxes. So Isaac gathered them together, deciding to give them one last chance. If they could sense danger, or were smart enough to confess voluntarily, they might still save their lives.
And at most, they'd just lose a hand.
But as expected, they still lied without changing their expressions.
Of course, if they were really that smart, they wouldn't have risked execution by embezzling the Lord's taxes.
And so you're saying the mismatched accounts are entirely my illusion?
Isaac's eyes flashed with blue magic as he asked again. That's not what we mean. There might have been some error in the accounting process.
It must be a misunderstanding, and even if you're the Lord, you can't accuse out long-established families without evidence.
Seeing Isaac press step by step, the landlords also became sensitive. It seems such individuals existed in every race. It felt like cleaning up Tuku's anchor's mess. Indeed, being accused without evidence would feel unjust. So Isaac was just stalling for time at this point. He had already sent an investigation team to search their residences. By his estimation, it should be about time the swift Blackwood Territory cavalry should have brought back news. Bang! The door was flung open. Speak of the devil.
Lord, we found it. Something strange is coming.
Lord, I found it. Effie ran in panting, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and continued.
After I mobilized the spirits to search thoroughly, I indeed found another ledger.
Then I checked the warehouse and hidden underground storage, and found that they were indeed tampering with things. For spirits who can move freely through earth and vaults, these hiding methods are completely meaningless.
Moreover, Isaac is planning to establish an intelligence department, so spirits really have a wide range of users.
Hey, this is the evidence you wanted.
Do you admit it now?
Effie, standing aside, cooperatively waved the ledger in front of the landlords.
The dragonman landlords' faces instantly turned from white to pale, and finally to a dark, ashen hue.
Even if your methods of accumulating wealth were beyond reproach, you've looked down on me too much.
How dare you pull such tricks right from the start? What audacity!
Isaac angrily released a stronger surge of mana and roared. With a new leader, they should have been more restrained. But they thought the humans didn't understand them and instead intensified their actions, causing the discrepancies and inconsistencies in the data to grow larger and larger, until Isaac could no longer tolerate it.
Furthermore, Blackwood Territory had been aggressively expanding its administrative staff at the cost of incurring resentment from neighbouring territories, implementing double-entry bookkeeping and auditing, and being extremely strict in all financial matters.
The wealth and land you have illegally amassed will all be confiscated by me, your lord. Take them all away.
Wait.
Lord, this is a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding could there be? Isaac snapped his fingers and the soldiers immediately stepped forward, preparing to take the landlords away like prisoners. Only then did the landlords remember that embezzling tax money was a serious crime, and they began to resist desperately like cornered dogs. Let me go. Our family's wealth was accumulated before you were even born.
What right do you have, Lord? Aren't you afraid of a backlash from the surrounding territories?
If word gets out that a human lord is oppressing dragonmen and confiscating their property to line his own pockets, the consequences will be unimaginable. This last sentence was filled with a threatening tone, as if they were going to mobilize their entire race's strength to oppose Isaac. However, Isaac looked at them, struggling frantically with a calm expression, the corners of his mouth even curling slightly, showing no concern at all. Daring to threaten the Lord, what audacity indeed. It was true that if a foreign lord confiscated locals' property overnight, as they said, it would cause great resentment, but what if Isaac distributed the confiscated land to everyone? Sorry, but in his previous life, he was a child of the working class.
Rest assured, the land you worked so hard to plunder will all be distributed to the landless tenants.
Press territory would serve as a trade hub in the future, so public sentiment was very important.
Thus, Isaac intended to redistribute all the land confiscated for free from the greedy landlords to the people.
This was land reform. By completely changing the structure of land ownership and abolishing the feudal tenancy system, he would drive social modernization.
You're crazy.
Crazy, insane. You're actually going to give away all the land. These insatiable fellows found Isaac's plan unbelievable.
The void you leave will soon be filled by hard-working yeoman farmers who will be grateful to me.
So you can die in peace. Although they mentioned public indignation, they themselves had accumulated quite a bit of public resentment. Realizing they were at a dead end, the dragoman began to curse and beg for mercy like madmen. Damn human.
Lord, I was wrong. I'm willing to hand over all my property. Just please spare my life.
I beg you.
I truly know I was wrong.
Wrong?
No, you just know you're about to die. Seeing them struggle desperately, the soldiers stopped and looked at Isaac, as if asking, what should we do?
Isaac waved his hand as calmly as before and said flatly, take them away.
Astois.
The human lord had arrived suddenly, and the influential landlords were uprooted overnight. This incident caused a massive uproar in the territory.
Soon, when word spread that the vast lands reclaimed from the landlords would be distributed to tenants and yeoman farmers, the territory seethed with excitement once again. Seeing those poorly clad, emaciated dragoman tenants and yeoman farmers crying and laughing with joy after receiving their land, Isaac suddenly felt like he had gained a deeper understanding of the thoughts of certain great men. This lord is indeed different. Yeah. When Lord Kukuzanka was here, he only knew how to keep raising tax rates. Regardless of race, a lord who lets us eat our fill is a good lord. The speed at which public opinion changed was truly interesting. However, what that last dragoman said really hit the mark. During Kukuzanka's reign, when he was indifferent to territorial management, they must have felt that no matter who the lord was, nothing would change. But Isaac proved that as long as one truly considers all their subjects, even a different race can be a competent lord.
The subjects will ultimately choose those who truly care for them.
Here you're quite popular, lord. Effie, standing by the fields with Isaac and overlooking the dragoman residence, suddenly spoke. It's all right. Thanks to the perfect opportunity provided by those powerful families and landlords, the work of winning over the hearts of the occupied territories people became much easier, distributing the wealth of the greedy bourgeoisie to the people to gain their hearts and support. However, this kind of land reform through unconditional confiscation would only happen this once.
Unless a serious crime was committed, as in this case, the wealth and property accumulated by each family were to be respected in this world.
Otherwise, it would be making an enemy of every family in this world. Therefore, if Isaac were to carry out land reform in the future, he would acquire land at market prices. He could almost imagine Finance Officer Charles weeping bitterly.
But historically, land reform is an inevitable path.
Modernizing, while carrying along hereditary nobles who possess immense wealth and power, would trigger all sorts of problems. Therefore, those countries that failed in land reform are burdened with huge wealth gaps and social imbalances remaining at the level of middle-income developed countries. Fortunately, Blackwood territory has a monarch who concentrates military, financial, and divine power in one person. Most of the subjects have now converted to the Elysian faith. As long as it's done under the banner of God, it should succeed.
He wasn't trying to monopolize the wealth, but to redistribute it reasonably. The goddess should condone this act of overstepping.
If the goddess were dissatisfied, she could just tell him directly, like last time. And no reaction.
It seems the goddess also condones this policy of his.
In that case, for the future
Of the territory, Isaac decided to become a righteous reformer, though not intentional. This counts as gaining experience for implementing reforms in my own country.
Watching the farmers working hard on the land they had been given, their faces brimming with happy smiles, Isaac murmured to himself,
who would have thought that after crossing the forest he would be doing something like this?
However, the unexpected events on the western continent didn't seem to be over just then. Rolling clouds of dust began to appear on the distant horizon. The ground began to tremble slightly, as if something was approaching on a large scale. Effie quickly picked up her binoculars and observed the horizon.
She seemed to have discovered something strange, her eyebrows twitching slightly. Lord, it seems like something strange is coming.
Isaac took the binoculars and looked in the same direction. He saw in the distance a densely scaled, writhing lower body. With just one look, the expression on Isaac's face was identical to Effie's.
There really is something strange.
Another clash.
Isaac cleared out the bullies and powerful local tyrants entrenched in the territory, returning all the land they had seized to the farmers.
He also distributed iron farming tools brought from Blackwood territory. The smiles on the dragoman farmers' faces never faded throughout the day. Isaac watched the scene of them working hard with a gratified expression.
Rumble! Suddenly, the earth trembled, and an unusual loud noise echoed from all directions.
Clouds of dust billowed up.
At a glance, an armed force of thousands was approaching the once peaceful Press territory.
Lord, what should we do?
Their numbers are still increasing.
Effie, who was the first to notice the situation, reported to Isaac, her emerald eyes filled with worry.
Through the scope, Isaac saw thousands of dragomen fiercely pursuing about 1,000 soldiers with serpentine lower bodies who were fleeing in distress.
Come, that flag seems to belong to Queen Lamia of the Eru Kingdom.
The nearby Sentinel female warriors noticed the anomaly and came galloping to report to Isaac. Curse and Tama, former residents of the Western continent, pointed at the flag with a white snake and identified the newcomers.
What? The flag of the Naga race queen? Isaac asked back in disbelief. How could that flag which should be fluttering on a battlefield appear here?
Lord, regardless of the Naga race, the Drake Kingdom army pursuing them has led their forces to invade our territory.
This is a clear violation of the peace agreement.
Night Miller also arrived, pointing out the violation of the agreement with a serious expression. After experiencing a fierce war, the territorial border was as strictly guarded as the 38th parallel, not to be violated.
Today, the Drake Kingdom army openly tore up the agreement.
Remember the cry of the hero Kukuzanka.
Exterminate the invaders.
Reclaim our land.
Wielding broad-bladed sabers, the charging Velociraptor cavalry shouted earth-shaking slogans.
It was that very Kukuzanka who had first provoked the war. What were they clamoring about now?
Leave none alive.
Their eyes were bloodshot as they brandished mana-flickering sabers, hacking and slashing without mercy.
The Drake Kingdom cavalry, riding Velociraptors, charged, trampled, and crushed the fleeing Naga race soldiers. The once tranquil fields instantly turned into a sea of blood. Some Dragonman residents, who were logging or gathering in the nearby forest only, then realized something was wrong and began fleeing toward the village.
Crack! The Drake Kingdom cavalry didn't even spare these residents. Having lost themselves to bloodlust, they began indiscriminate trampling and hacking.
They frantically sowed chaos, sweeping away all life in their path. These damn-scale skin beasts. Sealing the residents caught in the cavalry charge die tragic deaths, Isaac clenched his fists in anger. Even if they now belonged to the human lord, they were once part of the same camp.
What crime have the unarmed civilians committed?
Do the weak not even deserve to be acknowledged by their own kind? Night Miller, assemble the troops immediately. How long will it take to deploy the cannons? Isaac roared. In the eastern continent, protected by sturdy city walls, the residents of the territory were rarely attacked. This was the first time he had seen his own residents being slaughtered like this.
Thus his voice was filled with rage.
Having finally established a good relationship with them, even though they were of a different race, they had accepted him as their lord, including the heavy weapons. 10 minutes, no, it can be deployed within 5 minutes.
Even if the distance was short, this was a surprise attack.
Heavy weapons like cannons and Gatling machine guns take time to deploy, even when towed by wyverns. A 5-minute preparation time was already extremely fast. But judging by the current speed of the enemy's advance, they would reach the village in 5 minutes.
The Iron Hooves of the Drake Kingdom would ruthlessly trample this village that had only just begun to prosper.
Isaac could never sit idly by, as long as they gathered under the banner of Blackwood Territory. No matter the race, they were people of Blackwood Territory. Effie Night Miller, I will go with the Centaur warriors to stall for time. Use the opportunity to assemble the troops.
Isaac mounted his horse, pulled the reins tight, and shouted.
Night Miller tried to stop him in alarm. Meanwhile, those Centaur female warriors who had clamoured to come to the western continent had already drawn their silver revolver pistols, pouring the ground with their hooves in anticipation. Thick white steam puffed from their nostrils.
Khan, what are you hesitating for?
Our hooves belong to you.
To be able to fight alongside the Khan, even if it is hell, we will go without looking back. Since opening up the magical beast forest, the best thing Isaac had done was gaining their recognition. With 60 such heroic female warriors, how could he retreat before the enemy? Quest triggered. Offer victory to the goddess of harmony. Victory incomplete. Moreover,
the goddess was also blessing their righteous expedition.
Feeling the goddess's will, Isaac raised his platinum mace high. With a swish, a white light blossomed, visible to everyone.
The fleeing villagers all turned their gazes toward them at once.
On one side was the Drake Kingdom army trampling their home, on the other was the human lord standing up to protect them.
Today, their perception of humans would undergo a massive change.
The Blackwood Territory cavalry lined up in an orderly fashion, assuming their formation. Isaac spurred his horse and pointed his can opener to the sky, shouting heroically, "Move out! Our goddess is protecting us! Kill half-baked dragon!" Rumble, rumble, rumble. The thunderous charge of 200 Velociraptor cavalry was deafening. Queen Lamia felt a chill run down her spine as the sound drew closer.
Every time the cavalry wheeled around for another charge, Naga race soldiers fell in heaps, blood splattering everywhere. Please remember our domain name for excellent books. Although they had tried to hide their tracks after breaking through the defensive line, they were still spotted by these ruthless cavalrymen, resulting in the deaths of many of their kin. Do these weaklings even deserve to possess the symbol of dragon scales, even if it's only on their lower halves? Spears and blades pierced into the backs of the Naga race soldiers like a hunt. Once discovered, no matter how much they twisted their snake tails, they could not escape. The cavalrymen let out bone-chilling sneers behind them, mocking them as they brazenly picked their next prey.
Rumble, the earth trembled again, and the sound of hooves grew closer.
Exhausted, Queen Lamia felt her vision blur. A squelch sound echoed from behind once more, accompanied by the screams of a Naga race soldier. Puff, puff, sharp gasps escaped from the Queen's purple lips like the desperate breaths of someone on the brink of death. To evade pursuit, she had discarded everything that symbolized her status as a queen. But was this truly the end? Just as she had expected, the sound of the cavalry's charge rang out across the battlefield once more.
The earth shook violently as if playing a funeral march, and Queen Lamia closed her eyes in despair.
But a moment later, what she heard was not the sound of spears piercing or swords swinging. Fire! Rat-tat-tat-tat, a thunderous roar. Small metal slugs spat fire, and those fierce Velociraptor cavalrymen began to fall from their mounts one after another. The elite cavalry of the Drake Kingdom sprayed blood and crashed heavily onto the ground.
The chaotic herd and the piercing gunshots sent the velociraptors into a panic, causing them to collide and collapse in piles.
Free fire. Leave none alive.
Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The 3rd Cavalry Unit wove diagonally across the battlefield, continuously knocking the arrogant Drake Kingdom cavalrymen off their mounts.
Damn it, it's Blackwood Territory, the Blackwood Territory Cavalry. Assemble. We cannot win unless we eliminate these Blackwood Territory bastards.
Thump, thump, the velociraptor's sharp claws clawed at the ground.
The Velociraptor cavalry's level of vigilance toward the Blackwood Territory Cavalry was markedly different from their treatment of the Naga race. They decisively abandoned their pursuit of the Naga race and turned to chase the Blackwood Territory Cavalry, but they were met with a downpour of shrapnel and explosions. Boom, 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 pillars of fire erupted beneath the Velociraptor's feet.
Hit by explosions and shrapnel, the velociraptors let out heart-wrenching screams and crashed heavily to the ground, while at full gallop.
In the dust, men and mounts were overturned with screams echoing incessantly.
As the leading cavalrymen fell, those behind them tumbled like dominoes, and the once orderly formation instantly dissolved into chaos. Immediately after, fire and white smoke spat out once more toward the slow Dragon King cavalry.
Rat-tat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat-tat. A cavalry unit of only 60 men was actually toying with a cavalry unit of 200.
Once the gunfire ceased, Isaac raised his massive mace high and ordered a melee charge.
The Blackwood Territory cavalrymen, accompanied by the crack of breaking bones, smashed the greatly diminished enemy cavalry to pieces.
Bang!
Every time Isaac swung his mace, Dragon King cavalrymen and their mounts were sent flying. In the chaos, the Dragon King brandishing a saber charged at Isaac, only to have his skull crushed by an iron fist.
Have you witnessed the power of the Khan?
Dragon King.
That strike just now could have sent the troll's head flying. The centaur female warriors cheered, brandishing blades shimmering with magic. The Dragon King cavalry had long since lost their previous momentum, letting out screams as they were routed. So that's how they defeated. Queen Lamia sat slumped on the ground in a wretched state, muttering to herself with vacant eyes.
This was the legendary Blackwood Territory army from the eastern continent. She finally understood the reason for the Drake Kingdom's defeat.
Asterisk.
Isaac Peirce and the others bought time, after which the Blackwood Territory army launched a large-scale counterattack.
Rat-tat-tat-tat, Blackwood Territory's new weapon, the Gatling machine gun, turned the enemies into sieves with a fire rate of 400 rounds per minute.
Theoretically, if every shot hit, it could eliminate 400 enemies in a single minute.
Free fire.
Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat-tat. Hundreds of trapdoor rifles made a sound like popping corn, knocking down the approaching enemies one by one.
They were no longer the Blackwood Territory army that fought with flintlock rifles. The strength of Blackwood Territory was constantly improving at an astonishing speed.
Rat-tat-tat-tat.
500 infantrymen with 4 times the firepower could now calmly pull their triggers to firmly halt the enemy's advance.
Boom! The cannon's explosive shells burst over the enemy's heads.
With every shell explosion, a massive gap appeared in the enemy ranks as if they had been plowed through.
Listening to the enemy's screams, Isaac began searching for the Queen of the Naga race. After asking around a bit, Isaac found Queen Lamia.
She wore no ornate jewelry or regalia of kingship now, simply slumped among her soldiers, gasping for breath, with vacant eyes. Drenched all over, sweat soaked her dark green hair, which clung to her pale skin like seaweed. Queen Lamia, with her human female upper body and serpentine lower half, happened to look up just then and saw Isaac.
In the next moment, epsilon equals Japanese letter day Japanese letter.
She lunged for a hug.
Oh woo! A bewildered Isaac looked down at the beautiful exotic queen who had pressed her face tightly against his thigh. What was she doing?
And was she crying or gasping?
Her royal dignity had vanished, leaving only a wretched appearance.
You're coming here without greeting you. I'm sorry, but the scales. Seeing her incoherent state, Isaac asked back with a look of curiosity. I thought they would be peeled off and hung in the square for everyone to. It was too terrifying. What on earth was going on? Isaac listened to Queen Lamia's tearful lament and got the gist of the situation.
It seemed she had been frightened by the threat of some cruel execution, and the relentlessly pursuing enemy forces had scared her out of her wits.
They truly were a peculiar race, though. Like the centaur, their upper bodies were human, while their lower halves were scaly snake tails. What kind of physical anatomy was this?
Where was there the battle continued? Yet it wasn't just Isaac and his people who had grown stronger. The Drake Kingdom had also deployed new forces.
A massive shadow loomed over the ground, accompanied by the heavy flapping of wings. The Naga race soldiers, retreating under the cover of the Blackwood Territory army, pointed at the sky and suddenly let out heart-wrenching screams.
The dragon.
Run! The Drake Kingdom's secret weapon, the dragon clad in hard scales, had appeared. Seeing this, Isaac immediately asked Knight Miller beside him.
Miller,
aren't dragons supposed to be extinct? He had heard that dragons had gone extinct during some great war.
This seems to be a half-dragon, my lord.
What's the difference?
It only retains a dragon's instincts, so it's hard to control.
It shouldn't be able to use magic, and its size is relatively small.
It's considered a type of degenerate dragon. With its massive wings fully spread, the half-dragon opened its maw and suddenly spat flames toward the Naga race soldiers in the rear.
Well,
Isaac pointed at the half-dragon, which was displaying incredible power, and asked Knight Miller, "You call this degenerate?" The half-dragon's scales were extremely hard. The arrows and crossbow bolts of the Naga race soldiers couldn't damage it in the slightest. It seemed nothing in this world was ever easy.
Blackwood Territory.
Be sure to shoot down that half-baked dragon in this distant western continent. A sudden dragon hunting operation began.
Top life form.
In this diverse otherworld, who truly stands as the predator at the top of the food chain?
In the past, there might have been differing opinions, but now Isaac would unhesitatingly list the half-baked dragon before him as a top-tier predator.
Row.
Fully unfurled, its massive wingspan measured a full 30 tar wide.
The dragon emitted a strange, high-pitched shriek like a dive bomber as it plummeted, turning the ground into a sea of fire before soaring back into the sky.
Roar, as if mocking the land creatures that dared to challenge it, the half-dragon let out a roar. Purgatory-like flames swallowed the Naga race soldiers for a moment, screams and the acrid smell of charred meat intertwined on the battlefield, resembling a living hell.
Oh,
The blazing flames tore a gap through the Eru Kingdom's army like the parting of the Red Sea.
Despite its massive body, comparable to a strategic bomber, its movements were exceptionally agile.
the soldiers of the Eru Kingdom were terrified. They had clearly suffered at the dragon's hands before.
If sword saints and great magicians were nuclear-level weapons on land, then dragons were nuclear-level weapons in the air. The former at least stood on the ground, where one could swing a sword in retaliation, while the latter possessed thick dragon scales, powerful aerial maneuverability, and immense attack power.
In this medieval-level world, they were difficult to deal with even with magic.
But Blackwood territory was not at a medieval level.
Open fire.
Instantly, hundreds of AUG rifles spat fire at the half-dragon.
These rifles could be held with both hands, making high-angle shooting easier.
Da. Muzzles pointed skyward, recoil pressing against shoulders, and pungent gunpowder smoke spreading as over 500 rounds of small arms fire poured out like canister shot.
Ha.
It sounded like metal striking stone. About 20% of the bullets hit the target, but the soft lead rounds could not penetrate the dragon's scales. They each left only the shallow mark before bouncing off.
Damn this other world.
What kind of monster is this?
Isaac, who was rescuing Queen Lamia from the center of the battlefield, cursed under his breath.
It was practically an attack helicopter, invulnerable to blades and spears, and able to turn the ground into a sea of fire from the air.
It seemed this dragon hunt would be much more troublesome than imagined.
Hey human lord, we must run.
Fighting it is pure madness.
Cold snake scales wrapped tightly around Isaac.
The Naga queen of the Eru Kingdom, like a herbivore encountering its natural predator, terrifiedly urged Isaac to retreat.
But Isaac's thoughts were entirely different. Run where? He pointed at the half-dragon circling in the sky, and asked back, can you run faster than that?
Isaac shook his head helplessly, seeing her frightened out of her wits. It seemed she had been bullied by the dragon quite a bit before.
But running was not the answer. That would only fuel the enemy's arrogance.
Also, bringing something like this to our first meeting, you really are quite generous.
Queen Lamia, knowing she was in the wrong, moved her lips, but ultimately said nothing.
Her face was pale as she cautiously observed Isaac's expression.
In any case, if he didn't want his hard-won territory to become a sea of fire, he had to repel the dragon here.
Isaac looked up toward the hill where the heavy weapons were deployed.
The dark cannonballs were already loaded, their fuses or timed fuses adjusted for distance lying quietly in the bores. 1 siege cannon, 2 rifled cannons, and 3 field guns were ready, awaiting the order to fire. Originally, Isaac had only planned to bring infantry and cavalry for a quick resolution, but fortunately, he had followed the administrator's advice and brought the cannons.
Fire. The recoil of the cannons ploughed furrows into the ground. Accompanied by ear-splitting roars, several shells equipped with timed fuses exploded mid-air near the dragon.
Boom, 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 boom. A massive explosion and shrapnel swept through the air.
Regrettably, the shells only hit the airspace the dragon had just flown through.
Because the dragon could move in 3 dimensions, and the muzzle-loading cannons took about 10 seconds from loading the fuse to firing, it was difficult to hit the target.
Furthermore, these direct-fire cannons couldn't perform high-angle fire like old-style artillery, so they could only barely find a shooting angle by utilizing the height of the hill. Even with the power to destroy city walls and ships, it was meaningless if they couldn't hit the target.
Hands.
Machine guns ready. Gunners, use your own judgment.
Fire as soon as you find an angle.
Isaac had specifically brought 2 Gatling machine guns. The gunners turned the cranks, and bullets were fed into the chambers with a clack 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 pouring out toward the dragon at 400 rounds per minute.
Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The dragon seemed to sense the threat and began to dodge nimbly by changing its angle.
The machine gunners desperately moved the heavy gun bodies, trying to lock onto the dragon's silhouette. Despite this, many bullets still missed. While ground troops could use predictive fire due to terrain constraints, an aerial target could move up, down, left, and right. Therefore, it was still very hard to predict its flight path and difficult to score a hit.
Because of this, statistics from the World War Roman II era showed it took an average of 3,000 anti-aircraft shells to shoot down a single plane.
No wonder warships treated bombers as a formidable enemy as soon as they appeared.
Intersection was just too difficult. Closer, get closer.
Hit it no matter what.
With superb training and an astonishing rate of fire, the 2 Gatling machine guns used crossfire to constantly narrow the dragon's range of movement, finally sending bullets into its body.
Ayu.
It worked. Unlike ordinary rifle bullets, these medium-caliber rounds were more powerful. The dragon's hard scales shattered like chainmail, and countless tiny droplets of blood sprayed out. The half-dragon let out a painful roar and tumbled in the air. Although they had pierced its armor-like scales, the wounds were too shallow, just superficial injuries, not enough to be fatal.
Damn it, how is this creature's shell so hard?
It wasn't like it had stones growing in its skin.
Human lord, of course it's hard.
That is dragon hide, a processing material second only to mithril. Though it has lost its magic and dragon speech and its luster has dimmed, it is still a dragon.
Seeing Isaac's surprise at the dragon's defense, Queen Lamia explained, after all, it was a creature with dragon blood.
Roared, its massive body sliced through the air as it dove down.
The red half-dragon charged angrily toward the hill that had just fired upon it.
Whoosh, it seemed it wanted to use its breath to wipe out those annoying artillerymen.
Ah, it's coming. It's coming again.
W, what do we do?
Human Lord, shatter the darkness with thunder. Ah, it's coming. It's coming again.
W, what should we do, Human Lord?
This scene seemed to trigger some trauma in the Queen of the Naga race.
She clutched Isaac's arm tightly, shouting in panic as if she were being bombarded, even though she was still some distance from the hill. At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name. Reading good Taiwanese books is a great choice.
You're so noisy, Effie.
The elf rangers lay on the ground, propping their powerful large-caliber rifles on the shoulders of tall soldiers to serve as temporary bipods. They aimed at the diving half-dragon.
Beads of sweat broke out on Effie's forehead. She was clearly nervous about this sudden dragon hunting mission.
Fire! Bang! 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 Bang!
The massive amount of gunpowder generated a huge recoil, and the flames spitting from the muzzles were like small cannons.
The dragon sensed something was wrong and tried to veer away, but it was already too late. Glowing trajectories pierced the sky, puncturing the dragon's hide and embedding themselves deep within its body. Roared, even more blood sprayed out this time, splattering the faces of the elves and the artillerymen. The bullets were deeply embedded in its flesh. The half-dragon let out a cry of agony, its body twisting in the air.
As an apex predator, it had never experienced such intense pain or such unfamiliar long-range attacks.
Panic-stricken, it immediately changed its flight path. Seeing the half-dragon avoid a direct confrontation, Queen Lamia suddenly jumped up in excitement.
Oh, I see. So this is how you defeated the Drake Kingdom.
Human Lord, you're amazing.
At this rate, it seems you really can defeat a dragon.
Having come to the Blackwood territory with a sense of unease, she saw the first light of victory, and her originally pale face regained its colour.
She flicked her long tongue like a snake, excitedly rubbing her tail against the ground.
Roar, but to Isaac, victory was still far off. The half-dragon vented the flames it hadn't spewed onto the open fields, then glared at Isaac and the others with burning eyes.
Was its pride wounded by having its life threatened by such weak races?
It seemed to have made up its mind, gathering flames once more as it dove toward the elves from a blind spot above the heavy weaponry. Isaac looked anxiously at the elves who were reloading their Gaia rifles. There was a clear gap in their firepower. These heavy weapons, which consumed a large amount of gunpowder, required 2 people to reload, and the reload time was twice as long as that of a regular rifle. The elves' eyes were also filled with confusion and helplessness.
It's too late. Hans tried to aim the cannon at the dragon, but without a giant's help, he couldn't prop up the heavy cannon.
Isaac raised his platinum mace height, deciding to use the most effective means of attack for this situation.
Delia, with the crack, the noble lightning spirit appeared in a whirl.
Brushing the hair off her shoulders, she said with a charming pout, HMPH, it's been a long time since you summoned me anywhere other than the power plant. Wait, what on earth is that thing?
Having recently grown much stronger, she had an arrogant expression, but seeing the flaming dragon diving down, she turned pale with fright. Last time, you summoned me in front of an army of 500,000 orcs, and now it's this thing.
Just what are you trying to do? Ilya, it's an emergency, help me. Thunderstrike.
As if the light between heaven and earth had suddenly gone out, and then flickered back on, a massive bolt of lightning struck down from the clear sky. The lightning, carrying immense destructive power, struck the diving half-dragon squarely on the back.
Rumble, dazzling sparks flew, and electricity crackled everywhere. This was a strike aimed and corrected by Ilya with its power doubled.
But when the intense light faded, the dragon's condition was unexpectedly good. It seemed only a patch had been scorched, and it only wobbled slightly. How was this possible?
This was thunder powerful enough to shatter giant boulders.
Why didn't it work? Queen Lamia provided the answer. Human Lord, the origin of magic is dragons.
Even for a half-dragon, its magic resistance is extremely high. Magic of this level can't hurt it at all. Although the magic originated from Isaac, the result was the lightning he was familiar with.
It could actually withstand lightning.
Was this mysterious shell some kind of insulator? If 1 hit isn't enough, then 10. If 10 isn't enough, then 100.
I refuse to believe this.
Hearing Queen Lamia's words, Isaac thought of a simple and crude solution. With the goddess's grace, Isaac, who had been promoted to the 5th circle, gathered all the surging mana in his body into his heart. Just like Isaac, Ilya, whose strength had also greatly increased, landed lightly on his platinum can opener and raised a hand toward the half-dragon, aiming.
This is a bit embarrassing.
Let's just finish it off. Isaac frantically spun his 5 mana halos. The blue glow in his eyes almost overflowed as he slowly floated up. He poured all his power into this strike without reservation.
Billion Thunderstrike, I'm going to shatter the darkness with thunder.
Asterisk dish asterisk let FF89. Isaac, about to unleash his ultimate move, had originally intended to say something sophisticated, but as soon as he opened his mouth only, the shout of a certain young boy remained in his head, and on the battlefield, the world suddenly grew dim, leaving only the dazzling, violent lightning flashing. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and bolts of lightning fell like the needles of an electric sewing machine, frantically striking the dragon's back. Boom, boom, boom.
Rumble, the entire battlefield alternated between darkness and light.
For a moment, everyone felt as if they were in a welding shop, their eyes stinging and aching slightly. This lightning.
Queen Lamia watched Isaac release lightning after lightning, as if watching a god of thunder descend upon the world.
The dragon was repeatedly struck by the powerful current.
It trembled in pain, unable to control its balance, looking like it was drunk. Before long, it spotted Isaac gathering mana.
A fierce light flashed in its eyes and actually braved the lightning, spreading its wings and charging forward.
Roar! Seemingly wanting to turn the human who dared to block it into ash, the dragon's face was full of rage as it spewed raging flames directly from its mouth. Isaac narrowed his eyes, locking gazes with the furious dragon.
Oh, it's coming. It's coming. Is this my end?
Oh, now, good God. Hearing the sound of the dragon diving, Queen Lamia, who had just been cheering for Isaac's lightning, fell into a panic again. So noisy.
The lightning just now had bought at least dozens of seconds.
Isaac saw silver and white trajectories shooting out from the hill following loud bangs, as if in response to his performance. Large caliber bullets were fired from the half-dragon's blind spot, hitting its defenseless side.
With a bang,
The dragon's blood stained the ground.
One of the bullets seemed to graze its flame sac, and raging flames actually erupted from the punctured wound. Roar, roar, having its vital point struck, the half-dragon twisted its body in agony.
It no longer cared about its draconic dignity and fled in disgrace with its tail between its legs.
Okay, I shouldn't have joined the battle.
I only ask that it gives me a quick death, or they say people reveal their true nature when they're about to die.
Queen Lamia, who had been weeping and acting like a coward just a moment ago, immediately opened her tightly closed eyes and looked at the fleeing half-dragon in a daze. No, impossible. Even the dragon was repelled. How is this possible?
Run away.
As a nuclear level weapon and even a spiritual pillar, the half-dragon let out cries of pain in full view of everyone and fled in disgrace, leaving the soldiers behind.
The Drake Kingdom's army immediately collapsed.
The enemy army, which had surged forward like a tide, was routed in a hail of bullets and quickly retreated like an ebbing tide.
The fierce battlefield temporarily fell silent as the enemy was defeated.
Queen Lamia watched all this in shock. It took a while before she smoothed her deep green hair, which was stuck to her face like seaweed. Wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, she coughed twice in embarrassment.
A beautiful strike.
Human lord, you truly live up to your reputation.
You and your army are extraordinary. Thanks to you, this queen was spared the suffering of having her scales peeled. Moreover, you wounded one of them, which should bite us at least 2 months.
It had to be said that Queen Lamia had a real talent for acting.
Having just been wailing, as if she was certainly going to die, she now picked up her fallen dignity as soon as the danger was gone, trying to save face. Her transition in demeanour was smooth and natural, without a hint of awkwardness. Allow me to introduce myself formally. I'm Queen Lamia Alces of the Kingdom of Ru. Thank you for saving my life.
Once this is over, I will formally repay you.
Meanwhile, Isaac sat on Seba's back, staring at her without saying a word. Queen Lamia seemed a bit guilty under his gaze.
Her body trembled slightly, and she coughed awkwardly.
Why are you looking at me like that? Asterisk off, asterisk. Just forget about what happened earlier.
Are all the Naga race this fickle?
She's the complete opposite of the upright and reliable Duke Freya.
Just how did she become a queen?
But since the goddess said him save Queen Lamia, there must be a reason for it.
Perhaps the Western continent needs a potential ally. Mission completed.
Achievement points plus 20,000.
On the throne of the Drake Kingdom, the obese King Farox listened to Duke Joris's report with deep concern. The soldiers have almost lost control.
What? A berserk state?
Yes, your majesty. That Kukuzanka seems to have been blinded by victory again, frantically inciting the soldiers' emotions.
Indeed, dragon men are easily swept away by emotion and anger.
King Farox hammered the armrest of his throne in frustration.
He's always like this, acting like a hero despite the king's presence, so self-righteous. I really shouldn't have released him from prison, Sai. He shook his head repeatedly in anger, regretting that even though the kingdom's situation was dire, it had still been a mistake.
Also, your majesty, regarding the berserk state you mentioned earlier, along with this bounty on the queen, something has happened in the east.
The east? What could happen in the east other than that thorn in his side, the Blackwood territory?
Did the queen flee there?
Yes, I heard the pursuit. Force's progress has been exceptionally difficult. It seems she fled to the east.
No way to capture the queen. They actually invaded the Blackwood territory. A two-front war would be real trouble.
Although they sacrificed many high-level warks to obtain the half-dragon, given previous lessons, the Blackwood territory joining the fray was not good news. Well, the blood-crazed soldiers have already invaded the Blackwood territory's lands and even released the half-dragon. This was clearly a blatant provocation of war, and once again, it was utterly irreversible.
King Farox let out a long sigh and covered his face with his hands. That brainless fool Kikuzanka has caused him another huge problem.
Anti-dragon combat system.
Raging flames, billowing black smoke, and the pungent, scorched smell of scales filled the air.
Kikuzanka stood proudly atop the raised Naga race village.
He had lost to the humans, and subsequently, his kin had suffered a humiliating defeat, yet the snake scale fellows had actually dared to bare their fangs at such a time. It was truly arrogant to the extreme, and utterly nauseating.
So Kikuzanka decided to take action personally to teach those fellows a lesson. Lord Kikuzanka, the preparations for executing the prisoners on site conscription, and the next assault have all been completed.
A dragonman warrior, with a face full of scars and sharp features, knelt on one knee, reporting to Kikuzanka.
He was one of the comrades who had gone through life and death with Kikuzanka during his mercenary group days, and he had filled the vacancy left by Groza. Destroy them completely.
Let the Naga race witness once more the consequences of provoking dragonmen.
Kikuzanka, who had once fallen to rock bottom, found opportunity again through this war. Even now, the people of the kingdom of Eru would tremble at the mention of his name. Under his command, the heroic dragonman warriors launched a fierce surprise attack, breaking through the enemy's defensive lines and fighting bloodily.
The Naga race remained such a weak race it was practically a disgrace to possess the same scales as them.
He was so wise and divine, and the dragonmen were so powerful. Looking back now, that defeat in the Blackwood territory seemed like he had been possessed by a demon.
What on earth was that inexplicable crushing defeat all about? Was it because of the giants clad in steel?
Or was it due to a lack of intelligence regarding their weapons?
Regardless, they now possessed dragons.
To deal with the kingdom's precarious situation, that forbidden technique was finally allowed to be used.
30 high-level sorcerers sacrificed themselves using fire in a ritual to finally tame 2 half-dragons, Elan and Fran.
The blue half-dragon circled above their heads, letting out a deafening roar as it guarded them. The dragonman army attacked fiercely on the ground while the half-dragon breathed fire from the sky. The dragonman's momentum was like a rainbow.
Under Kikuzanka's command, they were unstoppable, marching once again toward the capital of the kingdom of Eru.
Now all that remained was for him to restore his status and reclaim his lost territory.
At that moment, his subordinate also brought a piece of news. Lord Kikuzanka, the remnants of Queen Lamia's forces have fled to the Blackwood territory and clashed with the pursuing units there. It seems our strategy of deliberately leaving a path open to the east has worked. The kingdom is in total chaos now.
This was news of a conflict coming from the east. Hearing that the plan was proceeding so smoothly, Kikuzanka excitedly bared his sharpest teeth. Duke Jurus should have arrived at the frontline headquarters by now. He is in a towering rage.
It's expected that when you return, you'll be severely reprimanded by him, and he'll question why you provoked the Blackwood territory before dealing with the kingdom of Eru.
A cold light flashed in Kikuzanka's eyes upon hearing this.
Blackwood territory.
That fellow who only knows how to wag his tongue and can't fight actually dares breast his mine.
And we have to solve things in order.
Once he reoccupies the kingdom of Eru, he'll definitely kick me aside.
Although the kingdom was currently in crisis and forced to reinstate him, a dragon warrior level war hero.
But judging by the expression of the fat King Forox, once the kingdom of Eru problem was solved, he would be heartlessly tossed into the dung pit like used toilet paper.
How can I just sit and wait for death? I might as well drag them all down with me, drag everyone down.
Only then can I survive.
That king, who didn't look like a descendant of dragons, but rather a descendant of lizards, had always been timid and cowardly.
Once the problem with the kingdom of Eru was resolved, he would likely choose to maintain the status quo.
As a neighbouring country, Kikuzanka knew the strength of the kingdom of Eru better than anyone. That the Blackwood territory, which had suddenly emerged from the forest to defeat the dragonmen, was a mystery to him.
So the king definitely wouldn't choose a direct confrontation. Instead, he would choose to wait and see, secretly looking for the Blackwood territory's weaknesses. That fat pig who isn't even fit to be called a dragonman. Since things have already reached this point, whatever schemes he has are finished.
We either achieve victory together and reclaim everything,
or we all die together. The ruthlessness that explodes from anyone who has experienced the rock bottom of life is extraordinary.
At this moment, Kikuzanka clenched his fists, fire burning in his eyes as he stared intently in the direction of the royal palace.
Either way, what's the situation over at the Blackwood territory? Even now, the first thing he asked about was news of the Blackwood territory, wanting to know if those strange humans were still the same as before.
That they invaded the Press territory again.
The half-dragon Fran turned the ground into a sea of fire. They must have suffered heavy losses.
As expected of a dragon, truly powerful. Although the loss of territory and inhabitants was foreseeable in this situation, even reclaiming the territory would be meaningless.
However, I don't know what happened. Our half-dragon was also injured, his fire sac ruptured, and it was forced to retreat.
Just when everything was going according to plan, Kikuzanka's eyes snapped wide open.
What? A half-dragon losing its combat capability? This was something completely outside of his plan.
Asterisk.
The Drake Kingdom's army tore up the peace treaty and invaded the Press territory once again.
That day, among the Kingdom of Eru's army that escaped from the enemy's encirclement, only 1,400 Naga race soldiers survived.
Because the Blackwood territory's cavalry and infantry successfully halted the dragonmen's advance, most of the casualties were caused by the dragon's breath.
The dragon had only breathed fire once into the center of the formation, and it caused such massive losses.
A creature from another world with overwhelming destructive power.
According to the testimony of Queen Lamia, who was being protected by the Blackwood territory, the Drake Kingdom now possessed 2 such dragons, one red and one blue. At the thought of 2 dragons simultaneously turning the ground into a sea of fire, Isaac shuddered. To mobilize all his forces, Isaac immediately issued a mobilization order and headed to the territory's workshop and armory to discuss how to deal with the dragons.
Toddling, how is the progress? The workshop was still filled with heat and steam. Craftsmen were casting steel and creating new inventions.
Isaac, smelling the familiar scent of metal, walked toward a high-pressure boiler that was spraying steam.
Bang! Just as Isaac approached, the iron boiler suddenly exploded, and a hole sprayed out scalding steam.
Isaac quickly lowered his head, dodging the steam that was hot enough to cook skin.
Whoa, are you faking an accident to try and assassinate me, kid?
No.
I don't have that kind of skill yet.
Toddlin scratched his head awkwardly, feeling ashamed of the sudden accident and Isaac's visit.
Indeed, calculating metal fatigue to make a boiler explode at a specific time was harder than preventing it from exploding.
That was already modern steelmaking technology. Fine, fine, I'll take the explosion just now as your answer to the question how is the progress. When the miniaturization of boilers and the increase in steam pressure were carried out simultaneously, the difficulty would grow exponentially.
Miniaturization, while ensuring it doesn't explode, was destined to involve countless explosions.
Alright, don't worry too much. It's normal for a few explosions to happen during the experimental process.
Isaac remembered saying the same thing to his parents once, only to be severely lectured that day.
Thank you for understanding.
Our former king didn't understand these things at all.
That's because you burned off the dwarf's beard. Toddlin coughed awkwardly.
They weren't here to reminisce. Isaac walked to where Toddlin and the craftsmen were gathered and slowly stated the purpose of his visit.
Anyway, I came here because I want to disassemble the barrels of the cannons and create something called a turret while the army is assembling. If the enemy could move freely in three-dimensional space, then they also had to evolve and adapt accordingly.
Just as in the law of the jungle in nature, so it was on the battlefield. The side that was slow to adapt and develop would be eliminated.
They had previously only manufactured ancient cannons with carriages and breeches, so they were confused by Isaac's inexplicable words. I don't know if you've heard, but we engaged a half-dragon. But due to insufficient firepower, we weren't able to kill it, so we need the powerful firepower of cannons to eliminate it.
Isaac placed something on the table.
The dwarfs looked closely, and their eyes instantly widened.
Oh, this. Our dragon scales. Lord, didn't you go to deal with the landlords? How did you suddenly end up fighting a dragon?
Electric detonator.
In truth, Isaac hadn't expected that simply going to govern a new territory would turn out like this.
Look closely now. The situation is urgent, so keep the design as simple and straightforward as possible. Isaac spread the preliminary design drawings out before the craftsman.
The key was for the gun barrel to be able to rotate 360 degrees and perform high-angle fire like old-style cannons.
During World War I, people began developing these anti-aircraft guns to deal with the emergence of airships and biplane fighter planes. Just as they had previously utilized height advantages, field guns were mounted directly onto tall rotating bases. Though it was simply pointing at the sky, these primitive early anti-aircraft guns could project cannon fire into the air. Without such a simple and robust platform, all heavy weaponry would be helpless when a dragon flew overhead. Furthermore, the dragon was very intelligent. It could sense danger and perform evasive maneuvers in advance.
Through this engagement, it had already learned about the Blackwood Territory's weapon systems.
There was no telling what attack patterns it would adopt next time. Since it already knew the long Gaia rifles were powerful, it wouldn't be hit so easily next time.
Moreover, the Gaia rifle's reload time was long.
If hit by the dragon's flames during a gap in firepower,
it would result in massive casualties. So one must hope for the best but prepare for the worst. That was the significance of the anti-aircraft gun. I hope everyone gives it their all. A difficult dragon hunting operation.
Perhaps sensing Isaac's rare sense of crisis, the gathered craftsmen nodded one after another, their faces filled with fighting spirit.
Asterisk.
Under the rule of the wise and stern Duchess, the Duchy of Henton was peaceful and prosperous.
But Freya, who governed the duchy, heard strange news about the western continent from Azazel. Queen Aru fled to the Blackwood Territory, and a battle broke out between the Drake Kingdom and the Blackwood Territory. Her obsidian-like eyes were filled with surprise. Azazel nodded.
It seems they've really started fighting.
Has this happened again?
Freya found it hard to understand. The Dragon King were fine, but they tended to lose their reason at the sight of blood.
They used to be the overlords of this region, but now the Blackwood Territory had crossed the forest, and when Freya aided in the Orc War, she had personally witnessed the Blackwood Territory's powerful firearms and new weaponry. These weapons had never appeared before the Dragon King War.
They must have been invented specifically for the Orcs.
The Blackwood Territory's army always evolved based on its opponents.
Perhaps they had already found a way to deal with their numerical disadvantage. If King Ferox chose to attack again, without knowing this, the Dragon King would pay a heavy price.
I heard the Drake Kingdom got hold of half-dragons again.
The merchants are in an uproar.
It seems they've made preparations too. To have actually tamed half-dragons, those terrifying creatures that were massive, agile, and could breathe fire.
But Lord Isaac ultimately achieved victory even against 500,000 orcs.
He might be able to defeat half-dragons as well.
Freya believed that in terms of preparation, no one was more outstanding than Lord Isaac. As long as he was given time, he could continuously evolve according to his opponent.
Even against two half-dragons, he'll do it well probably.
Though the odds were halved, Duchess Freya still remained confident in Isaac.
Asterisk.
An anti-aircraft gun capable of lifting and rotating its mount and raising the barrel to 70 degrees like an old-style cannon was being built.
Isaac absolutely could not let his soldiers be sacrificed in vain to the dragon's breath. The firing platform was ready, the question now was what to fire with it. Even as the shell was being loaded into the chamber, the dragon would be flying rapidly.
Using a timed fuse relied entirely on the gunner's predictive ability and luck.
And Isaac's luck had always been poor, so he needed a more reliable interception system.
Thus, he thought of the proximity fuse, also known as the VT fuse.
It was a magical fuse fired from large-caliber anti-aircraft guns that would automatically detonate when it detected an enemy nearby.
But even in the WW2 era, this thing required vacuum tubes to transmit and receive radio waves, and it was expensive to manufacture. What exactly are you trying to build? Listening to the complaints of Ilya, who was on 24-hour standby due to her recent increase in strength, Isaac fell into deep thought.
As long as the shell can explode when needed, wouldn't that work?
Wait,
although I don't have vacuum tubes or antennas, I can use mercury fulminate as a detonator, conductive metal wire as a filament, and then use a piezoelectric element to generate current at the required moment.
Epsilon equals rumble equals letter to C7 omega letter to C7.
Isaac stared intently at Ilya, who was rolling around bored on the table. Originally, he was thinking of making an impact time fuse if all else failed, but at that moment, a flash of inspiration struck him.
Omega are acute Japanese letter murderous intent.
WH what? Why are you looking at me with those eyes? Even if you look at me like that, I can't just make something appear.
Ilya was startled by Isaac's burning gaze and lay stiffly on the table staring back at him with wide eyes.
But she was wrong, something could indeed be made from her.
Because in this world, such a thing as an electric detonator could exist.
No passage allowed in the airspace ahead.
This is a combined 4,000-word article. Thank you for your support.
Under a clear, sunny sky, new weapons were being developed on a vast field.
Madness. Absolute madness.
You want to stuff someone as noble as me into a cannon?
Japanese letter O, roared Hilda.
The proud lightning spirit struggled desperately, like a fish just pulled from the water.
Don't worry, the safety tests are already complete, aren't they?
Effie and Sylph gave a thumbs up, agreeing with Isaac's opinion. Of course, that's right.
Despite Effie and the wind spirit's sincere assurances, Ilya still resisted entering that pitch-black cannon muzzle.
She seemed to view the cannon as some kind of monster.
Safe.
Don't be ridiculous.
That's a weapon that can destroy city walls.
The flames it spews are as big as dragon breath.
That's not magical fire, it won't affect you at all. The main weapons of Blackwood territory, including the siege cannon, were steadily evolving toward anti-aircraft guns.
A prototype had already been manufactured.
Isaac also had to keep up with the times.
He began improving the traditional old-style timed fuses that relied on burning fuses.
Griffins and wing runners could be dealt with using infantry, volleys, and the Gaia rifle, but for highly mobile, heavily armored flying creatures like dragons, the powerful firepower of cannons was essential.
Toblin, what do you think? If we follow the Lord's plan, the key to success lies with this lightning spirit lady.
Hither. Ilya, get in quickly. The dwarf craftsman was correct. The shell currently loaded in the cannon barrel was equipped with a new proximity fuse. The shell was filled with high-purity black powder and mercury fulminate with conductive metal wires buried in the mercury fulminate pile.
With just a tiny electric current, the sensitive mercury fulminate would immediately explode, triggering a massive blast.
This was an electric detonator.
And the most advanced vacuum tubes of this era, antennas for detecting enemy proximity, and piezoelectric components for releasing current, all of these were replaced by Ilya.
So, they essentially had a fantasy version of a proximity fuse.
Only this way could they hunt dragons.
If the enemy exploited the irrationalities of the fantasy world, they too had to adapt and evolve.
Thus Isaac placed high hopes on Ilya.
Wait, hurry up and get it done, you won't die. No matter her status in the spirit realm, if she wanted to stay in the material world, she had to follow its rules. Damn it, to listen to me.
I don't think I need to crawl into that hole.
Sylph and her master Effie, who had already entered the cannon barrel multiple times and resided in the shells, looked helplessly at Ilya.
It seemed in their eyes Ilya was also a disobedient spirit. Why, since my realm improved, I can now release lightning remotely.
Although I can't summon huge lightning bolts, like you only need a snap to produce a tiny spark, right? After all, I am a lightning spirit, I can manage such a small task.
This little one actually had such a function.
Isaac stroked his chin in surprise.
Indeed, no matter what it was squeezing it a bit always revealed new discoveries.
Alright, let's give it a try first. Mercury fulminate without corrosion inhibitors was extremely sensitive, even the tiniest spark could detonate it.
Sigh, really the people here show me no respect.
Especially you, Sylph.
Ilya, tired of acting as a generator and shell fuse, complained.
What are you talking about? I respect you greatly, you're the great lightning spirit. HMPH, cut it out.
Ilya waved her hand dismissively. After staying in Blackwood territory for so long, her emotional intelligence had improved considerably.
Then I'll go prepare. Effie took out her long-unused spirit bow and walked into the distance, drawing an arrow from her back.
This bow had accompanied her for centuries. Picking it up again filled Effie with emotion as her slender fingers gently stroked the bow's body.
The bowstring tightened, the bow bent, and a gleaming silver arrow was ready to be released. Creak, creak, creak. The gun carriage rotated, the barrel raised high, aiming at the arrow's projected trajectory. As usual, the people gathered in the field to watch the new weapon demonstration looked expectantly at the gleaming silver arrow and the towering cannon barrel.
Thanks to this eccentric lord, the residents of Blackwood territory always got to see something novel.
Lord Isaac, this queen doesn't understand.
You plan to intercept that swift arrow with such a slow, cumbersome weapon?
The Naga race queen swayed her waist, having somehow appeared beside Isaac, her snake tail gently coiling around his arm as she asked.
This indescribable cold, damp sensation. Isaac's mouth twitched. Why use a tail when she had hands?
Didn't I tell you to stay in your room? Why come out to spy on my new weapon development?
Spy? Even if I saw it, I probably couldn't replicate it.
Alright, that was true.
This wasn't the early development stage, it was a cannon already advanced to proximity fuse technology. How could she possibly imitate it?
Besides, haven't the Aru Kingdom and Blackwood territory always maintained a close cooperative relationship?
Don't fuss over such minor details.
Cooperative relationship?
Isaac raised an eyebrow slightly. This was the first he'd heard of it.
Queen Lamia, when did we become cooperative partners?
From when you saved me from the dragon attack.
Weren't we jointly opposing the Drake Kingdom?
Jointly opposing? Heh, you were probably so frightened that your memory got muddled.
At the time,
and seeing the Drake Kingdom on the verge of collapse, unilaterally launched an attack.
Although the result prompting a quick peace treaty was beneficial to Blackwood territory, her phrasing made it sound like everything was prearranged, which was truly exasperating.
Don't dwell on the details.
As a king, you should have a broad perspective and not get bogged down in trivialities. Isaac hadn't expected that after the fear of public execution in the square faded, this Naga race queen would become so shameless. Anti-aircraft gun experimental unit. Launch preparations complete. The artilleryman in charge of firing raised his hand toward Isaac. Effie also looked at Isaac as if asking if they could fire simultaneously.
Isaac nodded, and Effie released the drawn bowstring.
The silver arrow cut through the sky, its trajectory higher than expected. The gunner quickly turned the crank, raising the anti-aircraft gun. Swiftly aiming, he pulled the trigger. Boom! The launch succeeded. The gun carriage withstood the recoil. The new black shell flew toward the arrow's trajectory. Seeing the two trajectories about to overlap, Isaac immediately looked at the boastful Ilya. Could it really succeed?
The proud lightning spirit closely watched the shell's movement, and at the right moment snapped her fingers with a snap.
A spark flashed. Boom! A violent explosion blossomed in the air. They had made anti-aircraft gun history.
Asterisk.
Rumour had it that Blackwood territory attacked after the peace treaty was broken, flew into a rage, mustered all its forces, and launched a counterattack. And there was news of a half-dragon appearing, enough to shake the entire continent. The emergence of this terrifying tactical weapon threw neighbouring countries into chaos. Everyone's attention focused on the conflict between Blackwood territory, using unknown powerful weapons, and the Drake Kingdom, which possessed dragons. His Majesty Nikaka is worrying over nothing. The fox person stroked the neck of the brought griffin while overlooking the battlefield.
Elvin, a spy known as a seductress in Kancha Kingdom's noble circles, complained while leisurely swaying her fluffy tail, having come to this distant place.
Roar! To stop the Blackwood territory army advancing toward the Drake Kingdom, the Drake Kingdom army dispatched a dragon circling in the sky. At the forefront was the war hero Kuzanka, who had recently regained fame, raising his magically gleaming sword to boost the soldiers' morale.
After consecutive victories in the Uru Kingdom, he seemed to have regained his confidence.
Once the dragon appears, victory is assured. Moreover, with Blackwood territory's movements, the Drake Kingdom even abandoned the Uru Kingdom, concentrating all forces in the east. I want to see how these legendary humans are defeated. The fox person giggled, her gaze turning toward the east where Blackwood territory lay. Although she didn't particularly like the Drake Kingdom either, this time she hoped they would win. This time, besides her, another non-human had come to the battlefield, hoping the Drake Kingdom army would achieve a swift victory.
He hid in the shadows like a rat, observing the situation.
Eyes gleaming beneath a hood, yet the grass and shrubs where he stood were rapidly withering.
Asterisk.
All flying creatures, no fly zone ahead. Isaac stood on the open plain, watching the dust cloud from the distant Drake Kingdom army, and the blue half-dragon flying toward them with spread wings, muttering to himself. Indeed, as soon as the Blackwood territory army moved, they eagerly charged over to attack the Uru Kingdom and treat the other injured dragon. The enemy had given Blackwood territory precious time. If they were an Eastern Continent nation familiar with Blackwood territory, they would never make such a mistake.
Boom!
On Blackwood territory's side, massive figures shook the earth.
Due to the dragon's appearance, Isaac had brought several large beings from the magical beast forest.
He promised double pay for helping carry heavy loads on the battlefield. So members of the giant race, including Hippo, eagerly volunteered, leaving their arduous construction sites. However, when they saw the dragon descending from the sky, their faces instantly turned pale.
Our lord, something strange is flying over. That's the core combat force of the dragon human race I mentioned.
That's a dragon.
Yes, I told you before.
Isaac said nonchalantly, though those busy carrying tools among the giant race certainly hadn't heard.
The blue half-dragon was called Elan, right?
Quite an impressive name.
Hippo, prepare the siege cannon.
And Night Miller, we must take it down in one shot.
They're clever. If the first shot doesn't bring it down, it'll be troublesome. No matter how much he racked his brains, Isaac couldn't figure out how to make an anti-aircraft gun from a siege cannon, even though it was the real deal. So, he adopted Effie's suggestion and created a primitive, simple biological gun carriage. To deal with monsters, use monsters. Two members of the giant race each lifted a siege cannon, with Hippo standing behind to aim, gripping the specially made trigger tightly. I never thought the siege cannon could be used like this, Lord. Seeing the siege cannon turn into an anti-aircraft gun, Night Miller couldn't help but marvel. Honestly, I didn't. I'd anyway get ready. 12 pre-deployed anti-aircraft guns plus one siege cannon finally provided enough firepower to hunt dragons. Bring it on. Rumble rumble, the familiar sound of an army on the march.
A large number of enemies appeared on the horizon, rushing toward them.
The dragon human race raised their weapons, and upon seeing the Blackwood territory army, opened their mouths to roar wildly. They seemed even more frenzied than last time. Perhaps because, alongside Kuzanka's consecutive victories, they were once again intoxicated with the dragon human race's glory. Roar out! The blue half-dragon circled above them, letting out an ear-splitting roar as it descended.
Even facing thousands of human soldiers, the dragon showed no concern, flying along an easily predictable trajectory.
Its arrogant confidence suggested these ants couldn't harm it in the slightest. It intended to turn the ground into a sea of fire first, then have the ground troops attack. Queen Lamia had already told Isaac about their tactics. This strategy might have been effective before, but birds flying too high get their wings scorched.
QRRR.
The enemy's battle cries grew closer, and the dragon drew nearer. Intersection preparations.
Gears meshed, cranks turned rapidly, and with a clack-clack sound, the 13 anti-aircraft guns, including the siege cannon, aimed at the dragon flying straight toward them. The dragon, completely unaware of the danger, flew over with flames gathering in its mouth. It was clever, so they couldn't give it a second chance. It had to be killed in one shot.
Fire. The cannon muzzles spewed flames welcoming the dragon.
Like in naval battles, 13 cannons fired in unison, countless shells forming a woven net shooting toward the dragon's flight path.
This scene is truly spectacular.
The narcissistic Ilya longed to display her great power in the material world.
Her eyes wide, she locked gazes with the ferocious dragon. HMPH.Omega, raising her small hand to aim Sigma. A flash of lightning.
Countless shells exploded simultaneously before the dragon.
Boom, 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 one shot bursted down.
Raw Kukuzanka could not believe what was happening before his eyes.
The half-dragon Elan had intended to turn the enemy formation into a sea of fire, but instead fell covered in blood amidst a sudden explosion.
The gazes of every dragonman on the battlefield simultaneously turned toward the sky. The soldiers' eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief.
For a moment, the air on the battlefield seemed to freeze, and there was a deathly silence.
Remember the domain of this site, Taiwan novel website, your intimate reading companion.
Boom! The massive blue dragon didn't even have time to flap its wings before it slammed heavily onto the ground. Dust flew everywhere, and the ground shook as if a meteorite had fallen, causing the earth beneath Kukuzanka's feet to tremble along with it. The dragonmen seemed to snap out of their daze, reacting in various ways.
The scene was one of total chaos. Impossible.
Elan, our guardian deity.
The soldiers were struck with terror, staring dumbfounded.
It was hard for them to accept that the half-dragon who was like a guardian deity had been shot down so easily.
In the western continent, Elan had burned countless Naga race members and had never failed, so they had always believed it was invincible. But upon arriving at the eastern front where the Blackwood territory was located, the situation had undergone a world-shaking change. The blue dragon could be seen struggling in pain on the ground, its wings tattered and torn, filled with holes like rags from a trash heap. Amidst the chaos, several minutes passed. The humans, seemingly, did not want to give the dragon another chance to take flight and launched a second round of attacks directly.
Boom, 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 roar. Blocks of metal flew in perfect parabolic arcs, finally exploding in front of the dragon.
Every explosion was accompanied by the half-dragon Elan's pain wails and the twisting of its body. The dragon's scales became battered and broken.
Compared to Fran, whose face sac was only slightly torn, Elan's injuries were far more severe.
The once indestructible half-dragon was no longer an invincible existence here.
We can't let this continue, we must destroy those human weapons. Otherwise, the dragon will be in danger. Kukuzanka thought of Fran, who was still on standby in the rear, and shouted loudly.
The humans also seemed to understand the dragon's ability to learn, and this time, they clearly intended to finish off Elan completely.
Watching Elan under attack, the dragonmen realized that if things continued like this, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Charge, charge, kill.
The army of 30,000 launched a charge toward the unit of only a few thousand, but unfortunately, their voices clearly lacked momentum.
While the previous charge was full of vigor, they were now filled with fear.
Asterisk.
My oh my god, what did I just see?
The fox race beauty Alwyn, who had been leisurely sitting on a cushion, taking wine from her saddle and roasting a field mouse to eat, suddenly sat up and rubbed her eyes, completely unable to believe what was happening.
However, even though she rubbed her eyes until they were raw, the scene before her did not change. Wait, what kind of weapon is that?
Why can it shoot down a dragon? The weapon from the Blackwood territory that had shot down the dragon was currently emitting white gunpowder smoke from its muzzle.
Surrounding human soldiers were busy stuffing black powder and metal blocks into the cannon's bore.
I see, so this is what His Majesty Nikaka was worried about.
She had also vaguely heard some rumors.
In order to eliminate competitors at sea, she had once used the merfolk to conduct a proxy war, which ended in a disastrous defeat. That incident led to the direct downfall of the chairman of the Wolfgang Chamber of Commerce, who had previously enjoyed smooth sailing.
Very few people knew the truth, and no one dared to speak out, so she had never understood what had happened. My dear Marquis Taha, this is not what we agreed upon.
She began to grumble about the tiger race who had sent her to carry out this mission.
20,000 dragonmen and 2 half-dragons against 4,000 humans and 1,400 Naga race members. The results seemed obvious. She had originally intended to just take a casual look, and then report back that everything was as expected, but now the situation had become complicated. She had heard that there was a weapon in the eastern continent that could make a thunderous roar and destroy city walls, but she hadn't expected it to be true. Now is not the time to be leisurely eating roasted field mouse.
She had thought that as soon as the dragons appeared, they would wipe out the Blackwood territory, invading the western continent, but now the situation was completely reversed. She had to run around to gather intelligence. The fox race beauty casually tossed the roasted field mouse skewer into the distance, clapped her hands, and stood up. Not far away, a hooded member of a foreign race was also quietly observing the battlefield, only to hear him mutter in a strange tone, "Tusk, this is simply..."
Asterisk.
After the massive dragon fell to human, and Naga soldiers immediately burst into cheers.
HMPH Tilda, did you see that? Did you see that? Ilya's self-boasting did not stop for a moment. Self-proclaimed as a noble existence of the spirit realm, she hopped excitedly on Isaac's shoulder.
Come shout out my shining name.
Ilya Moon Lightning, Omega Arabic wow //
Perhaps it was because this noble spirit, after being summoned under this strange lord, had been making permanent magnets and acting as a rectifier, that she was exceptionally hyper now that she could show off her skills.
Well done, HMPH.
Don't call me HMPH. Japanese letter #der letter FF89. I hate that name the most.
Isaac curled his lip dismissively. Then you should have introduced yourself properly when we first met instead of just HMPHing like a Tsundia. Incredible, human lord. You actually managed to shoot down that ferocious dragon.
Haha, there was a bit of luck involved. The enemy's flight path was practically a straight line.
In the past, as soon as a dragon began its dive, enemies would be scared out of their wits, and the dragon would leisurely depart after turning the ground into a seam of fire, so it didn't need any deceptive maneuvers or evasive techniques at all.
But today it met a fatal opponent.
The dragon plunged straight into the range of the anti-aircraft guns. Since its flight path was easy to predict, the soldiers of Blackwood Territory fired shells simultaneously like a shotgun to form an unavoidable net of fire, which was then instantly detonated in midair by Ilya. The result was obvious. The half-dragon screamed and fell straight down. With this, Blackwood Territory should be able to establish a foothold in the western continent. The neighbouring territories know they were actually surrounded in the heart of the Drake Kingdom, so the stronger the Drake Kingdom became, the more restricted Blackwood Territory's actions would be.
It would have been fine if they had a friendly relationship, but due to Kukuzanka's greed, war had broken out, and the relationship between Blackwood Territory and the Drake Kingdom had now plummeted to rock bottom.
The Drake Kingdom was growing by annexing the Uru Kingdom, which was also a huge threat to Blackwood Territory. They clearly wouldn't stop there.
The weaker the Drake Kingdom's power, the more room for development the nascent nation of Blackwood Territory would have.
So although the Uru Kingdom's sudden entry into the war had temporarily eased the situation, today's conflict was perhaps inevitable.
Damn it, what kind of weapon is this again now?
Charge. You must continue to charge for me. Kukuzanka's sword flickered with murderous blue magic power.
Escaped again. When the Blackwood Territory's artillerymen shelled the blue dragon Elan again, preparing to finish it off, the dragonmen seemed to see the shadow of defeat once more, charging again like a swarm of crazed bees.
Truly persistent to still be alive after being hit by so many shells.
Effie muttered in disbelief as she looked at the blue dragon, which was covered in wounds but still alive. Yeah, this guy really is a bit hard to kill.
Isaac also thought this attack would end the battle, but he didn't expect the dragon's carapace to be so hard and its vitality so tenacious.
It actually managed to withstand 2 rounds of attacks from 13 proximity fuse cannons.
Kill them.
Seeing the symbol of victory in their hearts fall, the dragonmen's originally crazed expressions turned into fear, and then they began to charge again under Kukuzanka's urging.
They're coming, fire, fire.
Rat-tat-tat-tat.
The pre-deployed Gatling machine gun positions, along with the anti-aircraft guns, met the charging dragonmen.
This weapon of mass destruction continuously sucked Type 18-22 bullets from the magazine and spat them out.
The 10 barrels rotated rapidly, staining the battlefield red with the blood of the dragonmen.
What is this thing?
Such tiny pieces of metal to be able to penetrate the body, damn it. The dragonmen's charge was soon stopped by the barbed wire.
Dense layers of circular barbed wire surrounded them completely.
Some dragonmen underestimated the enemy and plunged headfirst into it, or were pushed in by their companions behind them, eventually getting stuck like insects on a spiderweb.
Perhaps due to fear, unlike the orcs, the dragonman's speed in breaking through the barbed wire was as slow as a snail.
For a modern army equipped with Gatling machine guns and breech-loading rifles, this charging speed was no different from a moving target.
Aim!
At night Miller's shout, 900 infantrymen chambered their rounds, pulled the hammers, and aimed at the enemy.
Fire!
Da-da-da-da-da. The deafening gunfire made the watching Naga soldiers tremble with fear as hundreds of bullets poured toward the enemy.
And bang bang. And bang bang bang.
Bullets hit the ground or penetrated the dragonmen's scales, shredding their internal organs.
The charging dragonmen fell in swaths, blood gushing out.
One by one, they were trapped in the barbed wire, finally dying in agony with their flesh torn and organs flaying.
Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The Gatling machine gun was not to be outdone, pouring out bullets like a rainstorm, tearing the dragonmen to pieces.
Some wounded dragonmen managed to cross the obstacles with great difficulty, only to be run through by the spears of the vengeful Naga race soldiers. The Naga race soldiers seemed to have accumulated anger for a long time, showing no fear even when facing the ferocious dragonmen. Free from despair and seeing the hope of victory, they also began to play their part. As long as the dragon, an outlier in terms of scale, was removed from the battlefield, the direction of the war was basically determined.
Cannon loaded.
Lord, the 3rd round of shelling is ready.
The Blackwood Territory's artillerymen loaded the shells and black powder, preparing to give the dragon the final blow.
Isaac paid special attention to the 80mm rifled cannon loaded with an unguided steel shell.
Effie stood beside him, and the High Spirit Sylph possessed the steel shell, just as she possessed arrows.
Effie, show your strength.
Don't worry, leave it to me.
Isaac admitted that the biological armor on the dragon was as hard as the pieces of his mithril armor. But now the enemy was completely pinned to the ground.
Before, because it was too fast, precise sniping was impossible, but now the situation was different.
The goddess of victory always favors the side with superior firepower. Even with this kind of attack that directly converted the energy of gunpowder into kinetic energy, how many hits could the dragon take?
Fire! Nighthans, who was exceptionally gifted in artillery, gave the order and the cannons fired in unison. In the blinding flash, Isaac saw a heavy silver trail cut across the battlefield. The steel shell passed through the smoke of the explosion, adjusting its flight path according to the dragon's movements, and finally, with a bang, blew the half-dragon's head off.
Blood, shredded meat, and brains flew through the air together, and the dragomen's movements came to a sudden halt.
The headless half-dragon Elan also crashed to the ground. The dragomen fell into complete chaos, while the Naga race soldiers let out cheers of victory. The moods of the two forces were in stark contrast at this moment. Learn well, this is what cooperation looks like, Ilya.
HMPH, it's just so-so.
Effith, Isaac, and Sylph were an experienced trio. Thanks to them, Isaac had escaped danger many times.
Oh, the dragon is finally dead. Whoa. The Blackwood Territory's soldiers suppressed their excitement and continued to pull their triggers, while the Naga race soldiers, who had suffered under the dragon's torment, cheered joyfully. Hearing their cheers, the dragonmen were visibly shaken, their morale nearing the brink of collapse.
Human lord, do not be careless.
Something emitting a huge amount of heat has started to move in the distance.
Queen Lamia scanned the battlefield with her vertical reptile-like pupils flicking her tongue as she warned Isaac.
Isaac's vision was obscured by dust and the chaos of the battlefield, so he couldn't see anything, but she could actually sense a huge heat source.
Did she have heat-sensing organs like a snake?
No wonder she could cross the enemy lines and reach the Blackwood Territory.
No, but its direction of movement seems a bit strange. Isaac was a bit puzzled when he heard the Queen's confused voice. Then he looked up at the sky, and in the next moment he understood what she meant.
Asterisk.
The blue dragon, Elan, had lost its head unknowingly and fallen to the ground.
The dragon is dead.
Its head was blown off.
The dragonmen were in a mess.
Both the dragon warriors and the warlocks fell into an unprecedented panic. The red dragon, Fran, also witnessed the tragic death of its kin. It had always believed its race to be the most powerful existence, but now it was beaten by humans smaller than its claws to the point of being unable to fight back, and finally, its head was blown apart.
Damn, what do we do now?
It's over, it's all over.
The warlocks were in a mess, and on the other side, Fran immediately felt the spells binding it weaken.
What should we do?
Release Fran. Release Fran. If we are defeated here, the Drake Kingdom is truly finished.
Zanka drew his sword and shouted in despair, even though the dragon's injuries were not yet fully healed.
As some feared, half-dragons were different from beasts. They possessed a certain level of intelligence.
So it immediately remembered the sharp metal that had pierced its body and the sight of its kin's tragic death.
If it flew there, it would die too. Fran immediately spread its wings and flew into the sky. Flap, flap. The dragon actually took off on its own, ignoring the warlock's orders. The dragonmen looked up at the sky one after another in astonishment. Once there is a first time for everything, the second time is much easier. The half-dragon Fran abandoned the dragonmen again and chose to escape once more.
No, don't!
Where is it going?
Zanka-sen.
Urgent battle reports from the battlefield were quickly delivered to the Drake Palace by wyvern messengers.
A dragonman messenger burst through the doors, stumbling inside and reporting the situation in a trembling voice.
King Pharaox, who had been basking in the joy of consecutive victories, was first startled by the messenger's pale face.
Then, upon hearing the shocking report, the cutlery in his hand fell to the floor with a clatter.
What did you say?
The kingdom's army was actually defeated and is being pursued.
The king of the Drake Kingdom, his thick chin trembling, was consumed with rage.
The surrounding ministers were also terrified, looking at each other and standing frozen in place, not daring to speak.
The atmosphere was chillingly suffocating.
Faced with the king's anger and questioning, the messenger could only brace himself and continue the report.
Your Majesty, though it is hard to believe, the army commanded by General Zanka has indeed been defeated.
Currently, the army of the Blackwood Territory is picking off the scattered units one by one and continues to advance toward the royal capital, in Serb.
Hearing the news of this preposterous defeat, King Pharaox was beyond furious and flipped over the dining table. Although Zanka was unruly and arrogant, he was, after all, the veteran of 100 battles. Moreover, he was surrounded by a group of loyal soldiers, and with the assistance of the half-dragons, King Pharaox had originally been full of confidence regarding this war. He thrust out his belly, panting as he roared. How is this possible? What about the dragons? What about our half-dragons? That due to the Blackwood Territory's unexpected counterattack, we suffered heavy losses.
Seeing the messenger's face looking so grim, King Pharaox also swallowed nervously and asked,
"Have exactly what combat power was lost? Was it Fran or Elan?"
Both, Your Majesty.
King Pharaox's mouth hung open in shock upon hearing of losses greater than he had imagined.
Both, yes. The half-dragon Elan was hit in the head and died on the spot. After seeing this, Fran took advantage of the moment the curse weakened and fled.
No wonder the messenger's face was so grim. Upon hearing this news, King Pharaox collapsed to the ground as if his spine had been removed.
A descendant of dragons actually fled.
This meant that the strength of the Blackwood Territory's army was something even a half-dragon feared.
This was the greatest crisis the Drake Kingdom had faced since its founding. They had already seen the consequences of not having dragons to assist them.
The current situation was just like that of the Eru Kingdom, which had acted perfidiously after signing a compensation agreement with the Blackwood Territory. They had also signed a peace agreement with the Blackwood Territory, only to unilaterally tear it up and launch an attack just a few days later.
Zanko,
that damn fellow actually messed everything up.
King Pharaox was filled with regret, his whole body trembling as he repeatedly muttered Zanko's name.
The Blackwood Territory had crossed the forest with absolute strength, yet he, driven by greed, had recklessly started a war.
He was clearly told to deal with the Eru Kingdom first, but instead he led his army grandly eastward, ultimately leading to this disaster.
His ambition should have been apparent where he complained about being assigned to the fringes of the kingdom.
After being given a title and territory, he actually repaid kindness with such ingratitude.
King Thorok staggered as he drew the royal sword.
Seize that lizard immediately. I will personally use this sword to execute him. Kukulkanka had once again become the criminal of the war.
The culprit who provoked the war and brought disaster upon the kingdom. He should never have been released from prison in the first place.
King Thorok now deeply regretted his initial decision.
Asterisk.
The ignorant are always fearless. The Blue Dragon Elan had originally intended to turn the positions filled with anti-aircraft guns into a sea of fire. Instead, its life was ended when Effie's steel bullet blew its head apart. However, as Elan's head was blown off, something unexpected happened at the rear. The dragon is running away.
The red dragon Fran spread her massive wings and soared into the sky without looking back, abandoning the dragonmen and fleeing in panic. Effie muttered in surprise, "Human lord, in all my long life this is the first time I've seen such an absurd sight."
Queen Lamia also murmured a brief comment on this rare sight of a dragon fleeing. Seeing one dragon's head blown off and the other abandoning them, the dragonman soldiers completely collapsed. Fear and chaos spread rapidly through the enemy ranks.
Retreat. It clearly wasn't the commander's voice, but in this situation, who cared who gave the order?
After all, even the dragon had run away. To make matters worse, the anti-aircraft guns had been reloaded and were the first to spit out lethal flames. The dragonman's formation collapsed instantly like a sandcastle. The pursuit began. It was now time to expand the results of the battle. Perhaps because they had fought side by side and bled together on the battlefield, the Naga and human soldiers were already acting like a single army, their breathing perfectly synchronized as they frantically hunted down the enemy. On their other side, the hot air balloons could finally safely take to the skies again.
Aline, the veteran ranger whose name was similar to the territories, spotted Kukulkanka and sent back scouting information via a spirit.
Isaac and the others took up a vantage point overlooking the entire escape route, quietly waiting for the culprit to arrive.
Human lord, he's right there, the enemy who cruelly slaughtered our Naga people and burned our kingdom.
Queen Lamia insisted on seeing Kukulkanka's end with her own eyes, so she followed along with her guards. She flicked her tongue like a snake, accurately detecting Kukulkanka's heat signature even through the dense underbrush. It had to be said, this was a very practical ability with superb tracking capabilities. Seeing Isaac's interested gaze, the queen narrowed her eyes and smiled.
"Do you want me to finish him off?"
Effie asked, directly taking the sniper rifle off her back.
"No, this is a grudge between him and me.
Let me be the one to end it."
Isaac took the rifle from Effie. Sylph immediately told him the distance was about 700 ta.
He opened the chamber and fed a bullet into it.
With a clack, the specialized bullet was loaded. Then Isaac closed the chamber, pulled back the hammer, and pressed his eye to the long telescopic sight.
"Little brat, come, let me send you on your final journey." Isaac muttered to himself as he aimed at the bushes and pulled the trigger.
The recoil slammed into his shoulder, and the bullet went spinning out.
Ugh.
In the distance, with a thud, a spray of red blood erupted, and Kukulkanka, hidden in the bushes, let out a short scream of pain.
Despite the great distance, Isaac's bullet had hit him. Wow, to do that even without the assistance of a wind spirit, you're amazing, Lord Isaac.
Seeing Isaac's ultra-long-range shot, Effie was full of praise.
Of course, I'm a professional when it comes to guns.
Isaac waved his hand dismissively and walked toward Kukulkanka, like a hunter confirming his prey.
Kukulkanka had been lying motionless as if dead, but as Isaac approached, he suddenly used his last ounce of strength to throw a platinum dagger.
Signet,
climb. With lightning speed, Effie used her cavalry saber to parry the dagger thrown with all of Kukulkanka's might.
Her movements were clean and decisive, making even Isaac click his tongue in admiration. As expected of a several hundred-year-old elf who had survived 100 battles, her agility was truly peerless.
Right, he couldn't mention the word several hundred years old in front of her. She seemed to care about that quite a lot. How dare you, despicable, ugly lizard.
Effie stood before Isaac like a guardian, glaring fiercely at Kukulkanka.
She had sensed it before. This lizard was very fond of launching sneak attacks. Isaac meanwhile picked up the eye-catching platinum dagger from the ground. Just like the Orc Ward's platinum battle axe he had obtained previously, this dagger was also incredibly light. Could it be pure mithril without any steel mixed in?
Though the quantity wasn't large, it was still an unexpected windfall.
Isaac quickly put the dagger away. Now he could make a few more pieces of mithril armor.
Or Blackwood territory.
Kukulkanka let out a groan as blood welled from his chest.
Seeing that his sneak attack had failed, he gritted his teeth and stared at Isaac with fury. Why are you looking at me with those eyes?
When I first came here, I offered a hand of cooperation.
It was you who rejected me and triggered this disaster. It was Blackwood territory that built the roads, Blackwood territory that opened the transcontinental trade routes, and Blackwood territory that shed blood.
Even so, Isaac had been willing to share the profits with them, but the dragon human lord before him was insatiable, attempting to seize everything by force.
HMPH Corporation. We are the descendants of the fire dragon that devours the world. We do not negotiate with weak races.
Fisk the rhetoric again.
Strength is earned through fighting, not bragging. The racial superiority complex stemming from dragons was truly beyond cure. In Isaac's eyes, they were just one of many foreign races. So, after actually fighting, thus do you still think we humans are truly weak?
Kukulkanka was speechless. He knew the answer, but his pride prevented him from speaking it.
Finally, he used the last of his strength to utter a curse-like whisper.
"One day a true dragon will appear again and trample you underfoot, bringing us our salvation." Blood gushed out, preventing him from finishing his final sentence.
He gasped for air several times and finally, with a look of resentment,
His head slumped down. The war criminal who had stirred up a bloodbath in the Western continent was finally dead.
You have avenged the Naga race. On behalf of all my fallen kin, I express my gratitude. Queen Lamia had approached Isaac at some point, expressing her thanks with a relaxed expression. It was said that Kukuzanka had slaughtered many Naga during the First Eru Kingdom War, which was why he was hailed as a war hero. This was also to avenge our fallen soldiers and the residents of my territory. You needn't take it to heart. How can I not?
This queen will remember this kindness. The queen of Eru Kingdom publicly announced that she owed Isaac a great favor. That was enough. The goddess had also given a revelation. It would surely come in handy one day.
In any case, Isaac had subtly gained two powerful allies in the Western continent, where he previously had no foundation.
For an emerging nation, this was already a decent start.
The army advanced toward the capital of the Drake Kingdom.
The allied forces of the Naga race and humans arrived outside the capital city. Cruz.
News of the defeat had already spread throughout the country. The dragon humans now kept the city gates tightly shut, hiding inside, and not daring to come out. Considering their previous actions, they should be coming out to kowtow and beg for forgiveness right now. Isaac felt they were being too arrogant, so he decided to show them that city walls were vulnerable before Blackwood territory.
This was effectively a show of force. Fire! The siege cannons spat fire, and the massive shells brought the city walls crumbling down. The Allied soldiers cheered at this astounding result, while screams echoed one after another within the city. Shortly after, a white flag was slowly raised atop the wall.
Unable to withstand the cannon fire, the Drake Kingdom finally announced its surrender.
King Farox,
sign it.
After suffering two crushing defeats, the dragon human race, which had once acted so imperiously toward neighboring countries, were no longer the fearsome descendants of dragons.
King Farox took a fountain pen produced by Blackwood territory and dejectedly signed his name on the instrument of surrender. Dragon humans are nothing more than mongrels with scales.
Isaac wanted them to understand that all the talk of world-devouring flames and being ferocious descendants of dragons was nothing but empty words. They were just another ordinary Mongol race among the many in the Western continent.
Those who consider themselves a superior race and preach racism never come to a good end.
It was the same no matter which world it was. Long live Blackwood territory.
Isaac's declaration of victory echoed through the clouds.
Having triumphed against the odds and crushed an army of tens of thousands, the Allied soldiers raised their weapons and cheered. The Naga in particular, having crawled back from the abyss of despair, wept tears of joy. Since the Drake Kingdom had caused this war, Isaac showed no mercy in demanding exorbitant war reparations from them. He required the Drake Kingdom to pay a monthly indemnity of over 1,000 gold coins until the full amount was settled.
He also demanded that the Drake Kingdom not interfere with the transcontinental trade routes or commercial activities, which meant Blackwood territory had effectively secured a path of free passage through Drake Kingdom territory. This was no longer just a matter of being a thorn in their side.
Even the Queen of Eru Kingdom, who had gone from being a defeated nation to a victor, jumped for joy with her snake tail.
She who was originally supposed to pay massive war reparations, now not only didn't have to pay, but could even get a share of the spoils from Isaac.
Looking at the sight of Nagas and humans celebrating victory together, I never thought our two races would be so compatible. Queen Lamia flicked her tongue and slithered to Isaac's side with a seductive gaze, wrapping her snake tail around his arm as if linking them. I get it, please don't do that. It feels really strange. Isaac felt like a frog caught by a snake, and quickly reached out to uncoil the tail. In any case, they were now a part of the Western continent.
Even the powerful Drake Kingdom had been defeated by them. No nation should question their strength anymore.
Perhaps some countries were already in a state of chaos right now.
Champagne. Among the towering trees stood the rulers of the forest.
The diminutive human merchants moved cautiously along the forest paths, keeping a wary eye out for the giants.
And the patriarch who ruled this race, Long Fu, was currently sizing up his dust-covered daughter, who had just returned with a scrutinizing gaze.
Gabo. Since his daughter's height already exceeded his own, he was forced to look up at her, which made him feel a bit of pressure as the patriarch. This child had recently seemed to enter a rebellious phase. She was always trying to leave the forest, and it seemed the other young giants were influenced by her, even showing a faint trend of following her lead.
You troublesome girl.
The forest was their home, and a sacred sanctuary. The patriarch felt a massive headache because of this.
Just what kind of great adventure was she trying to go on?
He estimated she was probably just teaching the dragon men or those weak foreign races a lesson near the forest. Long Fu had travelled around in his youth as well, and he knew those small races were all more or less the same. What kind of adventure was that? What kind of achievement was that? Long Fu stroked his greying beard with a look of dissatisfaction. What did you go off to do this time?
Give me your reasons.
That well, Seeing his daughter giggling foolishly, completely oblivious to his displeasure, Long Fu really wanted to jump up and give her a slap. But this time, he didn't repeat the mistake of striking her directly with his hand, because his fists were indeed not as hard as steel. I went on a great adventure with Lord Isaac.
I even brought back offerings to present to the sanctuary.
Offerings. The giant race presented offerings to the sacred sanctuary every half year and held ceremonies.
Recently, they usually hunted mammoths as offerings, then used the milky white mammoth tusks to trade with humans for necessary items. HMPH, a great offering. It's probably just a wyvern's head.
More importantly, do you know what I've been?
Long Fu was preparing to give his daughter a good lecture. However, before he could finish, his sentence, he was interrupted by the thud of something Hippo placed on the ground.
Long Fu's originally non-stop scolding came to an abrupt halt. He stared blankly at the object Hippo pulled from her bundle.
Hippo, what is this? He had never seen such a thing before, and he asked in a trembling voice.
The head of a half-dragon.
Protruding blue scales, sharp teeth, even though it was battered and broken, it still radiated a ferocious aura. When Patriarch Long Fu saw the dragon's head, he was instantly scared out of his wits. Even if it was just a half-dragon, it was still a descendant of the dragon race that was once called Magic Grandmasters and ruled this forest. They flew through the sky and breathed fire. Even the giant race found them difficult to catch. Hippo, just what on earth did you go and do? The Patriarch looked dumbfoundedly at his daughter, who could actually hunt dragons.
Asterisk.
See, I told you Blackwood Territory would find a breakthrough.
After handling the backlog of government affairs, Freya could finally rest for a while. She was savouring the snacks brought by Azazel with great interest, and upon hearing the news from the eastern continent, she boasted triumphantly. Oh my, back then, you were also half-doubting the strength of those two half-dragons.
Oh, is that so?
I'm getting too old, I don't remember anymore.
Freya used her age as an excuse to brush off Azazel's questioning, then placed a piece of chocolate into her mouth.
She very much liked this Blackwood Territory dessert that melted in the mouth and gave off a unique fragrance. As Blackwood Territory won the war and the cross-continental trade route reopened, Blackwood Territory's specialty goods were popping up like mushrooms after rain. This is called cocoa powder. What an incredible fragrance. How on earth did they find this crop? Freya sighed inwardly. Isaac really was a fellow with a keen nose. Usually, people proficient in military affairs weren't very good at commerce, but the residents of Blackwood Territory were truly lucky to have such a shrewd lord. Due to the tyrannical behaviour of a certain kingdom recently, Freya hadn't been able to drink any good wine, so she used inspecting goods as an excuse to pick up another Blackwood Territory specialty. Shiro. Inside a silver bowl filled with ice sat a bottle of wine with elegant curves.
Grand Duke Freya gently picked up the wine bottle.
The cold touch gave her a sense of refreshment. To prevent the bottle from breaking, this bottle body actually had reinforcement magic attached to it.
Following Azazel's instructions, she removed the wire and then used brute force to pull the cork straight out.
Puff. Golden liquid slowly flowed out, bubbling with fine foam.
This was another new type of wine produced by the Sharif Winery Champagne.
It was no longer contained in crude wooden barrels, but in exquisite glass bottles that could be easily enjoyed.
Thus probably only Blackwood Territory could manage this.
Freya and Azazel thought simultaneously. Indeed, in this world, only Blackwood Territory could likely produce expensive glass on a large scale and transport wine in this manner. They slowly poured the bubbling liquid into silver cups. Clinked. The silver cups clinked together.
They tasted the wine as they usually did, but the moment the liquid entered their mouths, they were stunned by the unique mouthfeel and refreshing taste.
Oh my, no wonder it had to be carefully sealed in an expensive glass bottle.
Even after long-distance transport, the fragrance of Sharif wine is still perfectly preserved. Both discerning ladies were full of praise for this wine. Wine transported over long distances usually over-fermented, becoming too acidic and astringent, but this bottle perfectly retained its flavour from when it was brewed, as expected of Blackwood Territory. Now that the Drake Kingdom dares not interfere, and the cross-continental trade route is officially open from now on, such goods will continuously pass through the forest and be transported to the continent, right? The president of the Azazel Merchant Guild, eyes shining swirl, the wine glass in her hand. This was the result of Blackwood Territory's victory. After 2 failures, the Drake Kingdom had to obediently make way and no longer interfere with commercial activities. The war-threatening merchants had ended, and merchants from the western continent were flocking to the Press Territory hoping to obtain permission to use the cross-continental trade route. To pass through the magical beast forest, one had to obtain permission from Blackwood Territory. This meant that Blackwood Territory could practice trade protectionism as it pleased. Currently, sea monsters were rampant, and the Queen had been captured, but small pirates were becoming active again. Blackwood Territory thus possessed unique influence. With this, those vampires clamouring about the carnival should probably settle down right. Yet if we can continuously supply this high-quality wine, we might even be able to strike a blow against the Blank Kingdom that has been provoking us.
Heart of the Dragon.
Blank Kingdom, a vampire kingdom on the western continent famous for its blood-red wine. Due to the cruel actions during the previous carnival, it had split, and relations with the Henton Duchy were now very poor.
As a result, Duchess Freya had gone a long time without being able to drink good wine.
The signature wine of those vampires' oxblood cost 8 gold coins per barrel, and the Blank Kingdom had made a fortune from it. Duchess Freya harboured strong hostility toward them. She had always wanted to cut off their financial resources to prevent them from using the money as war funds.
By the way, Lady Freya, speaking of the Blank Kingdom, I suddenly remembered that vampire lord who sucked the blood of his own subjects after a careful investigation. All charges have been proven true.
How do you plan to handle him?
Even during tea time, there were still annoying government affairs. With a complex expression, Freya took a few more sips of champagne.
That lord was one of the founding heroes who helped her usurp the throne and achieve the independence of the duchy.
But he failed to keep his promise, unable to restrain his nature, and sucking the blood of his subjects, which ultimately resulted in 1 death and 1 serious injury. A priest of the Precept Church who witnessed the incident filed a lawsuit against Duchess Freya, and after a long and tedious trial he was finally found guilty. This was a case of a noble killing a commoner. The god of Divine Seal was as resolute and severe as ever, demanding severe punishment for him.
The god of Divine Seal believes in governing this chaotic and imperfect world with established rules.
This suffocating pressure even makes some races and tribes hesitate. Although she shouldn't think this way, Freya sometimes envied Lord Isaac's unfettered nature. No, the god of Divine Seal says it seems the goddess of harmony is now being led by the nose by him. What an extraordinary human lord. Regarding his disposal, I will make a decision later. Matters related to racial characteristics are always tricky.
The Henton Duchy is a multiracial country, and Freya is always walking on thin ice.
Well, let's not talk about that. Lady Freya, how do you plan to attend the upcoming independence ceremony of the Blackwood Territory? Time is tight, will you go in person? Azazel mentioned a major event about to occur on the eastern continent and asked for Freya's intention. Freya narrowed her obsidian-like eyes and muttered to herself. Declaring independence just like we did back then. We started from the bottom, but the Blackwood Territory has many allies as soon as it's founded. Various countries will send delegations to congratulate them, and we should also go to establish formal friendly relations as soon as possible. Although the Lords of the Henton Duchy and the Blackwood Territory have always maintained a close cooperative relationship, the Blackwood Territory is still nominally the territory of the Hyde Kingdom, so formal diplomatic relations, such as friendship treaties and defence agreements, cannot be established.
So far, it has only been a private friendship between lords.
Only those Eastern Continent countries that have fought alongside the Blackwood Territory truly understand this.
Good, we set out as soon as possible. Even if there are more important matters, they must be set aside. The status of the Blackwood Territory has become pivotal to the countries of the Western Continent. Lady Freya, I'm afraid that won't work. The spot for the first diplomatic delegation has already been snatched by Queen Lamia. That woman is really fast. But then again, she has always been a woman of great action when it comes to things she wants. It's almost like a snake catching its prey. Moreover, this Naga race woman seems to possess an incredible intuition, whether it's innate or something else.
Just like when she attacked the Drake Kingdom, although it looked like a risk, she ultimately achieved victory and the gamble paid off.
Yes, Lady Freya.
According to intelligence reports, she is flicking her tongue in covetousness toward that human lord. It seems this woman's ambition doesn't stop there.
Could she be trying to seduce the human lord?
It's truly unbelievable for a queen to be so frivolous. Although Effie is there and there shouldn't be any problems, still.
Actually, I'm a professional in this area, Lady Freya.
Azazel blinked her pink eyes and wagged her succubus tail.
Don't you go causing trouble either.
Either depends on the situation. Depends on the situation.
Duchess Freya's eyes narrowed into slits.
The goddess is watching right behind him.
Do you really want to use succubus powers to tempt him?
Oh, someone is watching. That makes it even more exciting, Azazel said, her body writhing with a flushed face.
Duchess Freya covered her forehead and sighed.
Although her abilities were indeed strong and she had contributed greatly to the Duchess' finances, still, Duchess Freya agreed with her guardian deity's opinion this time. She decided that for this independence ceremony she absolutely could not take Azazel along.
Asterisk.
The Blackwood Territory army returned in triumph after repelling the dragon. Since the Grand Harvest Festival and Independence Ceremony were about to be held, the celebrations were kept simple. As the victor, the Blackwood Territory received a huge indemnity in 3 territories. In addition, they replenished their limited numbers of Gorses, Wing Runners, and Velociraptors, which were types of wyverns, as well as beast tamers.
Even the High Walks who control the dragons were brought back.
The news of the victory spread throughout the country via newspapers, and the Blackwood Territory was busy preparing for the Harvest Festival and Independence Ceremony. Everywhere was full of vitality.
To establish diplomatic relations with various countries, the Blackwood Territory sent out many letters.
Countries began to reply one after another, and the diplomacy of the Blackwood Territory gradually became clearer.
Just like the golden wheat fields of Russ Village, the moment to harvest the fruits of independence had arrived.
Lord, what is this? Todlin was busy developing new weapons and equipment. Seeing Isaac's sudden visit, he put away his vertical gauge and asked, "Why do you think I'm here?" "You're definitely here to give me some strange task again. What else could it be?"
Todlin had already become accustomed to Isaac's habit of suddenly appearing and throwing a bunch of things at him. But when he saw Isaac pull a shimmering battle axe and dagger from his robes, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise.
"Where on earth did you get these treasures?" "This is precious pure mithril. How did you collect all this?"
"Did you rob the kingdom of Shibrach?"
"It's a long story. One was obtained after defeating the Orc warlord, who led an army of 500,000, and the other was obtained after defeating the war hero Kukuzenka, who led 2 dragons.
Neither was easy to deal with."
"Melt them down and reforge them with your hands." "Which parts this time?"
Isaac patted his head and shoulders.
"A helmet and shoulder guards, please, Todlin. The head is more important than the chest, even for a half-dragon. The head is a fatal weak point."
"My god, are you going to wrap your entire body in pure mithril?"
"It's a good idea. At least I won't be hacked to death."
Some people might have used a small amount of mithril alloy, but Isaac had never heard of such a luxury as wrapping the entire body in pure mithril.
After all, even with immense wealth, it was difficult to obtain pure mithril. If thieves or pirates saw the Lord's armor, they would certainly be salivating. That's tens of thousands, no, hundreds of thousands of gold coins walking around. If thieves or bandits dare to come, I will make them pay the price.
Isaac was now a fifth circle mage. Although he hadn't fully mastered fifth circle magic and was still receiving guidance from mentor Edwin,
Combined with his unrelenting training and the monstrous strength brought by enchantments, he might already possess personal combat power not inferior to a sword saint.
Is there any dragon hide left? Most of the recovered dragon hide is tattered. There are too few parts that can be used for armor.
Why did you damage such a precious thing like this?
The situation was critical at the time, a matter of life and death.
Just be satisfied with what we have.
Toddlin complained, pointing at the dragon hide that required a high knight to peel off using a mana sword.
Various shells, including siege cannons, had exploded in front of the dragon. How could the scales possibly be intact?
But even if the dwarves felt it was a pity, there was nothing that could be done.
They had to survive after all. If they were hit by a dragon's breath, it would be a total disaster and the artillerymen positions would be destroyed.
Therefore, the dragon had to be brought down before it could get close. Although most of the carapace was damaged, there were still some gains. One was lightweight and sturdy dragon bones, which could be used to manufacture the keels of ships or airships.
Finally, there was the dragon heart that surprised both the dragonmen and the mages.
Under the guidance of the dragonman warlock, Isaac finally obtained this item full of fantasy colour. Isaac pointed at the throbbing thing in front of him and asked the dragonman warlock, "What is this?"
The dragon heart you asked for.
A lump of flesh covered in blood vessels, pulsing with mana and emitting light.
So this is a dragon heart, human lord. I never thought I would see such a thing in my lifetime.
Deep green long hair came into view. Queen Lamia had come, uninvited. She had already settled into the lord's castle like a guest.
She let out a short exclamation.
Isaac's thoughts, however, were even more concise.
Holy crap, this really is a heart.
It was a throbbing red lump of flesh.
Isaac had originally thought a dragon heart would be something magical, but he didn't expect it to be so large and eerie. It expanded and contracted, and a tide-like magic power radiating around it made it impossible to look away. The dragon is dead, so how is this heart still beating?
It was truly full of wonder.
So Warlock, what is this thing used for? It is a massive source of mana itself and has many uses, but first,
the warlock said it could answer one of Isaac's questions.
He explained that Elan and Fran are interconnected existences. As long as one possesses one heart, they can sense the location of the other heart. Isaac had been worried that the terrifying dragon would appear again, and now there was finally some good news.
Oh, then where is that red dragon now?
The veins bulged on the warlock's forehead as he seemed to be performing some kind of ritual.
Blue mana poured from his eyes.
He opened his mouth as if to spit fire, then regained his senses, lifted his head, and answered Isaac's question.
Fran went north toward the north.
The north.
Fran had abandoned the dragonmen and fled from the Drake Kingdom toward the north.
To the north of the western continent.
Isaac was thinking about the geography of the western continent when Queen Lamia's voice suddenly rang out, making him realize.
The north.
Human lord, isn't that the dwarven kingdom occupied by the high elves?
Oh,
a half-dragon capable of breathing fire from the sky like a bomber was simply an unstoppable disaster in this medieval level world. It just so happened that Isaac had always wanted to teach those high elves who were always pulling strings behind the scenes and causing him losses a lesson.
Perhaps this rampaging red dragon could vent his frustration for him. Queen Lamia with her blood boiling. The May famine was a common occurrence in this other world. Just like the darkness before dawn,
winter wheat sown in autumn and harvested in summer would see the granaries hit rock bottom during this season, leaving people's stomachs hollow and flat.
Farmers would clutch their growling stomachs and gnaw on radishes waiting for the harvest to arrive. A year of tilling for a year of harvest in this era, grain was the sum total of survival.
But that was everywhere else. The situation in Blackwood Territory was entirely different.
In Blackwood Territory, the wait for the harvest was a pleasure. When people took their sickles into the wheat fields, it felt more like a grand festival. Brothers and sisters, we sowed the seeds and tilled the earth with diligence, and now we still reap a bountiful harvest. This is the law of nature, and more importantly, the blessing of the goddess.
Under the warm sunlight, farmers wearing straw hats and holding sickles gathered before the golden fields.
Before the reaping began, priest Assigny and the priests preached to the crowd about Goddess Iris's mercy and grace, praising the apostle of God who guided them like a shepherd. Isaac, who had inexplicably become a shepherd, stood before the crowd and shouted loudly,
"A moment of harvest has arrived.
Everyone, begin the reaping." The farmers raised their arms, letting out a cheer of "oh" as they charged into the fields like soldiers storming a battlefield. They grabbed the ears of wheat with rough hands and sliced through the stalks.
Plump grain swayed in the sunlight.
As they advanced, the harvested crops piled up like mountains. This scene of abundance brought immense satisfaction from adults to children. Everyone wore gratified smiles.
In this territory, there's never a lack of work, and never a lack of food.
I'm so glad I came here instead of those barren lands that reject wanderers.
Some immigrants, who had arrived during the Orc invasion, seemed shocked by the golden spectacle before them, sighing in admiration. Due to several miraculous baby booms, Isaac's gentle population attraction policies, and the steady influx of people from destroyed small kingdoms, the population of Blackwood Territory had grown from an initial few thousand to around 40,000 now. Not only that, but the populations of the ducal territories like Albram and Enil were also growing rapidly.
As long as people came here, they could have sturdy and safe concrete houses for very little money, assigned jobs, good public security, and clean,
tidy sanitation. All of this caused the population to surge.
Of course, rapid population growth wasn't entirely a good thing.
Increasing the population blindly without preparation would only lead to disaster.
But the Lord of Blackwood Territory understood the power of population and was committed to developing the territory into a nation, so he had long since made full preparations. Although there were no steam engine factories yet and all work had to be done by hand with the popularization of cotton, the price of linen had stabilized.
Now one could see children wearing decent cotton and linen clothes.
Not only did the farmlands yield far exceed the population's needs to the point where wheat production was so high it couldn't all be sold, earning Blackwood Territory the name of fertile granary, but houses built with reinforced concrete were also gradually replacing the crude farmhouses made of thatch and wood. It was a rare Eden in this other world where food, clothing, housing, and transportation were fully guaranteed. Despite this, there were still some who went hungry or fell into poverty due to excessive labor intensity or other reasons. If he wanted to develop the territory into a nation, he had to look after these people. Ignoring them would only lead to larger social problems like crime or revolution. Therefore, after consulting with administrative staff, Isaac decided to minimize the number of vulnerable groups for relief and job opportunities. From then on, Isaac introduced the concept of welfare, before the public the idea of state intervention to ensure the basic happiness of its citizens. Of course, the finance officer, tax officials, and many others could not understand his policy. The central government had to look after the happiness of the poor. This was simply a fairy tale. They even began to wonder if the Lord's mind had gone soft or if he simply had too much money and nowhere to spend it. To this, Isaac only wanted to say it was because they didn't know about the bloody French Revolution or the Red Terror.
If more and more people are neglected and their anger accumulates to the limit, Isaac knew what the consequences would be. There was no need to wait like the capitalists on Earth to be slapped in the face before repenting. Preparing for a rainy day was the wise move.
Especially after agricultural productivity increased, Blackwood Territory would have a large amount of surplus labor.
Isaac planned to put them into various higher value-added industries and through the popularization of public education and administrative reform.
In this process, many would certainly fall behind, therefore investing territorial funds to help them was inevitable.
I plan to build a country like this.
What do you think, goddess?
Isaac looked up at the sky, piously
Praying to the goddess.
but there was no response.
She remained reticent.
And Isaac, as usual, took the silence as tacit consent and continued to direct the harvest work in the territory. Queen Lamia, with her smooth snake tail for a lower body, and a beautiful woman's upper body, had always been confident in her intuition. Like a snake sensing the heat of prey, she had seized the opportunity to join forces with Blackwood Territory, though Isaac wouldn't admit it, to attack the Drake Kingdom. Although they faced some crises along the way, in the end, the Kingdom of Eru became a victorious nation, as she expected, not only escaping massive reparations, but also putting her in a very good mood lately.
Then she happened to hear news that Blackwood Territory was about to become independent.
Her sharp intuition kicked in again.
She felt that Blackwood Territory, once it became a nation, would become a powerful state spanning the eastern and western continents.
Thus, even though the Kingdom of Eru was currently in a state of post-war recovery, she came at the first opportunity to state her position. Isaac was actually a bit embarrassed by her presence and asked her to wait in the drawing room until the independence ceremony.
But how could she possibly listen obediently?
Before the other diplomatic missions arrived, she swayed her snake tail and wandered around Blackwood Territory, witnessing its true face with her own eyes. Seeing the vitality and abundance of the harvest season firsthand, she was even more convinced that her choice was correct. The last time she was a refugee, she had stayed hidden in the Lord's castle and had no idea that this place possessed such golden waves of wheat. Furthermore, such a scene appeared not only in Blackwood Territory, but across the entire ducal territory, showing the immense potential of Blackwood Territory.
Duke Mabura, look at these ears of wheat. Arriving at the reaping site, Queen Lamia saw the mountain-like piles of wheat.
Her slender fingers pinched a plump ear of wheat. A single ear of wheat can actually yield 15 grains. This is simply, normally if an ear of wheat produced 10 grains, it was considered a bumper harvest. For ordinary farmers, an ear of wheat might only yield 5 or 6 grains, 2 of which would be paid as taxes, and 1 kept as seed, so only 3 or 4 grains could actually be ground into flour for bread. Therefore, grain usually only barely sustained a living. Unless the land was fertile like the Kingdom of Kancha near the river, it was hard to see an ear of wheat with more than 10 grains. This meant that on the same area of land, Blackwood Territory's yield was 2 to 3 times that of other places.
I heard that the Lord not only actively participates in various commercial activities, but also places great importance on agriculture.
Because of this, he has gained the support of the vast majority of farmers.
Commander-in-Chief Nebura, who had fled to Blackwood Territory with Queen Lamia before, had only seen Lord Isaac directing battles. Coming here again and seeing this other side of him directing agricultural production, he couldn't help but feel surprised.
Also, Duke Mabura, look at these wheat fields. There seem to be no fallow lands. All the fields are actually growing wheat. How on earth is this done?
To feed its large population, the Kingdom of Eru also actively encouraged agricultural development. However, while wheat had a high yield, it also heavily depleted the soil's fertility. So generally, to prevent the land from becoming barren, they divided the land into 3 parts, 1 fallow, 1 for radishes and beans to replenish the soil, and only 1 part for wheat.
But here, all the land was actually growing wheat.
In other words, besides the yield being 3 times higher, Blackwood Territory's cultivated area was also 3 times larger than elsewhere. I'm getting a bit scared. I suddenly have a feeling that he might monopolize the wheat trade on the western continent.
If he dumped wheat at low prices, other kingdoms might benefit at first, but eventually, it would cause local farmers to lose price competitiveness and be swallowed by Blackwood Territory's food production.
Judging by his shrewdness in business, he was fully capable of doing this.
No, this won't do.
We must sign an agreement with him to make him stop at a reasonable point, Queen Lamia. Blackwood Territory's army wasn't the only thing to worry about. Fortunately, the Queen had foresight. Their relationship with Blackwood Territory was better than any other kingdom's.
Also, I've been wondering, why are the farmers here so motivated?
Even though it's someone else's land, they work as hard as if they were tilling their own.
Queen Lamia pointed at the farmers who were dripping with sweat yet still full of drive, speaking with confusion.
This was completely different from the tenant farmers she had seen before.
I heard the Lord carried out a policy called land reform, distributing land that was originally monopolized by one person to the tenant farmers.
Hearing this, Queen Lamia finally understood why the yield and the farmers' productivity here was so high.
Because the land was their own, they worked so hard to cultivate it.
Can our kingdom of Uru do the same?
The method to increase national strength was right before her eyes.
This wasn't just talk on paper, it was an example that had already been put into practice and achieved remarkable results.
But the experienced Duke Nabura shook his head decisively, his expression becoming somewhat complex for a moment.
The residents of Blackwood Territory, even the ordinary villagers, were filled with faith.
This was clearly a scene that could only be realized by relying on Lord Isaac's supreme authority, financial power, and military might.
The risk is high, Your Majesty.
If the stride is too wide, one might tear their crotch.
Duke Nabura knew very well that if they blindly imitated this, it would likely backfire.
Duke Nabura, we don't have crotches.
That is an expression used by races with legs.
Queen Lamia put down the ear of wheat and stood up, twisting her tail.
HMPH, regardless, I'm going to try it. This vibrant and constantly progressing new nation made Queen Lamia's blood boil as well.
Perhaps the diplomatic missions and monarchs of various countries coming to attend the independence ceremony would have the same thought.
But who could ultimately succeed remained to be seen. The chaos on West Road is beginning to emerge.
Declaring independence not only causes pain for the original country, but also inspires the desire for independence in other feudal lords, so other countries usually dislike such actions. Therefore, early diplomacy is crucial for gaining recognition from other nations.
Have invitations been sent to other nations?
Yes, my lord.
We invited them to the independence ceremony in the name of Blackwood Territory. The Hanse and Duchy mayors from some western continent kingdoms and free cities, as well as the Hyde Kingdom, the Saxon Empire, and Jurat, have all indicated they will send delegations to offer congratulations.
Normally, a duchy's independence is a very lonely affair.
But because Blackwood Territory has achieved remarkable success on both continents, this independence ceremony is exceptionally grand.
However, some Western continent nations have not replied.
Administrator Peter lowered his head and said,
As expected, there are always some people who feel discontent or hostility towards newcomers. Record all of them, these are potential neutral or hostile targets. Today's ceremony is also meant to distinguish friends from foes.
Their clear declaration of stance is actually a good thing for Blackwood Territory.
Yes, the Vampire's Blank Kingdom and some smaller kingdoms have not replied. The High Elves Governor's Mansion even sent a letter that resembles a threat, demanding we release the prisoners.
Isaac expected the High Elves to try and provoke conflict between Blackwood Territory and other nations, but the reactions from the Blank Kingdom and some smaller kingdoms were somewhat surprising to him. Replying shouldn't be difficult, right?
Could someone be stirring up trouble behind the scenes similar to Saxony and the Orcs?
There are always nations stirring up trouble across the two continents, so Isaac could not let his guard down. In any case, ensure everything proceeds smoothly. Arrange lodging for the nobles, royalty, and delegations upon their arrival.
First impressions are crucial in matters like this.
Isaac didn't want to dwell on the complexities for now, so he waved his hand and gave instructions regarding the reception.
At this moment, Administrator Peter suddenly raised his head and asked,
Then what about Queen Lamia of the Uru Kingdom? Just let her wander around freely. I've given up on her.
To be honest, Isaac couldn't tell if
She was truly free-spirited or just oblivious. In short, this distant monarch gave Isaac a bit of a headache.
Asterisk.
Is this Blackwood Territory's new wine champagne?
A lazy and bored voice sounded.
The vampire, clad in an opulent golden embroidered gown and surrounded by a bevy of scantily clad beauties, revealed his sharp fangs and questioned his subordinate.
Yes, my lord, Road Balder. It is said this wine is becoming popular in various nations. The subordinate's report prompted the vampire lord who ruled the Blank Kingdom to reluctantly take a sip of the sparkling wine.
HMPH tastes like slop.
Lord Road Balder spat out the wine in his mouth with disgust.
It actually tasted quite good, but being too arrogant, he could not accept that humans could brew wine comparable to that of vampires.
He casually poured the wine in his cup onto the ground, then refilled it with blood-red wine.
Also, the supplies and mercenaries sent by the Kancha Kingdom have begun to arrive.
The Kancha Kingdom was one of the wealthiest nations in the West. For some unknown reason, they promised huge sums of money and supplies, and requested the Blank Kingdom to stop Blackwood Territory instigating a war. Due to a poor harvest leading to a drop in wine production, the kingdom's finances were currently strained, so Road Balder gladly accepted their request. Of course, whether he would seriously fulfill his promise remained to be seen. However, this made him realize that the Kancha Kingdom seemed extremely wary of Blackwood Territory. Otherwise, they wouldn't have contacted the Blank Kingdom at this critical juncture when Blackwood Territory was about to hold its carnival ceremony. The craving for blood either leads to civil war among kin or venting outwards.
Since they intended to vent their madness, they might as well direct it towards Blackwood territory.
But I'm not interested in those upstarts at all,
Lord Roadbalder muttered disdainfully while biting into a grape offered by a beauty.
as vampires, as long as they consume blood, they can achieve eternal life, so they understand human prey very well.
They are usually devoid of bloodlust, naturally weak, and their blood tastes excellent.
So they often kidnap passing merchants.
But they did defeat the Drake Kingdom after all.
Shouldn't you be more cautious, my lord?
HMPH, the first time was because giants intervened, and the second time was because the dragon lost control and fled.
That foolish Drake Kingdom must have messed up itself, especially that fat lizard king.
He believed all along that Blackwood territory was just lucky.
The Western continent is full of powerhouses completely unlike the comfortable environment of the Eastern continent.
Right now, I am only interested in one person, that grey-skinned dark elf woman.
Lord Roadbalder swirled his wineglass and said, licking his lips.
Oh, speaking of the Henton Duchy,
Those who betrayed the kingdom to become independent, one of them seems to have been unable to resist consuming blood, and it was the blood of their own subjects.
Hearing his subordinate's report, Lord Roadbalder revealed his fangs and burst into loud laughter.
Seeing him laugh, the beauties nestled against him also started laughing. Do you see?
this is what a vampire is. They dare to regard our sacred nature as a curse and break away from the kingdom.
Vampires have two types of hunger. Besides food, when the other type of hunger reaches its extreme, they become unable to control themselves and start consuming the blood of other beings.
Some vampires viewed this as a curse rather than a blessing, which led to a schism.
The Blank Kingdom also fell into a period of chaos because of this. Whenever he thought of this, Lord Roadbalder ground his teeth. It must have been, a Harlock called the Discipline Apostle, stirring up trouble behind the scenes back then. Many races were bewitched by her and joined the Henton Duchy.
Freya Van Addis, she is quite beautiful. I must drain every drop of her blood and turn her into a dried corpse.
This audacious dark elf almost split his kingdom in two.
Lord Roadbalder had always been preparing to exact his revenge. However, Blackwood territory, like a stone thrown into a lake, stirred up huge waves. Now, it wasn't just them sharpening their knives one day a strange visitor arrived at the Blank Kingdom. So all of this is to deal with Blackwood territory.
Yes, my lord. The High Elves suddenly visited requesting the Blank Kingdom to launch a carnival against Blackwood territory.
To show their sincerity, they also brought various magical items famous across the continent.
Lord Roadbalder readily accepted their request, just as he had with the Kancha Kingdom. Now, without doing anything, he had received massive aid from two nations, putting him in a very pleasant mood.
However, this made him a bit curious. What exactly did Blackwood territory do to incur so many enemies?
Yet, after securing all the benefits, Lord Roadbalder completely lost interest in Blackwood territory. He changed his mind. Ultimately, he decided to use this opportunity to deal with the Henton Duchy, which he had always held a grudge against.
Why pay up front?
Thank you, you fools, he...
Asterisk.
Snow-covered hills.
The land of the Stonefield Kingdom was extremely barren. Moreover, having been forcibly occupied by the High Elves recently, the dwarves were living in misery. They were forced to manufacture weapons that had once killed their kin. And not only did they have to provide labour, but there were even rumours that the High Elves were extracting their souls. Even members of the royal family were held hostage. The future of the kingdom looked bleak.
Hoo-hoo.
A dwarf secretly left the royal palace to save the kingdom, bearing the mission of the princess. He reached out to stroke his beard, which was frozen into icicles, and suddenly heard the heavy flapping of wings overhead, causing him to jerk his head up.
Oh my god.
What is that monstrous thing?
Long life Kuroki.
A long chapter of about 3,000 words. Brothers, enjoy reading. Even fledglings in familiar nests will leave home once their wings are fully grown.
Thus Blackwood territory officially declared independence from the Hyde Kingdom.
They left Hyde's nest and began waving their own black flag.
A political system matching their strength was finally established.
There were no longer lords and subjects here.
Only the Duchy's king and the people who followed him.
Long live the Blackwood Duchy.
Long life, long life forever.
Whoa.
Cheers resounding throughout the duchy lasted endlessly.
The people's reaction was exceptionally enthusiastic.
Typically, drastic changes in laws and systems would make people uneasy, but the direction and results Isaac had previously shown won the people's trust.
Combined with the leadership of the Apostle of God, his popular foundation was very solid. This felt more like breaking free from constraints and soaring with wings spread.
Especially, those border residents who originally served as the monster defense line now suddenly became residents of the duchy's capital. The people of Blackwood territory were filled with indescribable excitement. The preparations for the banquet at the Lord's Casino, the palace, are almost complete, Your Grace.
Now they had to refer to it as the Duchy. But the title Your Grace still made Isaac feel somewhat uncomfortable. Especially hearing this title from Knight Miller felt even more peculiar.
Miller and his son Hans, along with Peter, Charles Clare, and others. Although some joined midway, these were all loyal ministers who had followed Isaac from the beginning.
They also held important positions in the new duchy due to their status as founding heroes.
For Blackwood territory, they fought through thorns and blood alongside Isaac.
Didn't skimp on the hospitality expenses, did you?
Commander Miller had now also changed into the mithril alloy armor prepared for him by Isaac, replacing the old iron armor.
Hearing Isaac's question, he nodded.
Yes, to showcase the kingdom's prosperity, I secured sufficient budget from the finance minister.
I heard the noodle dishes envisioned by Your Grace were very popular among the various diplomatic missions. and the hospitality activities are proceeding very smoothly. Kneading flour into dough, then rolling it into thin sheets, or cutting it into thin strips or pulling it into thin threads. And what the missions enjoyed were noodle dishes with beef and various vegetables simmered into a broth plus the noodles. Nowadays, Blackwood Territory could be said to be in a baking renaissance, with various noodle dishes and breads emerging endlessly.
Isaac also participated, contributing his own ideas.
It was just a pity that he couldn't find a vine plant tomatoes, so he couldn't make many delicacies, which truly left him somewhat regretful. Well done, Commander. You're always so reliable. From their first meeting, Miller had been the spiritual leader second only to the former Baron, wielding great influence among the ministers.
Your Grace, I'm still not quite used to the title Commander.
Why? I think it suits you well.
Soon Isaac would, like Queen Priscilla, wear ceremonial robes sewn by Rat City's craftsmen, put on a crown, and hold a formal coronation ceremony.
Although Isaac wanted to complete the process quickly, such ceremonies represented authority and legitimacy in this world, so they couldn't be omitted.
Yes, Your Grace.
And human too.
You should understand my flaws better than anyone.
Hearing Isaac's words, Miller seemed to understand his meaning and nodded silently.
Indeed, I even helped clean up your mess before.
I always used this phrase to describe clean-up work.
Isaac stared at the middle-aged commander.
Your Grace, this is the latest news from the Western continent brought by the diplomatic mission that arrived 2 days ago.
Reportedly, a diplomatic mission from some small kingdom was lucky enough to catch the last ride and brought interesting news.
What news?
It said that a red dragon suddenly appeared in the northern elf-occupied area and is currently wreaking havoc there.
Hearing Commander Miller's report, Isaac couldn't help but laugh.
It seemed Fran, having lost all faith in Blackwood Territory and fled to the High Elves territory,
encountered some trouble and was venting anger there. Isaac had previously heard it went north and was somewhat worried.
He never expected it would go to the High Elves territory. This was truly an unexpected blessing.
Truly satisfying.
Also, taking advantage of this chaos, the Dwarf Resistance Organization also rose up. Reportedly, they even attempted to assassinate Governor Winterberg, known as the Blue-Eyed Witch.
Seems the impact is greater than I imagined.
The situation in the north seemed to be getting chaotic.
Resistance Organization.
Yes, now with the dragon breathing fire over the High Elves' heads, those oppressed dwarves definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity.
Your Grace, do you think the High Elves can shoot down that half-dragon?
Without our kind of anti-aircraft gun positions, I don't think it's possible.
Isaac answered without hesitation.
This wasn't an easy task.
Dragons were natural enemies of land creatures.
How could a flying creature with thick armor, powerful firepower, and high mobility be easily shot down? But they have magical artifacts, perhaps they can find a way.
And that being the case with those magical artifacts, it can't be said there's
no possibility at all.
Even Isaac, who made all sorts of strange weapons, found the High Elves' weapons very bizarre.
He still hadn't figured out how they worked.
What a hassle.
I hope that dragon called Fran can return alive after burning as many High Elves as possible.
Do you really want to tame a half-dragon?
Of course. For this purpose, Isaac specifically brought back a high-level warlock from the Drake Kingdom.
He also refused those excited mages who wanted to use the dragon heart to track the dragon.
As a man, one always wants to try the feeling of riding a dragon right. Anyway, he was determined to conquer this top creature of the fantasy world. Roar, imitated dragon roars came from the square.
Seems the parade has started, Your Grace.
The streets were filled with beer and roasted meat.
Blackwood Territory was holding a grand festival celebrating the harvest and declaring independence. Today was the climax of the festival parade day. Giant decorations made of logs and straw were carried on people's shoulders parading in the square.
Green-eyed wood elves manipulated invisible wind spirits to make the straw dragon's wings flap. Fire spirits spew flames, imitating dragon breath, eliciting gasps of amazement.
Well, hell,
it can even breathe fire.
The straw dragon imitated a real dragon.
Centaur and wood elves, who performed well in previous battles, were also reenacting scenes from that time.
Knight hands wearing white gold armor symbolizing Isaac held a sharp blade, showcasing a solemn and tragic atmosphere.
Miller, what's your son doing?
He seems to be reenacting the scene where the Lord defeated the dragon.
Although Isaac told them to make the independence ceremony grand, this was too exaggerated. There must be artists from Rat City involved. I defeated the dragon. Didn't I just order the cannons to fire? He was just cheering from behind. But now the parade content depicted him as a hero who single-handedly defeated a legendary dragon. Don't mind it too much.
In such matters, it's up to the planners. Commander Miller looked at the parade procession and said with a smile.
Wood elves in flowing clothing used spirits to create various special effects.
Plus the dwarves' fire spirits, the parade grew livelier.
I am like this.
In the performance, he wielded a flaming sword, defeating the dragon like a hero. For a moment, Isaac had turned into a human-shaped anti-aircraft gun. Even if it's up to the planners, they can't fabricate facts out of thin air. However, there were some scenes that satisfied Isaac. The wood elf representative wearing a white lawn dress with fluttering hem. Isaac's gaze was deeply drawn to Effie. Seeming to sense his gaze, Effie smiled shyly, then twirled around. Like a blooming white lily, she was incredibly charming at this moment. The village men were all stunned, staring intently at Effie.
Your Grace, the ministers seem to want you to establish a queen soon. They also hope you'll produce an
heir early. Miller, seeming to see through Isaac's thoughts, seized the opportunity to say, although royal marriages rarely involve love since there's mutual affection, why not marry soon? You're now the ruler of a nation, no need to consider political marriages or natural encounters anymore. Commander Miller advised again that the royal family couldn't be without a mistress. If you're not good with words, just go up and pounce on her. Really, it's agonizing.
Commander Miller,
Who knew this old man could say such bold words?
Isaac immediately signaled him not to talk nonsense. But indeed, whether on Earth or in this world, Isaac wasn't good at such things.
It could only be said he was a man of action. Firing cannons was his specialty, but when it came to romance, he got a bit flustered. The straw dragon's roars grew closer.
The parade procession passed through the streets and arrived before Isaac.
People all looked at him excitedly.
Everyone is looking forward to your performance, Your Grace.
Although this was more like a performance, Isaac didn't want to disappoint these shining eyes. Although he didn't have a flaming sword, he took out the can opener that had accompanied him through battles and raised it high.
As the incantation was chanted, whoosh, a light burst forth.
Like a flare explosion, dazzling light enveloped Blackwood territory. For those who saw Isaac as a beacon, this was enough.
Woe long live Blackwood, the restless nations of the Western continent. A long chapter of about 3,000 words. Please consider giving a reward.
With its populous territory, sovereignty, and divine authority, Blackwood territory finally became a nation.
Under the blessing of priest designee, Isaac placed the crown symbolizing kingship upon his head, solemnly conducting a coronation ceremony.
To support Blackwood territory's independence and Isaac's coronation, delegations from various nations rushed over.
Congratulations on your coronation, Duke Isaac. No, I should address you as Your Majesty now.
In Queen Priscilla's purple eyes complex emotions surfaced. She was the first to congratulate Blackwood territory on its independence.
This was an unprecedented peaceful independence in the history of the Eastern continent.
Although many delegations expressed congratulations, the one Isaac cared about most was Queen Priscilla.
Blackwood territory will forever be a steadfast ally of the Kingdom of Hyde. Please continue to look after us in the future, Your Majesty Queen Priscilla.
Isaac knew that Queen Priscilla did not make this decision easily, so he expressed his sincere gratitude.
Congratulations on founding your nation, Your Majesty. As neighbours on the Western continent, Marquisate of Brianna also asks for your continued guidance.
Lucy Brianna lightly brushed her short hair and bowed respectfully to Isaac.
Blackwood territory would now become a veritable trade hub connecting the Eastern and Western continents.
Their statuses had now changed. The former engagement was replaced by formal and solemn diplomatic language.
Of course, we are comrades who fought side by side on the battlefield.
Lucy, in private you can be as casual as before, Isaac whispered, winking at Lucy.
No.
Hearing that he allowed her to be casual in private, Lucy Brianna nodded happily as if greatly relieved.
Your Majesty Blackwood, then I can also be liked before.
How can one be rude to the ruler of a nation? How could one be rude to a monarch as if treating them like a vassal? Isaac immediately shook his head, and Queen Priscilla lowered her head with a look of disappointment.
Yes,
just as Isaac was catching up with his former kingdom partners, a cold serpent tail wrapped around his arm like a rope.
Queen Priscilla and Lucy Brianna seemed to witness this sight for the first time and cried out in fright.
Isaac turned his head to see Queen Lamia looking smoky, using her tail to loop around his arm, as if declaring ownership.
I saw everything. Truly a rich and powerful duchy, which will surely develop into a mighty kingdom, perhaps even an empire. Deciding to ally with you from the start was such a wise choice. I know, so please remove your hand, your tail.
Queen Lamina was the first to come and show goodwill. Seeing Isaac interacting friendly with other nations, she became restless. Among the delegations present today, she, as a queen, was the most unstable.
Don't be like that. Remember how we fought side by side, sharing the joy of victory.
Our two nations are very compatible and should become each other's most important allies going forward. Queen Lamina flicked her tongue and leaned close to Isaac as if intending to devour him.
It was unclear what potential she saw in this duchy.
Although she spoke words of friendship, her eyes were like those of a predator.
Isaac always felt she had ulterior motives.
Queen Priscilla and Lucy Brianna also watched this scene in astonishment, swallowing their saliva in shock.
Just then, a palace window suddenly opened and a gust of wind swept in, accurately navigating to mess up Queen Lamina's carefully styled hair.
Instantly, Lamina's hair became disheveled like Medusa's, completely obscuring her face.
Oh dear, what's happening? Queen Lamina quickly tried to fix her hair as if shocked, but the strong wind kept blowing, rendering all her efforts useless.
Isaac almost instantly knew the cause of the gust of wind and immediately looked up, searching for a pair of pointed ears.
Thanks to his unusually tall stature, he soon spotted Effie standing in a corner, innocently scuffing the floor with the tip of her foot, pretending nothing was amiss. The centuries-old elf still possessed such a childish side. Isaac couldn't help but laugh.
This must be Effie's doing.
Your Majesty, Isaac, your elven guard is truly reliable.
Duchess Freya's black eyes shone like obsidian.
She swirled her champagne glass, walked up to Isaac, and congratulated him with a smile. Now they were both dukes, their statuses equal, and Isaac easily clinked glasses with her.
As fellow apostles of God, and both dukes who ascended the throne through their own efforts, Isaac felt a great sense of kinship with Duchess Freya.
You've travelled far, thank you for coming. However, where is Azazel, that shadow who always follows you?
I couldn't bring her,
and this is also for your own good.
What did that mean?
However, since it involved Azazel, Isaac decided not to dwell on it.
Oh right, it's truly surprising.
Even King Jura and Emperor Emelaf sent envoys are all the people present here your allies.
At least it's certain they are not enemies.
Is that so?
You truly sow seeds of friendship everywhere.
The future of Blackwood territory is bright,
Duchess Freya said with some envy, as her diplomatic efforts with races like the vampires and orcs had failed.
Isaac also had conflicts with the latter.
Failure. You have gained my friendship and the support of Blackwood territory. This is truly gratifying your friendship.
That is more reliable than anything.
Back then, for the sake of humanity's future,
They had fought side by side against the orcs. The friendship between the two dukes was very deep. Since the apostles are like this, one hopes the gods can also coexist peacefully.
In this world, no one can survive in isolation.
On Earth, even the former superpower of the United States invested massive amounts of funding and energy into diplomacy. Therefore, the people present today will play an important role in countering the enemy that the goddess warned against.
Economic, military, trade agreements, and so on. All nations hostile to or ignoring Blackwood territory did not participate in this independence ceremony.
Centered around Blackwood territory, an alliance of friendly nations spanning both continents was taking shape.
And from its very inception, Blackwood territory instantly became the diplomatic center for both continents.
King Nikaka's bay trembled slightly. He held a flute-like magic item that resembled a magic wand and sighed helplessly.
At this point, he had to admit that the Kanji kingdom was in a dilemma.
They possessed over 100 pirate ships, making them the second strongest naval power in the western continent, along with the merfolk, known as the Tyrants of the Sea.
But Blackwood territory easily destroyed the merfolk's pirate fleet as if crushing ants.
To fight for dominance over sugar, King Nikaka had planned to blockade the maritime trade routes, but now his plan had completely fallen through. According to Wolfgang's description, every time a Kara-class battleship from Blackwood territory fired a firebomb, it could sink one merfolk pirate ship. A single battleship of theirs destroyed dozens of pirate ships.
King Nikaka initially thought Wolfgang was making excuses for himself, but only after sending an investigation team to the Kalida Islands did he realize everything he said was true. The Kancha kingdom was shocked by Blackwood territory's powerful naval strength. To prevent them from approaching, they used magic items to release sea serpents into the ocean.
But Blackwood territory found an alternative route, opening up a cross-continental land trade route.
It was truly unbelievable.
If they continued to blockade the maritime trade routes, the value of Blackwood territory's land trade route would continuously rise. But if they withdrew the sea serpents, they feared Blackwood territory would in turn blockade the maritime trade routes. At this point, the Kanji kingdom was completely stuck in a dilemma.
What about those vampires? They took so much money from us.
The Kanji kingdom could not just wait to die. But that damned blank kingdom, after taking the money, had gone silent for some unknown reason.
Upon hearing King Nikaka's question, Marquis Tahoe, who was in charge of intelligence gathering, immediately delivered an unbelievable piece of news. That their movements are somewhat strange, Your Majesty. Strange. How so?
They did dispatch troops, but they are heading south instead of east, bringing our supplies, aid, and weapons, Your Majesty.
What where did they go?
Blackwood territory was clearly to the east.
Something must have gone wrong.
King Nikaka stood up abruptly and cursed angrily. It seemed the arrogant vampire lord had merely taken their money for his own purposes. These merfolk, vampires! Exclamation.
On a bright summer afternoon, a succubus wagged her leather-like tail and complained in a low voice. Tusk, why am I the only one? The Duke is too much. I'll remember today's matter.
She had expected the Duke to take her with him to Blackwood territory, but instead, he left her behind alone to travel by himself. Azazel had no choice but to handle some backlog of official business currently sorting through specialty products in a village near the border famous for high-value crops.
She just wanted to act according to her nature. Moreover, if things went smoothly, it would also benefit the Henton Duchy. She grumbled while attending to her duties.
Rumble. Suddenly, billowing dust rose from the other side of the horizon.
The ground beneath her feet kept shaking, as if something was approaching in large numbers.
Squeak, squeak. Azazel's pet bat also flapped its wings anxiously on her shoulder. The succubus's pink eyes stared intently in the direction of the border.
What? What is coming? Who released the dragon?
The high elves, with their ability to sense mystical powers, long lifespans, and beautiful appearances, had always lived with a sense of superiority created by the gods. Some called them arrogant, but they saw it as a divine grace. Some said they had too much of a superiority complex, but they viewed it as the envy of the weak. It was for this very reason that they faced contempt from all sides after losing their chief deity.
During the long dark period, they experienced countless upheavals and setbacks, but the High Elves ultimately persevered, welcoming a new hope and light for their race in Atos and Ambriskshire.
They defeated the overconfident dwarves and successfully marched into the central continent once again. They not only acquired hundreds of thousands of dwarven labourers who were naturally proficient in metallurgy, but also gained a vast amount of iron, ore, and production facilities, making full preparations for their continental expansion.
Added to that was the knowledge of magic engineering obtained through Ambriskshire. They used this knowledge to manufacture various magic weapons, as well as black armor capable of resisting sword attacks, and its mass-produced version grey armor. And now, they were fully prepared to conquer the continent. Under the protection of the gods, the High Elves' offensive preparations were foolproof.
If not for that sudden natural disaster.
Raw heavy wings flapped, whipping up a violent gale.
The dragon opened its hideous maw and spat out fire breath. Giant rocks melted instantly, and even the grey armor manufactured with magic engineering could not withstand it. The High Elves, naturally, were not spared either. Those who prided themselves on being noble existences were consumed by hellish flames, exposing white bones as they rolled and struggled on the ground, dying in agony.
Help me. The red-scaled dragon brutally harvested lives, turning the ground into a sea of lava and fire.
This damn thing.
This was simply a disaster out of the blue.
Governor Winterberg, the blue-eyed witch, was exasperated and cursed loudly, completely forgetting her status for a moment.
This dragon
which had a scar between its neck and shoulders, seemed to harbour some kind of hatred toward the two-legged land-dwelling race using strange weapons, and it attacked the High Elves with abnormal persistence. The dragons' fire bombardment and the High Elves' interception efforts continued incessantly.
Keep firing the fire lizards.
I don't care who does it, just shoot down that damn dragon.
Murderous intent flickered in Governor Winterberg's eyes as she brandished her whip, shouting at the gunners operating the long-range fire lizard ballistae.
But repelling that cunning half-dragon was no easy task. The dragon constantly engaged in guerrilla warfare, suddenly appearing to launch air raids the moment the High Elves let their guard down, causing their losses to mount steadily.
Boom! Boom! The enraged High Elves used magic to pull the ballistae strings, launching flaming bolts into the sky, but they missed time and time again.
The dragon seemed to have anticipated such attacks. It controlled its distance from the High Elves and skillfully evaded the strikes.
With each failure, the governor's whip lashed out faster and faster.
You blind fools!
How can you not hit such a large target?
The dragon attacked again from directly above the fire lizard ballistae's blind spot, leaving them completely unable to defend themselves.
It wasn't until the assault commander wearing black armor and wielding a magic bow, Magnus, returned that the half-dragon's one-sided air raid finally came to an end. Magnus brought out a hideous longbow pieced together from the bones of some creature. The High Elf woman wearing a black eye patch slowly drew the bowstring, and instantly, the soul of a dwarf who had been captured as a sacrifice was sucked into the bow.
Whoosh! Simultaneously, a streak of red light pierced the sky like a bolt of lightning.
After the flash, the wing of the half-dragon that had been toying with the two-legged creatures was instantly pierced through.
A hit!
It's a hit. Commander Magnus hit it. Raw red blood splattered onto the earth as the red dragon struggled in pain.
The sharp attack and the pain of its body being pierced seemed to trigger some kind of trauma in the dragon. It flapped its injured wings desperately and fled in a panic. Bolts and red light chased after it, but the dragon was now on high alert. It dodged left and right, finally escaping the attack range.
Raw, the dragon let out a pain roar and disappeared into the horizon. This sudden dragon air raid finally ended in a victory for the High Elves. But it was a peaceful victory. The damage caused by the dragon was catastrophic.
The occupied lands had been turned into a sea of fire, and various weapon production facilities were completely incinerated.
Even countless noble High Elves had perished in the dragon's attack, or reduced to ashes. In the end, they unintentionally became nourishment for the soil of the Stonehammer Kingdom. Losses report the losses. Tell me, can we still continue the offensive? The governor's voice was filled with irrepressible anger and helplessness.
The Blackwood territory opposed them at every turn in the eastern continent, and now a dragon had actually come to the western continent to cause trouble. Empress Xena had already ordered that they could no longer wait and must launch the attack.
Governor Winterberg had originally planned to assemble the army and plant the flag of the Avalon Empire across the western continent. But Governor, we cannot continue the offensive though the damage from the dragon was great. What's more serious is that while we were fighting the dragon, the resistance burned our supplies and weapons. Now we must deal with the issues in our rear first. The enemy came not only from without but also from within. While the High Elves were fighting the dragon, their rear supply lines had been cut. Damn it. Upon hearing this news, the governor flew into a rage, jumping up with a furious roar. Her whip lashed the ground viciously.
Who exactly was it?
Governor Winterberg's eyes were bloodshot as she bellowed. As the governor, she had anticipated the dwarven resistance, but the dragon's attack was something she had never foreseen. She had never heard of a half-dragon, which usually preferred warm environments, being so persistent in causing chaos in the north. Who exactly let the dragon out? The High Elves' invasion plan was thus inexplicably thwarted. She no longer had the face to see Empress Xena.
Governor Winterberg's angry roars echoed over the Stonehammer Kingdom.
Asterisk.
A certain handsome man who had just founded his country, Echu.
Holy crap!
Who's talking bad about me?
You'll regret this 3,500 words begging for a reward.
Z.
Echu, who's talking behind my back?
The study in Blackwood Territory's palace was filled with blueprints and various measuring tools.
Isaac rubbed his itchy nose and looked at his visitor.
Since the visitor was quite short, Isaac had to look down to see his face.
Lord, no, I should call you your majesty now. Anyway, I melted down that mithril battle axe and dagger of unknown origin and turned them into a helmet and pauldrons. Mithril, a rare metal, could only be melted using fire spirits. No one knew why, so it was also called the Traces of Godbarak.
Taiwan Novel website has a complete library for you to choose from.
In Toddlin's hands were several pieces of armor meticulously crafted by dwarven blacksmiths.
He placed the armor pieces on the table with a thud.
Clap clatter.
The Orc Oracle and the war heroes of the dragon-human race. Isaac silently recalled those difficult opponents and then put on the armor.
The helmet fit perfectly, and several ventilation holes had been opened in it.
As expected of dwarves blessed by the god of smithing, their work was full of craftsmanship.
To be honest, having come this far, I've gotten a bit greedy.
A full set of mithril plate armor.
You think so too? Since this was an incredible armor that had never appeared before, Isaac seemed to have sparked Toddlin's ambition and creative desire. So Toddlin, is there really no other way to get mithril? Isaac still needed a lot of mithril to manufacture breastplates, greaves, and other parts of the armor, especially in the absence of technology to extract mithril from alloys. The value of pure mithril was even more precious.
I've told you before, most mithril comes from the platinum mines of the Stonehammer Kingdom I used together to mine when I was young.
Back then, if you could dig up a piece of mithril the size of a fingernail, the whole village would hold a celebration. But now it's no longer safe there. Even for people or things one dislikes, feelings can develop over time.
Todlin looked toward the north, thinking of the current state of his homeland, a sorrowful expression appearing on his face.
As he said, the Dwarven Kingdom was under the occupation of the High Elves, and Blackwood Territory could do nothing about it. The High Elves are indeed a threat to Blackwood Territory as well. Isaac nodded. They've manufactured quite a few strange weapons of unknown origin. Perhaps your weapons are even stranger than theirs. Goddess Iris was very wary of the magic items manufactured by the High Elves. Furthermore, they were always interfering in Blackwood Territory's affairs. Like the Kancha Kingdom far away on the western continent, they were enemies that Blackwood Territory would have to deal with sooner or later. But the problem was that the western continent was vast and the distance was too great. Especially in the northern Stonehammer Kingdom, the climate was cold, and if the supply line was too long it would be difficult to obtain food locally.
If he attacked rashly, he might end up like Napoleon invading the Russian Empire, suffering heavy losses due to non-combat attrition.
Not only did he need to manufacture cold weather gear by growing cotton, but he also had to consider how to solve the food supply problem caused by a long supply line.
Especially in the vast western continent, no matter where an expedition went, the supply line had to be considered.
This was related to the marching speed of the army.
In the future, the army of Blackwood Territory would continue to expand.
Relying only on salted meat and compressed biscuits would no longer be enough to support long-distance expeditions.
Todlin, those things I asked you for before, one of them called tin, is it ready? I meant that thing.
Todlin brought some items from the armory and placed them on Isaac's desk.
The craftsman hammered the iron plates flat and then coated them with a thin layer of tin.
Is this template?
Exactly. Tinplate has applications in many industries, but its main use is sealing food that has undergone high temperature and high pressure sterilization to make canned goods, so it can be eaten even on the other side of the world.
This thing is easy to make.
In the future, you can just have me make stuff like this.
Sterilization could be done using a steamer, then soaking in potassium nitrate, and finally sealing it using a method for making stone coffins. Although the current tinning method was hot dip plating, electroplating could be used in the future, which would be more efficient.
Just have me make stuff like this. Is that so?
We're going to produce thousands of these in the future.
Todlin's face instantly turned pale. His eyes darted around as if he wanted to find an excuse to flee the study immediately.
Where do you think you're escaping to? Tell me about the progress of the other projects.
Isaac blocked him with a long arm.
Todlin sighed helplessly and began to report on the progress of various projects. First, that thing called the Bessemer converter manufacture in the air blast device at the bottom is difficult.
So we are working hard to improve the power of the steam engine.
This was a dilemma.
To increase the power of the steam engine, the boiler needed to be able to withstand higher pressure, and to manufacture such a boiler, a plus-grade high-quality steel produced by a Bessemer converter was required.
So, they were currently adjusting the decarburization concentration of high-carbon steel and the degree of stirring by fire spirits.
They had even tried the crucible steel-making method themselves.
And in other news,
as you ordered, we tried to convert the Gaia rifle into a breech loader, but the pressure of the gunpowder gas being vented is too high. It's still very dangerous.
Indeed, this kind of weapon that consumed a large amount of gunpowder produced very high gas pressure.
If the opening and closing mechanism was even slightly flawed, it would endanger the shooter's safety.
Weapon reliability was paramount, so Todlin's judgment was very reasonable.
Is there no good news? Only difficult problems.
That's not like you. The dwarves were a race blessed by the gods. They could handle metal as skillfully as their own flesh and blood, and could use fire spirits to soften metal at will.
Each of them was a master of metallurgy. However, we did finish this.
Todlin carefully placed some metal components on Isaac's desk.
Wait, this is... If one didn't know what it was, it would just look like a metal rod with protrusions. Isaac wanted to call it a bolt and a bolt handle. In the midst of their busy schedule, the dwarven craftsmen used fire spirits and their exquisite skills to complete this.
Todlin said that besides this, they had also prepared other parts, such as locking lugs and rubber sealing rings.
Now only the assembly of the prototype remained.
However, Your Majesty, this is not quite the same as a trapdoor rifle. What is this called?
Bolt action,
Isaac replied.
Pull the bolt, handle to eject the casing, then push it back to feed a new bullet into the chamber.
If paired with a spring-loaded magazine that could push bullets into the chamber, the firepower of one bolt-action rifleman could equal that of 4 trapdoor riflemen. Simply by changing weapons, the size of Isaac's infantry force had effectively quadrupled.
Haha, you guys are amazing.
Even with only enchanted and magic-imbued cutting tools, you could actually manufacture a bolt so perfectly. Isaac couldn't wait to see a bolt-action rifle coated in lubricant and making metallic clicking sounds.
Is this thing that powerful?
More powerful than a trapdoor rifle. Of course.
The Chassepot bolt-action rifle, the famous service rifle of the French army in the 18th century.
After its first combat use, it was called a miraculous weapon in the report submitted to the French Parliament.
By 1914, bolt-action rifles had already reached an amazing rate of fire of 36 rounds per minute, and that record was set at a distance of 300 yards, with all shots hitting the target.
This meant that, theoretically, if all shots hit, one infantryman could eliminate 36 knights in 1 minute.
If this level could be reached, Blackwood Territory's disadvantage in numbers would cease to exist. And unlike revolver pistols, which were prone to gas leakage, or revolving rifles with complex structures, bolt-action rifles were highly reliable and could easily use large caliber bullets.
So even in modern times, it still plays an important role in many fields.
Good, very good. Toddling, you've done a great job.
Isaac happily patted Toddlin on the shoulder.
If the prototype test was successful, he would give Toddlin the paid vacation he had always wanted.
Everything is going according to plan. With the modernization brought by administrative reform and the spread of education, weapons must also progress accordingly. On Earth, modernized nations always ruled over those that were not and became great powers. As a people who had experienced this history, Isaac desired to achieve modernization more than anyone else. Just keep going like this, just like this. Although he didn't know the reason the goddess summoned him to this world, Blackwood Territory would complete modernization independently in various aspects such as military, politics, and administration. The flag of Blackwood Territory would eventually fly proudly over this world.
*******.
Under the dim moonlight, an ominous red glow flickered.
The air was thick with the smell of blood.
The bowstring of a magic-driven steel crossbow was pulled taut, and a red bolt was fired, piercing the chest of a Henton soldier.
Whoosh! Tier 50. Oh, the border vampire soldier looked in disbelief at his pierced steel breastplate, and then fell powerlessly.
Seeing his prey fall, the vampire lord of the Blank Kingdom, Lord Roadbalder, jumped up in excitement, then laughed out loud.
Oh,
Running is useless.
traitor.
The red-eyed vampires around him also cheered. They had caught another traitor who had defected to Henton.
Lord Roadbalder held high the Avalon steel crossbow he had obtained from the High Elves.
Even with only a few people, and with their minds clouded by blood, they could easily wipe out the Henton border guards like cutting vegetables. Initially, when Lord Roadbalder saw that this crossbow had no bowstring, he thought it was some kind of unfinished product, but now it seemed the rumors were indeed true. Although he didn't know what kind of magic engineering this was, this weapon could easily penetrate ordinary padded armor or chainmail, and even steel armor could be easily pierced within 10 paces. Furthermore, it didn't require a bulky loading device that only needed magic power to pull the string to complete the loading. A single soldier could easily eliminate multiple enemies. It was truly a peculiar weapon. To give us something like this have the High Elves' heads been kicked by a donkey.
Wouldn't you say so, Succubus? Before the main force in the rear arrived, Lord Roadbalder, having finished the hunt, patted the bound Azazel on the ground and asked.
He hadn't intended to leave any survivors, but hearing that she was a confidante of Duchess Freya, he didn't drink her blood and instead spared her life.
What do you want to do?
Azazel asked with immense anger, having witnessed the massacre of the Duchess soldiers.
What? You dared to split the kingdom, now is the time to pay the price. They all joined Lady Freya's side voluntarily. They were all fed up with your hideous behavior.
Hideous?
What a joke.
This is clearly the undeniable aesthetic and blessing of our race.
The village was filled with smoke from the attack. To prove his words, Lord Roadbalder sank his sharp fangs into the neck of the vampire soldier he had just killed. He greedily sucked the blood, and his face gradually became flushed, while the border soldier's corpse quickly shriveled up like an eggplant drained of its moisture.
Keep your eyes wide open and watch. This will be the fate of your Duchess.
Even on the battlefield, Lord Roadbalder still wore noble attire.
Hearing this cruel execution prophecy, Azazel narrowed her eyes and said,
"You will regret this." The restless Shana, white marble pillars meticulously carved by high elf priestesses, shone with a holy radiance.
In a magnificent palace decorated with gold and gems, according to the queen's aesthetic, a blonde beauty sat on her throne, an expression of displeasure on her face as she rhythmically tapped something with her slender foot.
Queen Siona was repeatedly poking a letter meticulously written by the governor with her sharp high heels. Utterly incompetent,
She had bestowed upon them bows and arrows capable of gathering the bones of the deceased to annihilate enemies, and had placed indestructible black armor that absorbed souls into human hands to sow discord.
Yet their plans had failed repeatedly on the eastern continent.
It was all because of the unexpected existence of the Blackwood Territory in Lord Isaac. And now on the western continent, the chief god's plan was also beginning to encounter problems.
Before the main forces could even cross the sea, their invasion base had been incinerated by a sudden fire.
I can't watch this any longer.
Queen Salona frowned, unable to accept the situation.
How could noble elves be so humiliated?
Minister of Magic Engineering, what stage are the preparations for the Golons in?
For the development of the Empire, the High Elves worked day and night. The Minister of Engineering, who had been losing handfuls of hair every morning lately, hurried out and knelt on the ground.
We have selected hard rocks for fusion and inscribed the truth runes 9 times, which means we have a total of 9 stone golems prepared, Your Majesty.
Initially, due to the insufficient output of the magic court, the stone golems were only the size of trolls, but now they possessed a stature no less than that of giants.
Ancient weapons of myth were gradually being unsealed.
They were terrifying creations of magic engineering that could level an entire continent just by walking. The enemies of the High Elves would tremble in fear.
Platinum Knight Commander, bring the flag of the Avalon Empire.
I shall lead the campaign personally. Rather than sitting idly by, it was better to take the initiative.
Queen Siona stood up from her throne, her light skirt fluttering.
The ministers broke into a flurry of surprised whispers. Seeing the queen prepare to go to war herself, the knight commander trembled with excitement and presented the symbol of the High Elves, the platinum flag. Queen Siona, as beautiful as a goddess, held the magnificent platinum flag high, drawing bursts of admiration. Simultaneously, red mana radiated from the queen,
tugging at the heartstrings of the elves.
A surge of emotion swept over them like a storm.
A nation's strength lies in offense, not defense.
The High Elf ministers had long awaited this moment to deploy the Avalon Empire's army to the eastern continent. They panted with excitement.
I, Siona Edelgard,
hereby declare that the long period of darkness has ended and the moment of destiny is arrived.
For our great race, for our future, we shall march upon both the eastern and western continents.
We shall cross the oceans that imprison us.
From Kanchur on the banks of the Komi River to the Saxon Empire. Victory!
Only victory awaits us.
Queen Siona slammed the tip of the flagpole hard onto the marble floor.
The High Elves cheered enthusiastically, their applause like rolling thunder. Long live Her Majesty the Queen. Long live
Inatos, Inatos.
The Empire will prevail. Victory, victory.
Asterisk.
Vampire Lord Road Balder and his subordinates launched a probing attack on the border.
They occupied a village and were certain no one would escape alive. However, the Duchy of Henson had not only gathered various races, but also a diverse array of strange creatures under the Duke's banner, one of which they had not anticipated.
Flap.
The Dark Elf Duchess, who had just concluded a formal friendship alliance with the human Duke and was leading 800 personal guards back to the Duchy, found it strange to see a bat flying toward her in a panic.
This was clearly Azazel's pet and messenger.
What? You say the despicable vampire Balder has crossed the border and captured Azazel? The bat landed gently on Freya's shoulder and relayed Azazel's message to her in fragments.
As she listened to the bat's tale, a fire gradually ignited in Duchess Freya's black eyes.
How dare he
to dare massacre the innocent residents of the duchy while she was away?
Freya had always believed she had cultivated her temperament over hundreds of years, but at this moment, flames of fury burned fiercely within her grey body.
Though Azazel was sometimes unreliable, she was, after all, an important vassal.
Should she have taken measures when she heard that the Blank Kingdom's movements were somewhat unusual, but the carnival ceremony was not yet due, and the difference in strength between the two nations was not that great? What on earth had made them act so boldly?
Flap.
Using mana-driven magic crossbows to unilaterally slaughter the Duchy's army.
Why would the High Elves? There was little interaction between the Duchy of Henton and the High Elves. She was completely baffled as to why the High Elves would support the Blank Kingdom.
Lord Freya, what do you plan to do?
Freya's captain of the guards, a centaur, pawed the ground anxiously with her hoofs upon hearing her words.
Unlike the cavalry of the Blackwood territory, they each wore leather armor and carried spears.
To even drink the blood of the villagers, such demonic behavior.
I will lead the guards back immediately to eliminate those fellows. Wait.
Freya gripped her sword hilt and suddenly stopped.
She remembered the deal that the human Duke had once proposed to her. Selling weapons, making friends,
a long chat of 3,000 words. Please give a reward, tilde.
Inside the Blackwood Territory Palace, cotton cloth and cotton wadding used for experiments were scattered everywhere. Your Majesty, this old servant has recently heard a strange rumour.
Finance Minister Charles spoke with such solemnity that it was never a good sign.
Isaac quickly shifted his gaze and asked, What rumour?
What rumour?
I heard that your Majesty intends to build a canning factory despite our objections.
Is this true?
Finance Minister Charles adjusted his glasses and asked with a serious expression.
He seemed to still be brooding over the last time Isaac had Miller allocate banquet expenses from the budget, and his eyes burned with anger. You know, if it's all necessary.
Your Majesty, you know how funds are. The habitually stingy Charles still couldn't understand why putting food into cans was necessary.
Even after transitioning from a lord to a king, his way of thinking remained unchanged.
So Isaac patiently explained the importance of canning to him, mentioning the long-range deployment capabilities of the Blackwood Territory Army and the expansion of their influence. So don't worry too much. Aren't those industries I invested in before now creating a steady stream of wealth?
Those are indeed making money, but your expenditures are also constantly increasing.
Even after hearing Isaac's explanation, Finance Minister Charles still refused to budge.
Claire seemed to think this was a good opportunity as well.
Standing beside Finance Minister Charles, she chimed in, Exactly.
Isaac scratched his head, feeling a bit bewildered for a moment.
Had expenditures really increased that much?
Finance Minister Charles then began to list his actions item by item.
We already have blast furnaces for steelmaking, yet you want to build a new giant blast furnace, and you're paying the giant race huge amounts of sugar to speed up construction. All sorts of construction projects, and sewers and whatnot.
Not to mention the research and development costs of the armory and the workshop.
Charles seemed to have been prepared for a long time. His beard trembled with anger. Finally, there's your standing army, which has expanded to 2,400 men. Each soldier's quarterly salary is 40 silver coins, which means every quarter you are spending 960 gold coins, Your Majesty.
He added that during the Baron period, just maintaining a standing army of 80 men had given him a massive headache.
Finance Minister Charles, this money isn't just vanishing into thin air, it's circulating within the territory.
In any case, Your Majesty.
Fine, go on.
Isaac had originally wanted to say that the salaries the soldiers received would eventually be used for consumption, thereby stimulating economic development, but in the face of the Finance Minister's fury, he gave up on that simple logic.
While we can sustain it for now, if you continue to increase spending so recklessly, the finances will collapse sooner or later. This old servant is very worried. Though my tone may be rude, these are truly my heartfelt words.
2,400 professional soldiers who didn't need to be conscripted and lived solely on their salaries.
In this trashy world,
That's only 2,000 people. I get it. Calm down. I'm perfectly calm. It is precisely because of that I must remind you. Charles was usually very composed, but when it came to money, he turned into this sort of miser.
Seeing Isaac being lectured, Claire gloated from the side.
Her brother's getting scolded. It feels just like
When we were kids and you got scolded for sneaking money.
It's so nostalgic, really bringing up things that shouldn't be mentioned. Isaac raised his hand and flicked her forehead. You find it nostalgic too. Ouch, I'm a big girl now.
A big girl, but in Isaac's eyes she was still a child.
Anyway, Charles, wasn't there a bumper harvest this year? We've collected a large amount of taxes, and President Miko will sell the grain at high prices, so there's no need to worry too much. Well, that's true, but right now, the entire territory was buzzing. The farmers had even built a monument for Isaac to celebrate the consecutive years of bumper harvests. No matter who the ruler was, as long as they could keep their families fed and clothed, they were a good ruler. Furthermore, we are printing books in large quantities with the printing press, and Sheriff wine and champagne marketed for their glass bottles, corks, and carbonation have already been exported to the Western continent. These are all bringing a steady stream of gold coins into the national treasury, and the silk industry is also developing steadily, so we have many sources of income. Even a king cannot know everything about his kingdom, nor can he act as he pleases like a tyrant, so many things require repeated discussion and negotiation. Your Majesty, I agree with most of that, but the wine trade has run into trouble.
The Blank Kingdom suddenly dropped the price of bull's blood wine from 8 gold coins per barrel to 5.
President Miko says they are doing this to block our wine from entering the market, deliberately undercutting profits. Our orders have been cut in half. Those damn vampires. Isaac unconsciously used King Freya's catchphrase.
Not only did they not respond to the invitation to the Blackwood Territory independence ceremony, but they were also so blatantly hostile. It was truly outrageous.
Brother, you said that day that any country that didn't attend the ceremony could be the potential enemy. Then why don't we carry out that plan? Sneak into their vineyards at night by hot air balloon and spray their grapes with. Claire mentioned the herbicide plan Isaac had once spoken of. We aren't the Kancha Kingdom. The Kancha Kingdom had incited a naval blockade behind the scenes because their sugar trade was damaged.
Blackwood Territory wouldn't do such a thing.
He would remember the grudge and then, at an appropriate time, take revenge in a suitable manner. Your Majesty, in any case, the plan for the canning industry. There will soon be an income of several hundred gold coins. We'll use that money to build the factory. Will that do?
Isaac's words left Finance Minister Charles stunned.
The Dutch's books used double-entry bookkeeping, so income and expenditures were clear at a glance. There was no extra income of several hundred gold coins at all. Your Majesty, what is the source of this money?
I have decided to export old-style rifles, the Alta 920 model, to King Freya, with whom we have a friendship treaty. Finance Minister Charles stroked his chin.
The old 920 model that needs to be loaded from the muzzle rather than the improved breech-loading 922 model.
Exactly. Due to the development of new rifles, I intend to sell those sidelined old rifles at a high price. Currently, the armory was focusing all its efforts on developing bolt-action rifles. Once development was successful, Isaac would use the points he gained during the nation building to start mass production. At that point, muzzle-loading rifles would be completely obsolete. In the future, only bolt-action rifles would be produced. While it wouldn't necessarily mean retiring the muzzleloaders, they would certainly be relegated to third-line units. Moreover, as everyone knows, what could possibly make money faster and more plentifully than selling arms? He had been plotting this arms-selling plan for a long time.
But Your Majesty, is this really okay?
Don't the High Elves do the same? Haven't they always used magic items as diplomatic bargaining chips? And it works quite well. We've suffered many unnecessary losses because of it. Why can't we do the same? In fact, when Blackwood Territory hinted at selling old weapons, many kingdoms showed intense interest. So Isaac only agreed to sell the weapons to the Duchy of Henton, which had fought alongside Blackwood Territory twice and could almost be called a blood ally. The magic items used by the Crown Prince of the Saxon Empire, the traces of High Elf aid found in the Orc Kingdom, we were really too foolish before.
Of course, at that time we were just a territory, and our lack of intelligence capabilities was understandable.
They could only watch helplessly as the High Elves sowed discord, and they hadn't even realized it. Why did the High Elves' magic item diplomacy work? Because the performance of those weapons was indeed very superior, and as rumors spread, everyone wanted to get their hands on them. We can't go on like this. To take control of the situation, we must use every means available. On Earth, the arms industry was also divided into the blue team, and the red team, that is the First World and the Second World. Once one became accustomed to Russian and Chinese weapon systems, it was very difficult to switch to the Western camp, and vice versa. Because system conversion, training, and so on were very complex. Therefore, once you bought weapons from Western countries, you could only continue using their weapons in the future. So how many rifles can we sell in total? We reached an agreement with the Duchy of Henton to sell 80 rifles. At 8 gold coins each, that's 640 gold coins. Including gunpowder and other costs, it's a total of 750 gold coins. Speaking of which, the Duchy of Henton really was filthy rich. Though King Freya modestly said it was because President Azazel was very capable. But Isaac knew very well that the commercial infrastructure of the Duchy of Henton was very well developed. 750 gold coins, not bad. Indeed. Furthermore,
Blackwood Territory's weapons had another advantage.
To use these weapons, one had to use the black powder refined by Blackwood Territory in the forest, which would greatly enhance Blackwood Territory's influence.
Once Blackwood Territory cut off the gunpowder supply, those expensive weapons would turn into a pile of scrap metal.
This was effectively a relationship of military dependence.
Finance Minister Charles seemed to be calculating something.
The wrinkles on his forehead smoothed out and tightened alternately.
Anyway, those old rifles were just piling up in the warehouse, gathering dust.
It was a perfect opportunity to demonstrate the strength of the alliance and enhance diplomatic influence.
Diplomacy is about increasing the chips in a country's hand.
A powerful army does not automatically bring diplomatic advantages. There was once a country on Earth that possessed the world's most powerful military, but because of its arrogant diplomatic attitude, it treated surrounding countries as small nations it could control, eventually finding itself surrounded by an alliance of rivals in a new Cold War. Charles, you should be glad I made this wise decision. Do you want to let the surrounding countries be drawn away by the enemy?
If this continues, we'll lose everything.
What are you talking about?
Nothing.
I got too excited.
Isaac's goal was to establish a Pax Blackwood.
Although Blackwood Territory's scale was still small, it had a foothold in both the eastern and western continents simultaneously, giving it infinite potential for development and influence.
Yes, I understand.
I fully agree with your decision. Isaac nodded with satisfaction.
Even the picky finance minister Charles had nodded, so it seemed there would be no issues with this direction moving forward. Now, as long as the development of the new firearms was completed, everything would be ready.
Smokeless gunpowder,
Ready to be used.
A few days later, Blackwood Territory Royal Palace.
Claire still had a bump on her head because Isaac had flaked her forehead a few days ago. She was wandering around the palace when she suddenly saw something and ran over excitedly. She walked up to Effie, who was observing something.
Rustle.
The Wood Elf clan leader was resting her chin in her hands, watching silkworms munching on mulberry leaves with rapt attention.
Look closely. They're actually quite beautiful and a bit cute.
A faint smile appeared at the corners of Effie's mouth. Claire, however, felt that the Wood Elf before her was even more beautiful than the silkworms. It could only be said that she was truly a Wood Elf. Up close, she looked like a flawless fairy whose paws were invisible.
So she's going to be my sister-in-law.
The reason Claire noticed Effie was because of recent rumours circulating in the palace.
It was said that the king and the captain of the Elf Rangers often spent time alone together, but their relationship was still unclear.
Regarding her dull-witted brother, she had to confirm things in advance. Lady Effie,
Hello. Effie was so engrossed that she was startled when Claire suddenly tapped her on the shoulder.
P. Princess Claire.
Claire hadn't adjusted to her status yet, and always found the title princess awkward, but now wasn't the time for that, so she asked her question directly. You've been going out with my brother a lot lately. Are you on a date?
That is. Yes. Should I call it a date or seeing each other? Effie's tone was also somewhat uncertain. Claire covered her mouth in surprise, and quickly pressed further.
Then what do you two do when you're alone?
While balancing go pieces on a gun barrel for shooting practice, discussing new weapons, maintaining firearms, or having shooting competitions without elven assistance.
Claire was dumbfounded.
My God, this is called a date.
This is just military training. We had a very pleasant time during those moments.
Seeing Claire's stunned expression, Effie seemed to have misunderstood something, and shyly brushed her blonde hair from her forehead.
I used to follow my father like that to learn archery practice and make bows and arrows. Those times made Effie very nostalgic, learning from her father.
This elf must be at least 200 years old.
Ha ha ha, that's good then, that's good.
As long as you're happy, Effie.
Claire wiped the sweat from her forehead, trying to hide her emotions. The world is vast, and there's no end to its wonders. For some reason, Claire suddenly had a feeling that maybe they really were a good match.
By the way, Lady Effie, what are you doing here?
There were silkworms, cocoons, and trial-produced cotton cloth everywhere. I ran into Lord Isaac just now. He asked me to deliver some cotton cloth and cotton wadding to the laboratory, and then I was drawn to these silkworms. Honestly, what am I thinking? The Blackwood Territory Laboratory.
A flash of doubt crossed Claire's eyes.
Why would the laboratory, which always made explosion sounds, need cotton cloth and cotton wadding?
She still couldn't understand her brother's thoughts.
She used to think her brother's behaviour was absurd and ridiculous, but now she only felt he was unfathomable.
Asterisk.
Raja was the first of the Fishman tribe to work in Blackwood Territory. She had been in a very good mood lately.
Blackwood Territory was not only a maritime power, but had even captured the Merfolk Queen.
Moreover, the captured merfolk had surrendered one after another. Having arrived in Blackwood Territory early and gained the king's trust, Raja held a very high status among the merfolk. But because of that, whenever someone called for her, she had to rush over immediately, no matter how unwilling she was. And today, she seemed to have been dragged into another strange experiment by Isaac.
Raja.
Oh, what is it? Soak this in sulfuric acid and nitric acid. Although Raja didn't understand why, she followed Isaac's instructions and soaked the cotton cloth in a nitric acid solution made from saltpeter and sulfuric acid. Undyne used water currents to fully permeate the solution into the cotton cloth, then took the cloth out and soaked it in sulfuric acid solution again. Raja carefully set it down. Raja followed Isaac's instructions again, wrapping the cotton cloth with the water spirit and placing it on the table. Raja had simply followed orders to soak the cotton cloth in several liquids and then take it out, but Isaac was staring at the cloth with an excited expression, constantly muttering the term smokeless powder.
So what exactly is this thing?
Nitrocellulose.
which is basically exploding cotton cloth.
Exploding cotton cloth.
What does that mean?
Raja always felt that every word Isaac said entered her ears and went into her brain, but upon careful thought, they seemed to slip out the other side. She felt she would probably never be able to understand the man in front of her for as long as she lived.
Nitrocellulose.
The black powder produced in Blackwood Territory was an excellent product, even by Earth standards. High-purity potassium nitrate extracted from the saltpeter mine was mixed with charcoal and sulfur in optimal proportions, then ground and polished to increase combustion speed and greatly reduce the risk of static explosion. It could be called the pinnacle of pre-modern black powder.
Since Isaac knew the future direction of development, he had implemented every possible upgrade to this magical black powder, reaching the absolute limit.
Even with so many improvements, as a product of the pre-modern era, it still had many disadvantages compared to modern gunpowder.
When thousands of people fired simultaneously, the resulting smoke would still blot out the sun, as if a smoke screen had been deployed. This situation became even more severe with the introduction of fast-loading trapdoor rifles and Gatling machine guns capable of 400 rounds per minute.
Although the emergence of breech-loading rifles
Allowed soldiers to aim
and fire independently, the thick smoke negated the accuracy advantage provided by this free-firing style.
This was an inherent combustion characteristic of black powder that was almost impossible to resolve.
Furthermore, the saltpeter mine in the forest was also a concern.
All resources, regardless of how fast or slow they are consumed, will eventually be depleted.
It would be troublesome if the saltpeter mine suddenly ceased production one day. Of course, it would be fine if nitrogen fertilizer could be mass-produced using the Haber-Bosch process before that happened. But to make bread and gunpowder from air, one first needed heat-resistant and pressure-resistant pipes capable of withstanding 200 atmospheres of pressure. Even with sealing and hardening magic applied, one would still need to master model-level steel smelting techniques and the manufacturing methods for Trevithick-style steam engines before attempting it. And just like Chile on Earth, saltpeter mines might exist in other places, and a simple and crude refining method would be leaked sooner or later.
But this is different,
Isaac muttered to himself, with an excited expression as he looked at the seemingly harmless cotton cloth before him. Certainly, the single-base smokeless powder in front of him was something people of this era could not replicate. Soaking esterified cotton in sulfuric acid and then drying it creates nitrocellulose. This was discovered in 1846 when a German chemist accidentally spilled sulfuric acid and nitric acid on a cloth and then used the cloth to wipe it up.
You have obtained a more advanced gunpowder achievement points, plus 20,000.
With the blessing of the goddess, the path to modern gunpowder has finally opened. A bolt-action rifle imitating the French Chassepot rifle was nearing completion in the workshop.
Therefore, the corresponding gunpowder also had to be upgraded.
Smokeless powder.
True to its name, its combustion efficiency was extremely high, leaving almost no residue in the barrel and producing very little smoke.
Moreover, its detonation velocity was as high as 7,300 m/s, far exceeding the detonation velocity of black powder, which was only a few hundred meters per second. Bullets could easily tear through the air. Because the bullet's velocity was so high, continuing to use pure lead bullets would cause barrel wear or lead fouling to clog the bore.
Therefore, the full metal jacket bullet, which featured copper plating on the projectile, was invented.
Compared to an equivalent volume of black powder, smokeless powder's detonation velocity, range, and firepower was significantly improved.
In the face of this gunpowder, plate armor was as vulnerable as soft metal if paired with armor-piercing shells. Even mithril alloy breastplates might be penetrated. Using smokeless powder for cannons could greatly increase range and firepower, as well as enhance the power of explosive shells and various bombs.
Lord, call me your majesty, Raja.
Oh, your majesty.
Raja blinked her large eyes.
She had been doing very well among the merfolk lately and seemed to be getting a bit ahead of herself.
But considering her massive contribution to the development of smokeless powder, Isaac decided not to hold it against her.
Isaac nodded, signaling her to continue.
Raja pointed at the dried gun cotton and said,
"Ha ha ha, great king, you're not a coward, so why are you afraid of a scrap of cloth?" Seeing Isaac cautiously keeping his distance for fear that the gun cotton would explode, Raja couldn't help but laugh.
Ignorance is bliss. She had no idea what she had created.
This was a Class 5 hazardous material that could explode with just a little friction, yet she called it a scrap of cloth. To use it safely, he still needed to perform some processing. Using ether made by heating alcohol and sulfuric acid to dissolve nitrocellulose, then rolling, drying, shredding, and finally coating it with graphite would produce the world's first practical smokeless powder B. Part of the reason is because of you. TCH, what did I do?
This girl had previously detonated mercury fulminate in the laboratory.
I told you this is explosive cotton. You're always so careless. But it still doesn't make sense. Just soaking it in a few liquids makes the cotton explode.
Those few liquids were highly dangerous sulfuric acid and nitric acid.
It really will explode.
TCH, you take me for a fool.
Raja laughed dismissively and leaned against the lab bench.
Perhaps she was laughing too hard as she accidentally knocked over a large glass container.
Bamboops.
Ra, Geo, Airborne Operations. King Freya Vanadis, upon hearing that her most trusted subordinate Azazel had been captured by the vampires, immediately turned her horse around and rushed back to Blackwood territory.
She brought her guards to the Blackwood territory palace. Hearing Isaac was there, she prepared to find him.
Then she suddenly heard a loud bang.
Even at over 500 years old, the sudden noise made her shoulders jump. This was an explosion that should only be heard on a battlefield. Freya thought an accident had occurred, and quickly gripped her sword hilt. Then she saw a man and a woman walking out of the laboratory, coughing and sporting afros from the explosion. King Isaac was covered in black powder, his hair a mess, and he was impatiently pulling on Raj's fin. Oh, it hurts. That is a sensitive part for the merfolk. Shut up, you repeat offender.
Who knew a rag would actually explode? I thought you were joking. I thought you were lying to me.
Freya watched the chaotic scene and silently raised a hand to rub her forehead. What on earth were those two doing?
Raja, you only thought about protecting yourself during the explosion.
That's even more detestable.
That was just a subconscious reaction.
My life is important too, okay. Besides, your majesty, you blocked the explosion with a shield. Chop! The two bickered as they walked down the corridor. Watching the merfolk who kept talking back, Freya somehow thought of Azazel.
And Lord Isaac.
Isaac finally saw Freya and was stunned with surprise. Freya,
didn't you return to your duchy?
Isaac, I know you're busy with the affairs of your newly founded nation, but this is an emergency, so I had to come to you. I need your help. Azazel is in danger. Freya told Isaac about the news brought by the bats and the atrocities of the Blank Kingdom. They had only just formed a friendly alliance. Was it already facing such a trial? Those damned vampires and those high elves again. Hearing Freya's account, Isaac also grew angry. Ever since the Blank Kingdom failed to respond to his invitation and obstructed Blackwood Territory's wine trade, he knew they were up to no good, and back then he had even muttered things like the only good vampire is a dead vampire. King of Blackwood, can the weapons agreement we signed earlier take effect now? I beg of you. Due to the emergency, Freya couldn't pay for the weapons after the war as previously agreed. Furthermore, if she were defeated, the weapons would be a total loss. Freya had originally wanted to treat Isaac as an equal, but now she had to beg him submissively. This sudden turn of events made her feel incredibly small. But Isaac didn't hesitate like other lords. He readily agreed to Freya's request. Are 80 Alta Type 920 rifles enough? I've recently acquired some god's currency, so I can provide another 140 smoothbore matchlock guns. This was even more generous than Freya had expected. As far as she knew, even Queen Lamia, who was always fawning over him, and the Queen of the Kingdom of Hyde where he was from, had never received such treatment. How is that possible? Freya quickly shook her head, dismissing her suspicion of the Lord God. Isaac, I will surely repay your kindness. I trust your promise. So forget about magic crossbow bolts. I'll provide rifles and silver bullets. Being able to mass-produce such weapons was truly an incredible ability. No, if it were an ordinary lord, they would probably only produce weapons like swords and spears, so perhaps it wasn't his ability that was remarkable, but the man himself. I will equip your guards with these weapons. Freya, go to the firing range first to familiarize yourself with how to use them. How long will it take? We don't have much time. Isaac smiled. That's the advantage of repeating weapons. The usage. As for accuracy, we'll leave that to volley fire. 2 days will be enough. Hearing Isaac's words, Freya's eyes widened in surprise.
Asterisk.
The vampires tore up the agreement and attacked Blackwood Territory's ally. Bang! 2 days later, due to the emergency, Blackwood Territory's secret weapons were quickly assembled and sent to the firing range. This new rifle featured a tangent sight, an internal spring-loaded magazine, and a bolt-action mechanism that could be pulled and pushed. It was a brand new weapon. Isaac named it the moniker rifle after the former Baroness. Perhaps it would soon face the test of actual combat. Quick! Effie pulled the charging handle, ejecting the empty shell, and a new bullet was automatically chambered. She pushed the bolt back into place, and the bullet entered the chamber. Bang! The entire process was smooth and very fast. During this time, Isaac and Effie were inseparable, discussing various plans and the usage of new weapons, so Effie quickly adapted to this new rifle. Fire!
Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The Henton Duchy's guards fired a volley at targets 500 tar away.
The cavalry guards dismounted to fire like dragoons. All the centaur female warriors fired from horseback like Perse and the others. Because the distance was too far for arrows to reach, the pride of the Henton Duchy, the composite bow cavalry could only watch anxiously from the side. Perse and her group were instructing the centaur of other tribes, correcting their incorrect shooting and reloading postures. The centaur of the Perse tribe were well proportioned and muscular like thoroughbred racehorses, while the guard centaur were tall and heavily muscled like draft horses or farm horses. Your shooting skills are still as terrible as ever, Iback. Long time no see, your mouth is still as foul as ever, Perse. A subtle scent of gunpowder lingered between the two female chieftains. Isaac, however, smilingly asked Freya if they were always like this. Freya glanced at the two and nodded with a weary expression. Don't get any ideas about our Khan. What a joke. Our hearts belong only to the Duke. Even in the midst of their busy schedule, they didn't forget to bicker. Freya, are you saying they're still stationed near the border? The two monarchs began to discuss official business. According to the news brought by Freya's bats, the vampire lord Road Balder and his vanguard were entrenched in a village, waiting for the main force to arrive and conducting a revelry. What exactly is that? Freya pointed to her teeth and said, indulging in their nature, constantly thirsting for blood.
Those 1,000 vanguards intend to drain the blood of 10,000 local residents.
Isaac frowned upon hearing this. Was it because of first come, first served, or because food would become scarce once the main force arrived?
I've already sent bats to notify the duchy. But the problem is Azazel. I don't know how long those bloodthirsty vampires will keep her captive. So I must lead the cavalry to rescue her as soon as possible, but I'm worried about those crossbow bolts and Azazel's safety during the battle. Indeed, the vampires might impulsively drain Azazel's blood or use her as a hostage, rescuing a hostage from the rear.
Perhaps while Freya's cavalry draws the enemy's attention, Isaac has a way to safely rescue Azazel.
Freya, perhaps while you're engaging the vanguard, I have a way to safely rescue Azazel.
Their sensory abilities and sense of smell are as sharp as a beast's. Is that possible?
Isaac smiled mysteriously and pointed a finger toward the sky.
Have you ever heard of a move that descends from the heavens, the airborne operations method?
Fermentation signs 4,200 words.
Please consider a donation.
Long pointed ears with the hallmark of the Wood Elves.
Effie, the Wood Elf clan leader, wore a black hide coat that contrasted sharply with her fair skin.
This was defensive gear, a specialty of the Blackwood Duchy, meticulously tanned by leatherworkers, and then dyed black with oak and acorns.
Over the hide coat, she wore a mithril alloy breastplate that Isaac had specially crafted for her.
She carefully fastened the rivets on the front and back plates of the armor.
Then she tucked a revolver pistol using metal cartridges and spare cylinders into her shoulder holster and pulled the bolt on her newly equipped Monica Model 924 rifle to confirm it was functioning properly.
Finally, she buckled a traditional elven short sword to the belt at her waist.
Armed to the teeth, she was equipped entirely with the most advanced weaponry from the Blackwood territory.
Isaac had transformed the nature-loving elves who originally lived in the forest into what they were now.
Effie, is everything all right?
Don't worry, Your Majesty.
This was the plan Isaac had proposed to Freya to rescue Azazel.
Isaac actually wanted to personally participate in this special operation deep behind enemy lines,
But his subjects, including Effie,
adamantly opposed it,
believing that Isaac, as king, should not risk participating in such a dangerous mission.
This was neither a war involving the survival of the Blackwood Duchy nor a large-scale battle requiring him to boost morale, but a small-scale skirmish carried out secretly in the rear.
Isaac had no reason to take the field himself. Moreover, as a newly founded nation, there were many government affairs waiting for him to handle. However, these elf rangers were strictly trained. They had executed many reconnaissance, assassination, and decapitation missions.
Effie had also received Isaac's careful guidance, so they could be trusted.
I will definitely rescue the vixen. Oh no, I mean the Lord Succubus. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Effie's mouth as she corrected herself naturally. The beauty mark on her face was particularly striking at this moment.
Oh, Isaac suddenly didn't know if he could trust her anymore.
Please rest assured, Your Majesty, hot air balloons are as familiar to us as our own hands and feet, and we can control parachutes as easily as our own bodies.
Please believe in the results of our training. An experienced elf ranger named Aline sheathed her short sword and spoke with a firm gaze. They were trained by Isaac to form a special forces unit, so their level of training was beyond doubt. Since hot air balloons were prone to crashing, parachuting had been a regular part of their training for a long time, and ever since the centaur appeared, they had been training twice as hard. Isaac did not want to lose these precious elf rangers.
I'm still a little worried. We are equipped with new firearms, so the probability of rescuing Lord Azazel is very high. That wasn't what Isaac was worried about.
I'm worried about you.
Don't worry, I'll come back alive.
Good, you must return safely.
That's an order. Isaac used to go to the battlefield with them. This was the first time he was sending them off alone.
It felt like sending a child out on an errand for the first time.
But as his subject said, he was a king now, and couldn't take the field personally every time. He had to get used to this. Nay, even though you look more imposing clad in steel, Purse, has your strength regressed?
The two centaur tribes began bickering again.
You only say that because you didn't participate in the last Orc War Iback.
Just you wait, I'll show you what real cavalry is. There seemed to be a complex love-hate relationship between these two female groups, who were both the most distant and the closest. Purse and Tama wore steel barding, held trapdoor rifles, and laughed triumphantly with their heads held high. HMPH will see. When Isaac decided to help the Henton Duchy, Purse and the others may have volunteered for the battle due to old ties. To rescue Azazel, a total of 20 elf rangers and 80 centaur female warriors were deployed this time.
His Majesty, Isaac, is this really okay?
We were already grateful just for the supply of weapons.
Azazel has helped us a lot. Even if she can be a headache, sometimes consider it a gesture of friendship toward one of our few friendly nations.
I'm afraid I won't be able to repay this friendship regardless. I will not forget it.
Freya looked grateful, but also felt immense pressure.
Isaac smiled and waved his hand. Ungrateful people wouldn't have such a reaction.
Freya was indeed a trustworthy dark elf monarch.
Clap! Silver-plated bullets and weapons were finally delivered.
The Blackwood Duchy possessed silver mines refined using electrolysis, and had recently made a lot of money through printing books, so they had enough silver to manufacture weapons.
To have manufactured so many in such a short time.
We have silver mines, and we also melted down some silver coins.
I see.
However, I should warn you to be careful with silver coins from the Kanchu Kingdom. There are rumors lately that they've been tampering with the silver content.
Unsurprising for the Kanchu Kingdom, which loved monopolizing trade, to do such a thing.
I'll pay back this money with interest. Material favors are relatively easy to repay.
By the way, is silver really necessary?
Isaac asked with some doubt. Vampires with thin bloodlines can be killed with ordinary weapons,
but those pure-blooded vampires known as royals can survive even if their hearts are pierced.
You must pierce their hearts and cut off their heads, or use silver to kill them effectively, surviving even if the heart is pierced.
Are there no normal races in the Western continent?
And monsters like dragons, what a pain.
Alright, I understand.
We'll do as you requested.
Go ahead and kill them. It would be best to capture that fellow named Rogue before the main force arrives.
We'll do our best.
Ats had overheard the vampires' conversation when they captured Azazel. It was said they had about 500 strange magic crossbow bolts.
While it was unclear how it happened, considering that high elf magic items were always targeted at the Blackwood territory, perhaps this was also directed against them.
Whoosh! To crush the high elves' conspiracy and the vampires' atrocities, the hot air balloons inflated their massive envelopes and kites slowly ascending.
Below the hot air balloons, 800 cavalrymen equipped with Blackwood territory weapons also began to depart.
Isaac used to always go to the battlefield himself, so he had never thought about how it would feel to watch them leave from the rear.
May the goddess protect them. Isaac watched the dark elf woman riding at the very front with a great sword on her back and prayed silently.
Asteris.
Founding a nation was a massive and complex undertaking, especially
when multifaceted reforms had to be carried out at the same time.
as the founding, the difficulty increased exponentially.
But Isaac knew the efficiency and advantages of a modern administrative system, so he had to push through reforms before everything settled. Therefore, not only did administrative staff, but Isaac himself worked day and night.
Your Majesty, we have dispatched administrative staff to reorganize the village registers and have introduced a resident identification card system. In the palace backyard, the sun was shining brightly.
Peter, the administrator, and Miko, who hadn't been seen for a while, were taking turns reporting their work to Isaac. Finance Minister Charles seemed a bit uncomfortable with this field-like meeting venue,
But the work currently being done could only be carried out here.
Is there any opposition? Isaac asked without looking up, squatting next to some foul-smelling rotting matter.
The believers are very cooperative with the Lord Apostle's instructions.
For those residents who did not register proactively, we have conducted door-to-door inspections.
The resident identification card system could be used to identify the identity and residence of inhabitants, an identification system very familiar to Isaac.
They were introducing a new administrative system to maximize efficiency. There was no better system than this. Of course, this might involve issues of human rights and freedom, but since it was an absolute monarchy, and the king also possessed divine authority, then whatever the king said should go.
Furthermore, the resident ID system was also very effective in catching spies.
But Your Majesty, is the bureaucracy you mentioned earlier really going to be implemented?
This will likely completely change our administrative system. While we will adjust it according to the Duchy's situation, it will eventually be implemented.
Isaac didn't want to do this either.
Documenting laws and rules, subdividing workflows, clarifying superior-subordinate relationships, discarding inefficient traditional practices, and reforming everything efficiently based on rationality and rules that was a modern administrative system. It sounded great, but who would do the work for these reforms?
Himself and the Duchess administrative staff, of course.
In fact, Isaac also wanted to focus on researching metals and chemicals as he did before.
If a country needed him to personally solve every single thing, then he was basically working like an ox for the nation.
Also, Your Majesty, the Kancha Kingdom and their merchants are strongly protesting the transit taxes and tariffs we've levied on them, which they consider unfair. Peter, the administrator, mentioned the diplomatic protests occurring on the transcontinental trade route.
Why don't they think about what they did before? What are the Kancha Kingdom's current tariffs and caravan transit taxes?
Approximately 1000%, Your Majesty.
Ha ha ha, no wonder they are so angry.
A few beastmen hybrids and middle-aged men gathered in the backyard all showed gloating smiles upon hearing the Kancha Kingdom's protest.
The Kancha Kingdom's sugar would definitely not enter the eastern continent through Isaac's land trade route. This was karma.
The transit stations and rest stops in the forest have all been built.
Merchants sensitive to price fluctuations have already flocked here.
The current trade volume is very large. Peter, the administrator, rubbed his fingers together. The tariffs and transit taxes alone were already a significant income. It was said that the Press Territory, located at the entrance to the western continent, had also become prosperous due to the arrival of merchants, instantly becoming an important transit station and benefiting greatly from it.
He heard that inns were springing up like mushrooms there.
After the war with the Drake Kingdom ended, the Blackwood Territory received a handsome reward.
All of this originally belonged to Kukuzanka. He buried his own good fortune with his own hands.
Kukuzanka was just too greedy.
If he had known when to stop, perhaps his future would have been completely different.
Isaac smiled and reached out with a twig to poke at the fruit pulp, emitting a rotting smell.
President Miko, how is the sale of the large quantity of wheat harvested this time going?
Miko curtsied like a lady, then showed a charming smile and began her report.
Recently, some kingdoms have suffered poor harvests, so I've travelled all over and signed all the contracts at prices higher than the market rate.
Once the wheat in the warehouses is shipped out, there will be a steady stream of gold coins flowing back to the duchy.
Merchants were conservative. Usually, they wouldn't easily conduct business if it wasn't with an old customer. Conducting business in the vast western continent certainly wasn't easy.
Miko's ability was beyond doubt.
Well done, I certainly didn't trust the wrong person.
You're too kind. Miko curtsied modestly, but she couldn't hide her wagging tail, clearly very happy.
In the multiracial western continent, her status as a beastman hybrid didn't seem to have brought her much of a disadvantage.
In fact, it was only this time that she truly broke free from the shackles of prejudice and found a stage where she could fully display her talents.
By the way, your majesty, what have you been doing? Seeing Isaac constantly poking at the fruit residue she brought with a twig, Miko asked curiously.
The finance minister asked me to find some things that can make money.
After the last conversation with the finance minister, Isaac had gained a lot of inspiration.
If he wanted to build factories and increase spending, he had to find more sources of income.
The finance minister asked you to find money-making things, not to watch melons rot.
Thus Miko's words were becoming increasingly sharp too.
This is a high-grade fruit from the western continent, and it's quite expensive.
I especially use preservation magic to keep it. Why did you put it in the backyard?
Melons, this was a fruit the Romans also loved to eat. It seemed that on the other side of the sea, melon cultivation techniques were already very mature.
I'm looking for penicillium. Meld.
May I ask why?
Because rot is money.
Rot and fermentation, especially fungal molds, have many uses.
Aspergillus oryzae can be used for brewing, and other molds can be used to make cheese, sausage, bean paste, soy sauce, and so on. If used properly, they are very beneficial to humans.
Among them, the most famous is the penicillium found on discarded melons from fruit shops, which is penicillin. In this world, where one needs to pay high fees to the church to be cured, antibiotics are simply a miraculous existence. But since discovering penicillium relies on luck, it's almost a matter of chance. And even if penicillium is discovered, how to mass produce it is also a difficult problem.
Is there any way to control rot or fermentation?
If rot or fermentation could be artificially controlled,
noble rot wine could be made, and the most popular seasoning besides sugar and salt,
MSG, could also be produced.
Based on what you've said, it sounds like you're looking for a corrupt sorcerer of the rat people.
What?
Rat people? Isaac looked up in surprise and asked, what were the rat people? Squeak. Miko raised her hand to her head and made a gesture, very cutely imitating the sound of a mouse.
There.
One could only say that the western continent was truly a world full of oddities.
Oh,
you've lost weight.
As the sun set and night fell, the bright moonlight illuminated the earth. Rumble, the dark elf woman, her silver hair fluttering in the moonlight, led 800 cavalrymen galloping across the border plains.
Along the way, she witnessed countless bodies of duchy residents.
Even in pools of blood. 2 distinct bite marks on their necks were clearly visible. Damn them.
Freya was consumed by rage.
She thought she was past the age of impulsiveness and wouldn't easily get angry unless conversing with His Majesty Isaac. But she was wrong.
Your Majesty,
we've found the enemy's camp. Ibex snorted like an angry bull and shouted loudly.
Following the scattered bodies, they found a vampire camp of about 1,000. The vampires seemed to be thrown into disarray by the sudden night attack, running out of their brightly lit camp in disheveled clothes.
They were covered in blood, as if they had just held a frantic feast. Whose blood was this?
The duchy soldiers gritted their teeth, aiming their guns loaded with silver bullets at the enemy. Damn blank kingdom, leave no one alive. Freya's enormous blade, like a streak of silver light, cut through the night sky.
5 vampires who hadn't even reacted were impaled on the blade like candid whores, and then hundreds of bullets shot towards the camp.
Tap 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 tap. The vampires fell in pools of blood, staining the earth red, and this blood was all gathered from the blood of the duchy residents. The vampires, hit by silver bullets, let out painful wails, their bodies twisting as they fell dead, as if their hearts had been pierced by stakes. A high vampire picked up a crossbow without a string and shouted,
"Where in the world did these damned women come from?"
The gunfire of the Blackwood Territory cavalry interrupted him. Perce and the others didn't stop to reload. Instead, they directly opened the breech at the rear of the gun, loaded metal bullets, and fired continuously.
Blackwood Territory. It's the Blackwood Territory Army. This is Henson. Why? We didn't provoke them.
Shut up. Fire the crossbows. Kill them.
The distinctive gunfire of Blackwood Territory echoed, and the camp was in chaos. Someone suspected of being a vampire lord let out an angry roar, and only then did the vampires awaken as if from a dream, raising their torches and chasing Freya and her cavalry.
Tat 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 tat. Perce and the others returned fire with their revolver pistols while maneuvering.
Silver bullets struck the vampires, painful screams and angry roars mixed together as vampires swarmed out of the camp. As the pursuers drew closer, the Blackwood Territory centaur threw ignited, silver-plated metal blocks onto the ground like traps, then quickly retreated. Red light streaked across the night sky, but due to the speed of the centaur, the crossbow bolts only hit the ground behind them. Boom, 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 boom. Huge pillars of earth suddenly rose among the pursuing vampires, and sharpness silver fragments splattered everywhere. Oh, my body.
Silver is stuck in my body.
Both Perce saw the results of their battle behind them, raised her rifle, and said, "This is the power of Blackwood Territory."
Lord Kagan said a good vampire is a dead vampire. Only 80 strong, yet they displayed the fighting power of 800.
Perce and the others' performance left Ibeck and the other clansmen dumbfounded.
Their brave actions successfully enraged the vampires and drew their attention.
The vampires roared, chasing them madly.
"Oh, these damned women!
Kill them!
Kill those horse-legged bastards!" They pursued furiously, like hornets whose nest had been poked. The plan to attract the enemy's attention and lure them in was proceeding very smoothly. Now, it was up to the elf rangers to infiltrate from the air and rescue Azazel. Freya looked up at the star-studded night sky.
She silently prayed for good luck for her subjects and the young Wood Elf clan leader. Meanwhile, at the rear of the camp,
several vampire sentries sat around a bonfire, enjoying blood as red as ox blood wine.
They were in the midst of a carnival when they suddenly heard an explosion from the front and sharply looked up. Drops of blood dripped from the corners of their mouths.
Lady Lucia, a sentry, noticed something amiss and spoke to the high vampire in grey armour.
The female vampire, called Lucia, wiped the corner of her mouth with her arm, then walked towards Azazel.
To attack us during mealtime, how impolite.
Are they here to rescue her?
A fierce glint flashed in Lucia's eyes.
Azazel trembled, frightened by the female vampire's hostility.
The Lord said to kill the hostage if things go south. I've long disliked this vixen. It's a good chance to tear her to shreds.
Hell.
The dagger in Lucia's hand was originally used to slit the throats of duchy residents to fill wine cups with blood. She licked the blade of the dagger and walked towards Azazel. But Azazel's reaction was somewhat strange. Instead of losing hope, she used her succubus-specific ability to perceive reality and dreams, sensing something from the sudden breeze. The female vampire instinctively felt something was wrong and looked around. But there was only darkness around.
What's wrong? What's with that look?
No one is coming to save you.
Suddenly, a loud noise came from the darkness, accompanied by a flash.
Tap 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 tap. Bullets rained down on the vampires by the bonfire. The vampires, enjoying the blood, were pierced through their armor by silver bullets, blood gushing out as they fell dead.
Oh,
Lucia's chest was also hit. She fell to the ground, then angrily stood up again. There was a dent on the breastplate of her grey armor. The bullet had failed to penetrate. The flash appeared again.
sparks flew as the silver-plated lead bullet was deflected.
Lady Effie, unable to penetrate her armor. A whisper came from the darkness. The High Vampire and High Elves equipment immediately charged towards the source of the voice.
Try this. Effie suppressed the enemy's fire with a fanning shot from her revolver pistol, then took a new type of rifle from her back.
It was said that this rifle not only used a new loading method, but also powerful new gunpowder.
Click!
Effie pulled the bolt, and a copper-jacketed bullet appeared in the open chamber. She pushed the bullet into the chamber, aiming at the High Vampire charging like a demon.
His Majesty Isaac had said this bullet could penetrate almost anything.
Effie believed him.
Bang! The huge recoil made the muzzle jump.
Oh! The female vampire looked incredulously at her easily penetrated armor. She lost speed and fell to the ground.
Even as she desperately covered her wound, blood gushed from her mangled heart.
Bang! The grey helmet, made of a known material, was also penetrated, and the High Vampire's breathing stopped. Seeing the battle end, Azazel excitedly stood up. She saw a figure in platinum armor, holding a rifle, walking towards the bonfire, and she excitedly ran over.
Azazel, like a little bird, threw herself into the person's arms. Your Majesty, you actually came all this way to save me.
She pressed her cheek against the breastplate, which smelled of mithril, then wrapped her tail around her wrist and said,
How can I, this sinful succubus, repay such kindness? Ho ho ho, tilde tilde.
The ruler of a nation personally coming to the battlefield to save her inevitably made her imagine things.
But something wasn't quite right. Before, whenever she made such a provocative move, the human lord would mercilessly dodge her like a block of wood. But now the body she touched was no longer as strong as before, but rather somewhat thin.
Oh,
why are you so thin? Have you been overworking yourself lately?
The person in platinum armor clicked open the visor of their helmet.
It's truly regrettable.
This isn't His Majesty, you vixen. A smiling voice came from inside the helmet.
Effie looked at Azazel with a half-smile, as if she had long anticipated this scene. Oh, another piece. The raging flames gradually extinguished, and smoke filled the kiln.
The Blackwood Duchess specialty porcelain, which had been fired at high temperatures, coated with glaze, and engraved with exquisite blue cobalt patterns, finally completed its last process and was taken out of the kiln by the artisans using tools. Wow. Even standing next to the stuffy kiln, the apprentices couldn't help but marvel at the artisan's masterpiece.
Isaac also marveled at the exquisite porcelain. This piece of porcelain would bring a huge shock to this alternate world, which only had pottery and coarse ceramics. Besides the snow-white porcelain, there was also blue and white porcelain-style ceramics, further highlighting the luxury and wealth of the rich with their electroplated gold rims.
Thanks to the royal family's brand promotion, this had become the Duchess' most popular monopolized trade commodity.
With the popularization of black tea and hot chocolate, the porcelain teacups ordered by the royal family were each worth several gold coins grash. An artisan, dissatisfied with his work, resolutely smashed the porcelain into pieces. The apprentices nearby looked upon the artisan's pursuit of perfection with solemn respect. Clearly, this was not the first time. Porcelain artisan, that's enough we aren't as rich and wasteful as we used to be.
Isaac watched him helplessly, thinking, You're noble, you're amazing, but you could smash my porcelain just because you're dissatisfied. This was Isaac's hard-earned money, but I understand. The porcelain artisan quickly lowered his head when he saw Isaac's expression. The overall quality of the porcelain had improved significantly now. It wasn't as uneven as before. Therefore, they couldn't just produce S-grade products, they also had to sell A-grade products to make money.
Brand promotion had been successful. They only needed to increase product lines at different price points.
Smashing finished products only resulted in losses.
Now was the time he needed money. He had to expand the army and develop the country, so strict economy was necessary. I hope the glass workshop won't be like this too.
The finance minister's order was to increase revenue.
After Isaac left the porcelain workshop, he arrived at the glass workshop, another pillar of the Blackwood Duchess trade. The guards at the entrance were strict.
To prevent technological espionage, the Blackwood territory even dispatched wood elves capable of controlling spirits to stand guard. Your Majesty, you have arrived.
Seeing Isaac visit in person, the head of the glass workshop excitedly knelt down.
Led by the person in charge, Isaac carefully inspected the state of the glass industry, which was flourishing due to the ample supply of soda ash. The artisans melted quartz sand and soda ash in a furnace, then dipped an iron pipe into it and blew the glass into shape.
They continuously blew and shaped it, then reheated it, and added pigments to create the red and blue-colored glass beads favored by the nobles. This,
On the other side, some artisans wearing activated charcoal gas masks made from potassium carbonate and charcoal were manufacturing the Dutch's new type of trade weapon. The battlefield without smoke and fire wasn't just referring to commercial competition.
trade was also crucial, relating to the survival of the nation. As the saying enrich the nation and strengthen the military goes, only when the nation is prosperous can it possess a powerful army.
The artisans melted quartz, sand, soda ash, calcium carbonate, and lead oxide together to make glass.
This was manufactured using the knowledge Your Majesty provided.
The person in charge handed the finished product to Isaac with a proud expression. Compared to traditional glass, this new type of glass was extremely transparent and could refract sunlight like crystal, making it very beautiful. This was crystal glass.
It's truly beautiful.
Yes, it possesses an unparalleled noble quality and sparkles like a jewel under the sun. Unlike ordinary glass, crystal glass could be used to create luxurious glass crafts or high-end products like chandeliers. Furthermore, its high refractive index meant it could be used to make products like lenses or telescopes.
This thing can make money. With this, he could finally shut up the finance minister who had been complaining about Isaac allocating funds to Chaffee to build a canning factory.
Isaac took the opportunity to inspect the construction status of the canning factory.
He had allocated several hundred gold coins, taking into account building materials, worker wages, and the mass import of tin.
Isaac walked to the construction site and saw Chaffee, who looked like a construction worker, wiping sweat with a towel around her neck.
The earth spirits also poked their heads out of the ground to greet him. Fortunately, he could see spirits.
By the way, is putting food into cans really that important?
Chaffee asked curiously, while gnawing on the chocolate Isaac had given her.
Of course it's important.
Projecting military force over long distances doesn't just require aircraft carriers.
During the Vietnam War, before the US military used sea rations, there was something called Ein rations.
After the canning factory is completed, Isaac plans to imitate sea rations and name them black rations, using relatively delicious pound cake instead of hard-to-swallow hardtack, paired with protein-rich meats and beans, as well as vegetable stew. If conditions allow, chocolate can be added later.
During the war with the Drake Kingdom, due to the obstruction of the forest and the excessively long supply lines, Isaac could only eat cured meat and rock-hard compressed biscuits.
That feeling was terrible.
He clearly knew what low morale felt like. In short, with canned goods, we can project trade goods and troops to even farther places. Now the agricultural output of the Blackwood territory had greatly increased, and the baking industry had also seen a revival, allowing Isaac's soldiers to eat a variety of bread.
Time flew by, and the day President Miko mentioned for transporting wheat finally arrived.
The moment to convert a year's worth of labor and investment into gold coins had arrived.
Isaac, the finance minister, and the farmers stood at the granary entrance watching with satisfaction as rows of freight wagons slowly drove out.
A fairy tale swayed left and right. With the official opening of the transcontinental trade route, Elvin, a beautiful fox-skin woman, infiltrated the Blackwood territory under Marquis Tahoe's orders, carrying out a spy mission. Due to the constant urging from the Kancha Kingdom, she had to personally come to the Blackwood territory this time. Then, on the forest trade route, she witnessed an unbelievable scene.
It was a convoy of freight wagons that stretched as far as the eye could see. All sorts of porcelain, silverware, coloured glass beads, pearl linen, and cotton cloth,
and a shocking amount of wheat. Are these all trade goods produced by just the Blackwood territory?
She murmured to herself in a trembling voice. Invasion, this was practically a trade invasion. Using overwhelming productivity, the Blackwood territory had once again dropped a massive stone into the lake that was the Western continent, though she didn't know how the Blackwood territory had managed it.
Stop right there.
How do you need it?
A huge chapter of 3,800 words, Tilda. You know what I mean, Tilda.
The Chulan Kingdom is located in the western part of the Western continent. This country has two thrones. One is the astute and wise Elf King, responsible for managing the kingdom's domestic affairs. The other is the strong as an ox Minotaur King, responsible for diplomacy and military affairs. The two kings worked together to govern the country in an orderly manner. However, one day, a sudden piece of news about an invasion shocked them, causing both to stand up from their seats simultaneously.
WH has landed. Elf King Impert, short in stature, wore a massive crown.
He suspected he had misheard and asked in a trembling voice,
"It's stone golems, Your Majesty.
They are destroying the lord's castles and advancing toward the royal capital."
Newly appearing half-dragons, or old ogres emerging from the forest, were still within the scope of their understanding.
After all, they were living creatures.
But stone golems, what in the world are those?
Can't even thick city walls stop them. What about the catapult attacks? Yes, their size is as massive as giants. Merely walking causes the earth to tremble, leaving devastation in their wake.
Furthermore, the Minotaur general attacked a stone golem with a magic-infused warhammer, but they recovered quickly.
Both kings were extremely shocked to hear the news that even general-level powerhouses could not oppose the stone golems.
It seems the legends are true. Unless the truth runes inscribed on them are erased, or their magic cores are destroyed, they are difficult to kill.
This was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for the Chulan Kingdom.
Who is it who awakened these ancient weapons and launched this attack? The Minotaur King snorted angrily, clutching a small axe disproportionate to his size, and roared.
On the white platinum banner is painted a white rose. It is the Avalon Empire.
The High Elves are invading our Chulan Kingdom, Your Majesty. The enemy's identity was unexpected. The ministers in the royal palace cried out in surprise. The high elves, who were once mocked for a long time due to their arrogance and contempt for other races after losing their main deity. But recently, they seemed to have mastered magic engineering and successfully revived their empire. They had long heard that the High Elves possessed miraculous weapons and had accumulated immense power, but they never expected their target to be the Chilan Kingdom. What should we do about this? Tawugard. With the stone golems as the vanguard, the High Elf army was rapidly approaching the Chilan Kingdom. Everyone in the royal palace, whether elf or minotaur, fell into a state of panic. Meanwhile, in a certain territory of the Chilan Kingdom, a short elf lord was kneeling and trembling before the High Elf Queen, begging for her mercy. Please spare my life. Queen Siona sat haughtily on the chair prepared by her subjects, crossing her legs and revealing a cold smile. This foolish elf had previously stood on the city wall yelling that he would kill her, but after the stone golem's melee attack destroyed the wall and the fire lizard ballisti pierced the minotaur warriors, he was terrified into surrendering. Watching the lords of the central continent kneel one after another at her feet, Queen Siona smugly swung her white high heels.
A smile of excitement appeared at the corner of her mouth.
Your Majesty, how should we deal with this fellow? The leader of the Platinum Knights, hand resting on his sword hilt, walked up to the kneeling elf lord and asked, "Kill the chicken to warn the monkeys." The fate of the elf lord was thus decided by a single word from the queen.
All who resist the Avalon Empire will be executed.
Then what about those who surrendered? Put them in concentration camps. The leader of the Platinum Knights bowed his head, accepted the order, and departed. Several knights equipped with magnificent magical weapons dragged the elf lord away.
I'm willing to pay a ransom.
You cannot treat a surrendered noble like this. The screams of the elf lord gradually faded away. Queen Siona covered her ears with a fan handed to her by a maid, then asked the leader of the Platinum Knights, who had approached her. Things are going smoothly here. How is the Blackwood territory? Those vampires should have used magic items to teach those troublemakers a lesson by now, shouldn't they? Her continuous schemes against the eastern continent had been thwarted, and every time Siona heard the name Blackwood territory, which infuriated her. To her, the Blackwood territory was like a thorn stuck in her throat. Therefore, even while attacking the western continent, she wanted to teach Isaac a lesson, going so far as to provide weapons to the Blank Kingdom, almost free of charge. Your Majesty, the vampire lord did not proceed according to our plan. The leader of the Platinum Knights nodded, his long golden hair gently swaying. Yes, according to our investigation, the Kancha Kingdom also provided them aid. It seems they never had good intentions to begin with. The vampires are attacking the Henson Duchy. Siona had originally intended for them to attack the central continent from two sides, but instead, they took powerful crossbow bolts and flame ballisti to attack an unrelated duchy. Siona's plan was disrupted once again. She bit her lip and said, "What exactly is going on?" Recently, the specialty products of the Blackwood territory have become extremely popular among merchants in the western continent. The high quality and convenient fountain pens are trending among the wealthy, and a new material called rubber has started being used on the wheels of all carriages. Furthermore, the Blackwood territory's glass and pearl workshops can produce 10 times the goods in the time it takes other workshops to produce one. And there are the breathtaking ceramics with their gentle luster.
The Blackwood territory possesses too many incredible things, so the Fox Beauty Elven was ordered this time to infiltrate the Blackwood territory and steal their manufacturing techniques and craftsmen.
If all else fails, solve it with money. To be honest, she thought this task would be easy at first. Since the Kancha Kingdom placed great importance on this operation, they provided her with substantial funds, allowing her to act freely. Nothing is unsolvable in the face of money. If it can't be solved, it just means there isn't enough money. Therefore, she hired several human merchants operating in the western continent with huge sums of money, instructing them to come to the Blackwood territory with her. Every race is more lenient toward its own kind, so to obtain intelligence from humans, she needed to use humans.
After arriving at the Blackwood territory, Elvin decided to start with the most mysterious Blackwood territory workshop, covertly manipulating the human merchants.
It is said that most of the Dutch's inventions originated from this workshop. Even the carriages equipped with spring steel plates at the bottom to absorb shock came from this workshop. However, she had barely started gathering information when she was discovered by the Dutch's patrol soldiers.
Stop, tidy check. You're unfamiliar faces. What are you doing looking around here?
Outsiders are forbidden entry. Although they were only patrol soldiers, their equipment was as excellent as that of the regular army. Before Elvin could even find the craftsmen or technicians, her intelligence gathering operation hit a red light. But Elvin, hiding in the dark, was not worried.
She had trained these people in advance.
As she had mentioned, she had the attention and full support of Maki Toho.
Relying on the Kancha Kingdom's widespread information network and travelling merchants planting a few human spies was incredibly easy.
Unfamiliar faces.
Lord Patrol Soldier. I am the third son of Hans's family from Rust Village. I am the illegitimate son of the dye shop owner in Con Village.
My name is Smith. You should have heard of me. If they could not enter as outsiders, they would pretend to be locals. It is said that the population of the Blackwood territory has reached tens of thousands, so it is impossible for the patrol soldiers to remember everyone's faces and identity information. As the community size expands, more loopholes will appear. This was the experience Elvin had accumulated from her travels.
Hans's family and the dye shop owner.
I think I've heard that they indeed have an adult third son and an illegitimate son.
Due to the recent influx of a large population, the patrol soldiers hesitated, stroking their chins in thought. They couldn't stop passers-by and go to their homes to confirm their identities every time
So the merchants Elvin Hyde thought they could successfully bluff their way through.
Yes.
But just then, the patrol soldiers took out a roster and asked them to show a form of identification they had never heard of.
What is your resident ID card number?
What is this thing?
They had never heard of it.
The spies quickly looked back in Elvin's direction, but she didn't know what it was either.
What number? Resident ID card number.
Didn't you say you were local residents?
Why aren't you answering? Resident registration in the Blackwood territory should be complete. Everyone has an ID card number.
The patrol soldiers pressed closer, demanding they state the 8-digit ID card number.
The spies were sweating profusely, stammering and unable to speak.
They are suspicious.
Arrest them all.
They were subsequently exposed by the Blackwood territory's strict scrutiny and were bound tightly.
They never imagined that the Blackwood territory would have such a system for identifying residents.
They were roughly pinned to the ground by the patrol soldiers, pale and shaking.
Who are you?
Why are you impersonating local residents? The laws of the Blackwood territory are very strict.
Confess honestly if you don't want to lose your heads.
The patrol soldiers pointed sharp spears at them, threatening them.
These spies, who had no loyalty to begin with, immediately betrayed their mastermind.
It was that fox woman who instructed us. Damn it. Elvin, who had been hiding in the shadows observing the situation, quickly pulled up her hood and turned to run when she saw this.
She had thought she was fully prepared, but she never expected such an immediate setback.
This method had worked flawlessly in other territories or kingdoms, but she never thought it would be foiled by such a strange method of inquiry. Seeing Elvin's robe fluttering as she disappeared into the night, the patrol soldiers blew sharp whistles and began searching everywhere.
Hearing the alarm, Elvin gritted her teeth and quickened her pace.
Since the spies had been caught, she had no choice but to retreat first.
Even if Marquis Tahoe scolded her, it was better than being captured in enemy territory. She ran through the bustling street where sewer construction was underway, and darted into a small alley.
Even the wealthiest cities have dark corners.
She encountered a ragged vagrant in the alley.
She pulled down her hood and pulled out a heavy money bag.
The vagrant's eyes widened when he saw the money bag, enough to change his miserable fate. He muttered the name of some unknown goddess in surprise, staring at Elvin. Why are you giving me so much money? Less talk. Take me to a carriage with a coachman and curtains. If things go smoothly, I will give you 10 gold coins. But if you dare try any tricks, you won't get this gold coin, and you might lose your life. Magic flickered on Elvin's fingers. 10 gold coins were enough for him to live a very luxurious life in another city. The vagrant swallowed, nodded, immediately said he knew where a carriage was, and led Elvin away.
The commotion outside the alley grew louder, and Elvin hunched her shoulders, following the vagrant closely.
As the vagrant walked, he touched the necklace around his neck, engraved with the pattern of a certain goddess. Finally, he led Elvin out of the alley and pointed to a spot, saying, "It's right here." However, when Elvin looked up, she didn't see a carriage. Instead, it was a guard post crowded with patrol soldiers.
"Folks, Lord Patrol Soldier, I found a suspicious outsider."
She must be planning to harm the Lord Apostle.
What the hell?
The Fox Beauty couldn't help but curse.
She couldn't believe a vagrant would forego the gold coins and even risk his life to immediately betray her.
"You are the fox woman who ran away
Just now. Thank you for your cooperation.
Here is your bounty. Here you're welcome.
The Lord Apostle once saved my life. This is the least I could do." The patrol soldiers tightly grabbed Elvin's arms. They dragged the exasperated Fox Beauty into the guard post.
Someone actually tried to bribe an Elysian Fae follower with money. What is your identity?
Who sent you?
We can discuss this slowly inside the guard post. Piece of the times. Whoosh! The massive gas bags and kites descended slowly, followed by the sound of the gondolas touching down.
4 hot air balloons returned safely to the Blackwood territory.
The Elf Rangers and the Merchant Guild President Azazel returned with him.
According to Effie, this was Duke Freya's decision.
She believed that the war-torn Duchy of Henton was not as safe as the Blackwood territory. Perce and the others would remain in the Duchy of Henton for a while longer. After all, it was where they had lived, and they couldn't just walk away.
He hoped they would all be safe.
"It's good that you returned safely. Are there any injuries?" Isaac asked as he watched Effie and Azazel walk toward him. They seemed to have gone through a fierce battle, covered in dust. Even Azazel was no exception. An arrow-sized hole had appeared in Effie's hide coat, which was originally capable of warding off swords. It seemed they had faced a counterattack from the enemy.
"Hare, thank you for your concern. I am fine," Azazel said, blinking her pink eyes and wagging her tail.
"I wasn't asking you, I was asking Effie."
Azazel coughed awkwardly and took a step back. Effie grinned triumphantly at the side and nodded. "Thanks to you, I completed the mission successfully."
As she spoke, she unfastened the platinum armor Isaac had given her.
However, there were marks of attacks on the armor.
Fortunately, thanks to the protection of the mithril, it hadn't been pierced, but Isaac still heard hair-raising details from Effie. Crossbow bolts of red mana that could penetrate steel and hide coats, and flaming bolts that pursued the hot air balloons.
It seemed the hot air balloons had come close to being shot down.
Isaac felt as though he had seen a latter type of bolt during a battle with the merfolk.
Those mana-launched bolts had forced the Duchy of Henton's navy into a steady retreat.
If it hadn't been for the appearance of the cannons, the Blackwood Territory's army might have been caught in a bitter struggle. Here I brought back a sample. Effie said that after rescuing Azazel, they had engaged in another battle, and she had brought back a trophy to hand to Isaac. Just as the rumours suggested, it was a crossbow without a string. When a bolt was placed on the crossbow, a string of mana would appear and swiftly fire the projectile. Thwack! Isaac couldn't help but marvel as he saw the bolts easily penetrate a suit of armor 10 paces away. That was a heat-treated steel breastplate. It seems we cannot just sit idly by. The High Elves' magical weaponry was also constantly advancing. Thanks to this operation, Isaac had obtained High Elf weapon technology, and he immediately headed for the armory. He spread out the blueprints for new weapons, which he had conceived using various measuring tools in the palace study onto the table.
Roll after roll of drawings were slowly unfurled.
Though he didn't know how long it would take, he had to start moving.
Your Majesty, what is this? Effie hadn't seen Isaac so full of drive in a long time.
She leaned in curiously, looking at the blueprints that were far more complex than before, and asked with a blank expression. These things can quickly solve the Dutch's problem of insufficient firepower.
Since inventing firearms, humans had been thinking about how to use recoil and wasted gas pressure for reloading.
And the blueprints before Isaac's eyes were the solution to that problem.
This is the Maxim machine gun, and the Armstrong gun featuring a new type of rifling.
According to reports from Miko, who had recently been dispatched to the western continent, the High Elves had launched a large-scale landing operation. They had invaded a certain kingdom.
While the High Elves made many excuses, Isaac didn't believe them considering what they had done to the Blackwood territory before. Their ambitions certainly wouldn't stop at a single kingdom.
As the proverb goes, if you want peace, you must prepare for war.
So, it was time to bring out these weapons.
****.
In the royal palace of the kingdom of Kancha, circular spires soared into the clouds. The turban-wearing king of the catfolk, Nikaka, had been closely monitoring the large-scale invasion by the neighboring High Elves. He had been living in fear until one day he received a letter and finally breathed a sigh of relief.
He had originally worried that the flames of war would spread to the kingdom of Kancha, but the letter informed him that due to the magical items he had previously acquired and the diplomatic relations he had established, the kingdom of Kancha was absolutely safe.
Everyone, look! The High Elves only invaded the kingdom of Chiram because of a conflict with them. They have no ambition to conquer the entire central continent. The letter was full of diplomatic jargon.
It seemed to indicate that the High Elves did not want a conflict with one of the hegemons of the western continent, the kingdom of Kancha, and wished to maintain friendly relations. This letter was actually written by Queen Simona herself.
King Kaka felt that his previous investments had finally paid off.
He triumphantly showed the letter to his ministers.
Look at this is peace for our time.
Automatic rifles, prepare.
3,600.
1 against 100. This phrase was once always used to describe knights or valiant, invincible generals. But an automatic machine gun like the Maxim can give any ordinary person the ability to face 100 alone, just like Zhang Yu or Lu Bu. All it takes is a gentle squeeze of the trigger.
This is the essence of infantry firepower and the terrifying nature of the machine gun.
In 1893, the Matable people, who sent 5,000 warriors against 50 British soldiers equipped with machine guns, were the first on Earth to witness the horror of the machine gun. The Mahdist army, equipped with Henry rifles, lost over 20,000 men in the face of Maxim machine guns. In that battle, the number of British soldiers killed in action was only 47.
And the European powers who relied on machine guns to rule their colonies also experienced the power of the machine gun firsthand during the First World War.
Hiram Maxim originally thought that the emergence of such a weapon of war capable of massacring humans would stop the outbreak of war, but the result was quite the opposite. The Battle of the Somme was simply hell on Earth.
Among the terrifying knowledge Isaac brought from Earth, which he was currently studying with Raja, was the automatic machine gun.
By Barak, what is this? This is the most complex blueprint I've ever seen. In the workshop of the R&D department, steam from the steam engines filled the air, making it feel like a sauna.
Toblin saw Isaac drawing something with a fountain pen on a long-prepared blueprint.
He leaned in curiously, then turned pale and muttered in surprise.
Even Toblin, who had invented the casing ejection device, the spring-loaded magazine, and the bolt, found this blueprint covered in triggers, sears, rollers, cranks, and ammo belts to be incredibly terrifying. If he were asked to manufacture a screw breech like that of the Armstrong gun again, he would probably faint.
Is this the Maxim thing you mentioned before?
To be precise, this is more like its lightweight improved version of Vickers machine gun. But it can also be considered a member of the Maxim family.
Machine guns, where various metal parts work together to produce immense destructive power, were one of Isaac's favourite weapons.
Therefore, during his service, he had secretly used the machine tools in his mother's factory to process internal parts for a machine gun. Unsurprisingly, he was severely punished once the matter was exposed. Your Majesty, can this thing really be manufactured?
It's not a matter of can it, must, be possible.
Isaac placed a steel ingot that had finished carburizing in a crucible onto the table, and spoke with absolute certainty. Then he installed a high-carbon steel drill bit enchanted with 4 layers of sharpness magic onto a treadle lathe and signaled with his eyes to Knight Miller, who had been called over while training soldiers.
Sigh, Commander Miller had a helpless look on his face.
Even after becoming the commander leading the army, he still had to do this kind of work.
By the way, thanks to the magic stone powder, your son is about to be promoted to High Knight, right? Are you trying to get my son to do this kind of blacksmith work too?
To say such a thing in a place surrounded by blacksmiths.
Miller was getting old. As someone who revered the sword and the way of the knight, his thinking had become rigid. But with the magic stone powder, knights can smoothly promote to High Knight. Which do you think is better? Well, that fellow who's head over heels for the Elysian faith will be very happy as long as he can stay by the side of the Lord Apostle.
Multifunctional tools were becoming more common, which was good news for an industrial nation.
They had many things to manufacture. Squeak squeak. Commander Miller seemed to have accepted Isaac's proposal. As long as he continued to work, he would receive more magic stone powder to train knights. He injected mana into the high-speed rotating tool and began processing the steel ingot according to the blueprint. Sparks flew, and curled iron shavings were constantly being shaved off, just like sharpening a pencil. Although this was just a lathe without a steam engine drive with the help of magic, they were processing machine gun parts.
Commander Miller's back at this moment looked like that of an experienced firearm manufacturer. His movements were so skilled it was almost pitiful.
Well, I was wondering why a firearm would be as complex as a Trevithick steam engine, Your Majesty. It seems you are reusing the shoulder recoil that was originally wasted for reloading.
Todlin was very interested in this thing.
He studied the blueprint on the table carefully and then spoke with a sudden realization. What a sharp fellow. Exactly. Use the recoil to push a spring-loaded bolt, then use a feed pull to send the bullet into the chamber. Upon hearing Isaac's explanation, Todlin couldn't help but marvel. He hadn't expected recoil could be utilized in such a way. In this world, there were also people who could understand the ingenuity of such a design.
Next was the gas-operated principle, using the remaining gas pressure to drive the reciprocating motion of the bolt.
You've actually utilized the energy of steam, the energy of explosions, and recoil. How many more such whimsical ideas do you have in your head? Isaac nodded, unconcerned by Todlin's question. You're the one blessed by the god Barak, being able to constantly smelt new metals. Although Todlin felt this was already a giant leap in firearm technology, Isaac was not yet satisfied. This only reached the level of the First World War.
We also need to manufacture new types of cannons.
Like bolt-action rifles, they will use metal casings and be loaded from the rear. Isaac's ultimate goal was a French 75mm field gun equipped with a hydraulic recoil mechanism and a rate of fire comparable to a bolt-action rifle, but with current technical levels it was still difficult to achieve. You mean, to change those weapons that consume a lot of gunpowder to breach loading? Won't they explode? I can't say it's completely impossible, so we need to keep trying. Who will try? You all.
Isaac would provide suggestions and draw blueprints on parchment.
Sigh. Todlin stroked his long beard and sighed. The dwarves nearby who were testing the pressure resistance of boilers all showed the same expression upon hearing Isaac's words. Once the Bessemer converter is built, we'll be able to produce high-strength, high-quality steel. At that time, I will expand the scale of the armory, add production lines, and manufacture the next generation of main weaponry. Well, in that case, it will require more funds. The finance minister will surely hit the roof.
Then we'll just earn more money.
I've already thought of several new business plans. Emerging industries to create wealth and new equipment to manufacture powerful weapons.
Todlin looked at Isaac with immense doubt in his heart.
Perhaps he wasn't the apostle of the goddess of harmony, but the apostle of the god of knowledge.
Just then, the door to the workshop was suddenly pushed open, and several patrolmen dragged a person inside.
Your Majesty, we caught a suspicious-looking foxwoman near the workshop. A ragged-looking vagrant and a helpless-looking foxwoman appeared in Isaac's line of sight. Isaac signaled with his eyes, and the vagrant, clutching a pendant issued by the church, stepped forward. This woman was up to no good. The patrolmen also testified one after another, saying they had found the woman sneakily scouting for information near the workshop, and thanks to the vagrant's report, they were able to capture her. Well done. Give him the spy bounty.
As you command, Your Majesty.
Also, publish this matter in the newspaper to make it widely known. Yes.
Henton Duchy had many secret industries,
and the best security system was to have all citizens stay vigilant and report suspicious persons at any time. Although this was a bit like a dictatorial regime, the effect was very good. What? I thought he reported me out of devout faith. I didn't expect it was actually for money. Something seemed to have happened between the foxwoman and the vagrant. She struggled indignantly.
Her fluffy tail wagged angrily.
I hope this bounty can improve your life and make you even more devout.
We thank you, Lord Apostle.
I will never forget your kindness.
The vagrant kept kowtowing, thanking Isaac for his kindness. My God, what on earth is going on?
The foxwoman muttered angrily.
How could someone who couldn't even fill their stomach have faith?
People are always bound by material things, unable to escape hunger and poverty.
Therefore, religion can only exert such a powerful effect when combined with material things.
As the apostle, the Elysian faith under Isaac's leadership was very pragmatic. They developed various industries, provided employment opportunities, promoted agricultural development, and allowed people to live and work in peace, thereby attracting believers to strengthen their faith.
In passing, it also replenished the vitality of the priests and priestesses.
So everyone was happy, and the spread of the religion was faster than ever before.
I, Isaac, Your Majesty.
I knew a fellow like you would show up.
Isaac had once lived in a country where militants and spies were rampant, so the security checks in the Blackwood Duchy were very strict.
Now then, fox-skinned woman, who sent you? What is your identity? In the face of Isaac's questioning, the fox-skinned woman remained consistently silent.
This was also within Isaac's expectations.
She wouldn't talk easily.
She was likely a spy sent by the Kancha Kingdom with the goal of stealing the technology of the Blackwood territory. Of course, the possibility of other countries hiring beastmen to carry out a disguise could not be ruled out either. Patrolmen lock her in the dungeon and interrogate her strictly. If she was sent by the Kancha Kingdom, then she's our evidence for declaring war on them. According to the testimony of the captured merfolk queen, a wolfkin named Wolfang Pen had ultimately abandoned her and fled on a griffer. Isaac had always been bothered by his failure to capture him.
At the time, he was busy attacking the Ocean Empress. Let's go, foxskin woman. Hey, let go of me. Lowly human. The fox-skinned woman resisted desperately, but she was still forcibly dragged into the dungeon of the Blackwood territory.
The dungeon's jailer should be very happy. His collection has grown again, Your Majesty.
Commander Miller placed the half-moon-shaped trigger component on the table and said with a smile.
He had finished processing a part, and the craftsmen immediately gathered around, polishing the component with aluminum powder sandpaper.
Jailer, yes, our dungeon is quite special.
It holds the diplomatic mission of the High Elves, the Merfolk Queen, who is currently in ransom negotiations and now a spy from the Kancha Kingdom.
The list is indeed impressive.
The work to persuade the High Elves' diplomatic mission and the Merfolk Queen to surrender was still ongoing.
To be honest, the ransom amount proposed by the High Elves was outrageously low. Isaac was even somewhat grateful to them.
Because the ransom was too low, the proud Queen Eldorado felt she had been humiliated, so her heart also began to waver.
If this queen, who could control the powerful water spirit and held immense influence among the Merfolk, chose to surrender, then Raja's King of the Kids game would have to come to an end.
She seemed to have gotten a bit ahead of herself lately, but she had indeed made great contributions to the Blackwood territory, so Isaac would let her continue playing for now. However, I'm a little worried about what she saw and heard here.
Yes, we must also figure that out. Isaac looked in the direction the fox tribe woman was being taken and muttered to himself.
He hoped she hadn't seen the scene of melons being left to rot in order to find penicillin, nor discovered the MSG production workshop where molasses was fermented to produce monosodium glutamate.
The latter was a powdered condiment comparable to salt and sugar known among merchants as gold powder. As long as the marketing was done well, it could even replace pepper as a symbol of power. It seems we must strengthen our security measures. Although there were no results yet, and to those who didn't know, it looked like nothing more than mouldy fruit and fermenting molasses, but this was a barrier related to the prosperity of the duchy and its defense against disease.
He absolutely could not take it lightly. One chapter's timing was set incorrectly, so let's attach this to the end of this chapter.
My apologies. On a day of continuous drizzling rain.
Squeak, squeak, squeak. The patriarchs of various tribes gathered in a sewer overgrown with mushrooms and moss.
Squeak, the time has come. Now that the flames of war are flying everywhere, people's attention on us has diminished.
The rat tribe, though they could walk on two legs, had backs that were bent like hunchbacks.
Their mouths were full of cavities and incisors suited for gnawing, and they possessed 2 arms bestowed by their main god. As they gathered, the air was filled with a stench of rot, mould, and a fishy smell.
But disease, decay, and mould were very familiar things to them, so the patriarchs of the rat tribe did not mind it at all.
It was also because of this that even though they had arms and could integrate with other races, they were still rejected and discriminated against.
Even with the strongest armor, even if a country was prosperous and well-governed, a plague could easily destroy a kingdom.
Therefore, they could not easily appear anywhere.
Due to deep-seated prejudice, if they did not wear hoods when appearing on the streets, they would be subjected to insults and contempt, and might even have stones thrown at them.
The rat tribe had once complained to their main god about why he had given them arms, but now the situation was completely different.
Squeak, squeak, the apostle of God.
Our own apostle, the apostle
of God. It's the apostle. It's the apostle.
The god of plague has responded to us.
Squeak, 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 squeak.
The rat tribe excitedly called out to their main god.
A hooded figure walked into their ranks.
The air in the sewer became increasingly hot and dry.
Their long-accumulated resentment and anger were like a volcano about to erupt.
Squeak, God has bestowed a gift upon me.
Rot, mold, pus, and slime.
Those who once looked down on us were well in pain and die spitting up blood.
Squeak, squeak. In his hand he held a bubbling jar.
The jar contained an unknown viscous liquid that was constantly boiling even without being heated.
Amidst the cheers of the rat tribe, the hooded figure took off his hood, revealing a face covered in blisters and pus, and then smashed the jar onto the ground.
Smash! The jar shattered, and the ominous liquid turned into smoke, spreading out in all directions.
The rat tribe's resistance to disease was very strong. Whether it was the invading high elves, or the elves, orcs, and so on, once the plague broke out, only they would be able to survive.
Squeak! The plague shall sweep across the entire world.
Squeak! Asterisk. Isaac once again searched for penicillin in the fermentation room, but still failed to find it, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Just as he was about to go to the laboratory to continue studying other knowledge brought from Earth, he saw a flashily dressed merfolk woman bossing others around with an air of self-importance.
Lady Raja, why don't you do any work yourself and always push everything onto us?
Several merfolk carrying many things in their hands complained with some dissatisfaction.
Oh, my status is different from yours now. I'm the Duchess fleet captain personally appointed by His Majesty the King.
So get to work quickly.
Isaac only called for her when he needed her. Furthermore, she didn't usually work on the ships, nor had she been granted any noble title. In the end, they were all slaves.
Of course, Raja's treatment was the best.
Stop bullying the other merfolk and come with me to the laboratory, Raja.
Oh, wait. Isaac grabbed Raja by the ear and led her into the laboratory, where they were developing automatic machine guns, breech-loading cannons, and other weapons to counter the high elves.
Honestly, I've already finished it. You don't have to be so angry.
Raja was right. As Isaac had said before, although she liked to complain, her work efficiency was high. When Isaac walked into the laboratory, he saw a glass bottle that was tightly sealed and had 4 layers of seals added to it. The bottle was covered with dozens of warning signs indicating that it must absolutely not be touched.
What on earth is this?
You just electrolyzed some salt water.
Raja didn't seem to realize its power because she had used the water spirit to put the solution into the bottle.
This was also a stroke of luck in the midst of misfortune.
This thing is extremely dangerous.
The bottle contained chlorine gas, a substance that, when inhaled, would create a hydrochloric acid reaction in the lungs, leading to death.
This was the prototype of a biochemical weapon.
As long as one mastered electrolysis technology, it could be easily manufactured.
Moreover, chlorine gas was the precursor to phosgene, which caused massive casualties during World War I. As the saying goes, man acts and the heavens watch.
This phrase might have been just empty words on Earth, but in this world, there were gods watching over everything. Can I use this?
The goddess did not respond.
Although Isaac had manufactured the chlorine gas, he didn't know how he should use it either.
But he knew one thing. If anyone dared to launch a biochemical attack on the Blackwood territory, he would not hesitate to open this seal.
He would let those overconfident fools witness the power of a true biochemical weapon that had caused the deaths of hundreds of thousands on Earth.
The barrel exploded again. 32,000 words. Please give a reward.
Sorry, one chapter didn't post last night. I added it to the end of the previous chapter.
It's a foreshadowing about biological warfare. Go back and look if interested.
Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was autumn.
Miko, who was out on business, occasionally sent news from the western continent.
The High Elves were invading the kingdom of Chiran, and their offensive was growing more intense, which made Isaac feel uneasy. Every time he touched a magical tool, the goddess would give him strange warnings. Furthermore, rumors of magic ballistae with ranges comparable to Gaia rifles and field guns,
as well as unknown giant siege weapons capable of easily destroying city walls, were like a thorn in his throat.
The Red Queen hypothesis, potential enemies would not sit idly by, they were also constantly developing weapons, though their directions of development differed.
Everyone is running forward, so not progressing is the same as regressing.
One must always maintain the mindset of if you can renovate yourself one day, do so from day to day, and let there be daily renovation, so as not to fall behind.
Therefore, every quarter, Blackwood territory would take its newly recruited 2,400-man standing army, which consumed a budget of hundreds of gold coins out to the vast fields for training.
The best way to relieve anxiety is to train, and then train some more.
Push the bolt back into place, chamber the round. Hold your breath, aim at the target, and fire.
Effie, dressed in a brand new black military uniform, shouted in a crisp voice. Other soldiers were also training on the grounds, wearing beast-high coats, a symbol of having conquered the forest, but Effie remained the most eye-catching.
Like a tall supermodel wearing an ordinary school uniform.
Click-clack-clack-boom. Because of the new type of gunpowder, there was no pungent acrid smoke, only flashing flames. The soldiers' muzzles jumped continuously as they fired freely at the targets.
Due to the high recoil of the new rifle, and the almost straight trajectory of the bullets, the copper-jacketed rounds all flew over the heads of the targets.
It seemed they were not yet used to operating the Monica Type 924 rifle, leading to chambering errors.
Effie frowned.
I told you to account for ballistic drop.
You're really disappointing me.
Is this all you're capable of? She was using the knowledge learned from Isaac to guide the soldiers' shooting practice.
Sorry,
Captain Effie. Is sorry useful?
No,
there was no need to imitate even his tone of voice.
Isaac watched from the side, unable to help, but chuckled quietly.
Click-clack-clack-boom. The soldiers fired again using the few new rifles they had.
Effie continued to guide and criticize the soldiers in Isaac's tone. Although her standards were high, the soldiers' shooting scores were steadily improving due to the free-firing method.
Soldiers were no longer mechanically firing according to a commander's orders. Instead, they adjusted their own breathing and pulled the trigger after aiming at the target.
The accuracy and rate of fire of the new rifle had improved, and the emergence of smokeless powder also made the battlefield vision clearer, finally giving free fire in a place to shine.
This firing method had been adopted by the British Army, starting from the Battle of Dettingen in 1743, later emulated by the French, and was quite common by the Battle of Vellinghausen in 1761. Everyone realized that the old way of shooting, which relied on volleys to compensate for the low accuracy of the smoothbore gun, was now obsolete. Software must be updated along with hardware upgrades.
The commander's role shifted to announcing the start and end of firing.
Hey, hurry up and pick up the casings. Why so slow? Move it.
With the modernization of firearm and firing methods, scenes that could only be seen on Earth began to appear on the training grounds of Blackwood territory.
A device similar to a brass catcher was installed on the Monica rifle. Recruits bent over, quickly collecting the ejected brass casings,
sealing this site again.
On Earth, the reason people valued casing recovery so much was less about saving costs, and more about confirming ammunition usage.
But here, it was because brass was truly expensive.
In this world that hadn't experienced an industrial revolution, everything from textiles to metals was pricey.
So the army of Blackwood territory, from salaries to equipment to consumables, was actually a massive money sink.
This was likely the army with the highest military expenditure per capita on the central continent.
No wonder the finance minister would show a complicated expression every time the army passed the Lord's castle.
It was a powerful army, but also a giant beast devouring the treasury.
Your Majesty, preparations are complete.
Blackwood territory had another unit that consumed both gunpowder and money.
That was the Dutch's artillery unit responsible for destroying enemy armies and city walls.
I've been calling you for ages. Have you been staring at that frivolous wood elf, lost in thought?
Cough, what are you talking about? Miller said jokingly as he placed the newly manufactured beast-hide rifle from the armory on the ground. This was a terrifying weapon, a modification of the Gaia rifle originally used against trolls into a bolt-action version that could use smokeless powder. Click. Miller pulled the bolt, opening the chamber.
Black graphite-coated single-base smokeless powder, treated to prevent misfires, filled the casing. He loaded the brass round into the chamber and pushed the bolt back.
Haha, it's nothing, Your Majesty.
We all support you. Support me in what?
Even if the child born as a half-human, half-elf hybrid, please let us see your offspring as soon as possible. We all look forward to hearing the loud cry of a baby in the palace.
Isaac was left speechless by Miller's nonsense.
Honestly, no matter how much you nag, flour won't turn into bread by itself.
It must be heated in an oven for flour to become bread. In this era, romantic relationships could skip straight to the child-rearing stage, which sometimes made Isaac feel a bit dizzy.
Speaking of which, since he had rejected those political marriages proposed for life extension,
people had actually started proposing to Claire.
Although Claire was considered an adult by local standards, in Isaac's eyes she was still just a child.
Someone actually proposed to her and even wanted him to prepare a dowry.
Pure wishful thinking. Beast-tied rifle, please give the order to fire.
An artilleryman who had tied a string to the trigger and was standing far off to the side asked.
Because they were using smokeless powder with an extremely high detonation velocity, instead of traditional black powder, they had to be as careful as when firing a cannon.
On Earth, there was a type of bullet called the .700 Nitro Express used for elephant guns. This bullet was also filled with nitrocellulose without added glycerin. In shooting videos, the person pulling the trigger would almost always be sent flying by the recoil. The specifications of the gunpowder and bullets used by Blackwood Territory were similar to it.
Fire.
Hearing Isaac's command, the artilleryman nodded and pulled the rope from a distance. Boom! The muzzle spat out dazzling flames, and a thunderous roar, a sign that the smokeless powder had achieved near complete combustion. The air vibrated, dust flew, and the chamber of the beast-tied rifle, unable to withstand the pressure of the explosion, burst apart. Red-hot metal fragments fell to the ground one after another.
Your Majesty, the barrel exploded.
I saw it too. It seemed there was an issue with the sealing causing gas leakage.
Even a highly reliable bolt-action rifle could not withstand such a massive amount of gunpowder, chamber pressure, and detonation velocity.
Side manufacture it again. Pay attention to the sealing test the next weapon.
As soon as Isaac finished speaking, an 80mm rifled cannon was pushed forward. The artilleryman stuffed the powerful new propellant into the breech, and then loaded the steel shell into place. The black shell lay quietly on top of the propellant cannons. Using smokeless powder could typically reach a range of several thousand tar. The effective range of the first-generation field gun was 600 to 700 tar. If they used black powder, they wouldn't even see the enemy's shadow before being unilaterally bombarded.
Only the advent of smokeless powder made indirect fire possible, striking enemies dozens of kilometers away via coordinates, surpassing direct aim shooting.
Now, even if the army of Blackwood Territory was at a numerical disadvantage, they could request supporting fire from the artillery.
Fire. Due to the sight of the beast-tied rifle's barrel exploding just now, the artilleryman swallowed hard and then pulled a long rope from a distance.
Amidst a deafening roar, the ground shook and dazzling flames erupted.
Cracks appeared on the side of the cannon, and then its barrel also exploded.
Boom! Shattered metal fragments scattered across the nearby ground. Smoke filled the air, just like when a shell lands. Your Majesty, it exploded again.
I saw it too. This one, that one, honestly might as well all just blow up.
Fortunately, we lengthened the lanyard.
It seems no one was injured. My heart aches, Miller. The experiment failed, and a rifled cannon was lost.
That's your own problem, nothing to do with me. Miller shrugged with an expression that said it wasn't his fault.
Failure is the mother of success. You have destroyed hard steel twice, achievement points plus 5,000.
Was this the goddess's comfort or her mockery?
Regardless, Isaac had obtained some divine currency.
Your Majesty, there's no smoke, and the power is like a dragon's breath.
What kind of gunpowder did you create?
Miller asked while touching the exploded rifled cannon. A type of gunpowder with a relatively fast burning rate.
Just relatively fast.
It was more than just relatively fast.
This was only single base. Smokeless powder, double base, and triple base hadn't even been used yet.
After applying the new gunpowder to larger caliber weapons, many problems emerged.
Weapon development, even in modern times, is a process of constant explosions and barrel bursts.
Never mind the rifled cannon. Wasn't the new beast-tied rifle designed by you personally?
Tell me your thoughts. There's no problem with the design, the problem lies in the steel that can withstand the chamber pressure.
The problem was the B+ grade ultra-high-strength steel used for the cannons and beast-tied rifles.
In other words, to use modern-level weapons and gunpowder, one must have modern-level steel. By the way, didn't you say that kind of steel could be developed soon?
That egg-like converter that triggered the steel revolution on Earth.
Perhaps the solution to all problems would be found very soon.
Blackwood steel success.
Duchess Freya had not only seen them with her own eyes, but had also used these rifles herself, and she marveled at their power. Hundreds of muzzles were aimed at the enemy simultaneously, and then bang.
Though not fast, the powerful silver bullets tore through the sky. The magic crossbowmen who used to dominate the battlefield were all hiding behind steel shields, not daring to show their heads at all. Even the wealthy Duchy of Henton could not equip all its soldiers with plate armor like the Blackwood Territory, so if the enemy's crossbowmen got close, it would cause massive losses.
But due to the difference in range, the enemy's magic items were suppressed from the start.
As
As long as they dared to peek out,
They would be baptized by silver bullets, so the enemy was completely helpless at this moment. Strange weapons from across the sea and deep within the forest were now competing in performance.
Vampire Lord Rogue Balder, who had been hiding in the rear and then returned to the front lines, was now roaring at the soldiers who were shrinking their heads like turtles, ordering them to advance.
Freya heard his shouts and let out a cold laugh.
Ha ha ha, what a formidable weapon. With the silver bullets, they won't be able to lift their heads at all.
I just saw it pierce the plate armor of a vampire knight from hundreds of paces away.
How on earth did that human king manufacture such a thing? Seeing it with one's own eyes and experiencing it first and are completely different.
Perse and the others also felt immensely proud. Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently like an earthquake.
Thump, thump, thump.
WH, what is that?
The enemy's advance was stalled, and at that moment something massive and as hard as rock was slowly walking toward the battlefield from the other side of the plain.
Duchess Freya widened her black eyes and looked at the approaching unknown object, muttering to herself, "My god of commandments, what on earth is this?"
There is a race called Goblin in the western continent. Some say they are the hybrid offspring of goblins and kobolds, while others say they are descendants of the demon race. With their strong reproductive capacity, nimble hands, and exquisite farming techniques, they had established a small kingdom in a corner of the western continent. They have black or pale rough skin and look fierce, but as long as they are not provoked, they are usually quite gentle. It was now autumn, and they had concentrated all their labour in the rice fields. All the goblins were preparing to harvest the rice while the season was right.
This was the harvest season after a year of hard work, and regardless of the race, everyone would be immersed in a joyful atmosphere.
Just as they were preparing to celebrate the harvest, a village chief suddenly discovered some abnormalities in the rice fields. "Chief, the leaves and stalks of this rice have withered as if they were burned by fire, and they are dying." And it wasn't just this rice field. For some unknown reason, countless rice fields were withering, and unknown plague was sweeping through the rice fields of the entire kingdom. Moreover, the problem didn't stop there, Chief. Gugielak has collapsed. His body is covered in strange red spots.
And then the people around him started falling one by one.
This time it wasn't the crops, but other goblins. They also began to catch some disease and collapse one after another.
A sudden disaster had quietly descended upon this small kingdom that was about to harvest.
What's happening?
What on earth is going on?
Effort yields results. The sowing season was approaching.
Isaac arrived at the construction site near the workshop, where he had invested hundreds of gold coins.
The earth spirits quickly finished the time-consuming foundation work, and hundreds of workers and giants were carrying out construction using steel bars and concrete.
To speed up the construction, Isaac did not hesitate to invest a huge amount of capital despite the pressure from the finance minister. This was the Dutch's new economic growth point. The Bessemer converter was nearing completion.
It would use high-pressure airflow generated by a steam engine to remove impurities and mass-produce modern-level high-quality Blackwood steel.
The egg-shaped converter used for holding molten iron had already been manufactured, and now only a steam engine air-blowing device Todlin had mentioned before remained. Isaac was full of expectations for this, so whenever he had time he would come to the workshop's R&D department to check on the progress.
"Todlin, is the air-blowing device ready?"
"Not yet, we've encountered some problems."
Everything was a challenge, nothing was easy.
But Isaac did not give up. He came to ask about the progress every few days.
"Todlin, is it ready now?"
"Not yet."
And Isaac's frequent visits seemed to put a lot of pressure on the R&D staff.
But he didn't care. As long as he had time he would come.
Even if they felt annoyed, he went to check every day.
"Is it ready now?"
"Your Majesty, I have something to say."
Todlin's expression became serious.
"Could it be a failure?"
Isaac's heart suddenly leaped into his throat.
"If this failed, it would cost a lot more money and time."
But Todlin suddenly chuckled and said,
"No, we succeeded this time."
"What?"
"Kuroki's new heart 3,500.
Please consider a donation."
Inside the Blackwood Ironworks, thick molten iron radiated scorching heat waves, and the pungent smell of coke filled the air. The place was bustling with activity as the shouts of craftsmen rose and fell, deafening the ears. The key officials of the duchy gathered in this area near the armory, all to witness the style of the new steel-making equipment that Isaac claimed would become the heart of Blackwood.
"Brother,"
Claire gently tugged at Isaac's sleeve.
"What's wrong, my dear sister, whose marriage proposals have been piling up like a mountain lately?"
Isaac teased. The girl's hand stopped immediately, and she squinted at Isaac with a hint of reproach in her eyes. "It's because you always reject those proposals, brother, so they all come to me."
"Anyway, the egg-shaped iron lump is now filled with a high-quality molten steel you said we've never seen before, right?"
Claire pointed her finger at a steel vessel that was starkly different from traditional furnaces, or even the ultra-steel blast furnaces. Because the scale of this equipment was particularly eye-catching in the ledger's expenditure records, Claire was also full of curiosity about this gold-consuming beast.
Other officials who had heard the news also waited with bright eyes for Isaac's answer.
"No, what's inside now is still molten pig iron mixed with various components." Isaac paused and explained, "It still needs to go through the following steps to be refined into molten steel."
Isaac nodded slightly to the nervous Todlin and the craftsmen, signaling them to begin the demonstration. The high-purity iron ore mine from Rat City contained phosphorus, so what stood before Isaac was an alkaline Bessemer converter using magnesia.
Although there were also LD converters that changed the direction of the air blast, this type of converter was already the final form of steel-making technology.
Even if one were to go to POSCO on Earth right now, they would see converters of this shape.
Boom! The high-pressure airflow erupting from the bottom center portion of the molten iron surging high like volcanic lava.
Sparks and iron filings splattered in all directions like exploding fireworks, causing Claire and the surrounding officials to exclaim and retreat. That scene just now, like a dragon's breath, was the process where impurities and excess carbon in the molten iron were instantly converted into carbon monoxide and discharged.
It's a success. Oh!
It really worked. It worked.
The craftsmen of the research and development department immediately grew boisterous, especially the dwarves who participated in the development of the blower. The moment they witnessed the success, they excitedly clamored to bring beer barrels to celebrate.
The steam engine, which had previously remained in the realm of miracles and was in the technical verification stage, finally crossed the threshold and officially integrated into the Dutch's industrial system. Incredible.
To think that such heavy molten iron could be blown up without the power of the wind spirit. For some reason, Claire, whose relationship with Isaac had been growing closer lately, brought Effie along as well.
Effie watched the sight of molten iron erupting solely by the power of mechanical blowing and couldn't help but sigh softly. That is the power of machinery, Effie. Isaac's voice carried a hint of pride. It never tired, required no consumption of spirit power, and its efficiency far exceeded human labor.
Although compared to energy sources like oil, electricity, and nuclear power, steam's thermal efficiency was only 10%. Even so, it was enough to take away many people's jobs in the labor market.
Machinery? Do you mean the product of engineering you mentioned during the last outing?
Effie asked curiously.
Exactly. Not the magic engineering of the high elves, but real engineering. In the future, such machines will gradually spread across the world.
Isaac said with certainty.
When steam locomotives like locomotion now.
One rocket appeared. What kind of impact would it have when the transport volume that merchants originally needed hundreds of carriages and weeks to complete could be done in just a few days? It would be like dropping a heavy bomb on the business world. Steam engine technology had progressed from the steam carriage Claire rode to its current stage. Heat-resistant and pressure-resistant pipes, high-pressure boilers, and tough steel capable of withstanding the pressure of new gunpowders. These innovations had all been realized. Now the era of machinery where steel components truly mesh and operate together was about to arrive. The clicking metal parts echoed one another, and the steel beast operated in harmony just like the exclamation of a savage stepping out of a cave to face the civilized world for the first time in a post-apocalyptic sci-fi novel.
We are about to welcome a brave new world.
And it's not over yet.
Isaac pointed at the molten steel, as pure as white flour, and spoke meaningfully.
Just like sprinkling seasoning on a finished dish, the ironworks could add alloying elements to the molten steel according to the customer's needs, thereby manufacturing automotive steel plates, ship steel plates, or rebar. It was just like a blacksmith adjusting the forging process based on the intended use.
What Isaac and his team needed were boilers and pipes capable of withstanding high pressure, so they required steel with high tensile strength and strong deformation capacity that is high toughness.
Clatter, clatter.
The converter, having finished all refining processes, tilted, and the crimson, glowing molten steel poured into the ladle like a flood. Then the molten steel was transported to their respective required locations. After some time, Toddlin presented a steel ingot, which had been simply shaped and cooled, to Isaac. The steel ingot was very heavy, emitting a faint, dull luster.
Isaac could assert that the steel ingot in his hand was the strongest and most durable in the world.
Such steel ingots will be produced continuously in units of tons.
The advantage of the Bessemer converter lay not only in its speed, but also in its output, which far exceeded traditional steelmaking methods. Whether it was their existing 200 kg class ultra steel blast furnace or other steelmaking methods prior to the converter, the output was mostly only a few hundred kilograms. But the emergence of converter technology allowed for as much as 20 tons of molten steel to be poured at once.
Because of this, steel production would experience explosive growth, just like in the United States back then, where annual steel production surged from 10,000 tons to 7 million tons. Like turning on a faucet, steel emerged in an endless stream.
Moreover, not only was production increased, but the impurities in the steel were also swept away. Like drawing on a blank sheet of paper, carbon could be added as needed, so the quality was also exceptional.
Now there was no longer a need to expend a great deal of effort on the low-yield crucible steelmaking method to manufacture spring steel.
Even the nitrogen fixation process, which uses air to make bread, could be attempted now. The King of Steel, our duchy, will become the King of Steel. Although there were already medium-sized blast furnaces capable of producing B-plus grade steel, this was on a completely different level. If the previous output could only meet the internal needs of a kingdom, or duchy, the current output was enough to supply the entire continent. To verify the quality of the steel, Isaac raised the steel ingot in his hand and urged the blacksmiths to conduct tests quickly.
The blacksmiths quickly shaped the steel into thin plates and brought them to the clearing where Isaac was.
Isaac fixed a piece of blackwood steel with a thickness equivalent to a breastplate as a target, then picked up the Avalon Empire steel crossbow that Effie had seized from the Henton Duchy. This crossbow was equipped with a pea-sized magic core. It was said that as long as magic was used to pull the string, it could pierce a steel breastplate within 10 paces, making it a rather troublesome enemy weapon. Isaac's mood at this moment was perhaps like that of the US President during the Cold War upon hearing news that the Soviet Union had developed a new weapon. Although its range was shorter than a firearm, its staggering rate of fire compensated for this shortcoming, especially considering the rate of fire of the matchlock gun. If the enemy managed to close in, they would face a baptism of arrows like a torrential rain. It seems pulling here will cock it. Effie reminded him based on her experience on the battlefield. Isaac placed his hand where Effie pointed, and sure enough, a red magic crossbow string appeared. The high-strength steel crossbow arms were actually pulled back and cocked so easily. Truly a devilish technology. This was truly an unimaginable weapon. On Earth, to use a weapon similar to a Venetian steel crossbow, one would need to laboriously turn a windlass equipped with pulleys. Perhaps those who saw the thermal weapons he created felt the same way. Hadn't Queen Evergreen also whispered that it was a demonic power when she heard him describe firearms? Power that cannot be understood is often viewed in such a way. Isaac gave a bitter smile and pulled the crossbow's trigger.
Twang! The taut magic crossbow string snapped forward, and the bolt shot out at an incredible speed. The armor-piercing arrowhead, as sharp as an awl, slammed into the newly forged steel plate.
Clang! A sound like an awe-striking steel rang out, and the bolt was deflected. This latest weapon of the High Elves only left a deep scratch and some iron filings on their armor. It couldn't penetrate at all.
Wow, with this, the safety of our soldiers is guaranteed.
In terms of individual weapons, we can now completely suppress them.
The officials clenched their fists one after another, overjoyed.
Recently, there had been rumors that the weapons of the High Elves invading the central continent could penetrate plate armor, so the officials had been deeply worried. But now they finally felt at ease. Even the finance minister believed that Blackwood steel was worth such a massive budget and praised it highly. After all, once the performance and output were confirmed, it could be sold at a high price later. While the protection of leather coats couldn't be guaranteed, at least the breastplates and helmets could protect vital organs like the torso and head. The arrow-proofing test was considered complete. But how can we be satisfied with a mere steel crossbow? Isaac followed up on the success and had the old matchlock guns stored in the warehouse brought out for a new experiment. He increased the thickness of the Blackwood steel to the Earth's standard of 4.5 mm, thicker than general plate armor, and heat-treated it, even making it into a curved shape with inclined surfaces. Bang! Firing from 100 paces away, the recoil struck his shoulder. The conical lead bullet, accompanied by a large amount of black gunpowder residue and pungent acrid smoke, erupted from the muzzle.
Clang! The lead bullet again failed to penetrate, leaving only a dent before turning into a mass of mangled metal and bouncing away.
For a long time, a claim that matchlock guns could penetrate plate armor had been held as truth, so the officials and blacksmiths were all utterly shocked by this.
Oh, it actually blocked it. It blocked the bullet.
I thought only armor infused with mithril could do that. Besides the thickness, the leap in steel quality was also a crucial factor.
Truly, I didn't expect it could even block bullets, Your Majesty.
For a long time, in the competition between the spear and the shield, the Blackwood Duchy had only focused on developing the spear, the offensive weapons. Now seeing that the shield, the defensive power, had also been improved, Commander Miller couldn't help but express his admiration.
Bring your armor here. I'll have someone forge a set out of Blackwood steel according to your measurements, Isaac said.
Then I won't stand on ceremony. Commander Miller had been complaining that only his son had received the mithril alloy armor gifted by Isaac. Today, his wish was finally fulfilled. Just as modern-day POSCO continuously develops giga steel with a tensile strength of up to 1 GPa to maintain its industry leadership in this world, the Blackwood Duchy would occupy that position, even for the same sword, a sword made of steel containing impurities forged by an unknown blacksmith compared to one forged with Blackwood steel would be like the difference between a treasure sword and common iron.
Thanks to this opportunity, they gained a growth engine to drive all industries.
This was exactly the new heart-pumping blood for the Blackwood Duchy.
Is God angry?
The autumn wind brushed past, and a black cattail swayed gently like foxtail grass. Once such features were seen by many as an ominous sign, denounced as evidence of mixed blood and filth, but now Chairwoman Miko had grown accustomed to it. Duke Isaac held no prejudice against her. He actively affirmed and supported her. Furthermore, on the western continent where various races gathered, such a feature seemed like no defect at all. Perhaps that was why she liked the western continent with its diverse races so much. Even though expanding business, building connections with clients, and enlarging the stage for the Blackwood Merchant Guild was no easy task. But this was the mission entrusted to her by that great lord who had saved her from the mire and helped her seek revenge. She would complete it even if it cost her her life. Even under the scorching sun, she was full of fighting spirit. By the way, Libero, this rice in the sacks, isn't there something wrong with it? Miko, who had sold a large number of sacks at a high price and converted them into gold coins, noticed something unusual while inspecting the purchased goods before returning to Blackwood, so she called over Libero, who was wearing a beret. Libero had now become a high-ranking member of the guild. He pushed up his newly bought glasses, one of their trade goods, with his index finger, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?"
Are you referring to this rice?
It naturally looks different from wheat, Chairwoman. As Libero spoke, he toyed with the heavy rice ears poking out from the sack.
No, I know they look different. Look here.
There are clearly strange brown spots spreading.
Right.
And true. I was so busy selling wheat that I didn't notice. Now that I look at it, it seems like it's rotting or festering. They immediately poured out the rice from other sacks to inspect them.
As it turned out, the other rice also showed similar symptoms.
Oh dear, I should have checked more carefully. Side, this is the crop His Majesty is always nagging to find, and we finally managed to get some.
That great lord was always nagging about wanting to eat steamed white rice.
He even said he wanted to lay a ham over the rice and cook it together in some kind of clay pot. He babbled about it every day like he was singing a song.
After finally coming here,
and finding it, they encountered such an abnormal situation.
Oh, I just remembered.
I think I heard a grain merchant say that in a nearby kingdom, where wheat is planted in the spring, these black spots also appeared in the fields, and the farmers were very distressed. The symptoms are exactly the same as this.
As a grain merchant, he always heard about the situations of other farming families.
After hearing Libero's account, Miko's expression became grave.
Not just in one place, but other kingdoms and different crops.
Yes, could it be that the god of grain and the god of the earth are angry?
If this continues, will there be a terrible famine like the one 100 years ago, where parents ate their children?
You're overthinking it, Libero.
It's just some brown spots for now. Besides, His Majesty said before that such things are not the anger of gods. There is a reason for them. His Majesty had said that for incomprehensible natural disasters like lightning, typhoons, and volcanic eruptions, it was meaningless to blame the gods.
It was as if he knew the causes of these phenomena.
I have to send samples to His Majesty to see.
She tied a written note and several problematic rice ears to the ankle of a blackbird.
This was a type of bird she had discovered on the western continent.
This bird was smarter than a carrier pigeon, could fly longer distances, and was faster.
Although in the duchy, the presence of wind spirits made the role of carrier pigeons pale in comparison due to the incredible communication system, here it was still a good way to transmit messages.
At this bird speed, it should be able to pass through several relay stations and reach Blackwood within a week.
She hoped this bird would arrive in time before this unknown brown shadow, called the wrath of the grain god, could spread there.
She held the black bird in both hands and tossed it forcefully into the air.
Asterisk.
A major task had come to an end.
The season for autumn sowing was approaching. On the eastern continent, wheat is sown in late autumn, survives the low temperatures of winter, and is harvested in summer.
By now, everyone had realized that agriculture was not just for subsistence,
but also a means to make money.
Especially after this land reform, the effects should be even more significant.
The landlords would make a fortune every time, and the independent farmers would naturally be full of drive.
Just as the laws of capitalism dictate, maximum efficiency is achieved only when everyone can reap the fruits of their own labor.
Furthermore, by next autumn, he planned to promote steam engines and manual agricultural machinery. Thinking of those golden wheat fields, he already felt the joy of a bountiful harvest in advance.
Your Majesty, Chairwoman Miko has sent this messenger bird.
Steward Peter walked over, scratching his bald head, carrying a large black bird and a note.
The note was red, indicating an emergency. Isaac opened the note in confusion, only to see some grains tied to it. He took them off to look. It was a crop he was very familiar with, a crop he was used to seeing on Earth.
Rice. This is rice. This was exactly the crop he had been looking for since coming to this world. Although it required a lot of labor, the population carrying capacity of rice per unit area was very high.
To have actually found rice, the chairwoman of the Blackwood Merchant Guild really had some skill.
Now, as long as he made some meat products, he could have rice bowls.
However, on these rice ears there were some strange brown spots.
He finished reading the contents of the note and learned that ominous signs had appeared on major food crops like wheat and rice.
He had finally found rice, yet a problem had arisen. Such spots have appeared in the fields. Could it be that the grain god and the earth god have cast a curse?
Steward Peter asked worriedly. No, why would the grain god curse grain?
I think this is likely some kind of epidemic, Isaac said.
But your Majesty, whether for people or crops, aren't epidemics the anger of the gods? That's why when such things happen,
the earth god cult has people donate offerings to pray for the appeasement of divine wrath.
Hearing about another source of income for the earth god cult, Isaac couldn't help but sneer.
They were truly shameless, exploiting the misfortune and fear of farmers to amass wealth like this. You're wrong, this is caused by a fungal or bacterial infection.
Pardon my intrusion, your Majesty,
but what is bacteria?
It seems you need to go to school for some basic education, just like the other students.
Since there were no microscopes to directly observe the microscopic world, he could only instill concepts like the omnipresence of evil demon god energy, and the importance of washing hands for hygiene.
Isaac shook his head and inspected the condition of the rice again.
He peeled away the rough husks and observed closely, finding that this was a disease progression he seemed to have seen before.
Could this be rice blast?
Isaac seemed to happen to know the true identity of this disease,
and he also happened to know how to prevent it. The dwarf princess 3100.
A few freckles dotted the bridge of her nose, and she lacked the signature bushy beard of the dwarves, revealing a smooth oval face.
This was the dwarf princess Langnia.
Within her delicate features lay an unyielding conviction as she strode down the palace corridor.
To carry on the legacy of the goat cavalry, who were shot down by crossbow bolts in the last war, she had specially adorned her head with goat horns.
Langnia walked through the palace with her head held high, drawing numerous wary glances from those around her.
As the only female member of the royal family, and possessing other utility, she enjoyed slightly more freedom of movement than other royals. As I write this, I hope readers will remember our domain name.
For Taiwan novels, look for Taiwan novel website, twcan.com.
Super effective. However, ever since the Resistance Army's Assen incident came to light, the control over her had become even stricter. Langnia tried her best to ignore the piercing gazes of the high elves that shot toward her like arrows, the hem of her wool coat fluttering with her steps. Suddenly, she came face to face with a middle-aged dwarf whose mouth was etched with harsh wrinkles, and she couldn't help but grit her teeth.
Seeing Langnia's slightly fearful look, the dwarf clicked his tongue twice and blocked her path.
This was Guilford, the former Minister of Finance who had served the king, but had now become a lackey for Governor Winterberg, betraying his own race.
He flippantly patted the goat horn decorations on Lanier's head and sneered.
Princess Lanier, stop these pointless little gestures.
As the soon-to-be queen consort, such defiance is unseemly.
In Lanier's eyes, Guildford had once been a non-entity, a man without even the strength to truss a chicken. Yet, ever since the High Elves took control of the North, he had quickly revealed his true nature.
Lanier furrowed her brows in disgust and dodged the touch of this man who didn't even act like a dwarf.
Governor Winterberg planned to use him and her to produce an heir, thereby completely annexing the Stonehammer Barrack Kingdom. Guildford, don't think having a mouth gives you the right to spout nonsense.
Also take your hands off me.
Guildford shrugged and stepped back, but their meeting gazes were like a venomous snake eyeing a mouse it was about to swallow.
Lanier felt a chill, as if disgusting insects were crawling over her body. Tusk, tusk. I don't particularly care for this political marriage either, but that smooth, beardless chin of yours is simply too. Perhaps the humans of the eastern continent would like such an ugly face. Guildford mockingly stroked his own thick beard. Even so, with the king incompetent and the princes held as prisoners, does the empty rock throne not require new blood? The teachings of Barrack were simple and clear. Forged steel, swing the hammer. Yet the dwarf before her reeked of greed and ambition. Right in front of her. It was precisely because of traitors like him leading the way that the High Elves' plundering had intensified, leaving countless tribespeople still groaning in pain. Lanier gripped the handle of the warhammer at her waist tightly, her fingertips turning pale from the force. She really wanted to give him a fierce blow, even if it only slightly dented his skull. It seems you're in a bad mood, so I'll take my leave. However, you best discard that unsightly antique weapon.
You saw with your own eyes how those renowned warriors were wiped out by magical devices, Tusk.
Guildford seemed to sense
Lanier's impending explosion of rage and immediately turned to leave. She truly wanted to sew that foul mouth shut first, then crush his head with her warhammer, but she knew the High Elf knights in platinum armor were watching her with cold eyes, so she could only suppress her fury, swallowing her resentment and curses. The hatred of a fallen nation and the anger of the oppressed churned in her chest with nowhere to go. She watched Guildford's departing back with eyes full of hatred, then turned toward the forbidden area, the princess's chambers. Lanier pushed the door open forcefully, as if to vent the rage in her heart. The room was filled with a coarse metallic scent, much like its owner's personality. She threw down her warhammer and dismissed her attendants. Just as she was about to sit down to eat, a middle-aged maid approached with a meal tray. Yuma, how is the private recruitment for the resistance army progressing? However, Lanier seemed to have other pressing matters. Before the maid could set the food on the table, she grabbed her hand and asked urgently.
The raging fire at the High Elf supply depot last time was like a milestone for revolution and independence.
She believed it would surely leave a deep impression on the oppressed dwarfs.
Yes, Lady Lanier.
Comrades who deeply resonate with the High Elves' atrocities and your will to resist are responding in droves.
Yuma acted like a messenger, reporting everything happening outside the palace to Lanier in detail. Since all male members of the royal family had been captured, Lanier had effectively become the spiritual leader of the resistance army.
But isn't the number larger than expected?
Though she had personally lit the fire, the actual numbers far exceeded her expectations, which surprised her.
After the last crushing defeat, she thought everyone would have lost heart, so Lanier was curious about what had happened. That is because of the recent misfortune that befell His Majesty. Since her eyes and ears had been restricted after the arson incident, Lanier asked in confusion, "What do you mean?"
The maid replied that Guildford, on the governor's orders, had publicly shaved off all the beard that the king had finally managed to regrow.
This was done as public humiliation in retaliation for the previous arson incident.
Guildford, that son of a bitch.
The angry princess suddenly stood up and grabbed her heavy warhammer to actually shave off the dignity and pride of a dwarf. The beard. Had she known, she should have just crushed his head earlier. Princess, I know you are angry, but you must also mind the royal decorum. But sorry.
Hearing the advice of the maid who had raised her since childhood, Lanier suppressed the rage and profanity rising in her throat.
While smashing someone with a warhammer would bring her temporary satisfaction, she couldn't let personal revenge take precedence over the great cause of resistance. Therefore, the matter of crushing that despicable fellow's head would have to wait. Since we have enough people, it's time to act.
Due to the sudden dragon attack and the fire started in the chaos, the dwarves had gained a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now was the time to stop hiding and use force to express their will to resist.
Princess, but Lord Smith said the agents are travelling everywhere to request support and told us to wait a bit longer.
Small was her subordinate, the operations leader of the resistance, who had suggested seeking foreign aid last time. Even if the Western continent wouldn't help, they should look in the Eastern continent.
He said that since the Turan kingdom was also being invaded and the threat of the High Elves was growing daily, they might find like-minded anti-High Elf allies.
But how long must we wait?
Langnier's heart was filled with anxiety.
Princess Des,
Yuma, you know the hope is slim, don't you? Those neighbouring countries that used to beg us to sell them dwarven weapons, now that we're asking for help, they're all playing deaf and dumb, haven't you seen? The resurgent High Elves possess powerful military might and terrifying weapons. No one was willing to gamble their national fate on another race's war. We cannot wait indefinitely for aid that has no deadline. Moreover, now that the magical devices and golems have been moved away, it's the perfect time for an uprising. Governor Winterberg claimed that by order of Empress Siona, various weapons, magical crossbows, and giant golems used for engineering projects manufactured by the Dwarven Kingdom were all being sent to support the vampires.
Thus a once-in-a-lifetime vacuum in combat power had appeared.
Even knowing the odds were against them, this was a gamble they had to take. But, Princess, as you know, with our strength alone, the possibility of success is minuscule. I know, but if we miss this chance, if we wait until the enemy's strength recovers or the golems return, we will truly regret it then.
Bloodshed was inevitable. However, rather than slowly withering away under the rule of the High Elves, it was better to die fighting heroically. War always comes with casualties. Therefore, Langy gripped her warhammer, her resolve firming.
Sight at a time like this, if only that Red Dragon could come and help us one more time.
The middle-aged maid seemed to sense her determination, and sensing the impending conflict, sighed deeply and looked up at the sky outside the window. However, the sky was a clear blue, without a trace of red.
By the way, Yuma, do you know who sent the Red Dragon?
Who knows?
I've lived a long time and it's the first time I've seen a dragon active in such a cold climate.
Dragons are creatures with flames in their hearts. It is said that only when the fire is extinguished do dragons die. Therefore, they hate the cold intensely and would never fly north of their own accord.
Could such a powerful creature have been chased here by something?
This certainly wasn't an accident.
Moreover, that dragons specifically attacked the High Elves equipped with those strange weapons, didn't it? Perhaps there are other forces besides us who are enemies of the High Elves.
Perhaps Smur's judgment was correct.
Forces with a common enemy could unite. That suddenly appearing half-dragon had provided immense help to their resistance activities.
It had turned the High Elves who oppressed them into ashes with its dragon breath and incinerated various siege weapons along with them.
Just who, and for what purpose, would burn the fearsome High Elves?
If what Yuma said was true, that it was indeed done intentionally by someone, and if it could come help them one more time at this moment when everyone else is shunning the dwarfs, damn it, I'd even be willing to give up my virginity.
She slammed her warhammer onto the table and shouted. She would do anything as long as those damn bastards could be wiped out.
If they could truly gain independence, she would even be willing to run naked to celebrate.
Princess, please.
Oh, sorry, Yuma.
Yuma shook her head helplessly, looking at the princess who simply couldn't change her crude personality.
The threshold for pursuing education, 3,100. Time passed, and the sowing season arrived.
Rice blast, a fungal infectious disease that attacks major food crops such as rice, wheat, barley, and corn. It spreads like a wildfire, eventually causing crops to wither and die.
For the Blackwood Duchy, which had recently become the granary of the central continent, this was a fatal disease.
Barefoot before sowing, Isaac gathered the farmers together as if holding a spring plowing sacrifice to explain methods for preventing this infectious disease. He emphasized that the Earth God cult was merely a group of incompetent people who swindled offerings. He then personally demonstrated how to screen seeds with salt water, the hot and cold soaking method for sterilization, and prevention methods using wood vinegar. Donning leather gloves, he poured wood vinegar obtained from wood-dry distillation and forest cultivation into containers filled with seeds for disinfection. Although the best method for diseases like rice blast, sheath, blight, and back-any disease would be to soak seeds in chemical solutions like propiconazole EC or suspension agents in this world, such things were a luxury, so he could only promote these environmentally friendly prevention methods.
Spread this prevention method to all cities through the newspapers and administrative staff.
Whenever such moments arose, he felt that promoting newspapers had been a wise move.
Central administrative orders could be rapidly transmitted to every city.
There were also free schools to popularize literacy.
The illiteracy rate would gradually decrease. You have prevented a conspiracy in advance. Achievement points plus 5,000. However, just as he relaxed after finishing the seed prevention work, a line of unsettling text flashed before his eyes.
It seemed this was no ordinary plague.
Since it was spreading from the western continent, which race was up to no good this time?
This continent truly never knew peace.
But regardless, they would be able to evade this disaster.
The prevention work is complete.
Everyone begin sowing.
There was no way to immediately uncover the truth, so Isaac picked up a shovel, a tool he was well accustomed to from his previous life, and spoke. Sowing was a grand event, no less significant than a harvest festival.
Sunlight breathed soil, and the sweat of farmers intertwined to give birth to the food they relied on for survival. It was such a harmonious affair.
Even Effie, who was busy with training, responded to his call.
Wearing a straw hat, she bent down alongside the farmers to sow seeds. That straw hat, just like her, seemed to have been woven by Claire. He wasn't sure what Claire had been thinking.
Every time an event was held, Claire always stood by his side, managing everything for him. It felt strangely like watching the performance of a virtuous wife. Shortly after the sowing was finished, Miko returned to the duchy with a caravan of wagons filled with gold coins. The glittering gold coins formed a long line, slowly approaching in a magnificent spectacle.
Oh, gold coins. Heavens, those are all gold coins.
Haha, the wheat has returned as gold. The finance minister and Claire both broke into bright smiles as they watched the scene.
Seeing their surplus grain turn into gold coins, the farmers became even more proactive in their prevention and sowing work.
Miko, the head of the Chamber of Commerce, modestly lifted her skirt in a bow, responding to Isaac's praise.
Your Majesty, regarding the brown spots I mentioned in the message sent via messenger bird.
Oh, I've already taken care of that. Libero, who had previously predicted a great famine, widened his eyes in disbelief, seeing the problem solved so easily. Miko, on the other hand, had a look that said I knew His Majesty could solve it, and nodded repeatedly.
Your Majesty,
did you invite the Earth God cult? How could that be?
Well, he admitted that blessings could stabilize the Earth's fertility or enhance its strength. Dealing with bacteria and fungi was not something they could do.
By the way, Miko, that carriage, I don't think I've seen it before.
Despite the disease issues, Miko had still found the rice he wanted and brought it back.
In addition to tea, he had brought various trade goods he had requested.
At the end of the caravan was a black carriage he had never seen before.
The carriage bore the crest of a certain western continent kingdom, and the chassis style seemed to be mimicking their design. Isaac asked curiously.
That is a carriage the Kingdom of Kancha has started selling at a low price.
It seems they have successfully replicated the leaf spring technology.
Hearing Miko's words, Isaac rubbed his forehead. Sigh, it finally happened.
In this world with zero respect for creators' rights and intellectual property, he had long expected this day, and just as he had anticipated, he had already prepared the next generation of products for this situation. Now that the converter was built, spring steel could be produced continuously, and various industries were beginning to link together closely.
As soon as those guys caught up, he would launch a new product.
And this time, the product would be something they absolutely could not mimic. His Blackwood would always be one step ahead.
It's time to launch the new carriage model using coil springs.
The finance minister had said that to develop the business, they needed to increase revenue.
How could a primitive suspension system relying on the elasticity of metal rods compare to the ride experience of true coil springs?
While leaf springs were better than nothing, they were ultimately meant for rugged transport like military vehicles or trucks.
Only by adopting coil springs could they achieve the true shock absorption he was familiar with.
Phantom. Let's call the carriage the Phantom.
By the standards of this era, this carriage would travel as smoothly as a ghost.
With that, Isaac set off for the carriage workshop to find the painter Per Ranch who was working there. Due to low production and high demand among the nobility, the price of Blackwood carriages had once soared to over a dozen gold coins.
How could they afford to lose this brand and its symbolic status?
Since the target customers were the royal family and high-ranking nobles, they had to take the high-end route.
Thus, not only were the interior and decorative materials important, but the artistic quality of the exterior was equally vital. He walked into the workshop and saw Per Ranch using new pigments to paint lifelike patterns on a carriage that featured wider rubber tires and various other new technologies.
It had been a while since he last saw him after the completion of the conscription posters.
Recently, Isaac had frequently designated him for various tasks.
With the development of the printing industry, Per Ranch's income had increased, his art workshop had expanded, and the number of young apprentices following him had grown considerably. Children in the workshop were busy grinding pigments and doing various chores.
Like most apprenticeship systems here, learning depended entirely on one's own observation and trial, yet the work itself was relentless.
It was just like those construction sites that conservatively guarded their technical secrets.
It wasn't just here, the situation in other workshops was much the same.
The apprentices ranged in age from 9 to adulthood, a motley crew.
Supposedly, in this fantasy world, third and fourth sons having no family business to inherit or to reduce the number of mouths to feed would be sent to places like this to work. If they had talent for painting, that was fine. If not, the future of these apprentices would not be very bright.
Your Majesty, you've come.
Yes, Per Ranch, I'm here. Is the work progressing smoothly?
Per Ranch stopped his brush and nodded happily.
He seemed to have discovered new techniques and found inspiration everywhere. His passionate appearance was truly good to see.
The number of people in the workshop has increased quite a bit.
Are the apprentices studying diligently?
Seeing the Duke personally visit the studio, the children were all stunned into a daze.
Well, I teach them some basics, but I'm too busy, so the rest have to learn on their own.
That was the problem.
Such a workshop was not a specialized educational institution, but a place for actual work.
There was no time to teach apprentices all day.
If a craftsman was a bit selfish, the apprentices might learn nothing at all, doing only menial chores before being kicked out. By the way, I noticed that several young apprentices are already literate.
I was truly surprised, Your Majesty.
That ordinary commoners could receive the kind of education usually reserved for the children of nobility.
Education is the foundation of a nation. This was one of Butler Peter's favorite policies.
He was recruiting literate, clever children to be groomed.
He seemed to be waiting for these children to grow up so they could relieve him of his heavy workload. Fat chance. They still had plenty to do.
By the way, Your Majesty, speaking of education, Per Ranch was using cobalt blue pigment to paint a white deer on a blue background on a carriage intended for Queen Priscilla.
Seeing Isaac approach, he seemed to want to confirm if the recent rumours circulating in the duchy were true, so he asked directly. A strange rumour has been spreading among the craftsmen lately.
What rumour?
Tell me. It's said that you intend to establish vocational schools to mass-produce artists like painters, glassblowers, and blacksmiths.
Is this true? It seemed he had heard about it too.
He intended to announce it in the newspaper anyway, so it wasn't exactly a secret.
The metallurgy of the dwarven craftsmen, the chemical technology of the merfolk, and the academic mages who craved more enchanters. In addition to those, he also planned to establish an officer academy to train military officers.
That's right, technical personnel are always in short supply.
So, I want the state to train them directly. Specialized educational institutions needed to be established to train a large number of technicians every year, rather than relying on the secretive apprenticeship system as it was now.
In this way, art would no longer be the exclusive domain of a few, and people wouldn't have to wait in line for the village blacksmith just for a nail or a hammer. This would not only benefit various industries and commerce, but also maximize the productivity of the duchy. However,
to adopt the knowledge transfer method he was familiar with, there was still one obstacle to overcome.
But Your Majesty, if you do this, the craftsmen will protest strongly, saying you are destroying the artisan spirit.
This was only natural.
If he had pushed this policy, while still a subordinate territory of the kingdom, it would have surely met with fierce resistance from various craft guilds.
So what if they protest?
If they are unhappy, let them come and find me.
But now, this was an independent nation, a place ruled with an iron fist through the combination of divine and royal authority.
If they had the guts, let them gather their people and try to cause trouble at the palace.
He would let them know the consequences.
Besides, we cannot close the door to studying art, otherwise something big might happen.
This statement was half serious, half jesting.
Those who originally only wanted to do art could sometimes be very good at doing people battleship.
Blackwood Duchy is a nation where the Duke personally develops specialty products and encourages commercial activities. No one can hinder their trade. Remember, this site's domain name, read Taiwan novels on Taiwan novel website, letter 1097, letter 1085, letter 1033, a umlaut, letter 1045.c with dot above o umlaut, letter 1041 is super convenient.
Isaac decided to make those shameless individuals who tried to steal their achievements clearly understand this.
Are we sending out all of them?
The crisp autumn sky was gradually replaced by the chill of winter.
Just then, Miko watched the new carriages majestically rolling out of the carriage workshop, wagging her tail from side to side curiously as she asked.
The Kancha Kingdom attempted to seize market share through shoddy imitations and low-price strategies. How could Isaac sit idly by?
He replaced all the suspension systems of the carriages under production with helical springs that could absorb road shocks, and also improved the rubber tires, balancing both durability and comfort.
Furthermore, he commissioned Peranch to vividly and richly depict the iconic emblems of each family using expensive mineral pigments such as cobalt, blue, sulfur, mercury, kaolin, and hematite.
All procedures were complete, and these expensive trade goods were about to be delivered to the clients of various families.
Technology and art were thus transformed into wealth. Therefore, Isaac was generous in sponsoring artists.
The new dyes used on these carriages were also developed by the dyeing workshop he sponsored and guided.
In the mid-14th century, the Republic of Venice, from its leaders to artists, gondoliers, and clergy, was imbued with a merchant spirit, actively engaging in commercial activities. It was precisely for this reason that they were able to continuously accumulate wealth in this small land, and with it build a powerful navy, ultimately becoming the hegemon of the Eastern Mediterranean.
Of course, Miko.
We will completely crush Kancha's people with both quantity and quality. They were the ones who started the dispute. Seeing that a competitor in the sugar trade was about to emerge, they even hired pirates to try and stifle them, and Isaac agreed with this approach. Allowing competitors to grow stronger was the worst possible strategy.
Improve quality, keep prices the same, continue until their carriage industry completely collapses.
They had defeated countless trade rivals, including natural pearl producers and seaweed glass-making workshops, to reach this point. Those guys, daring to plagiarize their technology and steal their achievements, truly harbored malicious intentions. The customers who received the carriages would surely be ecstatic about the improvement in their quality. This was the benefit of competition. Furthermore, he planned to take this opportunity to expand the carriage production line and increase the production lines for artisans' fountain pens and glass crafts to meet the market demand of the two continents, further increasing output. This is why developing countries need more technicians.
Only with a large number of technicians each year can factories be expanded and industries developed.
However, the apprenticeship system takes a long time to train a technician. This made him extremely anxious. Either way, Butler Peter has the Kancha Kingdom, which sent spies to steal our technology, replied yes. They had captured Elvin, the beautiful fox woman who caused trouble in Blackwood, and officially sent a diplomatic protest letter to the Kancha Kingdom. The letter was sternly worded, essentially a warning, demanding that they admit their mistake, formally apologize, or face appropriate punishment. From hiring pirates to copying carriage technology and sending technical spies, their crimes were too numerous to count. Isaac explicitly stated in the letter that they would not get away with it. Yes, they replied, but they said they knew nothing about it.
They claimed that the fox woman had no connection to the Kancha Kingdom and asked us not to falsely accuse them.
These beasts, they won't shed tears until they see the coffin. They had already caught the merfolk, and Fox tried twice, yet they still tried to shirk responsibility. It seems there's no reasoning with them.
I think so too, Your Majesty.
Isaac and Butler Peter rarely agreed so completely. The Kancha Kingdom dared to be so arrogant because they monopolized the overland trade routes between continents, while the Kancha Kingdom controlled the maritime trade routes. Although strange sea serpents known as sea dragons did not attack their ships aside from other sea monsters, this indicated that they still controlled the ocean. So, Isaac planned to take the ocean into his possession as soon as possible. Only by completely blockading their land and sea trade routes could they be brought to their senses.
For this purpose, they were building a new flagship.
This ship would surpass the Kara-class battleship, which was modified from a medium-sized sailing ship and become a truly gigantic warship built for battle. In addition, they were preparing a weapon called Depth Charge to deal with the sea monsters driven by the Kancha Kingdom. They planned to fill metal barrels with new gunpowder and install timed fuses to blow up the monsters in the sea, just as warships hunt submarines.
The R&D department had already completed the concept design and would immediately begin development once the new warship was completed.
If even the ocean were blockaded, the Kancha kingdom would have no choice but to surrender. Moreover, this would also restrict the actions of the High Elves who invaded the central continent across the sea. All those who hindered their trade would be eliminated. The ocean would also become the territory of the Blackwood Duchy. A line, once one of Queen Evergreen's direct territories, now belonged to the Blackwood Duchy. This city, with its large port and role as a trade hub, was bustling every day with the strong smell of salt, chattering merchants, and ships coming and going.
With the Duke's strong support, the Elaine shipyard greatly expanded its dry docks and shipbuilding equipment and hired a large number of workers implementing division of labor, thus becoming the largest shipyard in the eastern continent.
The director of the shipyard was responsible for overseeing the construction of new warships, managing shipbuilding workers, and importing various materials.
However, the sudden influx of a massive amount of timber left him at a loss.
Typically, the timber required for shipbuilding, which included many types, also needed to be clamped after processing and dried for at least 2 years before use, making it extremely expensive.
Now thousands of already dried teak trees were pouring into the shipyard like a tide.
Not only that, the Duke also sent a large amount of copper and instructed them to use copper instead of traditional tar for waterproofing the hull. The Duke said that cladding the hull with copper could greatly extend the ship's lifespan and durability, and he imparted much shipbuilding knowledge that even the veteran shipbuilders among them did not know.
Director, what exactly does His Majesty want to build?
Learning that all these materials would be used to build one ship, the shipbuilders asked in alarm. He said it's a weapon to dominate the seas.
The director unrolled the Duke's parchment, which was covered with text and drawings.
Based on the blueprints, the size of this new battleship was comparable to the Ocean Empress. 77 gun ports, 3 gun decks, and ample space reserved for future modification with rotating turrets. The stern was also fitted with a device for deploying depth charge.
The blueprints and requirements reflected a brutal ideology, as if intending to rain cannonballs down on every corner of the sea's surface and seabed.
His Majesty calls this battleship a battleship. If built according to the instructions, an unprecedented and extremely fierce naval weapon would be born.
Which country would invest funds equivalent to the national budget of a small kingdom into one battleship?
As the shipyard director, he was both grateful for the Duke's strong support and concerned about the Dutch's financial situation.
If he was so worried, wouldn't the finance minister and administrators be toiling day and night over the Duke's spending habits?
Furthermore, the Blackwood Merchant Guild would also have to work harder to earn money.
Although those earning money worked hard, he nonetheless had the opportunity to create a masterpiece that would be remembered for generations.
Stop standing around to get to work.
You lazybones.
He recently heard that the army had received a lot of investment, so it seemed His Majesty had not forgotten the importance of the sea.
The shipyard director yelled, urging the shipbuilders, who were stunned by the immense amount of materials, to get back to work. The position of the dragon. Recently, the Blackwood Duchy has been built in a magic tower similar to the one in the Hyde Kingdom.
However, this magic tower is somewhat different from the ones built by the great magicians who left their mark on history.
It is a 6-story square building constructed using reinforced concrete.
It lacks the medieval fantasy-style spires and unique aesthetic elements, looking more like a practical small building one might see in the Gangnam district.
Regardless, Isaac and his magicians proudly refer to it as a magic tower.
So what if the exterior is rugged?
What matters is that the enchanting school, which was once on the brink of extinction, finally has a place to train future generations.
Due to their lack of talent for elemental magic, enchanters who are more skilled in runes and magic circuits never received the treatment of true magicians wherever they went. Therefore, having a space entirely their own made Edwin and the others feel a bit excited.
Of course, they wouldn't neglect traditional elemental magic education. The magicians were actively preparing textbooks and magical materials and selecting children with magical talent to prepare for teaching.
Meanwhile, Isaac was in the open space of the training grounds receiving instruction on 5th circle magic from his former teacher. High explosion.
As the heart rune spun rapidly, a powerful force surged and a violent explosion occurred in the distance.
Boom! The ground shook and the earth churned. Although the explosion was a great success, Edwin's face was full of speechlessness.
Your Majesty, throwing a cannonball by hand is not an explosion spell.
His former teacher raised an objection to his physical explosion magic. The surrounding magicians of the school nodded in agreement, and even Claire, who had come to watch, had a look on her face that said, "How is this magic?"
I know, I'm just too disappointed. Unlike enchantment, elemental magic was indeed not an easy subject to learn. Although he had barely reached the 5th circle thanks to the goddess's grace, his studies had stagnated for several months. So, in a fist of pique, he picked up a shell from a training ground cannon and threw it.
Your Majesty, you didn't just throw a siege cannon shell, did you? Where did you get such immense strength?
Commander Miller, who was conducting stand-in army training nearby, heard a deafening roar and hurried over to ask.
He estimated the weight and distance of the shell Isaac had thrown and looked at him like he was a monster.
While I'm not good at elemental magic, I've recently made a breakthrough in other areas.
The ancient rune, like a second heart, pulsed continuously within him, providing a steady stream of power.
He had successfully completed 5 layers of stacking, and the light emanating from his bones even penetrated his skin.
Miller nodded in understanding as he saw this.
A massive reserve of mana, along with 50 layers of power amplification stored in the bones of his entire body. This was the foundation that allowed him to throw a giant cannonball.
This time, Ignis' divine ascetic discipline also played a significant role.
Well, your majesty, as for the issue of your talent, I actually have a solution. Edwin, the school elder, gestured, and the dragon-born sorcerer beside him pulled a round object from his robes.
It was an item that condensed a vast amount of mana and emitted an unprecedented aura.
Its reappearance caused the surrounding magicians to hold their breath, their eyes shining.
What the sorcerer held in his hand was indeed a dragon heart that had been magically treated. It successfully crystallized and miniaturized according to ancient records. Even after being refined, it still pulsed like a beating heart, continuously absorbing and releasing mana.
I've said before that if it is ground up and consumed, one can achieve a realm advancement far beyond that of a mana stone.
It is said that this is how it was recorded in ancient texts. No wonder those magicians who craved a high realm had their eyes fixed on that dragon heart.
So, if he consumed it, he could become a six-circle magician. From the sixth circle onwards, one could be called a great magician. That was in existence, with overwhelming firepower, a humanoid tactical weapon comparable to a sword sane.
To be honest, he was indeed a bit tempted. If he could reach the seventh circle, he could not only cast more powerful magic, but also use a certain destructive attack method that could split atoms.
But now is not the time. Too much is as bad as too little. He hadn't even fully mastered the power of the fifth circle, so what use was there in raising his realm? Besides, if he ate it now, he would miss out on a buy one get one free opportunity. If he could capture that dragon alive, he could gain a powerful aerial advantage. Even if he killed it, he could obtain an additional dragon heart, dragon blood, and the dragon hide that the dwarves had always wanted. Dead or alive, it was a guaranteed profit. So put it away for now. I have other uses for it.
What other uses do you have, your majesty?
In my humble opinion, that red dragon named Fran must have been taken out by the high elves in the north.
This heart was precisely the key to finding that red dragon. The dragon-born sorcerer had said that as long as the mana in Fran's heart was still fluctuating, meaning it was still breathing dragon breath and moving about, they could track it, but for some reason, this heart had shown no reaction for months. The last news they heard was that the north had been suddenly attacked by a dragon. The high elves' territory had turned into a sea of fire, and the two sides had engaged in a fierce battle. Thus, Isaac's subordinates and magicians cautiously speculated that the dragon might have been killed by a magical device. Sigh, at that time, should he have captured that fleeing dragon at all costs? But at that time, even the dragon-born sorcerer and the others were stunned by the dragon's sudden escape. Who would have thought that a dragon, known as the strongest creature, would flee so pathetically? Just then thump, Fran, whom they thought was dead or captured, revealed its existence once again. It was through this dragon heart in Isaac's hand. Fran, as I thought. This fellow's ability to run away is truly second to none. It seems it successfully escaped the magical device fire of the high elves, as expected of that strange half-dragon, who is extremely sensitive to danger.
Astoris.
Winter has fully arrived. In order to find that red dragon, they inquired for news everywhere. However, they found nothing.
Like a migratory bird, the dragon flew through the sky, elusive and extremely difficult to track.
Furthermore, even with the dragon-born sorcerer, they could only roughly determine the direction, and not its specific location, which gave them a real headache. Suddenly one day, an envoy arrived from Marana, a free city on the western continent. He remembered that Marana had sent someone to attend the last national founding ceremony. It was a free city, where various races lived in harmony, maintaining a neutral stance, even leaning toward being their ally. Marana is relatively close to the Stonehammer Barak Kingdom and remains politically neutral, so there are many dwarves there who fled from the rule of the High Elves. Bring them in. The envoy who walked into the conference room was a female vampire dressed in strange clothing. Perhaps she was part of the group that didn't go to Henton when the Blank Kingdom split, but went to Marana instead. Isaac looked at her in confusion, wondering what business she had here. She got straight to the point and revealed the whereabouts of the target they had been searching for. His Majesty Isaac, help. The dragon has arrived near Marana. Winterberg lost patience. Clad in a tight black uniform, she wore the silver eagle insignia on her epaulets, an honor personally bestowed by Empress Ilona.
The blue-eyed witch, Governor Winterberg, brushed her long black hair behind her ear and looked down coldly at the dwarf Guilford, who was prostrate before her.
Feeling that bone-chilling gaze, Guilford's body trembled slightly.
Remember this site's domain.
To follow Taiwan novels, go to Taiwan novel website, twkan.com for easy reading.
Guilford, Empress Ilona has marched forward alone, leaving us behind. What do you think that means? Go, Governor, this. News had arrived via messengers travelling to and from the Avalon Empire. The Empress had tossed the letter in which Winterberg requested more time into the fireplace. Originally, the stronghold for the invasion of the central continent was supposed to be established in the northern Stonehammer Barak Kingdom, but Empress Ilona had personally led her army to launch the offensive. This meant she had lost her patience and could no longer tolerate Winterberg's delays. This is all because of those damned resistance army. I clearly told you to root them out, Guilford. The sudden appearance of a half-dragon breathing dragon fire could perhaps be viewed as an unexpected natural disaster. However, the rebellion of those dwarves who had been growing increasingly restless lately was easily predictable. That was why she had tasked Guilford, a fellow dwarf, with identifying the ringleaders and uprooting the resistance. Yet in the end, that cursed Aston incident occurred.
This incident not only delayed their invasion plans, but also forced them to spend time on reconstruction.
Furthermore, the dwarves had become aware of the resistance army's existence, and the situation in the Stonehammer Barak Kingdom began to turn delicate.
They are secretly sabotaging facilities and engaging in work slowdowns.
These runts are getting more and more insolent. It's all because of the princess parading around with those goat horns all day that led to this situation.
Burning with rage, Governor Winterberg stood up abruptly from her throne and lashed the ground violently with her whip.
Guilford trembled in fear and hurriedly explained that he had tried many times, but was driven back every time by the princess, who held a warhammer and glared with fury.
Your Majesty, your daughter certainly has a fiery temper.
The black-haired Winterberg spoke through gritted teeth to the dwarf king Ironbeard Bulkin. However, Bulkin, whose beard had been shaved clean once again, remained immersed in his loss and said nothing.
For dwarfs, a beard as thick as a lion's mane was their pride and dignity.
The dwarf king, having lost his beard twice now, looked as if he had lost his soul.
HMPH truly useless. Previously, every time she provoked him, he would retort without backing down, which she had found quite amusing.
Governor Winterberg turned her head away in disappointment.
She lashed out with her whip again, striking toward Guilford with malice.
Why can't you find them?
I clearly laid an inescapable net across the Stonehammer Barrack Kingdom.
I have searched thoroughly, Governor.
Then why?
If a thorough search had been conducted, something should have been discovered.
Winterberg swung her whip with even greater irritation.
Guilford quickly spoke up to explain. The main members of the resistance army are likely not here. That's why we've only caught small fry and can't find their foundation.
The reason the resistance army couldn't be found was likely because their base was abroad.
He then added that as he followed the clues, he found that the traces pointed toward a nearby power.
The traces point nearby. Where? The free city of Marana. Various races from the western continent gather there. It has its own army, and is a neutral region uncontrolled by any power. It's perfect for hiding. Marana was not far from the Stonehammer Barrack Kingdom.
For the Stonehammer Barrack Kingdom, tucked away in the north, any trade or acquisition of resources and supplies had to pass through this city.
Perhaps the resistance army was using this to manipulate everything from behind the scenes. The resistance army seemed to have grown considerably. It was indeed strange that they had only found small fry here. Notify Commander Magnus immediately.
Even if you had to turn the entire city upside down, root out those rat-like resistance army members for me.
She hadn't expected them to have established a base elsewhere.
Perhaps the culprit behind the arson incident was also hiding in that city.
Even that damned red dragon might have been summoned by them through some means. Because of this matter, Governor Winterberg had lost Empress Siona's trust, which made her seethe with rage.
Now that things had reached this point, she was suspicious of everything.
But, Governor, the other party is the proud free city. They have immense wealth and a powerful military. If we show up uninvited and deploy troops without permission, it will surely cause a strong backlash.
Then suppress their backlash, just as we did with the Stonehammer Barrack Kingdom.
What did it mean for the Empress to throw her letter into the fireplace?
Winterberg uneasily stroked the silver eagle on her epaulette and looked in the direction of the Chiran Kingdom. If the war there ended, she might face punishment, not just a reprimand. She had to regain the Empress's trust at all costs. She had to completely eliminate the resistance army, like clearing out cockroaches, crush the dwarves' will to resist, and restore order to the Stonehammer Barrack Kingdom as quickly as possible so it could become their military base once more.
So shut up and send the Platinum Knights and the army.
Search thoroughly, find those dwarves, and kill them on sight. If that city dares to resist and prevents our army from entering, let them see how the Stonehammer Barrack Kingdom fell. City here makes you free.
How laughable.
Just for that so-called freedom, so many people and merchants gathered there.
They had witnessed how the powerful dwarves were plundered. If they still refused to cooperate and dared to resist, then they would be suppressed with force.
In any case, the central continent would eventually bow at the feet of the High Elves.
She was merely accelerating the process. Go and deliver the order immediately.
Yes, Governor, send troops.
Free cities typically place great importance on their autonomy, so they either possess strong financial power or formidable military strength.
Milana City is located near the Stonehammer Barrack Kingdom, which is rich in iron ore and weapons.
Therefore, the mercenary industry related to military power is also quite developed. The mayor of Milana City recognized the value of mercenaries early on and listed them as one of the city's important industries, providing specialized support and cultivation. Thus, Milana's mercenaries are renowned for their good reputation. Due to the influx of many dwarves into this city, weapons forged by blacksmiths who have learned dwarven metallurgy are also famous for their high quality. However, even in such a place, hunting a half-dragon flying in the sky is an extremely difficult task. This half-dragon has already turned the territory of the High Elves into a sea of fire and successfully escaped. If you chase it, it flies away. If you let your guard down, it dives down again, turning the ground into a sea of fire, leaving them helpless.
Therefore, they urgently sought assistance from the Blackwood army, which had successfully hunted a half-dragon.
According to the last sighting report, this half-dragon has large scars on its neck and wings, and it seems to have built a nest to heal its wounds. Isaac was also searching for the whereabouts of the half-dragon Fran, so he gladly accepted the conditions proposed by Milana City and brought a carriage filled with gold coins as a deposit. If he could successfully eliminate the dragon, he would also receive hundreds of gold coins as the final payment. Why wouldn't he do it?
Additionally, he might capture another dragon or obtain another dragon heart, both of which would be extra gains.
Thus, the Blackwood army began preparing for their expedition to the northern part of the western continent. Although, as the inviting party, Milana City promised to provide some supplies, Isaac would never entrust his lifeline to others. Moreover, to avoid repeating the mistakes of the Russian expedition, sufficient preparations must be made during the cold season, especially when marching toward relatively cold regions. Furthermore, their target is not an ordinary enemy but a giant dragon. Therefore, they began intensively preparing cotton clothing and had the glass workshop produce canned jars for making temporary canned goods, as the cannery had not yet been built. Although the combination of compressed biscuits and candies he provided was popular among the soldiers, eating these dry things continuously for a month would also drive people to mental breakdown. He also wanted to stay away from those damned foods like dried meat and salted fish. Of course, due to the limited production speed of canned goods, most soldiers still had to eat those things. Toddling, how is the improvement work on the anti-aircraft gun going?
If supplies are the source of motivation for military operations and maintaining morale, then the weapons they are improving are the sharp arrows for shooting down the giant dragon.
The existing anti-aircraft gun is fixed in a certain position, only allowing adjustments to the rotation angle and elevation. Now, what lies before him is both the prototype of the rotating turret on future battleships and a weapon similar to self-propelled artillery, which mounts the anti-aircraft gun on a wide trailer with wheels. This operation is not a defensive battle. They need to pursue the target, so the existing anti-aircraft gun would have difficulty hitting it. Therefore, they disassembled and reassembled some relatively suitable weapons such as rifled cannons and field guns.
It's already done, but to balance the weight and durability of the trailer, I made some compromises.
If fired more than 15 times, the trailer might be scrapped.
He pointed at the 50 mobile, makeshift anti-aircraft guns.
These are just some temporary use weapons.
15 guns, each firing 15 times, can fire at least over 200 shells.
He believed they should be able to hit the target during that time.
You've worked hard, especially with the busy schedule of the Steam Power R&D department. Toddlin and Isaac share common goals and have collaborated long-term, so he is involved in the development of almost all projects, serving as the deputy director. Despite the enormous workload, his passion for steam power is no less than Isaac's, so his contributions are significant. Even if it delays the R&D progress, Isaac wanted to give him a bonus and paid leave. By the way, speaking of this, Your Grace, it's finally completed.
Toddlin's face was filled with excitement completely different from usual.
He excitedly grabbed Isaac's hand and led him somewhere.
Although Isaac's strength was enough to break free, he saw the same persistence and desire on Toddlin's face as he had in the past, so he didn't resist and let himself be led.
Toddlin took him to a place filled with hot, humid steam.
There, Isaac finally saw the high-temperature, high-pressure external combustion engine he had long dreamed of.
Hiss puff puff.
The terrific steam engine spewed white steam like a pressure cooker, with mechanical parts clattering and operating rapidly. It was this power device that drove the world's first steam car and steam locomotive.
Now it lay before Isaac, throbbing violently like a heart.
It roared like a beast. Steam filled the air with countless parts meshing and operating as if in a steampunk world.
This damn thing is finally completed.
Farewell.
Isaac jumped up excitedly, forgetting himself as he patted Toddlin and the craftsmen of the R&D department on the shoulders, praising their excellent work. Toddlin's old face immediately wrinkled. His shoulder was almost dislocated from the patting. The part where the steam cycle drives the piston was tricky, but we succeeded. The enchanted grease for lubrication also helped a lot. Of course. Isaac was immersed in joy, momentarily speechless. He really wanted to bring a few barrels of blackwood beer now and drink heartily with the dwarves, to compete with them in drinking capacity. With this can we build the train you mentioned?
Exactly.
With this, the problem of transporting troops and supplies over long distances can be solved, but we need to lay railway tracks first. Trains cannot run on bare ground. However, the problem is that even if trains are built, laying railway tracks is not an easy task.
Leaving aside how to persuade the finance minister, the iron ore output of Rat City alone cannot meet the steel demand required for railway construction.
Moreover, raw iron has a lifespan of only 20 years and steel only 30 years, so they need to use molten steel produced by the converter to manufacture precise rails. With the current workshop scale, when will they be able to produce enough steel rails? Due to the special nature of the tracks, even if molds are used for casting, manual finishing is required. Last time, for the survival of the nation, he could gather all the blacksmiths in the territory without hesitation, but now the situation is different. And even if all the blacksmiths are gathered, how many steel rails can they produce? It's really adding difficulty to difficulty, lacking people to forge iron. The demand for steel is huge, and a large amount of labour is also needed.
This is truly a costly project,
but Isaac knew that the benefits brought by railways far exceed their cost, so he couldn't give up. Railway construction can create a large number of job opportunities, promote a virtuous economic cycle, and quickly transport personnel, supplies, and armies. The ultimate technology of the Steel King is trains and railways. This is the king of infrastructure. Your Grace, if you lack people to forge iron, I know a place where we can recruit. Toddlin seemed to have thought of something and said to Isaac, "Oh Toddlin, what method? Where can we recruit?" Toddlin pointed upward. Isaac looked up at the sky, but Toddlin said it wasn't there.
The north, that is the Stonehammer Barak Kingdom, the people there are blessed by the god Barak.
Even farming peasants are naturally skilled at forging iron, and there are abundant iron, silver, and copper mines, as well as fire spirits.
The reason the High Elves first occupied that place is because of its high productivity. So he was referring to the Dwarven Kingdom.
Isaac thought Toddlin had little patriotic sentiment or believed they could help each other, but he didn't expect him to mention that place.
The dwarves record hatred in their book of grudges and never forget. At the same time, they also never forget others' kindness and always repay it. Oh, hundreds of thousands of labourers skilled in iron smelting. Though currently controlled by the High Elves,
Since the High Elves are our enemies anyway, why not provide a place for the dwarves who fled from there?
People always remember those who helped them in their most difficult times.
I'll consider it. This is indeed a very tempting proposal. But wars and conflicts require careful decisions, so Isaac only said he would consider it. Dwarves are a race that forever remembers both kindness and grudges. By the way, I wonder if my name has been recorded in your ledger. Hey, you get recorded every time you cause trouble, but you also offset some each time you give out beer and holidays, so don't worry.
Oh, that's good.
Fortunately, he usually treats the dwarves quite well.
Mayor, the Blackwood Duchy has deployed troops for us.
The centaur female mayor of Milana City was combing her ponytail in her room.
Hearing the good news brought by the succubus, she was overjoyed. The appearance of the dragon had already made the citizens panic. However, the succubus's report was not over. With an uneasy expression, he continued,
"I know,
but the North has also deployed troops and is heading toward us. They say they're coming for us.
we didn't invite them. Why has the High Elves army also deployed?"
What on earth is going on?
They just wanted to eliminate the dragon, but now the armies of the High Elves and the Blackwood Duchy are simultaneously gathering toward them.
I remember hearing during the last founding ceremony that the relationship between these two countries is very bad, right?
Yes, they're almost in a state of war. Then what's the situation now? The female mayor asked in confusion.
The succubus twitched the corner of his mouth and simply replied,
It seems we're screwed.
You bastard, watch your words.
The female mare lifted her front hoof and kicked the succubus hard.
But his words were not without basis.
The invited guest and the uninvited intruder were simultaneously approaching.
The development of events was becoming increasingly bizarre.
Enemies meet on a narrow road.
For the expansion of the
Avalon Empire, they needed large-scale mines and hundreds of thousands of dwarf laborers to enslave.
Governor Winterberg and the Platinum Knights left the Stonehammer Barrack Kingdom, which served as a forward outpost for attacking the central continent, and marched toward Milana City. Fearing attacks from the Resistance army, she took only 8,000 soldiers, equivalent to half of her total forces.
But she confidently believed this was enough to capture Milana City, which relied solely on its high walls. They possessed high-quality weapons and armor forged from pig ironing that's provided by the dwarves.
These elite soldiers had undergone intensive training in their homeland, wore steel breastplates and helmets, and were each filled with fighting spirit and confidence.
Additionally, they had a large number of repeating steel crossbows assembled from steel crossbow limbs and magic cores manufactured by the dwarves.
The rumors about dwarves being masters of metallurgy were indeed well deserved.
With such formidable productivity and technology for the Empire, their blood, sweat, and labor must be squeezed dry.
Although Empress Siona had temporarily lost interest in this place due to her previous mistakes, this was absolutely unacceptable.
She had to firmly control this place, squeeze out every bit of its value, and turn it into an imperial
Stronghold more valuable than the Duran Kingdom.
Therefore, to regain the Empress's trust and to completely control this place, she had to replace the disobedient Dwarf King and eliminate those meaningless Dwarf Resistance army, even if it meant crushing all obstacles. While thinking of these grand plans, Winterberg struck the silver eagle on her epaulette.
However, as she led her army menacingly toward Milana City, she unexpectedly encountered a foreign army on the nearby plains.
In the distance, an army of about 2,000 men also halted upon seeing her troops. Governor Blackwood, that's the flag of the Blackwood Duchy. Silence instantly fell over the ranks of the High Elves. The commander of the 2nd Platinum Knights recognized the flag bearing the pioneer's axe and crossed swords, reporting gravely to Winterberg. Why would they appear at Milana City?
This was completely unplanned.
Winterberg was greatly astonished, but after asking around, no one could answer her question.
An atmosphere of confusion pervaded the army.
Could it be that spies from the Resistance army leaked our movements? Thinking that a foreign army had accurately found them, Winterberg immediately panicked and sharply ordered the entire army to enter combat readiness.
And the same situation was unfolding on the opposite side. Commander Miller, who are those people? They wore cotton clothes and had been marching toward the cold north. Due to insufficient canned food, as they approached Milana City, they had to eat that damned salted meat and dry rations again.
The envoy from Milana City said they had prepared hot food and a grand welcome ceremony, which excited them. However, they unexpectedly encountered a fully armed army of several thousand.
Who knows? Commander Miller said while chewing compressed biscuits and candy. He always lectured Isaac to study the heraldry of major families, including those from the Western continent, but now it seemed he didn't recognize that flag either. Avalon, that's the flag of the Avalon Empire, Your Majesty.
The answer came from Effie, who carried the latest Monica 1924 rifle. Her eyes widened in surprise, emerald green pupils burning with unconcealed anger.
It was the flame of vengeance from a tribal chief who had lost countless clansmen.
Did you call the High Elves to catch a dragon?
Oh, no, absolutely not. The envoy who had come from Milana City to greet them hastily jumped up to deny Isaac's speculation.
Seeing him pale with fear and eager to prove his innocence, it seemed this matter had nothing to do with the Free City.
Is this what they call enemies cross paths? Could this be a battle of vengeance arranged for them by the goddess of fate? The Avalon Empire had pulled so many strings behind the scenes, causing countless unnecessary wars and casualties. Even when they captured a High Elves envoy as evidence, the other side stubbornly refused to admit it, as if determined. The Avalon Empire instead turned the tables, demanding they release the prisoners. The High Elves already owed a mountain of blood debts. Quest triggered.
Drive out their evil claws rooted in the central continent.
repelled the High Elves' army incomplete.
It seemed the goddess also wanted to settle their sins and had begun to act.
Though unsure what was happening, since it was the goddess's will, they would settle the score with interest.
Your Majesty, it seems they are about to start a battle.
Upon seeing them, the Avalon Empire's army immediately entered combat readiness.
Then let's prepare as well.
Dave's fought gods will facing enemies who used demonic knowledge. Their reason and goal was sacred. The giant can opener shrouded in light pointed toward the enemy army. God's will. All troops enter combat readiness.
Kill him.
Even facing enemies 4 times their number, the Blackwood army fearlessly roared.
Led by Igni, blessings descended upon the soldiers, and various branches like artillerymen and cavalry entered combat readiness.
Duel on the battlefield.
Mare Uchak, things are getting stranger and stranger. The female mare of Centaur, Uchak, wearing a silk robe, arrived at the city wall.
The uninvited guests had unexpectedly taken a stance as if they were about to wage war against the invited guests.
The 2 armies faced off like oil and water, with swords drawn and bows taut.
She couldn't understand the current situation at all.
She had only wanted them to help eliminate the dragon, so why were they attacking each other on her turf? Why did those high elves suddenly come to Milana City? She hadn't invited them at all.
Were they just passing through for supplies?
Or did they have another purpose? Milana City had always remained neutral, never getting involved in any conflicts.
But the current situation, no matter how you looked at it, was abnormal.
The former possibility was slim, while the latter was more likely.
Come to think of it,
there have indeed been some dwarves of unknown origin entering the city recently. Could they be here to capture these dwarves?
The free city never prevented anyone from coming and going.
Those restricted by lords or monarchs flocked to Milana City in pursuit of freedom. Previously, there had been incidents of arson and assassination of the governor in the north, causing quite a stir.
It seemed this turmoil had now reached here. Mayor, should we help too?
If we are the city guard, in Milana's mercenaries we have over 900 people. The succubus's words made Uchak fall into deep thought.
As mayor, she had prioritized the city's safety, and she began considering the worst-case scenario.
Even if we side with Blackwood, what if the High Elves win?
Then we'd be finished.
At that point,
they would have no grounds left to claim neutrality.
You from the start use your brain and think about how to avoid that situation.
Mayor. Actually, think about it. When whales fight, shrimp can only hide.
One side was a vast empire that had effortlessly destroyed the powerful Stonehammer Barak Kingdom and annexed the Turan Kingdom.
The other was an emerging duchy that had defeated the Draco Kingdom and hunted a dragon. Whichever side wins, we held that side.
Yes, exactly.
The succubus hugged herself, indicating they had no choice but to save their own skins.
The female mare centaur added, "Then let's do this. We'll stay neutral for now and watch if Blackwood looks like they're winning. We'll send troops over to help just for show."
Acting only when the outcome was clear carried the least risk.
It would also save face.
Isn't that a bit too despicable?
This is a matter concerning the lives of 90,000 citizens.
The councillors will ultimately agree.
As a leader, one must prioritise practical benefits over face and honour.
What if they don't agree? Some councillors are pro-High Elf. Then greet them with this. Uchak scraped the stone-covered city wall ground with her front hooves, snorting loudly.
Enforcing iron-fisted rule in the free city truly worthy of the mayor, so straightforward and brutal. Chop!
Whack!
The succubus was kicked hard by Centaur's front hoof
on the city's towering spire. A short dwarf peering out through an arrow slit suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Last time Smur sneaked out of the dwarf palace, he encountered that flying dragon, and this time he saw the Blackwood army he had been hoping for, leaving him stunned. What on earth is going on?
The previous fire, and now this. Could it be that the god Barak had heard his prayers?
In any case, this was good news.
He had to quickly inform Princess Lanya through the maid.
Speaking of crows, perhaps that half-dragon that suddenly appeared here was also sent by Blackwood. They had recently defeated the Draco Kingdom, so perhaps they had gained ownership of that dragon. This would explain many things. Why has everyone abandoned us? No one is willing to help us. Amid despair, hope still remained. Smell wiped his nose and hurriedly began writing a letter to the princess.
******.
They had prepared to capture the dragon, but unexpectedly encountered thousands of High Elf soldiers.
Despite multiple negotiations, no compromise was reached. They demanded the High Elf army withdraw immediately, while the other side threatened to stain the land with their blood if they didn't retreat.
Even at the ultimatum moment,
Governor Winterberg showed no sign of backing down, seemingly cornered, and Isaac had received the goddess's decree to bring divine punishment upon these enemies. Convey the distance measured by the elves to the artillerymen.
Speed up the setup of the circular barbed wire.
Cavalry be ready to charge at any moment.
Commander Miller. Field guns and rifled cannons loaded with gunpowder and shells were already in position.
Blackwood soldiers, following their training, loaded ammunition and aimed their muzzles at the approaching enemies.
Elf Rangers, equipped with the new moniker rifles, also took up various positions preparing to snipe. Isaac.
At that moment, a high elf knight in dark grey armour riding a horse taller and stronger than a white-horned beast charged out from the enemy formation on the other side of the horizon.
While shouting incomprehensible cries, he loudly called Isaac's name.
Ashish percentage exclamation.
He drew his weapon, shouting Isaac's name,
and charged alone, seemingly wanting to duel.
As the leader, if he accepted the challenge, he might be killed by the opponent. If he didn't, it would affect morale, but was relatively safer.
Your Majesty, Judging by the mana fluctuations, his strength should be between mid to high level.
It seems he wants to dampen our spirits.
Commander Miller, very familiar with such matters, seemed to have assessed the opponent's strength.
But he mentioned that the opponent's grey armor made him uncomfortable.
What is he saying?
That guy had actually come before them, shouting something loudly.
Your Majesty, he's not speaking the common tongue, but the ancient elven language of the Avalon continent. Oh, what did he say?
Effie's face flushed slightly as she lowered her head and said,
He said, if that thing still
Works, come out and duel him.
That thing.
It seemed the opponent was taunting to provoke him, but from Effie's reaction, it appeared he was verbally attacking his lower body.
Really? No matter the era, such vulgar verbal attacks were common. He also insulted your parents, using very foul language. This bastard.
Isaac tightly gripped the heavy mace and stepped out. Those who didn't know him thought he was just an ordinary duke by birth.
But he was a seasoned beast of war.
If they wanted blood, he would give it to them.
Miller, don't stop me. You know I hate it most when people insult my parents,
he said to the middle-aged knight riding over on his warhorse. However, unexpectedly, Miller not only didn't stop him but handed him a round object.
What is this? A meteor hammer.
You seem to have forgotten to bring it.
Isaac stuffed this Blackwood cavalry's escape tool into the saddle.
He mounted the horse, fastened the mithril faceplate, and was about to set off when he felt something was off, so he turned back and asked,
as the sovereign,
I'm going to personally duel, aren't you going to stop me? Commander Miller, you should at least show some concern or pretend to stop me.
You covered head to toe in mithril, a 5th circle mage. With at least 50 enhancement runes carved on you, you're practically a humanoid monster.
I should be more worried about you smashing him to pieces. Besides, Alter and Monica were once my superiors, so please return victorious. Somehow excessive trust also left him feeling a bit disappointed.
Isaac nodded, hoisted the huge mace onto his shoulder, and gave the horse a hard kick.
Higher.
The Platinum Knight Langlinger, ordered by the Knight Captain to fight, wanted to dampen the spirits of that supposedly green duke.
As expected, the other showed no reaction to his common tongue insults, which bored him, so he sneered, brandishing his mana-glowing longsword, preparing to curse a few more times before returning. Didn't your mother teach you to speak proper language?
Suddenly, a figure clad in gleaming platinum armor charged through a cloud of dust.
Though he hadn't expected the other to be so impulsive, this was good for Blinger.
Oh,
Still dare to come out?
then I'll cut off your head in front of everyone.
The High Elf Knight Blinger also charged head-on without avoiding. On the other side of the battlefield, Governor Winterberg and the Knight Captain, seeing Isaac had taken the bait, were thrilled.
Bang, bang, bang.
In the enemy camp, flashes of fire appeared as some small silver weapons spat flames. Yet these terrifying weapons couldn't penetrate the High Elf Knight's grey armor.
Seeing this, Governor Winterberg excitedly clenched her fist. Cut off his head. Langlinger.
The blue-eyed witch shouted excitedly.
The next second, from the center of the battlefield came a dull impact sound.
The mace, containing immense power, smashed the High Elf Knight's head into a bloody mist with a single blow.
Bang! A fountain of blood spurted from Blinger's neck, and then his headless corpse, still holding its sword, fell from the horse, stirring up dust.
Governor Winterberg and the Knight Captain were instantly dumbfounded. Our knight's head was smashed.
First round, Blackwood Duchy wins. Complete suppression.
Is that guy even human?
Having witnessed the miracle of the Elven Knight's head being completely smashed, Merochak and the succubus remained in a state of shock.
The councillors and soldiers on the city walls were also dumbfounded. A half-blood councillor pointed at the knight's corpse and said in disbelief, "That's grey armour, which is hard to even leave a scratch on."
Yet that suit of armour, crafted through magic engineering, had been smashed along with the helmet by the giant platinum mace.
"You bastard, I will avenge Lambringer," who's kicked up dust as another platinum knight, wielding a longsword shimmering with blue mana, charged toward Duke Isaac. The mana sword in his hand emitted an aura even more powerful than the previous knight's, appearing as if it could even slice through mithril alloy. However, the elf sword could not cut through the Duke's helmet, which shone with a white light. The blade left only a scratch before sliding off, causing the Elven Knight's eyes to widen in shock.
Isaac's giant mace swung out with lightning speed. Bang! The sound of twisted metal rang out, and the High Elf Knight was sent flying like a kickball.
He rolled dozens of times on the ground before finally coming to a halt.
His grey armour was deeply dented, as if it had been struck by a catapult. With such immense strength, people would believe it even if he were called a troll.
Wait, isn't Duke Blackwood a mage?
They had heard he was a mage, and had specifically prepared mana stones to entertain him. Merochak looked at the succubus beside her with a face full of confusion. "He is a mage, I've confirmed it twice. With this brute force, how does he look like a mage?" Isaac casually shouldered the incredibly heavy-looking mace as easily as if he were holding a wooden stick.
He smashed an elf's head with one swing of a mace.
Isn't that a kind of magic?
Is this fucking magic?
What kind of magic is that? This was truly a rare magic performance.
But the High Elves who saw this had somber expressions.
Isaac seemed to sense their low spirits, so he returned the previous High Elf Knight's provocation in the same manner.
Ashish the sanctish exclamation.
He pulled a pointy-eared elf from his own camp and began to taunt the enemy with a voice infused with mana. Ancient Elvish echoed across the battlefield. What is he saying? It sounds like he's cursing.
Well, you said that you're all products of your father's accidental spells. The succubus actually understood ancient Elvish.
Mayor Centaur couldn't help but burst out laughing. Was this guy a thug before? There are rumours that he used to be a playboy. This human duke was truly strange in every way. The Blackwood army cheered with high morale while the High Elves gnashed their teeth and glared.
After 2 clashes, the momentum of both sides had completely reversed. Isaac insulted the High Elves in various ways using both the common language and ancient Elvish until finally someone couldn't help but explode. I can't take it anymore. All units attack.
Tear those lowly and arrogant humans to pieces.
Governor Winterberg was cursed out thoroughly, with even 18 generations of her ancestors being insulted.
Finally, when Isaac insulted their new god, she reached her limit,
Violently cracked her whip and roared hysterically. The angry Blue-Eyed Witch ordered a full-scale assault, and the next moment, 8,000 soldiers charged toward the Blackwood army. The High Elves charged toward the Blackwood army, which was fully prepared with barbed wire and heavy weapons.
for Empress Siona, for the Avalon Empire.
Crossbows loaded with red arrows were aimed at the Blackwood army.
This magic engineering weapon, with its immense close-range power and startling rate of fire, had once swept through the entire north.
However, the Blackwood army they faced this time was equipped with even stranger weapons. Utilizing their range advantage, the Blackwood army began a one-sided suppression of firepower while the enemy was charging.
Boom, boom. First came those giant metal spheres whistling out with long trails of flame behind them.
Explosions rose within the dense enemy formation. The ground churned, and the High Elves were blown away screaming.
Severed limbs flew through the air.
Yes, go Barak. The Blackwood army's method of attack, which could inflict casualties from a distance where the enemy couldn't even get close, left the councillors in awe.
Every explosion shook the earth like an earthquake.
The rumors about Blackwood's weapons were indeed true.
Besides the metal spheres that required a long time to reload, there was another strange killing weapon that had been constantly spitting fire from the start.
Several long barrels rotated, tearing the charging High Elves to shreds with an astounding rate of fire.
Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat.
Although it wasn't clear, it was certain that something was being fired at the elves. Every time a fire-spitting muzzle swept across the enemy ranks, they claimed a large number of High Elf lives.
The Blackwood army's killing speed far exceeded the High Elves' charging speed. The magic engineering weapons the High Elves took pride in had no chance to be used due to their insufficient range.
Seeing the Imperial army unable to advance an inch, Governor Winterberg's face turned ashen with rage.
A collision between the long-standing, successfully revived High Elf Empire and the rising power, the Blackwood Duchy. Contrary to the expected stalemate or slight advantage, the battle seemed to be developing in favor of Blackwood. They haven't even used those weapons they use against the dwarves yet. Indeed, if this continues, the battle will be over before we even have a chance to help. Whenever the High Elf siege weapons appeared on the battlefield, they were blown to pieces by the giant metal spheres. Under the dense hail of bullets, the High Elf crossbowmen couldn't concentrate at all. The succubus, who had always been frivolous, said with a rare serious expression,
At this rate, we won't have any chance to open the city gates and join the fight.
"This wouldn't do."
For the safety of the city, they had planned to wait and see. If the Imperial army won, they would remain silent. If the Duchess army was going to win, they would join immediately to share in the fruits of victory.
But now it seemed they might miss the opportunity. Med the city guard, and the Marana mercenaries are ready. Let's move out as well.
Yes, one side was a malicious force that would not hesitate to use violence to force open the city gates and slaughter the dwarves. The other was a friend who had come to help them eliminate the dragon. There was no more time for hesitation.
Marachek, atop the city wall, raised her sword high.
The blade glittered in the sunlight.
Assemble the city guard
And the mercenaries.
They had already prepared for potential contingencies, so the soldiers quickly gathered at the city gate. Worthy of Milana's city, a place with a powerful army, 1,500 well-equipped soldiers assembled beneath the city walls.
The city's autonomy is non-negotiable.
No one may use force to threaten or slaughter our citizens.
For our freedom we shall repel the High Elves.
This was both an irrefutable reason and an advantageous moment.
She rushed down the city wall with lightning speed, stood before the soldiers, and raised her longsword shimmering with mana.
Warriors of Marana, advance.
Open the city gates.
Lower the drawbridge.
We shall be victorious.
The heavy city gate slowly opened.
Centaur, who had transformed from a mare into a female warrior, led the soldiers out of the city gates and onto the battlefield, shouting slogans of resistance against the foreign enemy.
A clash of gunpowder and fantasy. Governor, the people of Milana City have moved out,
and looking at their direction, they are going to attack us.
Governor Winterberg also saw it.
The city gates opened wide, and Western continent soldiers of various races surged out like a tide.
How dare they underestimate us, these Western continent bastards?
Governor Winterberg gnashed her teeth, feeling infuriated by the betrayal of the free city.
They who once made the entire north tremble dared to be so arrogant because of a temporary setback.
With a click, she pulled a magical device from her bosom. Her left hand held several platinum-coloured eggs, and her right hand gripped the neck of a dwarf she had enslaved.
The dwarf's face was pale, and he shook his head desperately, begging for his life.
But as the platinum egg emitted light, his life force and soul was sucked away, turning him into a dried corpse.
It seems you're in trouble, Governor Winterberg. A High Elves woman wearing a black eye patch carrying a bow made of splice bones on her shoulder walked over. She was the offensive commander sent from the Avalon Empire mainland. 5 arrows had already condensed in her hand, seemingly having absorbed the souls of 5 people. Commander Magnus, please lend me a hand for the glory of the Empire. The High Elves woman wore black armor. Their armor seemed to have absorbed some substance, making its color deeper than ordinary grey armor, or almost pure black. He nodded expressionlessly, and then leaped lightly onto a warhorse also wearing a black vest.
Let the soldiers continue to advance until they are within crossbow range.
I will go and pin them down.
Understood.
The black helmet fell with a click. A blue light flashed in Magnus's eyes as he drew an arrow and kicked the horse's belly.
Asterisk.
This was perhaps the first time they had faced the Avalon Empire's army head-on. Although the enemy's numbers were far fewer than the Draco Kingdom's army of hundreds of thousands, and not as massive as the Green Tide of the Orc tribes, the Avalon Empire's army was the one they could least afford to take lightly. Blackwood Cavalry turn to intercept the High Elves cavalry attempting to outflank them and attack the weak points of their heavy weapons. Isaac personally led the Blackwood Cavalry, which was missing Pelser, and charged onto the battlefield.
Rumble.
The High Elves' heavy cavalry approached them flexibly, shrouded in clouds of dust. They were armed to the teeth from head to toe.
This was the Avalon cavalry unit that could make children stop crying in the north. It was said that they had once slaughtered the famous dwarf goat cavalry.
Die, 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 die.
The 6-shot revolver pistols in the hands of the Blackwood soldiers spat fire at the enemy. However, the lead bullets could not penetrate that strange grey armour, leaving only some sparks and dents.
The High Elves cavalry seemed full of confidence in their armor's performance, ignoring the attacks and continuing to charge.
Just like heavy tanks in the era of cold weapons. So, they decided to attack the unprotected bellies of the war horses and threw out a large number of meteor hammers. Boom! A series of explosions came from behind, like dozens of grenades exploding simultaneously.
The High Elves cavalry, who were originally chasing them aggressively, were suddenly thrown into chaos.
The war horses neighed and fell to the ground, blooded. The knights fell from their horses one after another.
Nay, well, the horses are out of control.
Even wearing sturdy armour, the impact of falling at high speed was hard for them to bear.
The vanguard's formation was disrupted,
and the horses behind couldn't turn in time, trampling their comrades' corpses and falling one after another, throwing the entire unit into chaos. This was why one couldn't easily pursue the Blackwood cavalry.
They always left some surprises.
Isaac ordered an acceleration, then turned his horse around and charged toward the enemy cavalry caught in chaos and panic.
Charge! Crack! Crack!
The bone-chilling sound of bones snapping rang out as the High Elves were sent flying like they had been hit by a car. Although their armor remained intact, the massive impact caused internal organ damage. At the very front of the charging unit was Isaac, who could crumple the armor like paper. And bang! Platinum Knights and heavy cavalry were sent flying as if hit by cannonballs.
Ugh were their last words. Their life-sustaining breastplates were deeply dented, and the High Elves who fell to the ground could no longer stand up.
My monster,
He's not human.
seeing the Blackwood cavalry charging through with irresistible force like parting the Red Sea, the High Elves cavalry realized the heavy casualties and began to retreat.
Isaac changed the cylinder and pulled the trigger as usual, but the soft lead bullets still couldn't penetrate the enemy's armor.
Damn fantasy world.
He realized once again the necessity of smokeless powder and full metal jacket bullets, so he led the cavalry back to the Blackwood army camp.
He saw Commander Miller directing the battle.
Boom, boom.
The cannons on the battlefield, after being slowly loaded, would blow the enemy to pieces.
Meanwhile, under the dense hail of bullets, the High Elves crossbowmen holding grey shields advanced slowly like turtles.
Firearms using black powder could not penetrate their shields.
Moreover, they had some heavy infantry wearing grey armor looking like heavy armored infantry.
This was the most defensive army he had ever seen.
Furthermore, they shouted God and Otto's bless us, and even as people kept falling, their morale did not waver in the slightest.
No wonder the Stonehammer Barrack Kingdom was captured by them with almost no resistance. With the continuous firing of shells in the Gatling machine gun, an egg-shaped defense barrier that he had seen before suddenly appeared in the enemy ranks.
Ding ding ding, ding ding. The bullets from the machine guns and rifles were all deflected, and the High Elves crossbowmen continued to approach them.
Soon magical arrows fell like rain.
The High Elves, with the fire of revenge, kept shortening the distance between them. Damn it, that defense barrier again.
It's a High Elves thing after all, Your Majesty,
said Commander Miller, who was directing the artillerymen.
He was right. This wasn't something they had temporarily borrowed, but a magical device weapon used by the High Elves themselves.
Effie, come over and smash this thing for me.
Isaac called over Effie, who was commanding the Elf Rangers.
She was sniping grey-armored knights and heavy infantry with her smoking Monaco rifle.
Hearing Isaac's call, she ran over quickly.
You called for me.
Isaac pointed at the loading cannon and ordered her to find a way to break that troublesome defense barrier. Effie nodded vigorously and blew a breath onto the steel shell, injecting the power of the wind spirit self into it. Boom! The rifled cannon loaded with black powder spat fire at its recoil, making it slide backward. A white trail cut through the sky.
The conical shell with massive kinetic energy whistled out.
The shell that had once shattered the Great Magician's absolute defense once again shattered their enemy's defense barrier like glass gunpowder weapons had once again triumphed over magical device weapons.
Oh, Commander Miller and the artillerymen waved their fists excitedly.
Effie turned around and asked with a smile, Your Majesty, how did I do?
You did very well.
Praise me some more.
Recently, she had been getting very close to Claire, and her courage had grown.
With the defense barrier broken, the Gatling machine gun fired again, pouring a hail of bullets at the High Elves who were advancing slowly like turtles. The loader desperately turned the crank, feeding bullets into the chamber.
Tut-tut-tut-tut. Oh. The contest between spear and shield continued. Fortunately,
they could still use their range advantage to deal one-sided damage to the enemy. However, the High Elves' egg-shaped magical device seemed to be more than one. A hemispherical defense barrier appeared in the enemy ranks again. Damn it!
Isaac and Commander Miller cursed at the same time and ordered the loading of gunpowder and shells again. Just as the two sides were at a stalemate, suddenly a third party joined the battle.
For Milana City.
Don't touch the air of freedom.
while the soldiers of the Free City opened the gates and rushed out, launching an attack on the High Elves' flank.
Who are they?
It's the city guard and the mercenaries of Marana. It seems they're going to stand on our side, Your Majesty. Although he didn't know what had happened, it seemed they had decided to side with them to fight against the ill-intentioned High Elves.
A centaur woman holding a longsword charged at the front. It was said that all centaur, regardless of which tribe they belonged to, were natural-born warriors.
It seemed the rumors were true. However, the High Elves seemed to have anticipated their appearance as a woman in black armor rode out from their ranks on a warhorse. She drew her magical bowstring, aimed at the charging soldiers, and then let go. Whoosh! A red trail, like Effie's arrow, cut through the sky.
Accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, the magical arrow landed among the Free City's army.
Boom! Oh,
The devil's weapon.
For the sake of freedom, they had opened the city gates and rushed out aggressively, only to be met with a head-on blow. Marana's army instantly suffered heavy casualties.
Just one arrow caused more than 100 casualties. The power was staggering,
And that High Elves woman in black armor could actually use such a weapon so easily.
that looks like a weapon from the Saxon Empire.
It was a bow made from the bones of an unknown creature.
Isaac had personally destroyed such a weapon under the goddess's protection.
It seemed to be the bone bow called armor's a bow that screams. High Elves' weapons were always so eerie and cruel.
She couldn't be left alone.
Da da da.
the new rifles loaded with smokeless powder jumped violently at the muzzles.
The elf rangers simultaneously pulled their triggers at the black high elf who had attracted everyone's attention.
A dozen white trails cut through the sky. However, even the copper-jacketed bullets enhanced by smokeless powder and elven power could not penetrate her armor.
It seemed that was also the black armor of the Saxon Empire, just like the one that Prince wore back then.
She shrugged disdainfully, seemingly dismissive of their attack.
Then she notched an arrow made of souls onto the bowstring and galloped toward them.
It seemed she intended to attack them with those terrifying arrows once she was within range.
Perhaps learning from the previous lesson of the rifled cannon shattering the defense barrier, she constantly changed directions, making it difficult for snipers to aim at her. It was impossible to attack such a flexible target with heavier artillery and slow-moving shells. He needed a more precise and powerful weapon, a weapon more powerful than the Monica rifle.
So, he signaled to Commander Miller to bring another new weapon they had completed at the same time as the new anti-aircraft gun.
It was something that even a High Knight would have to struggle to carry.
He unveiled it. The black gun body gleamed in the sunlight, significantly thicker and heavier than previous versions. Just like the elephant guns on Earth, it used a single-base propellant filled with nitrocellulose, and the bullet also featured a jacketed design for a large-caliber weapon.
This was the upgraded version of the Gaia rifle, the Troll rifle.
The styling of this version was more rugged and exaggerated, practically a cannon.
Effie, it's been a long time since we fought together.
Troll's debut.
Click. A heavy metallic clack,
Distinctly different from that of a Monica rifle,
rang out.
Under Effie's manipulation, the thick bowl slid forward, chambering a large caliber bullet akin to a .700 Nitro Express.
The bullet was embedded with a high carbon steel core carburized using the crucible steelmaking method.
Its hardness far surpassed that of soft lead and copper.
This weapon was originally designed to pierce the massive wings of a half-dragon.
I never thought I'd be using it against a high elf. Reading Taiwan novels is incredibly smooth.
Isaac steadily supported the loaded troll rifle and asked Effie, who was acting as the marksman, about the distance.
The spirits told me the distance is 1,100 tar, and the wind direction.
I have already brought it under control, Your Majesty.
She wasn't judging the wind direction, but controlling it. This statement left a deep impression on Isaac.
Gripping the thick barrel tightly, he turned to ask Commander Miller. Commander Miller, has the sealing issue with this thing been resolved?
It won't explode, will it?
He remembered Toddlin and the dwarves of the Weapon R&D department saying something when they picked up the gun from the armory. You'll know once you fire a shot.
I'm not asking whether it might explode.
You have to try it to know. That is the official opinion of the dwarves.
Commander Miller said that time had been tight before departure, so they haven't had a chance to conduct tests.
However, he stated that theoretically there should be no problem. Shield. Isaac cast a shield on Effie. That dwarf Toddlin had a track record. He had once blown something up right in front of him. During the last civil war, he had blown up a high-pressure boiler. If the barrel exploded this time, he would definitely shave off Toddlin's beard himself. Effie, fire. Effie nodded and pressed her fair cheek tightly against the massive gunstock. Her gaze followed the barrel, lining up with the target. Her emerald green eyes were as sharp as an eagle's.
Asterisk.
Lord Magnus has wiped out those bastards. Seeing the Free City army composed of centaur vampires, Naga, and others falling, as if struck by meteors, the High Elf soldiers raised their weapons and cheered.
Serves them right.
Fools. This is what happens when you side with humans. Protected by grey armor, shields, and defensive magical devices, the Imperial army pushed forward, dealing a crushing blow to those attempting to flank them. Governor Winterberg laughed heartily as she watched the Marana army, which had been shouting about defending the city's freedom, being utterly routed. She looked at the offensive commander, who was preparing the next arrow, and marveled.
As expected.
The 5 offensive commanders of the Avalon Empire, equipped with magical weapons personally crafted by the gods, and the Empress charged into battle like demons and yakshas, tearing the enemy to shreds.
One of them was Commander Magnus, who had remained in the occupied territory with her.
Truly someone chosen by the gods and the Empress. His strength
Was indeed extraordinary.
He was like an elegant black panther clad in armor that shimmered with the luster of black pearls galloping freely across the battlefield.
No one dared to approach him, or even draw near.
Even the Marana army, equipped with ordinary iron weapons, had halted their advance under the previous attack. The Blackwood army seemed to sense the crisis, as well continuously firing beams of white light in an attempt to stop his advance. The beams carried a murderous intent, letting out sharp whistles as they cut through the air. Clang, 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 clang. However, all attacks were deflected by the black armor blessed by the goddess Siona. Magnus gave a contemptuous smile, which greatly boosted the confidence and morale of the High Elves. Magnus,
Annihilate those humans.
the offensive commander knocked a long magical arrow and charged toward the enemy. The Avalon Empire's black mage, known as the Son of Bacon, darted across the battlefield like an arrow.
A heavy metal ball flew from the enemy camp, but landed behind him. He was like a sharp blade carving a path for the soldiers behind him.
On the battlefield, he was the spiritual pillar for the soldiers and the Empress's most trusted weapon for the final showdown. Commander Magnus judged that he had entered range and began to draw the magical bowstring. Seeing the arrow that was about to bring fear and destruction to the enemy, Governor Winterberg clenched her fists in excitement. This arrow would be the key to turning the tide of the battle. She stood up abruptly and shouted, "Attack! To death with those loathsome humans!"
Whacked them all.
Just then, from the enemy camp, a flash of fire erupted, and a silver light streaked across the sky like lightning. Crack! Earth! After a blood-curdling boom, Commander Magnus, who had been galloping on his horse, vanished into thin air. The Imperial soldiers were struck with terror as they saw their commander coughing up blood and falling from his horse. The blue-eyed witch was also left dumbfounded.
From the distance came a muffled gunshot.
Boom! Like a mournful wail. Commander killed. I feel like I'm about to fly. The massive recoil pushed them backward.
The blast from the muzzle flattened the nearby grass.
How much kinetic energy must the bullet that large fired at supersonic speed have at the muzzle?
Effie, still shaken, turned to look at Isaac.
That's why I'm holding you.
Isaac said, holding her slender waist.
Effie muttered softly. She definitely couldn't have fired the gun on her own.
Even in a fantasy world, Newton's third law is unbreakable.
With her frail body, if she had fired alone, the recoil would likely have knocked her over.
Commander Miller, what's the status of that black archer? The intense recoil left him momentarily dazed.
According to Effie, that was supposedly called the offensive commander, he thought he saw her get hit by something, blood spraying.
It hit, but she twisted her body at the last moment.
The bullet struck her shoulder, not her heart.
Commander Miller explained that her shoulder and arm were blown off.
It seemed she had sensed the danger with some incredible supernatural ability and evaded. How is that possible?
Effie, the sharpshooter, who never missed, widened her emerald green eyes in disbelief that she hadn't killed the enemy with this high-powered weapon.
Seeing the black figure roll dozens of times on the ground, still alive, and struggling to stand, she clenched her fist as if having a PTSD episode. Last time, she rushed out recklessly and cursed in the ancient language of the High Elves, showing her deep hatred for them. By the way, she still hadn't told Isaac what those curses meant.
Just one more shot will do, Isaac said.
Effie nodded and pulled the bolt. With a click, a wisp of white smoke rose from the open chamber. She took out the large brass-colored bullet again.
As if responding to her, the black figure struggled to crawl toward her bone bow.
Your Majesty, she seems to be up to something.
Hearing this, Effie sped up her reloading.
Meanwhile, the High Elf archer, like a Paralympic archer, sat on the ground,
Braced the bow with her feet,
and pulled the magical bowstring with her mouth.
Even as blood gushed from her severed arm, she successfully fired the ominous arrow.
The red arrow traced a parabolic arc flying over 1,000 tar.
Boom!
The arrow's range seemed slightly insufficient, landing not far ahead of them. Even without a direct hit, the shockwave from the explosion knocked nearby Blackwood soldiers to the ground, who then scrambled up in terror. If that arrow had landed among them, the consequences would have been unthinkable.
This arrow's power was more terrifying than the bow of armors he had seen before.
Click!
Effie loaded the bullet infused with the power of the top-tier wind spirit, Sylph, into the chamber, then gave Isaac a thumbs up.
Make her pay.
Since it was borrowed on short notice, this gun wasn't equipped with a dedicated bipod. So Isaac stood firmly with legs apart, acting as a human bipod. Effie took a deep breath and pulled the trigger.
Boom!
The muzzle flash instantly engulfed her vision. The intense shockwave flattened the nearby grass as if run over by a tractor, and the massive armor-piercing bullet roared out. The bullet tore through the air, heading toward the black archer preparing her next arrow.
Butter.
A dull impact sound, and the archer's head exploded like a watermelon.
Her body fell limp into a pool of blood.
The High Elves were instantly thrown into panic. Their reaction was as if they had lost their monarch. Panic and chaos spread like a plague. Even though I couldn't use a bow, I finally avenged it, Effie said, watching the silver trajectory and tightly gripping the bolt of the troll rifle. Seeing the enemy begin to collapse, Commander Miller immediately ordered a full volley.
Fire.
All units fire.
Soldiers recovering from the explosion's aftermath raised their weapons again, pouring fire toward the enemy. Rat-tat-tat-tat.
Asteris.
The female mare of Centaur was knocked to the ground by the sudden red arrow and the explosion's shockwave. After a moment, she regained her senses and scrambled up from the ground, disheveled. She staggered on all fours like a newborn calf before barely steadying herself. Merochek looked back and was stunned to see dozens of casualties from just one attack.
Belgo,
Didn't you say the situation was in our favour?
The battle would be over before we could even help.
The Blackwood Duchy lived up to its name, and the High Elves were equally formidable.
she had planned to observe before deciding whether to deploy troops, but things had taken an unexpected turn, making her frown.
Had she misjudged and put the city in danger?
Her face turned pale with fear.
Meanwhile, the offensive commander who had launched the fierce attack had charged forward.
The succubus Belgo, covered in dirt, ran over, wiped the dust from his eyes, and pointed to the center of the battlefield, saying,
Merochak, look, I was right. The black high elf commander was hit by a silver beam, her arm blown off, rolling on the ground. As she tried to counterattack, a second bullet from the Blackwood side struck her head, killing her instantly. Well, indeed, the high elf's strongest ace had thus left the battlefield.
The high elves fell into panic. Explosions echoed one after another, the killing machine spewed flames continuously, and the high elves, amid screams and blood, completely broke down and began to flee. Even as the blue-eyed witch screamed herself hoarse, ordering them to hold their ground, the usually haughty Avalon Empire soldiers scattered like stray dogs.
The offensive commander has fallen.
It's over.
Run. They had lost their pride as imperial citizens and their faith in the new gods. They would just be fleeing instinctively to avoid slaughter. The succubus and centaur silently exchanged a glance as they watched the fleeing high elves. Isn't this just as planned? We were prepared for some casualties. From another perspective, considering they were facing the terrifying high elves, their casualties were quite light. Moreover, they had successfully defended the city's freedom and saved face in front of Duke Blackwood.
Mayor,
The Blackwood army is still far from us. If we pursue now, we should be able to catch up. The best time to expand gains is by pursuing fleeing enemies.
hearing the call from the leader of the Marana mercenary group, Mayor Ochak glanced at the approaching Blackwood army, then nodded, raising her magical sword high.
All units advance. Pursue the enemy alongside the Blackwood army. Make them never dare threaten our city again.
Ooh.
The high elves, who had earlier been menacingly raising their crossbows to teach them a lesson, were now fleeing with their tails between their legs.
The situation had completely reversed.
Merochak, it seems the high elves only brought half their forces. What if they set an ambush, or recover mid-retreat and attack us with crossbows?
Our army could suffer heavy losses.
Even with the enemy fleeing, attacking high elves is still a terrifying prospect.
Hearing the succubus's question, Merochak, about to lead the charge herself, turned back and said,
Fool, that's why we're going to shout loudly and pretend to pursue.
just for show, understand.
All.
So, it was all to curry favour with the emerging power that had defeated the High Elves.
Mayor Ochak, having successfully defended the city's freedom, ordered the soldiers to shout loudly, then commanded the advance.
Charge.
Forward.
Whatever.
Asterisk.
A short, smooching dwarf woman sat before a mirror with a dissatisfied look. The High Elf surveillance and control over the princess's chambers were growing tighter. Recently, something had happened. The High Elves made large-scale troop movements, and she was confined to the princess's chambers, unable to step out. Even her usual maid, Yuma, was forbidden from entering or leaving. This way, she couldn't command or lead the resistance army.
The spark of rebellion she had barely ignited couldn't spread because she was trapped here. At this rate, they had no chance of gaining independence.
At this moment, countless dwarves were still suffering spiritual torment and pain. Last time she spoke of this, Yuma scolded her, but she still hoped at any cost to receive help again, whether from a dragon or something else. Just then, a small spark flew in through the window. Princess Langnier immediately recognized it as the fire spirit and widened her eyes in surprise. The fire spirit used flames to sketch words in the air that she had once studied. She stood up abruptly and whispered in disbelief, "The blue-eyed witch has been defeated."
Extinguished the joy of victory. Amidst the air-shaking, heavy footsteps, a massive rock smashed into the city wall like a battering ram.
Boom! Even a sturdy fortress found it difficult to withstand such a violent attack from the giant stone golem. The city wall collapsed like a sandcastle, giant rubble flying everywhere, as countless Minotaur warriors and goblin residents were buried under the crumbling stones, dying instantly. Minotaur warriors wielding halberds swarmed out like army ants attempting to fight the invading stone golem, but it was in vain.
The stone golem reshaped its body with the scattered rubble swinging its massive arms and silently carrying out a massacre.
Bang! Bang! Driven by a powerful mana core, the stone golem's every step cracked the ground, crushing those beneath it like insects, accompanied by the bone-chilling sound of snapping skeletons and splashing crimson liquid.
God, what on earth is this monster?
With the walls breached and the stone golem rampaging, the Chiran Kingdom's ducal territory was reduced to a living hell. On a nearby hillside, a high elf woman elegantly swirled, the wine glass in her hand, listening to the screams of the goblins and minotaurs. Empress Kshana slowly brought the dark red wine from the Avalon continent to her lips. The wine, which had travelled across the ocean, had a slightly unpleasant sourness, but she was very satisfied with the scene before her and generously ignored the flaw. Do you see? How foolish was the choice of the king of Chirang to dare resist the High Elves. She turned, abruptly questioning the surrendering nobles of the Chirang kingdom on the hillside. Beneath her fluttering white dress, the nobles bowed their heads trembling. They had already heard that resistors would be killed without mercy. To save their lives, nobles from all over had chosen unconditional surrender. It wasn't that they had forgotten their feudal oaths, but faced with their unheard of terrifying golem, they had completely lost their will to fight. Do you understand the greatness of the High Elves and the power of the empire that is about to rule the entire continent? Seeing that the nobles only bowed their heads in silence, Empress Kshana asked again in a low voice. The other high elves who had followed her to the central continent also wore arrogant smiles, waiting with interest for the noble's answer.
Yes, yes, the high elves are the ones who should rule the entire continent.
His Majesty Limpet must be insane to provoke such a losing war.
Submitting to Her Majesty the Empress like this is the only way to save the people of the kingdom.
The loser's flattery flowed into the pointed ears of the high elves like honey.
The high elves looked at their grovelling behaviour and showed contemptuous smiles.
Even flattery from inferior races was enough to soothe their hearts, which had once been mocked and looked down upon. At the same time, their faith in Inatos and his apostle the Empress grew deeper. Really, do you think it would be better for the high elves to rule the chaotic central continent?
Empress Kshana asked, clapping her hands.
Before they knew it, she had walked up to the nobles.
Of course, with both magic and wisdom, who else can match the high elves? We are also willing to follow you loyally as nobles of the new world.
Whether forced to bow out of fear or scrambling to show loyalty to find a new patron in a new era. Although their sincerity could not be determined, Empress Kshana let out a charming laugh as she watched the nobles look as if they wanted to lick her shoes.
Her eyes rippled with emotion, her exquisite features as beautiful as a goddess.
Seeing Empress Kshana's face up close, the nobles even felt for a moment that elves might truly be the creations of the gods. However, beneath the beautiful face lay a hidden evil nature.
In that case, when we attack the capital of the Terran Kingdom, you will also lead the charge, right?
If your loyalty is real.
Siona's lips curled up slightly as she asked. Now the troublesome territories had all been captured, and only the Terran Kingdom's prosperous capital remained.
According to intelligence, King Impet had already gathered all his forces, preparing for the final decisive battle in the capital.
King killing king, this was exactly the scene she loved to see. Let these foolish races slaughter each other and reduce their numbers.
Both the attackers and the defenders would fall into confusion and fear, heading towards destruction in their mutual slaughter. Before fully committing the golems to the capital offensive, there was no better way to crush their enemy's morale and will to fight.
The nobles, who had just been eager to lick her shoes, suddenly became mute when asked to prove their loyalty.
Siona seemed to have expected this. She gave a contemptuous smile and lightly kicked something with her white high-heeled shoe. It was this very thing that had made the nobles adopt such a lowly posture from the start.
Unwilling, then you will end up like this.
A corpse lay there, its soul already extracted, leaving only an empty shell. Seeing the nobles' slow relaxation, the offensive commander, clad in black armor and holding a pitch-black magic weapon, slowly stepped forward. Having witnessed what she had done before, the nobles hurriedly shook their heads and spoke up.
We are willing to lead the charge.
As long as we can take up arms, we will definitely gather all our forces to capture the capital, Her Majesty the Empress. Siona finally smiled with satisfaction.
Her smile was brilliant, like a blooming white flower, but the nobles were no longer fooled by this beautiful exterior.
Very good, very good. Your loyalty makes this Empress very pleased.
She contentedly brought the wine to her lips.
Meanwhile, on the nobles' castle, where the walls had collapsed, a white flag was finally raised. The high elf soldiers held their weapons high, cheering for another victory achieved on the central continent.
Victorious in every battle, the morale of the high elves was at its peak.
While they were intoxicated with the joy of victory, the word failure had long been forgotten.
Just as the high elves were preparing to hold a small celebration ceremony in front of the destroyed castle, a messenger holding a lip-shaped grey magic device ran toward Empress Kshana in a panic.
Her Majesty the Empress.
Empress Kshana. The communication magic device the messenger held was a precious item that only a few possessed even in the homeland, to be used only in emergencies.
Siona frowned in confusion.
Emergency intelligence.
Blackwood has moved north and clashed with the army led by Governor Winterberg.
The high elves have been defeated.
The news of defeat from the north was like cold water, extinguishing the joy of victory. Commander Magnus was stationed there. How could?
The offensive commander, her head and arms were crushed. She died on the spot. Her Majesty the Empress. The high elves were defeated, and the offensive commander was dead.
The wine glass in Siona's hand crashed to the ground, and she screamed.
What did you say? Dragon Hun?
They really have retreated into their shells.
The massive castle of the Kingdom of Barak was as majestic as Constantinople on earth.
Isaac looked at the triple walls that stood firm even under bombardment from field guns and rifles and couldn't help but click his tongue.
To hold them accountable for their secret support of the enemy and their sudden attack, Isaac had even sent an envoy, but the other party refused to respond, hunkering down in the castle to start a war of attrition.
I've always known dwarves were gifted in construction, but today I can't help but complain a bit.
Isaac looked up at the towering, incredibly thick walls and spoke. Relying only on a few siege cannons temporarily exchanged with achievement points on site, there was no way to shake this fortified city.
A large number of siege cannons, iron cannonballs, and gunpowder had to be transported from Blackwood to launch a real siege.
Moreover, Isaac, who had originally only intended to quickly capture the dragon and return, had not prepared enough supplies to support a long-term siege. That dragon burned this castle into a sea of fire before.
Everywhere on the massive castle were scorched marks and signs of repairs after being burned.
Thinking about it carefully, walls could only defend the front and back, the top was wide open.
Seeing this, Isaac suddenly thought of a way to make the other side surrender.
While slow hot air balloons were easily shot down by magic ballistae if they were replaced by something that could die from an enemy's blind spot without a trace, perhaps this castle could be turned into a burning coffin.
Furthermore, the offensive commander who was said to have wounded the dragon had already been killed by them.
Thus Isaac temporarily set aside his regrets and, led by the female centaur mare, entered the city of Marana.
Why, after dealing with the wounded and leading the army into the city, colourful petals and ribbons fell from the sky. Citizens flooded the streets or leaned out of balconies, giving the Blackwood army a warm cheer.
Guardians of the city and freedom.
Blackwood, Blackwood. The citizens who had witnessed everything from the walls believed the Blackwood army's fight against the terrifying High Elves was to protect them, and thus gave them an incredibly warm welcome. Girls of various races marvelled at the handsomeness and valiance of the Blackwood soldiers, making the black-clad soldiers marching in unison puff out their chests.
The people of the Western continent had never seen such an orderly formation, and broke into exclamations of wonder.
Meanwhile, councillors from various families whispered about the Blackwood army
that had defeated the High Elf Governor General's office, the Overlord of the North.
How does it feel like their equipment is even better than the High Elf army that commands the dwarves?
A standing army of several thousand, and all wearing steel breastplates.
They must have more money than they know what to do with.
Just how much gold and silver treasure have they plundered?
Even they, who lived as neighbours to the dwarves, were shocked by the shining steel equipment of the Blackwood army.
Besides the councillors who were simply surprised, there were some who, after Merochak returned from leading the city's army to war, immediately stepped forward and questioned loudly.
Merochak,
what are you doing?
Attacking the Avalon Empire army.
This is simply asking for trouble.
Wasn't it just handing over a few citizens?
Didn't you see those giant golems heading south? What if Avalon sends their main force to attack us?
Can you take responsibility?
The vampire and Naga race councillors' faces flushed red, questioned the mayor on why she started a war with the High Elves.
Smack! The female centaur mare did not hesitate to raise her front hooves and kick the guys blocking her way flying.
The councillors rolled several times on the ground as if kicked by a warhorse. Isaac thought to himself that these must be the pro-High Elf councillors the female mayor had mentioned on the way.
Logically, there was no reason to defend the Avalon Empire that invaded neighbouring countries. They likely took bribes from the Governor General.
Belgo, what did I say before? Over as expected of the mayor, a woman of her word. The succubus gave a thumbs up.
Butchak snorted, pouring at the gravel-filled street with her hooves.
Whether it was the hot-blooded purse or the centaur race, their tempers all seemed quite fiery. Your Majesty, I have already dealt with those unstable elements. Please do not take it to heart.
Butchak's attitude was extremely respectful. It seemed she had completely made her choice between the Avalon Empire and Blackwood.
She said she would soon send people to investigate these councillors' families, find evidence of their bribery, and then expel them.
She was truly a character who handled things cleanly and decisively.
So Merochak, the reason you called us here, where is that half-dragon hiding now?
Isaac asked the mayor for the location of his target, the Red Dragon Fran.
Merochak and the surrounding councillors all looked at him with excitement.
You're actually going to find another trouble, the dragon, immediately after repelling the Avalon Empire army that threatened the city.
And I'm so moved, Your Majesty.
How can we ever repay your kindness?
Although Isaac's true goal was to attack the High Elves hiding behind the walls from the air, seeing them so moved to tears, he felt there was no need to tell the truth.
He shrugged and continued to ask about the dragon's lair.
Merochak said that Fran was entrenched in a cave not far from Morana.
That cave seemed to be an ancient dragon's lair, now abandoned.
Fran seemed to like it very much, treating it entirely as his own territory. They had sent subjugation teams many times, but all returned empty-handed. Not only did they lose many soldiers, but it also gave Fran a taste for the blood of the Western continent races, leading him to attack nearby villages from time to time, which deeply worried the mayor.
No one knew when he might fly to the city and turn it into a sea of fire.
The councillors all hoped Fran would be eliminated as soon as possible, and they looked at Isaac with expectant eyes.
What do you think, Shaman? Can you use your ability to control him again?
This was the dragon Shaman Isaac had specifically brought from Blackwood. He blinked his reptilian eyes and then spoke.
It's difficult, Your Majesty. He has already broken free of control. He must be taught a good lesson to make him submit. It seemed he couldn't be easily controlled with magic.
Knocking him out before capturing him felt like playing Pokemon.
Then let's rest for a bit and then go teach him a lesson.
Hearing Isaac speak so lightly of teaching the dragon a lesson made the dragon Shaman break into a cold sweat instantly. Merochak, who was determined to drive Fran away, was overjoyed and stated that this was the city's business and they were willing to help.
Isaac naturally accepted their help.
Asterisk.
Snort, a massive breath blew the dust in the dragon's lair everywhere.
The half-dragon Fran curled his body tighter to resist the cold wind from outside the cave. Despite the harsh environment, the dragon was quite satisfied with this new home, because here he didn't have to worry about the terrifying human army chasing him. Those guys didn't have wings like him and had short strides. It was impossible for them to chase him to such a remote and cold place. Moreover, there was a ready-made, abandoned dragon's lair here, and plenty of delicious food living in stone houses nearby, so Fran had no plans to leave for the time being. Thus the dragon lived leisurely and comfortably in the north. Growled, however, although he had already repelled intruders who came to the lair many times, this time he once again felt an unpleasant aura outside the lair.
Fran opened his ugly eyes in anger.
He slammed his front claws heavily against the ground and rushed out of the lair.
Thump, thump. Then seeing that incredibly familiar black flag in the army that had once shot down his kin, Fran was instantly scared out of his wits.
Oh, there he is.
That white gold armor he had seen last time. An instinctive sense of crisis sounded the alarm.
Fran quickly spread his wings, preparing to flee.
Roar, don't let him get away.
Catch him.
Beat a drowning dog to a pulp 2-in-1. Don't forget to tip if you enjoyed it. The red wings flapped rapidly, kicking up gusts of wind. The half-dragon Fran, seeing the army arrayed before its nest, actually threw the dignity of an apex predator to the winds and turned to flee. The modified anti-aircraft gunners drove their massive claws deep into the ground to stabilize the carriage, then quickly raised their barrels to aim at the fleeing Fran. The Blackwood artillerymen rapidly turned the cranks with a clack-clack sound, adjusting the elevation of the barrels.
Don't you like eating human flesh? The food has been delivered to your doorstep, so why are you running?
It was said that this dragon had already tasted human flesh and would attack villages.
Isaac muttered speechlessly as he watched the frantic Fran flee.
It seems we are not to its taste. Commander Miller shrugged as he watched the desperately fleeing dragon.
When the Western Continent Allied forces came to subjugate it last time, it had fought back without mercy.
This is a bit of a blow to our self-esteem. Could it be that we taste worse than they do? Your Majesty, stop joking and hurry up and command the bombardment. The city councillors who followed along couldn't help but feel embarrassed seeing the king and his minister joking so easily.
Only Effie, who was used to this atmosphere, smiled slightly while holding her troll rifle.
Whoosh! Fran flapped its wings forcefully and flew toward the sky.
It seemed to have learned its lesson from when Elan was shot down, cleverly maintaining its altitude.
It appeared that through its previous battles with their old-style anti-aircraft guns and magical ballistae, it had learned how to fly directly above them to ensure its own safety.
However, the modified new anti-aircraft guns could reach an elevation of 80 degrees.
The barrels were almost vertically upward. To compensate for the remaining 10 degrees, they had scattered the artillery positions to cover each other's blind spots, leaving almost no dead zones. In other words, this dragon had nowhere left to run.
Where do you think you're going? Ilya, it's your turn to take the stage. Bring down the divine punishment.
Conductive wires had been added to the mercury fulminate that served as the primer for the proximity fuse.
The anti-dragon shells were already loaded, ready to hunt the dragon.
The lightning spirit on Isaac's shoulder also mimicked him, aiming its tiny hands at the dragon in the sky.
Fire! The nearly vertical anti-aircraft guns fired simultaneously.
The councillors of Milana City were startled by the thunderous roar of the cannons so close by.
The dragon only focused on flying upward without making any evasive maneuvers, which instead made aiming much easier.
When the 15 shells reached the same altitude as the dragon, Ilya snapped her fingers with a snap.
Lightning flickered at her fingertips, and the 15 shells exploded simultaneously around Fran.
Boom, 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 boom. A deafening roar like a thunderclap, along with fire and thick smoke, instantly enveloped the sky. Everyone looked up at the sky. Fran's silhouette disappeared in the fire and smoke for a moment, then it let out a wretched scream and came spinning down. Well, Fran desperately flapped its tattered wings like a broken parachute, trying to stop its fall.
However, it had already been riddled with wounds by the anti-aircraft guns, so it was all in vain.
The dragon that was originally flying above their heads crashed heavily in front of them.
By Barak, what did I just see?
The Mayor Ochak of the Free City, the mercenaries, and everyone else stared dumbfounded at the dragon that once terrified them, now falling pathetically from the sky. They all had expressions that said the dragon was shot down that easily. Although they had certain expectations for the Blackwood army, they didn't expect them to shoot down the dragon in one hit, just like shooting a bird.
Just as the emergence of firearm led to the decline of the heavy cavalry, the anti-aircraft gun was precisely the nemesis of large aerial forces. The Blackwood army shot down the dragon.
We finally got that monster. Oh, when the dust settled and the massive creature covered in red scales struggled painfully on the ground, the city's soldiers waved their fists excitedly and cheered.
It seemed that the dragon's previous history of attacking villages and the failed subjugation attempts had accumulated quite a bit of hatred.
Perhaps because the impact of the fall was too great, it was unable to move at all. Sorcerer, can you control it? Isaac looked at the downed dragon and turned to ask the somewhat bewildered dragonborn sorcerer if he could put the control collar back on it. Unfortunately, the dragon's carapace and wings were injured. However, as long as it was still alive, Ignis' holy power could stimulate its vitality and essence, allowing it to heal within a few weeks.
Snort! The dragon lowered its head and snorted, sending dust flying from the ground.
I'll try. The sorcerer closed his eyes and walked toward the dragon with Isaac beginning to chant an ancient incantation. Blue magic radiated from him, and red flames began to spew from his mouth. The flames took the shape of ancient characters like runes, then wrapped around the dragon's body like iron chains. However, for some reason the flaming characters wrapped around Fran kept chattering and reforming, unable to proceed further.
Isaac looked at the sweating sorcerer and asked what's wrong. It doesn't seem to be going well.
Your Majesty, its mental strength has not yet yielded.
The sorcerer's voice was very weak.
Why, even after being beaten to a near-death state?
Isaac turned to look and saw that the dragon's eyes were still filled with the will to resist.
At the same time, the dragon's fire sac puffed up like a blowfish. It opened its massive maw, and the nearby councillors and mercenaries screamed in terror.
Dragon breath.
Ow!
Run! The soldiers of Murano were instantly thrown into chaos.
Isaac suddenly swung his mace, slamming it into the dragon's swollen fire sac. Bang! The sound of the carapace shattering was like a drumhead being punctured. Whoa! The dragon let out a shrill scream and twisted its body in pain, failing to spew its dragon breath. Isaac attacked its previously injured spot again, and the dragon rolled on the ground like a flounder just hold onto the shore. He stopped the dragon's fire show, then turned to ask the sorcerer, "How is it?" The dragonborn sorcerer said the dragon's will to resist was still strong, but he would keep trying.
Oh, so you're saying it's its mental strength that's blocking your spell?
Isn't that simple? Just make it lose consciousness. Without another word, Isaac channeled the magic in his body, donned his mithril gauntlets, and struck the dragon's throat with a heavy blow.
Roar! The half-dragon's scream echoed through the clouds.
It no longer looked like a dragon, but like a flounder just hauled onto the shore, flopping on the ground.
The dragon, once regarded by the Draco Kingdom as a weapon for the final battle, was now fallen on the ground, being beaten with fists. The dragonborn sorcerer's expression grew increasingly grim.
He used ancient characters to bind the exhausted dragon, then shouted to Isaac, That's enough, your majesty. You don't need to hit it anymore." The dragon Fran could neither fly nor do anything, but roll on the ground under Isaac's blows, having long since lost its former imposing manner.
Isaac patted the carapace fragments off his gauntlets and lowered his hands.
The dragon finally yielded to violence, and under the effect of the spell it stopped resisting. Merochak and the soldiers watched the dragon subdued by cannons and pure brute force in stunned silence. In front of the dumbfounded residents of the free city, Isaac held high his platinum mace. Magic surged, and multicolored light radiated from the head of the mace.
"Everyone, we have captured the dragon." This was another miracle that would go down in history. The cheers of the Blackwood army echoed through the sky.
Bath!
Asterisk.
Where there is an offense, there is a defense. To stop the enemy's advance, they were putting up a tenacious resistance.
The sound of horse hooves thundered as silver manes flew in the wind. The dark elf Duchess scanned the battlefield with a weary expression.
Release arrows.
Rat-tat-tat-tat.
A rain of silver arrows fell, and enemies collapsed into pools of blood with agonizing screams.
The soldiers of the duchy used new weapons purchased from Blackwood to block the advance of the vampires, who were equipped with magical ballistae.
If it weren't for these weapons, they might have been unable to resist, and the capital might have fallen.
Thump, thump, thump.
Giant figures carrying an overwhelming pressure slowly approached.
Their height was equivalent to 3 elves stacked together.
Even in a hail of bullets, they remained unscathed.
These golems, as massive as trolls, were advancing across the battlefield.
Perhaps because of their massive size,
Their speed was not fast, but due to the lack of effective countermeasures like the Blackwood cannons, for every inch they advanced, the Duchess army had to retreat an inch. They had already lost a vast amount of territory. Duchess Freya looked up at the sky, praying devoutly.
O God of order, please grant your lost lamb a sliver of strength, a sliver of a miracle.
Suddenly, she felt the divine power that had been exhausted within her body surge forth once again. She immediately reached out and used her divine power to pull a massive rock from the nearby ground.
Pearl,
Under the Duchess's ability, the boulder flew toward the golem like a cannonball.
rumble,
Crash! As if struck by a massive rock, the golem's upper body collapsed with a roar. Though, with a sound, the golem fell to the ground. The massive rocks and rubble crushed nearby vampires to death, and the soldiers of the duchy cheered in joy. That monster has fallen. Long life Duchess Freya. Long life the God of Order. It was a moment of miracle. Although there were still 3 or 4 golems left since they could eliminate one, the rest were not impossible. A light of hope shone in the eyes of the duchy's soldiers.
click-clack. However, the fallen golem began to absorb the surrounding rubble, repairing itself.
Duchess Freya bit her lip as she looked at this high elf's magic weapon that seemed to possess an immortal body.
Ibak and his rival now comrade in arms Pelser walked back after eliminating all the vampire knights together, both wearing expressions of helplessness.
Your Grace, if that is the legendary golem, I'm afraid we can only stop it by finding its magic core and destroying it, or erase the word truth. Freya agreed with him, but the problem was that she couldn't find the location of the magic core. The miracles and divine power granted by the god were not infinite, and with 3 or 4 golems left, the situation was very tricky.
"What should we do?"
She whispered. The soldiers of the Henson Duchy were in high spirits to defend their motherland, and were equipped with new weapons, but those golems were simply too difficult to deal with. She was very confused as to why the High Elves would support the vampire race. Just how much confidence did they have to give away such magic weapons so easily? She grit her teeth and looked toward the north, where the golems had come from. If it were Duke Isaac, how would he handle this situation? She had recently heard that he had set out again with cannons and an army. Had she known it would be like this, she should have purchased some cannons at any cost. But it was too late for regrets now. Oh, just then, Your Grace, the golems have abandoned the vampires and are returning to the north. The golems, which had been advancing on the battlefield, suddenly turned around and headed north as if they had received an urgent retreat order. Thump, thump. The earth trembled as the golems departed. Those bastards. Where are they going? Come back, you bastards. The vampires, who had relied on the golems to gain the advantage, were instantly dumbfounded. Led by the vampire lord, they began to fall into a commotion. When all those troublesome golems left the battlefield, the morale of the Duchess soldiers soared, and they cheered together. What happened in the north? That's right, the direction Duke Isaac had gone was the north. Although she didn't know exactly what had happened, one thing was certain. Your Grace, this must be the protection of the gods. We have a chance to turn defeat into victory. The time for a counterattack had come. Freya thought so too.
Thus she raised the massive rock once more.
Here, losing the protection of the golems, the vampires had to face Freya's divine power and the boulders directly, and they were scared out of their wits. The vampire lord looked at this sudden turn of events with a face full of anger and resentment. Duchess Freya and the centaur female warriors stepped forward together, pointing their great swords ahead. Soldiers of the duchy, the Vance, the glory of the God of Order shall light our path forward.
Kill them all.
The blue-eyed witch, who once held great power in the Stonehammer Barrack Kingdom, could now only hide in her office and roar. On the desk sat a lip-shaped magical device with a dim glow. Empress Silona had severely reprimanded her, questioning why she had been defeated despite bringing so many soldiers, magical devices, and the offensive commander. Then there was the Blackwood army, which had surrounded the castle, threatening to show her the meaning of cruelty if she did not surrender. She had suffered a crushing defeat in the battle with the Free City, and on the way back, she had also lost a large number of soldiers. The morale of the High Elves had plummeted. Damn Blackwood! How could they suddenly appear? How did they know she was going to the Free City?
They had actually set an ambush there in advance to stop her actions.
In fact, the Blackwood Duchy had the same idea, but she had no time to think about that now. She only felt that this was simply like seeing a ghost. Governor, even if we lost half our soldiers with the other half remaining in the castle, we still have 14,000 men. They had only lost a quarter of their forces and were not yet completely defeated, said the second commander of the Platinum Knights. Hearing the remaining strength, a glimmer of hope flashed in the governor's eyes. As long as we can hold out until the Golem units return and reinforcements from the homeland arrive, we can turn the tide. You also know that the Stonehammer Barrack Fortress is something even the Blackwood army cannot conquer. Even the High Elves had to rely on a surprise attack and powerful magical devices to capture this fortress. Even the powerful Blackwood could not break through these walls and would eventually have to return empty-handed. In fact, the Blackwood army had used fire-spitting metal balls to attack the fortress dozens of times, but they ultimately retreated to the nearby Free City. Not knowing what they were planning, they hadn't sent messengers to demand surrender recently, which gave them time to repair the defensive works. Although we suffered a terrible dragon attack and lost on the battlefield, we still have a chance to regain the Empress's trust. If the governor lost power as her partner, he would also be unable to escape misfortune. Countless High Elves were eager for Empress Siona's favour. At this point, the governor and the commander of the Platinum Knights were already grasshoppers on the same string. Is that so? Just as the Empire rose from the ruins, can we also regain the Empress's trust? Of course, this fortress is impregnable. No one can break through it. Once reinforcements arrive, we can attack from both sides, defeat them, and earn military merit once again.
Since the offensive base became a sea of fire, the gears of fate had begun to turn. But she still did not give up hope, choosing to believe the words of the commander of the Platinum Knights. Whoosh! Suddenly, an ominous sound of wings flapping came from outside the window. Hearing this familiar sound, Winberg hurriedly looked out the window only to see a familiar red figure appear in the sky, and she immediately screamed in terror. Roar!
The red dragon spread its massive wings and made its characteristic diving sound as a dove down toward them. Seeing its long snout breathing fire, the governor's face instantly became incredibly distorted. Damn it, why does it have to attack us? The new master of the North 2-in-1, the half-dragon Fran, who once attacked royal cities and villages and became the nightmare of the North. Its reign of terror ended with the arrival of the Blackwood modified anti-aircraft gun. It was easily shot down, and after crashing to the ground, it was severely torn to lesson by Isaac's mace, completely losing all fates. After twice abandoning its dignity to flee in panic, this giant dragon was finally caught and fitted with a control collar, letting out a cry of sorrow in front of the city residents. The creature that once attacked villages and set fires everywhere actually looked somewhat pitiful at this moment. However, Isaac was not someone who would sympathize with a wicked beast. He had already planned to properly train Fran to make it a powerful aerial force for the Blackwood Duchy. Thus, he meticulously devised a series of carrot and stick strategies. First, give it a taste of bitterness, then avagingly treat it, repeating this cycle over and over again, until it was completely obedient.
Dragonborn sorcerer, can I ride it around?
Your Majesty, are you serious? The sorcerer shook his head in surprise, but Isaac still insisted on mounting Fran's back like riding a wyvern. According to ancient records, a dragon can only be ridden when it voluntarily lowers its head to grant permission. The Dragonborn sorcerer stated that even if Fran were controlled by spells, it would be impossible for it to cast aside its pride, and agreed to his request. Fran seemed to have sensed Isaac's intention as well and snorted disdainfully. In other words, I just need to make it lower its head. What a simple and clear explanation. Isaac directly activated the runes all over his body, and using the surge in monstrous strength pinned the head of Fran, who was mocking him, to the ground.
Roar!
Fran looked at Isaac in disbelief. Its high-held head was suppressed by immense force, its vertical pupils widening. Isaac thus stepped onto the top of its head and sat on its broad back.
Fran froze for a moment, then began to struggle wildly like a wild horse.
Hiss this beast.
Isaac swung his mace and began a forceful suppression.
Bang, bang. After a few dull thuds, the giant dragon finally let out a wail and lowered its head. Having quieted down, Fran seemed to feel humiliated by being ridden by a tiny human, its body trembling incessantly. Isn't this settled then? Yes, although it's a bit different from what's recorded in the literature. Seeing Isaac successfully mount the giant dragon, the sorcerer looked at him with a face full of disbelief. It seemed that the normal way of riding was not through such forceful suppression. Perhaps it was because Fran was naturally cowardly, as evidenced by its 2 escapes, that it was so easily subdued. Over the next few weeks, Isaac mobilized all the craftsmen in the city to forge a saddle and reins for Fran.
They used up almost all the cowhide in the city to make a sturdy and durable dragon saddle and reins.
When Isaac tried to put the reins on Fran, it snorted and shook its head, refusing to accept its fate as a mount. Only after Isaac caressed it a few times did it obediently accept reality.
Isaac was stacking incendiary bombs intended for airdropping onto Fran's back, planning when to march out with the Blackwood army,
when suddenly a dwarf claiming to be a resistance army action captain arrived in Milana City.
His name was Smur. As expected, this dragon was tamed by His Majesty Isaac. Seeing Fran with large bumps on its head, he had a look of sudden realization and excitedly slapped his thigh, weeping with gratitude toward Isaac.
Your Majesty's kindness is as vast as the mountains and seas.
How can I ever repay you? What are you saying? The giant dragon sent by your Majesty has united the resistance army. Everyone will be grateful to you.
So, what exactly are you talking about?
Isaac was completely confused, while Smur excitedly held his hand and began to recount the resistance plan of the Stonehammer Barak Kingdom.
Under the leadership of Princess Langya, we will soon launch a large-scale uprising.
At that time, we in the resistance army will fight to the death to open the city gates and welcome the Blackwood army.
Please believe us. We dwarves clearly distinguish between favours and grudges. It seemed he knew Isaac was going to attack the High Elves, so he came specifically to tell him that they would coordinate with his actions from the inside.
If the city gates were suddenly opened, their army could drive straight in, and the enemy's defensive advantage would vanish.
Your name is Smur, right? Tell me your plan in detail.
He had originally thought that after defeating the High Elves, he would have to start over from the ruins. Now it seemed things were much simpler than he had imagined, so he asked with interest. Princess Langya was dressed in a magnificent northern gown made of soft white fabric.
She tied her fiery red hair into a ponytail and looked at herself in the mirror, thinking that these clothes really didn't suit her. She was being forced into an engagement ceremony by the enemies who occupied her kingdom.
Like a caged bird, she yearned for freedom, staring blankly out the window at the azure sky.
To think she was forced to marry a dwarf who despised her for not having a beard.
She bit her lip. Roar. Suddenly, a red figure flew in from the distant sky.
She recognized that familiar silhouette at a glance and stood up abruptly.
Is that a dragon? Is it that red dragon from last time?
That was the very existence that had toyed with the High Elves with its powerful mobility and firepower, bringing hope to the dwarves. A look of joy appeared on her face, and a fire spirit flew into the room like a messenger. Using flames, the spirit wrote the word liberation on the parchment on the table.
Langya realized the time had come and tightly gripped the warhammer placed in the corner of the room.
It's time to settle old scores. The dwarves clearly distinguish between favours and grudges.
She sent Smur's spirit back along with her reply, then dispatched another burning spirit to the resistance army waiting for the uprising order.
Countless clansmen had not only their bodies, but even their souls enslaved before being thrown into deep pits.
Even her father had suffered the ultimate humiliation of having his beard shaved in front of everyone.
Today she would launch the uprising and wash away the shame, to avoid being discovered before meeting up with the resistance army. While the dragon was causing a ruckus, she prepared to sneak out of the princess's quarters. However, as fate would have it, someone blocked her path.
Thud.
Princess Langya, where are you going in such a hurry?
A middle-aged man, covered in liver spots, was the very person Governor Winterberg had forced her to be engaged to her deeply hated fiancé,
Guilford.
It was none other than the loyal dog of the blue-eyed witch, Guilford.
He held the fire spirit she had just sent out in one hand, and the resistance army contact the maid Yuma in the other. Standing beside High Elf crossbowman, he wore a sinister smile.
Tusk, I knew it. You actually used spirits that High Elves can't see to pass messages.
With a triumphant look, he tugged on Yuma's beard and walked toward Langya step by step.
The captured Yuma looked at her with a guilty expression.
Now what excuses do you have?
This is clearly your spirit, Princess Langya.
As a fellow dwarf, his knowledge of the dwarven race made him the most troublesome obstacle in the resistance activities.
In the Book of Grudges where hatred was recorded, the name Guilford had appeared dozens, even hundreds of times.
The arson and attempted assassination last time were your doing, weren't they?
The only female member of the royalty is actually the leader of the resistance army. If you continue to remain silent, your maid will suffer.
He looked very excited, seemingly impatient to capture the leader of the resistance organization and receive a reward from the governor.
She had been suppressing her anger all along, but when Guilford tried to use a dagger to shave the maid's beard, she finally reached her limit.
Just admit it, it was all you, wasn't it?
Oh, that's right, I did it, you damn bastard.
Bang! Langya swung her warhammer and violently crushed Guilford's head.
Splurt! Blood gushed out.
She finally crossed off one entry in the Book of Grudges with a hammer blow, feeling a surge of pleasure in her heart, then immediately charged toward the next High Elf crossbowman.
Whoosh! An arrow flew past her cheek. She was no caged bird.
Even as a female, royal dwarves were natural warriors and blacksmiths.
Langya dodged nimbly, kicked down a High Elf soldier, and then swung her warhammer, crushing his head.
Bang! The crossbowman twitched a few times and fell to the ground. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and stood tall, looking at the released maid as if showing off her battle achievements.
Princess, although your martial skills are superb, I still worry that the noble Barak royalty will be shamed by your increasingly crude behavior.
The maid Yuma, looking at the princess, whose white gown was stained with blood, while holding a warhammer, expressed her concern in an aged voice. Hearing these cliché words, the princess said while wiping the blood off her warhammer,
Yuma, what time do you think it is? You're still thinking about decency.
It is my duty to guide the royalty onto the right path.
Even in this situation, she still adhered to her professional ethics. Dwarven stubbornness seemed to be etched into their bones in some ways.
Can't you just say thank you anyway? The time has come, Yuma.
Have the resistance army open the city gates. The moment for our revenge has arrived.
Langya shouldered her warhammer and rushed out of the princess's quarters with Yuma.
She had already sent out the spirit. The resistance army should be ready.
Now she was going to save her father, who should be with the governor.
Dragon. The dragon has appeared again.
Damn it, why is that fellow back again? Stop talking nonsense, use the salamander ballisty to attack it. The giant dragon circled in the air and then dove down. Every dive caused chaos on the ground. All eyes in the Barak Royal City were focused on the giant dragon circling in the sky. The High Elves hurriedly shot magic spears into the sky, but due to insufficient range and the inability to adjust angles like an anti-aircraft gun, it was difficult to hit the target. In other words, they had almost no way to attack the giant dragon flying rapidly in the air. How can it be so fast? Platinum Knight.
The angle isn't enough.
Isaac listened to the panic shouts and threw down the hot air balloon incendiary bombs tied to Fran's back.
The fuses of the incendiary bombs had been adjusted to explode exactly above the ballista positions.
Boom!
Viscous burning material splashed everywhere, turning the ballista positions into a sea of fire. The ballista crews were engulfed in flames rolling on the ground. Ow! The fire wouldn't go out. Before they could even play a role, the ballista were destroyed by the incendiary bombs dropped from high altitude. The giant dragon was wanton in destroying their weapons outside the High Elves' attack range.
At this moment, a surprised voice came from behind Isaac.
What are those circular metal balls?
I don't feel a trace of magic. How do they explode?
A middle-aged dwarf asked, tightly hugging Isaac's waist for fear of falling off the dragon's back. He was Smir, the dwarf who had requested Isaac to take him along. His coarse beard rubbed against Isaac, making him feel very uncomfortable. Those are things that the dwarf Toddlin worked hard to create.
Do you know him, that madman?
He's actually in Blackwood.
It seemed that Toddlin was considered a madman no matter where he went.
Seriously, just how crazy was he before? Anyway, where are Princess Langnia and the king? They asked me to rescue them before the Liberation War began, Smir. Isaac saw a group of High Elves running flutteringly toward the city walls, so he pulled the reins and asked.
The giant dragon descended rapidly, with the most threatening ballista positions already destroyed. It appeared even more arrogant and opened its large mouth.
Roar! The swollen flame sac spat out hellish fire.
The dragon breath swept through the High Elf soldiers who were firing crossbow bolts. The High Elves were turned to ash in the sudden dragon breath. Even the sturdy dwarven mountain steel armor could not withstand this terrifying flame. In that building, the fire spirit I sent out told me they're all in the office.
On the ground, the dwarves launched an uprising, while in the air, the giant dragon dove down like lightning, burning the defenseless High Elves to ash.
Isaac planned to rescue the princess and the king amidst the chaos, so he pulled the reins and flew toward the building.
Rumble. The giant dragon drew the enemy's attention, buying them time.
At this moment, a commotion also came from the direction of the city gates. The dwarf resistance army,
taking advantage of the gap while the High Elves were pursuing the giant dragon, opened the city gates as planned.
What is that? How did the city gates open? By the time the High Elves reacted, it was already too late. The Blackwood army and the Milana City army rushed into the fortress the moment the city gates opened.
With the coordination of the dwarf resistance army, a fierce battle broke out inside the fortress.
Alert! Alert!
The city gates have been breached. Rat-tat-tat.
A dense hail of bullets swept through the High Elf soldiers rushing toward the city gates.
Under the double blow of a crushing defeat on the battlefield and the breach of the city gates, the High Elves fell into chaos. The city gates of Stonehammer Barrack were easily breached by the Allied forces. Hold on tight.
Oh, hold on to where?
Yow! Isaac said to Smir, then pulled the reins and dove toward the office like a bomber. Governor Winterberg had lost her mind. The sudden dragon attack and the dwarf rebellion left her overwhelmed. Bang! The office door was violently kicked open.
Winterberg was fuming, shouting at her subordinates to kill those damned fellows when someone suddenly burst into the office. She couldn't help but frown and stood up abruptly.
In her hand, she held a sharpness whip, which was her usual tool of governance.
It's time for revenge. Winterberg saw petite Princess Langnia actually dare to appear before her holding a blood-stained warhammer. She glared at the princess and walked over.
You truly don't know how to die.
However, the door behind the princess was completely smashed and another person burst in. A tall person wearing shiny platinum armor, holding that massive platinum mace in his hand. The governor recognized him at a glance and stepped back a few paces in fear. Are you Princess Langnia? The stranger asked. The dwarven princess flipped her ponytail and nodded, but her gaze remained fixed on her enemy, the governor.
Who are you?
Are you here with that mace to teach the governor a lesson? I do have that intention. Then get in line, I'm first.
Langnia tightly gripped her blood-stained warhammer. Within her petite body, a strong anger and an unfathomable dominance radiated.
Big win.
Perhaps due to her numerous misdeeds, this governor was truly popular.
I also happen to have some business with Governor Winterberg.
Isaac spoke as he tightened his grip on the mace. Insulting one's parents was not something that could be done lightly.
She had sent her subordinates to publicly humiliate his parents and dispatch troops to attack his country. She had to pay the price.
Furthermore, he had to hold her accountable for the High Elves' previous conspiracies.
Forgive my bluntness,
but I also have many scores to settle with her. She committed crimes like invading our kingdom, massacring innocent kin, using dwarven souls for magical device experiments, plundering resources, and publicly humiliating my father by shaving off his beard.
In short, she's heinous beyond measure, and I will definitely smash her head. The dwarven princess grew more agitated as she spoke, her body trembling incessantly. Clad in a blood-stained white dress and clamoring to smash someone's head, it was truly a memorable scene. Seeing the warhammer in her hand still dripping with blood, it seemed she had fought her way here in that very dress. Moreover, her ability to list the enemy's crimes one by one showed that, while she lacked the signature beard, she still inherited the dwarven trait of clearly distinguishing between gratitude and grudges.
I also have some accounts to settle with her.
How about this? I'll take responsibility for her body, and you take the head.
Fine. Having reached an agreement, the two tightened their grips on their weapons and walked toward Governor Winterberg.
The blue-eyed witch slammed her whip onto the ground and roared.
You damned lowly Mongols, you dare raise a hand against me. Do you not fear the retribution of the Empire's great army? Madman.
Isaac, clad in armor, approached step by step, causing the high elf soldiers to retreat in terror. They had all witnessed the scene where Langrenner's head was blown apart.
What are you standing there for?
Fire! Loose arrows!
Idiots! Seeing the soldiers hesitate, Governor Winterberg roared in fury.
The high elves hurriedly raised crossbows loaded with mana arrows and aimed at them.
Swoosh! Swoosh! Red mana arrows shot toward them.
Princess Langya nimbly dodged the arrows like a squirrel. Isaac, on the other hand, charged forward like an armoured vehicle, tanking the rain of arrows and swinging his massive mace.
Crack! The head of the high elf soldier standing at the front,
who had just fired his crossbow, was instantly smashed. Red blood sprayed out like a bursting watermelon. The other high elf soldiers were sent flying by Isaac's mace as if hit by a car.
Bang! Bang! Simultaneously, Princess Langya charged and swinging her warhammer, kicking down a high elf soldier before crushing his head.
Her movements were as agile and swift as a leopard's.
Though small in stature, her movements were as flexible as a cat's, and her strength as formidable as a bear's. The high elf soldiers were no match for her and fell one by one.
Governor Winterberg, this is for our fallen kin. The princess leaped into the air, swinging her warhammer with all her might toward the governor's head. At that moment, the governor's whip shot out like a tentacle.
Bitch, know your place.
It seemed to be a magical device. Even though Princess Langya dodged, the whip still coiled around her tightly like a living thing.
Red mana surged toward the princess.
Remembering Smur's request, Isaac kicked off the ground and swung an iron fist into the governor's chest.
Oh, with a dull thud,
the whip binding the princess instantly loosened.
Langya immediately swung her warhammer, smashing it into the back of the governor's head.
Thud!
Governor Winterberg's head took a heavy blow, and she sprawled on the ground like a frog without a sound.
Successive blunt strikes left her body trembling, seemingly having sustained a massive impact. Who was it that usurped our home to act all high and mighty?
You pointed-eared bitch.
The princess wiped the blood-stained warhammer on the ground. Despite her small stature, she looked like a giant at that moment.
Then she took out a notebook filled with writing and drew a heavy line through the governor's name, as if finally avenging her grievances.
I finally had my revenge.
Indeed,
Isaac had met many races, but he felt that the dwarven race was exceptionally persistent in many ways. Just like the dwarves in the workshop, even if they complained about the heavy workload at first, their eyes would immediately light up and they'd dive into work the moment he drew some interesting blueprints. Phew, the dwarf king's conditions seemed poor, and Princess Langya finally had a chance to properly size up Isaac. He had only dealt with bearded dwarves before, so he hadn't realized that a beardless female dwarf could actually be quite cute. Even if her personality was fiery and the warhammer in her hand was still dripping with blood.
Who are you?
The princess asked. With a clack, Isaac raised his visor and scratched his cheek.
She suddenly asked quickly.
Asterisk.
Red wings cut through the sky.
Isaac mounted Fran's back once more, preparing to leave the royal city.
You Duke Blackwood, why didn't you say so sooner?
Princess Langya hugged Isaac's waist tightly for fear of falling, shouting in surprise upon hearing his identity. To think you personally came to save me, is this dragon also tamed by you?
While it was much more comfortable without Smur's thick beard rubbing against him, her tiny body made her look like a cicada clinging to a tree trunk. The princess spoke excitedly, her fiery red hair fluttering in the gale.
She was so thrilled by the terms Blackwood and Dragon Master that she only reacted when her maid behind her gently nudged her waist, prompting her to hurriedly thank Isaac.
Please forgive my rudeness.
I was short-sighted and failed to recognize you.
It's fine, many people are like that. Perhaps because of his illustrious military achievements, Duke Blackwood had been rumoured to be some kind of monster or strange creature. Thus, when he appeared with his young true face, he was often mistaken for a child rather than the ruler of a nation.
Remember to record this in the ledger, the contribution of both myself and Blackwood today.
Of course, you may not know this, but I was actually prepared to do anything if it meant wiping out those bastards.
Princess, please conduct yourself with dignity.
What was Shiva about to say?
Under the maid's restraint, Langya scratched her cheek awkwardly.
In any case, he had successfully rescued the important figures from this chaos. He planned to take them to a safe place and then let the dragon Fran eliminate the remaining high elves. This was Fran's first time in actual combat. He hoped it would give its all.
Well,
asterisk.
The tide of battle began to tilt rapidly in favor of the Blackwood side that had entered the city. The soldiers of the Avalon Empire fought back desperately, shouting the names of Empress Silona and Inatos. However,
They faced a triple pincer attack from the Blackwood army, the Milana allied forces, and the active Dwarven resistance army, falling into chaos. Moreover, whenever they gathered slightly, the Red Dragon would dive down and incinerate them, deepening their panic.
Oh,
Belgo, did you see that? As expected, siding with Blackwood was the right choice. The centaur female mare was smug about her initial decision, patting the succubus's chest as she spoke. The succubus Belgo, seeing the overwhelming combat power of the Blackwood army, couldn't help but click her tongue and nod. It seemed her decision to kick out the pro-High Elf councillors back then was correct. Indeed, they are winning far too easily. Do those guys in black coats not fear a rain of arrows? Their leader swung his mace shouting God's will, and the soldiers fought like fanatical believers wielding firearms and bathing in blood. Especially those pointed-eared elves fighting for Blackwood. They easily defeated the Platinum Knights in grey armour and were active all over the battlefield. The good High Elf is a dead High Elf. A green-eyed woman led the Ranger Corps, weaving through the battlefield and leaving trails of flashes.
Every one of their soldiers is extraordinary.
Furthermore, the Stonehammer Barak Kingdom, once the most influential in the north, and Al Milana City will both become their allies. The Blackwood Duchy's influence on the western continent will only grow larger. Mayor Uchak. It was said that the Henton Duchy in the south was also a steadfast ally of Blackwood, and the Aru Kingdom maintained a close cooperative relationship with them. It was truly incredible for a single duchy to possess such formidable strength and influence.
It seemed Mayor Uchak's foresight was indeed excellent.
No wonder she remained mayor despite her rough personality.
Balgo, were you just insulting me in your head? Mayor Uchak keenly sensed the succubus's inner thoughts like a beast.
Seeing her raise a front hoof, Balgo hurriedly shook her head in denial. Anyway, with this, Milana City can prosper once again. To think we get the help of the dwarves, a race where everyone is a craftsman. The mercenary industry and weapons manufacturing were inseparable. The Stonehammer Barak Kingdom was vital to Milana City's economic development.
recently, because all their minerals and labour had been plundered by the High Elves, the city's economy had fallen into a depression.
Now they finally had a chance to revitalize the economy. Dwarven craftsmen's products were in high demand in the weapons market. If handled correctly, they might even secure exclusive distribution rights. Of course, as the greatest contributor, the Blackwood Duchy would surely take the largest slice of the cake, but she still looked forward to a share. They not only defeated the High Elves, but also solved the dragon problem. The decision to attend the national founding ceremony was truly wise. Not long after, outside the capital of the Turan Kingdom, Empress Siona, who was preparing to besiege the city, frowned as she saw a messenger approaching with a lip-shaped magical device again. The production of this item was very low, and it was extremely precious. She only allowed its use in emergencies. She was somewhat annoyed that it was being used again so soon and took a sharp swig of wine. What is it?
If it's about reinforcements for the north, haven't I already said I'll send the army after I occupy the Turan Kingdom?
If Winterberg was using this precious item just to urge her to send troops, she would definitely not go easy on her. The Stonehammer Barak Kingdom had 3 layers of fortifications and was as solid as a rock, yet she still requested reinforcements from time to time. However, the message from the lip-shaped magical device was even worse than she imagined. The North Stonehammer Barak fortress has fallen, and the flag of the Blackwood Duchy is already flying over the city walls.
Your Majesty.
Upon hearing this disastrous news, the wine glass in Empress Siona's hand shattered with a crack.
Red blood flowed from her fingers, and her maids panicked, but she had no time to care.
She lost her usual composure and cynicism, her gaze turning north, her lips trembling slightly.
Blackwood has finally crossed the line.
Mother Mithril.
The war ended with the victory of the Blackwood Duchy. The flag of the Blackwood Duchy fluttered atop the fortress alongside the Warhammer emblem of the Stonehammer Barak Kingdom. The dwarves wept with joy as they watched their own banner flying over the battlements that had once been occupied by the High Elves flag.
Liberated. We are liberated.
Long life Blackwood. Long life Stonehammer Barak. It was much like the poem by the poet Shenzhen during the period of Japanese occupation. If the day of liberation arrives, even if one's head is broken and bleeding, one must dance to the Bosingak Bell Pavilion in Jongno and ring the celebratory bell. The dwarves now must feel that same emotion. The Stonehammer Barak Kingdom held grand celebrations, singing and dancing, reveling with the supplies brought by the Blackwood army and Mirana's forces. However, after the joy, the real problems followed. 3 days later, the dwarves finally sobered up from their heavy drinking. They immediately set about the busy work of rebuilding the kingdom destroyed by the High Elves. They truly lived up to their reputation as born artisans, quickly erecting wooden cranes, repairing various equipment, and carrying out the reconstruction in an orderly manner. Isaac had previously discussed plans for building steam locomotives and railways in depth with Todlin, stating at the time that it would take at least 8 years. Todling, however, suggested that if they could utilize the resources and manpower of the Dwarven Kingdom, the construction period could be significantly shortened.
He also asked Isaac to imagine the scene of tens of thousands of dwarves, all naturally skilled at ironworking, being deployed to the work simultaneously.
In short, they had to first help the Dwarven Kingdom return to normal operation before they could obtain human resources from there, restart their mines, and secure their assistance. Whenever soldiers wearing black military uniforms and clad in Blackwood steel armor walked by, the dwarves would look upon them with envy and admiration. Especially those dwarves who had previously been humiliated by the new weapons, they were filled with curiosity about the firearm and cannon they carried.
Particularly the dwarves who were curious about the cannon.
Did you hear?
Toddling was involved in the research and development of those Blackwood weapons. Didn't they say he was demoted to a slave and then driven away?
How did he end up on the other side of the continent?
It's ironic that the kingdom received help thanks to him. The stories of the dwarves from the Blackwood workshop and the armory also became popular topics of conversation among the dwarves.
Rumble.
The dragon Fran was almost revered as a deity by the dwarves due to its two devastating strikes against the high elves. It sat there, arrogantly coiled on its forelegs, contentedly accepting the sparkling gems offered by the dwarves. It seems it likes shiny things too.
I'll have to collect these gems back later when I get the chance.
It's just like New Year's money. Parents always take it back for various reasons.
The principle is the same. The master is responsible for managing the property.
Princess Langnia, you have truly worked hard. Effie approached Princess Langnia, who was directing the kingdom's reconstruction, and spoke.
She seemed to feel a sense of sympathy for the dwarves, a race that shared a similar plight.
However, this hat doesn't suit you very well.
Due to the Dwarf King's poor mental state, and the fact that the male royal family members were taken hostage by the Avalan Empire, Princess Langnia was temporarily managing the kingdom's affairs.
She was short in stature, but wore an ill-fitting king's formal attire, trying to project an air of majesty which looked rather comical, like a child playing dress-up. Your Majesty Blackwood, why are you here?
Princess Langnia, who was surrounded by ministers discussing the kingdom's revival plan, quickly ran over upon seeing Isaac.
She had been busy searching for something recently, and hadn't seen Isaac, so she was very happy to see him now.
Nothing much. I wanted to look at your mineral warehouse.
He came to see her because of the quest the goddess issued after they defeated the High Elves. Just as the goddess had previously guided him to find the raw materials for gunpowder, the Salpeter mine, and Kaelin, the omnipotent god, gave him an inspiration, telling him that useful things could be found in the warehouse. Of course, Princess Langnia immediately led him to the warehouse and opened the heavy doors. As expected of the Dwarven Kingdom, which possessed numerous mines, the warehouse was piled high with all sorts of ores.
Besides common iron ore, there were various oxide minerals and metal compounds.
Was this the treasure accumulated by generations of dwarves who lived by smelting?
However, precious metals like gold and silver, especially mithril, had already been plundered by the High Elves.
Although some mithril mines remained, their output was very low. However, the High Elves seemed to lack knowledge about metals. They only took the shiny things and ignored other more important materials.
Isaac squatted in front of the ores, emitting various sheens, handling the metals as he had before, a smile spreading across his face.
Is this chromite mixed in with the iron ore? It looks similar, and this one feels like tungsten. It's quite dense. This place was like a mineral exposition. It had everything. To him, this was a treasure trove. Yet, even after finding so many precious minerals, the quest was not complete, which confused him slightly, so he continued searching. He repeatedly picked up a stone and put it down. Effie followed behind him, squatting down with an expression that clearly read, "You're such a strange person."
At that moment, a uniquely shaped ore appeared in his hand. This ore was very light yet quite strong, and it possessed some characteristics he vaguely recognized. He suddenly thought of a certain metal.
Just then, an information box popped up, confirming his suspicion.
Discovered something. Completed achievement points plus 10.
You have discovered a lightweight, strong, and corrosion-resistant silvery white mineral. Achievement points plus
20,000.
Could this be titanium?
A metal with wide applications, but extremely difficult to process, had thus fallen into his hands. Avalan's weapons 2-in-1. In the gloomy mines of the Stonehammer Barrack Kingdom, iron and stone chips flew through the air. At the mine entrance, dwarven miners covered in coal dust were discussing an unexpected visitor.
The guy who just went into the mine with a pickaxe. Is he some big shot?
One miner rubbed his eyes and asked his companion.
Seems like it. I think I heard Her Highness, the Princess, call him His Majesty the Duke.
No way. Why would a monarch of a nation run into a mine with a pickaxe?
How should I know? Maybe it's some weird hobby.
It was indeed mind-boggling that a monarch would run into a mine, a place everyone else avoided, and swing a pickaxe with such effort.
But in this place, only Isaac knew the value of titanium, tungsten, and chromite, so he had to come personally.
He used light magic to illuminate the dark mine, and then swung the pickaxe with force. Clang, clang. His immense strength smashed the rocks like a beast, leaving deep pits in the mine walls. Watching the ore pour down like a waterfall, the old miners and Princess Langnia were all dumbfounded. Good heavens, it's a pity he didn't become a miner. The leader of the dwarven miners couldn't help but marvel as he watched Isaac digging frantically, doing the work of 10 men.
His eyes sparkled as if he had discovered an exceptional miner.
Time, all buried deep underground, fell away as the mine was excavated.
Isaac swung his arms forcefully until the sturdy steel pickaxe bent and deformed. Even the refined steel produced by Stonehammer Barrack could not withstand his inhuman strength. The pickaxe head eventually bent out of shape.
Feeling he had dug enough, he tossed the ruined pickaxe aside, and like the other miners, wiped the sweat from his dust-covered face. Effie walked over and gently wiped the grime from his face with a familiar towel.
Your Majesty, are these the ores you were looking for?
The dwarven princess asked doubtfully, holding up a piece of wolframite, a mixture of iron, manganese, and tungsten. The High Elves were always urging them to find gold and silver mines, so Isaac's obsession with digging up ores that no one cared about was truly strange to her.
There are classified samples of these ores in the mineral warehouse. Do you know anything about these metals?
Since he had already confirmed the existence of these ores in the warehouse, Isaac had asked around, found the mines that produced titanium and tungsten, and visited them in person. As it turned out, just as he expected, these minerals appeared in his hands as associated ores.
Setting aside chromium, the content of tungsten and titanium in the Earth's crust isn't low. but he hadn't been able to find them in the eastern continent before.
These were indispensable and important minerals in modern industry. The uses of titanium alloys went without saying.
Tungsten could be sintered with the cobalt they imported from the Duchy to create tungsten carbide, which has a Mohs hardness of up to 9.
This material's hardness is about 3 times that of steel, and it has wide applications in machining and alloy manufacturing.
Of course, the problem lay in its melting point being too high. There was almost no way to melt it in this world.
There's an alcohol tutor that we've never been able to refine, and another coal pafter that won't even melt in a furnace, so we thought they were useless. We've only kept a few samples and threw the rest away. Threw them all away. Isaac looked at the ore in the princess's hand, speechless. Even if the use of the ore was unknown, it was still a type of stone, yet it was being tossed out like scrap iron.
In that case, why don't you give them all to me? The princess hadn't expected him to want the discarded ore. She hesitated for a moment and then nodded.
But your majesty, I'm not joking.
These ores really cannot be processed or smelted. I'll find a way to solve that.
After saying that, Isaac shouldered the excavated ore and walked toward the extinguished Millennium Furnace, which had once been the heart of the Stonehammer Barrack Kingdom.
After the arson and assassination attempts by the Dwarven resistance, the governor had gone on a killing spree and ruthlessly suppressed the kingdom, leaving this massive furnace unattended until it finally went out.
This must be the furnace that dwarves like Toglin and Brondel mentioned every time they saw the super steel magic blast furnace at the Blackwood workshop. Once a furnace goes out, it's very difficult to reignite. Moreover, this furnace held symbolic significance for the dwarven race, so many dwarves were already working hard to clear the solidified slag from the hearth. However, the next problem was how to make this giant heart beat again.
That problem could be solved with Fran's dragon breath.
It could easily melt the refined steel produced by the dwarves.
Roar!
Hellish dragon breath surged out, melting the slag instantly, and the Millennium Furnace roared back to life.
Oh, god of Barak! He reignited the furnace with dragon breath.
Seeing this miraculous scene, countless dwarves marveled, expressing their praise and gratitude to the dragon and Isaac.
The dwarven chronicler seemed to record another debt of gratitude, waving his quill to write some words in his book. Roar!
The half-dragon, Fran, proudly lifted his head and let out a low growl. He seemed to enjoy being the center of attention, his shoulders puffing up high.
He must have enjoyed similar treatment in the Draco Kingdom.
But now he had fallen into Isaac's hands and become a mobile biological blower. Fran again.
Isaac threw the tungsten ore he had just dug up into the furnace and ordered Fran to breathe fire once more. Fran reluctantly puffed out his flame sac and spat out hellish fire.
Even from a distance the heat wave felt overwhelming. He truly was a miraculous creature.
Even without blowers or hot blast stoves, the temperature inside the furnace rose at an alarming rate, almost comparable to a modern steel mill. On Earth, due to its extremely high melting point, tungsten needs to be ground into powder for sintering. Here, the tungsten ore was actually being melted directly. In the face of the terrifying dragon breath, the dwarven princess's previous claim of it being impossible to smelt became a joke.
It actually melted.
Yes, it melted. Isaac and the princess looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. If a half-dragon had such immense power, then how powerful were the legendary ancient dragons? Perhaps they truly possessed power rivaling the gods and had once fought against demons. The tungsten issue is solved next. Use magnesium to refine the titanium, and then use dragon breath to melt it. Titanium has a higher melting point than steel and is harder to smelt, but since even tungsten could be melted, titanium shouldn't be a problem. Isaac was thrilled at the thought of seeing sponge titanium in this world.
Titanium, a light metal with less than half the density of steel, would have strength far exceeding aluminum if made into an alloy. It also possessed a silvery white luster, was corrosion resistant, high temperature resistant, non-magnetic, and biocompatible. Often used for implants, when mixed with nickel, it could even form shape memory alloys.
It seemed his northern expedition was the right move. All of this was a butterfly effect triggered by the half-dragon he had captured. A fruitful harvest. Time to head back.
He had initially only wanted to capture the dragon and stockpile some iron ore for railway construction.
He hadn't expected such a windfall. Isaac personally confirmed the origins of various minerals and began preparing to return to Blackwood.
Before leaving, he held a negotiation with the dwarven princess. Besides the metals that only someone who understood their value could use, he would also long-term source copper, zinc, and tin metals rarer than iron from here, as the recent production of brass shell casings had caused the prices of these metals to skyrocket. When he proposed hiring dwarven labour at the same wages as Blackwood workers, Princess Lanya readily agreed. Currently, the treasury of the Stonehammer Barrack Kingdom was empty, everything of value having been plundered by the High Elves, and rebuilding the nation required astronomical funds.
Your Majesty, is this really all right?
No matter how I think about it, what we are giving you in return is too little compared to the kindness you've shown us.
Before his departure, the princess ran over and said reluctantly. She watched the army packing their gear and preparing to return to Blackwood with the dwarven workers and asked, "I think it's plenty." It seemed the dwarves placed great value on these things.
But he had obtained unlimited mining rights for titanium and various other metals.
To her, everything except iron ore and copper was just scrap metal. Isaac planned to use these metals to forge a set of duralumin armor for the smaller statured Vivian, and then use titanium alloy to forge a set of armor for Fran. Titanium alloys could also be used for other aviation components, and perhaps even for the armor of steam tanks. Besides, didn't I hand that high elf governor over to you in one piece?
Isaac pointed to Governor Winterberger, who was tied up securely. The woman, her head wrapped in bandages, was still struggling on the ground. Her life force was truly tenacious. It was incredible that she survived after being hit by Isaac's fists and the princess's warhammer.
High elf messengers didn't seem to be worth much, as the other side hadn't even responded to ransom demands.
But a governor was different. Empress Silona surely wouldn't just sit idly by.
You damn human, where is my silver eagle badge? The captured Governor Winterberg, her epaulets torn off, glared at Isaac with fury. She shrieked that it was bestowed upon her by Empress Siona, and if Isaac didn't return it, he would surely regret it. But Isaac intended to melt down all the gold and silver seized from the High Elves to bolster the territory's finances. This woman was a prisoner, yet she was still so arrogant.
Even so, it's far from enough to repay your kindness, so please accept this, your majesty. Princess Lanya found a piece of platinum-coloured mithril or the size of a baby's fist from somewhere and handed it to Isaac.
She said she had hidden it away from the High Elves' looting.
She also stated that in the future, any mithril produced from the mines would be supplied to Blackwood preferentially at a low price.
Are you sure?
The Stonehammer Barrack Kingdom was in a state of ruin, yet she was giving him something so precious.
Even this is far from enough to repay your kindness. It seemed she had truly been tormented by the High Elves, and too much resentment had built up in her heart.
Then I won't be polite.
Isaac opened the leather pouch at his waist. The mithril ore was placed in the pouch along with the glittering titanium ore.
Thinking about it, these two metals actually had some similarities. Both were often used to create alloys. Could it be that mixing them would create some kind of miraculous material?
Moreover, both were notoriously difficult materials to process, one on Earth, one in this world. But just as dragon breath could melt metals that were hard to melt, Isaac believed he could find the right cutting tools to process titanium. Everything was for the sake of letting the Blackwood Duchy use titanium alloys. Commander Miller, before we head back, write a letter to Lucy. He had put too much effort and investment into this day.
Commander Miller seemed to see through his thoughts that even a sword saint would be used as a tool without hesitation, and shook his head helplessly.
Asterisk.
A light breeze rustled through the rose garden of the Brianna Marquis household. Recently, the eastern continent had been very peaceful, with only news of Blackwood's northern expedition and the southern war occasionally trickling in.
Lucy brushed back her wind-tousled blonde hair and leisurely enjoyed her afternoon tea.
Just then a letter from Blackwood made her jump to her feet. Sonia, a letter from Blackwood.
Holding the letter, she ran to Sonia, with whom she had studied swordsmanship since childhood, and spoke excitedly.
His Majesty Isaac has invited me to Blackwood as a guest, just like before, to relax and play for a few days. Since Blackwood had been elevated to a duchy, they rarely kept in touch, so she was very excited about this invitation from her former fiancé. Her personal knight, Sonia, seeing her so excited, couldn't help but sigh helplessly. One should know that even as her family constantly pressured her to marry, she only focused on swordsmanship. The Duke of Blackwood now, his status was beyond reach. What could this handwritten letter possibly mean?
Though she didn't know what he was up to, Lucy didn't seem to care. She picked up her sword, looking ready to depart at any moment. Just like before, if someone tried to stop her, she would leave alone on horseback.
Sonia, if you keep dallying, I'm going by myself.
I'll go with you, Lady Lucy.
It seemed she had no choice. Seeing Lucy already mounted on her white-horned beast, Sonia decided to accompany her to Blackwood to see what was really going on.
Asterisk.
Rumble.
A long procession advanced along the road. In the ranks were supplies obtained from Milana City, high dwarves and cannons.
They had secured victory in the Northern War and were on their way back to Blackwood. On the way, Miko told him that during his absence many things had happened in the duchy, and the Southern War had begun to turn in favour of the Henton Duchy.
He once again ate dry rations and salted meat.
The long journey made him feel homesick. Governor Winterberg's curses, her shrieks, that he would pay the price, and regret it actually sounded somewhat pleasant at this moment. However, on this supposedly tedious journey home, they encountered something unexpected. Damn, what is that?
Thump. Massive rocks were slowly walking from the distance, making the earth tremble.
The sight was like seeing a tank made of stone giving off an immense sense of pressure.
Oh,
do you see? This is the pinnacle of magic weapons. This is the consequence of provoking the High Elves.
You stupid round-eared race.
Governor Winterberg seemed to have known about this all along, as she laughed triumphantly.
Isaac gave her a punch to shut her up, then observed the situation with Miller.
Thump.
Giants and ogres were at least biological creatures.
But these rocks as massive as trolls were actually lined up and walking forward.
Since coming to this world, he had experienced too many incredible things, so he was only slightly surprised before snapping out of it.
Commander, use your veteran wisdom.
What do you think those are?
Hard to say, walking stones on two legs. They look like the legendary golems.
Golems!
He felt like he had heard of them somewhere.
Could they be the siege magic weapons developed by the Avalon Empire? It seemed he finally had a chance to see the things of legend, like walking city walls. No wonder so many kingdoms were destroyed by them.
I'll go prepare the artillery, your majesty.
It seemed the opponent also had secret weapons.
Without thermal weapons, how would they counter such a thing?
As the goddess said, the High Elves were indeed a powerful force.
Isaac raised his mace and loudly ordered the army to prepare for battle against the magic weapons. All units enter combat status. P.S. Do you guys prefer this kind of 2-in-1 chapter with 4,000 to 5,000 words, or chapters with 2,000 plus words? I'll make adjustments on my end.
Firearms for yes.
Magical weapons thanks to Al-Qaidik for the generous donation. The centaurs galloped across the battlefield.
The Dark Elf woman utilized her divine power to hurl boulders the size of balls, crushing the enemy ranks, while swinging a massive longsword as she wove through the vampires.
Who can take that madwoman's head?
Despite the vampire lord's loud shouts, the divine longsword in Freya's hands continued to spin and dance, tearing every enemy blocking her path into fragments.
Freya's momentum was like a storm, unstoppable, capable of cutting through even steel. Hundreds of cavalry followed the Duchess into the enemy ranks like a sharp blade, piercing through the enemy formation. Freya delved deep behind enemy lines, swinging her longsword without hesitation toward the culprit of this war, the vampire lord.
Blood splattered as the head of the noble knight aristocrat, the vampire lord, was pierced by the longsword.
The vampire lord, he has been slain by my hand. Freya held the vampire lord's head high for everyone to see.
An expression of disbelief still lingered on that face.
The vampires had originally thought the stone golems would bring them victory, never imagining they would abandon them.
Now that their leader had been decapitated, their morale plummeted, and they fell into chaos. The Centaur female warriors took the opportunity to launch a fierce assault, their steel hooves ruthlessly trampling their enemy.
The nobles fell one after another, the vampires lost their command and scattered like loose sand.
Blank's army wasn't retreating, it was completely collapsing in fear and chaos.
The war launched with such aggressive momentum under the support of the Kancha Kingdom and the High Elves ended abruptly like this. Wrath.
The soldiers of the Henton Duchy raised their weapons, letting out cheers of victory as they pursued the fleeing vampires. However, while everyone was celebrating the victory, a question lingered in Duchess Freya's mind.
A phenomenon that left her utterly perplexed.
Why did the stone golems abandon them and return to the north?
She had once used her divine power to hurl boulders at the stone golems, but as long as the magic core wasn't destroyed, they would self-repair and continue their assault. These golems were simply incomprehensible existences.
They were like an insurmountable wall. If they had continued their attack, it was very likely her own head would have been the one cut off by now.
I really don't understand. I don't understand it at all.
As if they had received an emergency order, they abandoned their advantageous position, deserted the vampires, and headed north back toward the direction they came from into the High Elves' occupied territory, leaving behind a group of bewildered blank soldiers. It's obvious the High Elves did it to respond to the Khan's actions.
Didn't you hear he went to Milana City in the north?
A bronze-skinned centaur female warrior, holding a silver revolver pistol, stepped out from the dust and spoke. Indeed befits him. The High Elves' reaction made sense. Freya agreed with her.
Besides Duke Isaac, who else could confront the High Elves in the north? The only person who could make those terrifying golems suddenly retreat was him. In that case, we owe him another favor.
Whether he did it intentionally or not was unknown. It seemed he had clashed with the High Elves who had sent the golems to indirectly attack the Henton Duchy.
Otherwise, why would they withdraw the golems midway?
Duchess Freya, in that case the Khan might be in danger.
You've seen for yourself how terrifying the golems are. They will attack the Khan.
Palsa and Tamar, worried for their monarch, anxiously pawed at the ground with their hooves.
They were like two wild horses that had broken their reins, restless and uneasy. The reason they could come here and become the elite force of the Blackwood Duchy
was entirely due to Duke Isaac's generous permission. Furthermore, to help her win this war, he had provided firearms and other support without hesitation.
Now that they had achieved victory, it was time to repay his kindness.
Ibak, select some fast cavalry and head north with Pelsa and the others.
Any objections?
Freya sheathed her longsword and asked as she gathered her personal guard and the Blackwood cavalry. Even against golems, the centaur possessed powerful mobility. They could draw the enemy's attention and then use weapons like catapults to hurl boulders at them, which should be somewhat effective.
Yes, Your Grace. I will go through fire and water to follow your orders. Ibak understood Freya's character and knew that once she decided on something, it couldn't be changed, so he began preparing his subordinates without another word. But Your Grace, we can't be certain they went to Milana City.
Then we follow their tracks and investigate. Freya kicked her horse's flanks and galloped toward the north. Ibak wore traditional centaur armor, while Pelsa wore Blackwood-style armor. Hundreds of female warriors followed behind, kicking up clouds of dust.
Rumble. They advanced rapidly like a storm.
To avoid being late, they traveled day and night toward the north.
Before long, they discovered the tracks left by the golems.
The depth and shape of the footprints have hardly been affected by weathering. They must be nearby. Good, pick up the pace. For some reason, the High Elves had dispatched the golems originally intended for the Henton Duchy.
They had personally experienced the terror of these weapons, so they pushed forward at full speed to find a powerful ally who could stand against the High Elves.
Move out. Blackwood needs our help. Freya shouted loudly.
Perhaps they finally had a chance to stop just receiving help and instead give something back.
Asterisk.
The northern wind was bone-chillingly cold. Even wearing thick padded clothes couldn't ward it off.
The soldiers were busily moving about in a freezing wind.
Thump.
The earth trembled, echoing with heavy footsteps.
Every time it took a massive step, a deep footprint was stamped into the frost and snow on the ground.
Though they were only 4 or 5 Tartall, roughly the size of a troll because they were made of rock, they exerted a massive sense of pressure just by moving. Unlike trolls, it was impossible to smash these guys with fists. At the very least, one would need a mace.
Wait, why are there golems here?
My god, those are the monsters we saw in the fortress.
No wonder we didn't see them in the kingdom.
Some dwarf workers who had joined the returning party to earn money were scared out of their wits when they saw the golems approaching from the distance. It seemed that during the High Elves' rule, the governor had used these golems to suppress the dwarves' resistance. Governor Winterberger, who had been knocked unconscious by them, had also awakened. Seeing the golems, she revealed a smug smile. Do you see?
All who resist the Avalon Empire shall pay a price in blood.
Feel the greatness of the Empress. You foolish round-eared races. She was like a religious fanatic preaching the apocalypse. Isaac realized once again that the Empress's prestige in the Empire was as high as his own.
Your Majesty, the steel rounds for all cannons have been loaded.
Please give the order. Unlike the stone shots carved from rock, these shells were solid rounds forged from pure iron. In this world where metal was scarce, even for the Blackwood Duchy, every such shell was worth a fortune. But they didn't shatter as easily as stone. Being cast from steel, they were the best choice for destroying rock, provided one didn't consider the cost. Isaac lowered his arm and ordered, "Fire!" Boom! Following his command, 10 80mm rifled cannons and 14 field guns fired simultaneously.
Dozens of shells flew toward the enemy. Some of them seemed to be infused with the power of intermediate spirits, tracing glowing trajectories in the sky.
Boom! Boom! The dull thuds of metal colliding with stone rang out.
The solid rounds launched with black powder smashed the stone golems' shoulders, arms, and chests to pieces.
The first volley destroyed 3 golems, while the one standing at the very front was almost completely demolished, collapsing to the ground. Massive stone chunks flew everywhere like a collapsing city wall, and dust filled the air.
Oh, did we get them?
This was the first time they had faced the High Elves' magic conductor siege weapons. Seeing the golems fall before modern weaponry, the Blackwood soldiers and the dwarves behind them broke into cheers. Although these walking walls looked terrifying to those who had dismantled countless city walls, the defensive power of rock was simply not worth mentioning.
However, their joy seemed a bit premature. The golem that had its head and chest smashed actually began to absorb the surrounding rubble, repairing itself, and then stood up with a thump thump.
Damn it, why can they recover? It's just like the legends, Your Majesty.
You should have told me this in advance.
Isaac frowned as he looked at Commander Miller. Though the sudden appearance of the golems had caught them somewhat off guard, he aped despair. This is the essence of the magic engineering created by Her Majesty, the Empress, the magic core. As long as it remains, the golems can be resurrected infinitely, making you people who offended the High Elves pay the price. The blue-eyed witch, who had been somewhat mentally unstable since being captured, actually blurted out a useful piece of intelligence. In other words, they didn't need to attack the golem's exterior, they just needed to find and destroy the magic core. Thump, thump, the golems repaired their bodies and continued their advance. Although they looked slow, their large strides made them faster than a running human. Moreover, after being hit by a cannonball once, their speed seemed to increase. Boom! Steel shells for the rifled cannons were loaded one after another. Another volley was fired, and the shells flew toward the golems. Smoke filled the battlefield. This time, the golems seemed to have learned their lesson, clumsily bending down in an attempt to dodge the shells. While some shells hit their targets, others missed. Wait, why are they still moving?
Your Majesty, they are living creatures after all, so it's normal for them to move.
In your eyes, they are living creatures.
Commander Miller always calmly pointed out the reality, which annoyed him slightly. However, thanks to him, they knew that these golems possessed at least some intelligence and could even dodge shells.
So Isaac immediately ordered them to cease volley fire and switch to fire at will.
Then he looked at the High Elves and said, "Artillerymen and elves, try to attack the parts that haven't been hit yet." Although it was difficult to aim because the golems were moving, their massive size made them easier to hit the closer they got. The artillerymen cleaned the barrels with ramrods, loaded the shells, and fired continuously. Boom! Crash! The golems that had previously had their heads and chests shattered now had the rocks on their lower bodies and waists blown away as well. Something glowing appeared amidst the shattered rocks. That was the Avalon Empire's magic core, the power source of the golems, and the root of all evil created by Empress Sirona. It didn't look as solid as rock, but because of its small size and the fact that the golems were moving, it required fast and precise shooting. Effie, present. Your Majesty, please give your orders. Do you see that small magic core? Smash it for me. It's time to show your true skills.
Isaac shouted to Effie, who was driving a dwarven-made steel biped into the frozen ground.
Leave it to me, Effie said as she pulled back the heavy bolt of her troll rifle. Her emerald green eyes stared intently at the target through the scope. An armor-piercing round with a high-hardness steel core shot out of the muzzle with a deafening roar. Boom! P50. White ice shards splattered. With a crisp crack, the magic core was shattered, and the stone golem lost its support, instantly turning into a pile of ordinary rocks and collapsing. This time it did not reanimate.
Tit. Oh, so that's how you kill them.
The soldiers and the spectating dwarves raised their weapons and tools, cheering loudly. Although they couldn't be certain, they were likely the first in this world to eliminate a golem using this method. It seemed they had found a way to deal with the golems.
Though they were a bit flustered at first, they eventually found a solution.
Isaac gave Effie a thumbs up. Effie's face was covered in ice and snow kicked up by the muzzle blast, but she wore a brilliant smile. A woman in a padded coat using a large caliber sniper rifle in the snow looked just like a Soviet female sniper. Just then, a massive rock whistled through the air from a distance, as if seeking revenge. Boom! Whether because of their companion's death or the urgency of the situation, the golems threw boulders like catapults. 15 soldiers immediately fell to the ground, screaming. It appeared their injuries were not light. Those bastards.
Isaac gritted his teeth.
They could engage in both melee combat and ranged attacks. They were truly troublesome opponents.
Fire! Fire! Vice Commander Hans gave the order, and the artillerymen reloaded their shells, preparing to counterattack.
The cannons fired one after another.
A shell from a rifled cannon luckily hit a golem's magic core, and that golem instantly collapsed like a sandcastle. Only 2 were left now.
The golem let out a strange roar and threw another boulder.
Perhaps due to a miss, the boulder landed in an open area, but stone fragments flew everywhere, and one piece hit the cheek of Fran, who was watching from the side.
Roar! The half-dragon let out an angry roar, seemingly very displeased with this sudden attack.
Your Majesty, those flying stones are dangerous. You should stay further away. Even Commander Miller, who was usually calm, felt the flying stones were dangerous and advised Isaac to take cover.
But seeing innocent soldiers getting injured, how could he stand by and watch from a distance?
Besides, as long as he was on the ground, it was dangerous no matter where he hid.
The cannons fired again.
Isaac listened to the sounds of the golems being destroyed and repaired, gripping his mace tightly. He glanced back at Fran. The dragon was looking at him, seemingly asking for permission to take revenge on the golem that dared to offend it. It seemed they were thinking the same thing.
Asterisk.
How is this possible? Why would a divine weapon lose to those humans? Governor Winterberg screamed in disbelief as she watched the golems fall one by one and remain motionless. Although the output power of these magic cores was relatively low, these were golems personally crafted by Her Majesty, the Empress. To think they were being destroyed one by those metal lumps fixed to the ground. She was beyond shocked. The armies that had come to support Blackwood were also very surprised to see the golems that had been attacking them suddenly turn toward the north. Lady Freya, it seems they have already destroyed 3 golems with their own firepower.
Ibak, who had rushed here without rest, said with a dazed expression.
The golems, that they couldn't even budge, despite their best efforts, were now scattered across the battlefield as piles of rubble. And besides the golems, there was something else that surprised them even more.
A crimson dragon suddenly descended from the sky, breathing hellish flames toward the last golem.
Paul, even from a distance the scorching heat could be felt. The golem's stone body was melted by the flames. When the magic core was exposed from the molten rock, Duke Isaac jumped down from the dragon's back and swung his platinum mace, smashing the magic core to pieces. Bang! The core shattered, and the last golem lost its support, collapsing with a loud crash.
Even with the dragon rampaging on the battlefield, the Blackwood army showed no surprise. Instead, they let out enthusiastic cheers, as if they were used to it.
Contrary to their fears, the Blackwood Duchy seemed to have eliminated all the golems at a very small cost.
Tama, why is the Khan riding on a dragon's back?
Lady Pelsa, I don't know either. Only then did they realize that their sovereign had appeared riding a dragon instead of a warhorse. Because information traveled slowly in the north, Pelsa and the others were left wide-eyed with shock as they watched Isaac skillfully maneuver the dragon.
Asterisk.
The battlefield was littered with rubble and rock melted by high temperatures.
It was a complete mess.
Is this the power source for the High Elves' magic weapons, the magic core? They had actually been forced into a siege battle. After the battle, Isaac scoured the rock-strewn battlefield, collecting the magic cores that were equivalent in power to their steam engines.
Since they had been smashed, they were now just oddly shaped black stones.
As soon as he picked one up, the goddess's achievement system popped up a notification saying he had obtained an important item.
It said that the golems, appearing in the Chiran Kingdom, are almost as big as giants. Does that mean the ones we encountered today were just prototypes?
Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a wave of fear. In a world where dragons, extraordinary individuals, and various mysterious forces coexisted, he had been foolish enough to be satisfied with his current field guns.
After returning this time, he had to manufacture breech-loading cannons to deal with golems.
He had also seen grey armour that could withstand bullets.
If such armour became widespread, the advantage of firearms would vanish.
In an instant, Isaac's innate firepower deficiency phobia flared up once again.
He now had to improve individual weapons, develop fully automatic machine guns, and create new weapons capable of breaking through steel defensive lines like these golems. He had to take everything to a whole new level. Snort. Fran let out a snort, seemingly sensing someone approaching. Because of the golem's sudden appearance, the soldiers were still buzzing with discussion, and Isaac was busy collecting magic cores, so he hadn't noticed. By the time he snapped out of it, several horses had already reached his vicinity. Duchess Freya and the centaur female warriors arrived travel-worn and covered in dirt, looking as though they had ridden at a gallop the entire way.
Isaac looked at their sudden appearance in surprise.
Weren't they supposed to be at war with the vampires? What are you doing here? Hearing his question, Freya froze for a moment, then opened her mouth, but nothing came out.
Indeed, why had she come all this way?
P.S. This chapter is 5,700 words, a special update to thank LK Dick for the reward. Thank you all for your loves, hope you enjoy reading. Corfic
on the Northern Plains.
The contest between rock and gunpowder ended in a victory for gunpowder.
Duke Freya, have you seen this before? Under the meticulous care of Igni and the priests, the wounded received timely treatment and were on their way back to Blackwood.
Holding a black stone smashed by a mace, Isaac asked the dark elf woman who had lived in this world for a long time.
Duke Freya walked over and stroked her chin.
Realizing she had misunderstood Isaac's intentions and made a trip for nothing, she felt a bit embarrassed.
However, their intentions were good, and since both sides had just won the war, the atmosphere between the two parties on the return journey was very harmonious.
regardless they had come to save him.
And it's very special. Although I'm from the Avalon continent, I don't think I'd ever seen this kind of ore before.
Freya carefully observed the magic core Isaac handed her and shook her head in confusion.
Earlier, when Isaac was holding it, Goddess Iris had suddenly appeared, saying he had obtained something filled with an evil aura. However, while I don't recognize the ore itself, I have felt this strange residual energy inside it before about 400 years ago, during my travels. Duke Freya crossed her arms, lost in memory. Meanwhile, Isaac was startled by the time frame she mentioned. 400 years ago, Duke Freya? I've always been curious. Just how old are you? It's very impolite to ask a lady her age. Isaac clicked his tongue silently. It seemed that even long-lived elves cared about their age. That's right, how rude, very rude. The wood elf beside them chimed in. It seemed Effie cared about age quite a bit too. Anyway, back when I was travelling the world alone with my sword, I once eliminated a necromancer who was terrorizing a village.
At that time, I felt this kind of twisted soul.
A twisted soul? Was this the power source provided by the demon god, a force that disrupted the harmony of all things? Magic engineering was neither steam-powered nor anything else. To use such a thing as power and call it engineering was truly ridiculous.
To think such a thing would be used in golems.
It seems so. Although we've parted ways, I still don't understand how the elves could have mastered such power. She sighed and shook her head helplessly. Indeed, why would the High Elves toy with souls? I heard it's because of the new god they serve, and the Empress Nenciona. How the world has declined. Even if they lost the god they originally worshipped, they shouldn't just serve any new god, right?
How do they know what that god really is?
No, I wasn't talking about you. It seemed the god of order was somewhat dissatisfied with gods less known than the mainstream deities.
Still, being able to communicate with a deity was truly enviable.
Isaac ignored Duke Freya's explanations and went to look for familiar faces. Those Centaur warrior women clad in heavy armor and wielding firearms.
Palsa and Tama were munching on compressed biscuits and salted meat.
When they saw the dragon finish its reconnaissance and land, they immediately ran over and excitedly stroked the red scales. Tama, look at these scales, they are so tough. Yea, they can't actually manage to capture dragon.
Worthy of being Centaur who revered great strength, they were full of interest in the dragon. Meanwhile, Fran seemed annoyed by their attention, snorting loudly and ignoring them.
Khan, we want to ride the dragon too. Pelsa excitedly made an unreasonable request. But given their physical structure, it was simply impossible. Meanwhile, Ibak and her kin watched Blackwood's aerial weapon with envious eyes.
They were likely Freya's personal guard.
Though they were also Centaur, their equipment was vastly different. Blackwood's cavalry were versatile, capable of ranged fire, melee combat, and even throwing bombs. Whereas they were just ordinary cavalry. Isaac saw Ibak, and the others spreading a black paste onto hard bread. It looked like chocolate sauce, and his eyes widened. What is that? This scene reminded him of when he first met Pelsa and the others. Back then, they were eating cocoa beans produced in the Draco Kingdom, saying they helped replenish physical strength. That black stuff is called Nafra. Duke Freya walked over and answered his question. Has the misunderstanding been cleared up? Yeah, sort of. She's a very strict god. What kind of god is Goddess Iris? She's a very shy god who rarely speaks. That's unexpected. She used to be a mainstream deity with many followers. Isaac looked up at the sky. Although communicating with her was difficult, she could help him find useful things like coal and titanium mines. Aside from her silence, she was truly a good god. Nefra, what kind of crop is that?
It's hard to explain, but you'll know once you taste it.
After being roasted, it has a rich aroma and is refreshing and energizing. She handed Isaac some roasted and ground granules.
Isaac took a taste and felt as if he had been struck by lightning.
Isn't this coffee powder? Although it hadn't been brewed with water, so it was very bitter and astringent, he could never mistake this flavor. Where he used to live, coffee consumption was directly proportional to the number of office workers.
This incredibly bitter taste almost instantly brought back memories of his past life. As a corporate slave, he had heard that in Ethiopia, the origin of coffee, people were making coffee paste and spreading it on bread as early as 500 AD.
Clearly, the Duchy of Henton and Ibak's people enjoyed coffee in this manner. However, this way of eating it was too intense, likely only a few would consider it a delicacy. Duke Isaac, please visit the Duchy of Henton when you have time. I want to talk to you about the High Elf's firearm sales and Pelsa and the others. You've helped me so much, I want to host you properly. Whether it was allowing her to sell firearms, the activity of Pelsa, and the others, or the golems retreating because of them, she seemed very eager to repay his kindness.
I'll definitely go.
Knows as soon as the matters in Blackwood are settled, I'll go immediately. This world had high-value crops like cocoa, sugarcane, and coffee. And right now, it seemed he was the only one who realized the value of the coffee industry. We need to make some preparations too. No need to be in such a hurry. No, I can't wait for this. All right then. Duke Freya watched Isaac chewing coffee beans, while eagerly expressing his desire to go to the Duchy of Henton. She felt a bit confused, but nodded nonetheless. Fusion new metal, toddling,
Brundle. So the kingdom's little troublemakers have all ended up here.
So you've been manufacturing those weapons to liberate us here?
Hello!
It was unclear what method the administrator used to persuade the finance minister to hold a grand triumphal ceremony for them.
Perhaps it was because he had time from.
Word spread that the Duke had returned riding a giant dragon, and the entire city flocked to witness the spectacle.
To improve the industrial level of the duchy and build the railway, Dwarven workers also came to Blackwood and began working at their respective posts.
Toddling, Brondel, and others had already been working here for some time and had created many works. The other dwarves joined them, drinking beer and reminiscing about old times.
The finance minister was first surprised by the large number of workers Isaac brought from the north, then startled by the railway construction plan requiring massive investment and labour. Now he was clicking away at an abacus alongside Claire. It wouldn't be long before he would be screaming at them to earn the money back first. There was also the more pressing issue of the High Elves' stone golems encountered during this expedition.
They had already clashed with the High Elves, and the enemy's golems could launch a massive attack at any time,
so they had to be prepared.
Tordlin is the breech-loading cannon with the new locking mechanism I mentioned earlier. Ready.
If the Maxim gun was a revolution in firearms, then the tow breech-loading cannon using the interrupted screw threads was a revolution in the field of artillery.
Traditional cannons required the artillerymen to laboriously pack the gunpowder with a ramrod, push the shell in, and finally insert a fuse to fire, making the rate of fire very slow. A breech-loading cannon, like modern artillery, only required loading the shell into the breech and closing the screw to fire. This was the foundation of modern artillery and an indispensable weapon against those giant-like golems.
Rate of fire is the firepower of thermal weapons.
Golems not only move but also dodge artillery fire. If they attacked in swarms, they would be very difficult to handle with old-fashioned cannons.
Currently, only the barrel and the locking mechanism are finished and it can be fired. The most difficult part was solved thanks to that person you brought in.
He kept praising the short-haired woman Isaac had brought, saying she was exceptionally skilled at metal processing.
Could he be talking about Lucy?
It seemed she had responded to his summons and come to Blackwood.
And Todlin seemed to remember him saying that Lucy was the best humanoid cutting tool, so he had sought her help. He had originally thought she would arrive later, and he had called her to help cut titanium. Other sword saints might have refused out of pride, like a certain high knight who complained all day.
Is that so?
Anyway, let's test it first. However, thanks to her, things were proceeding smoothly.
When he went back, he would give her some more mana stones. Just as the triumphal ceremony ended, Isaac took his subordinates to an open field to test the prototype cannon. Since there was no carriage yet, not even wheels, he had to carry it himself. Because the gunpowder had changed from slow-burning black powder to powerful powder bead, the barrel had also become thicker to withstand the greater pressure.
The heavy barrel made his shoulder ache.
Furthermore, because smokeless powder and a breech-loading design were used simultaneously, the risk of a barrel explosion was very high.
Icecar, Your Majesty.
At the test site, he saw the blonde Lucy. She didn't use honorifics but called him by his name as before and waved to him.
She seemed happy to be able to help him, with a bright smile on her face.
Meanwhile, the personal knight she brought, Sonia, shot Isaac a stealthy glare, as if saying, how could you make a sword saint do such a thing?
Alright, let's try it.
Isaac placed the cannon on a temporary mount and signaled the dwarves and armory employees who were standing aside like students presenting a graduation project to begin the test.
They nodded silently and began to get busy.
Click!
The breech locking mechanism opened, revealing the cannon's bore.